Chapter 316 Sakura Country's Decision, Second Update. Sakura Country, in the capital Tokyo, just a few meters away from the Diet Building is the official residence of the Prime Minister. Tsushima looked at the documents and said to the Secretary General next to him, "Are the protesters still making noise at Tokyo Electric Power Company in Chiyoda Ward?" The Secretary General nodded and said, "Yes, Tokyo Electric Power Company is planning to hold a press conference today. As long as we bow and admit our mistakes, the matter will be almost over. Let TEPCO stop for a while, call them, and ask them to promise at the press conference that the 5th C discharge will be suspended first and then start again after the limelight has passed." Tsushima Juchi pushed up his glasses and gave a new order calmly. The Secretary General was supposed to go out and make the announcement, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw a person running over in such a hurry that even his hair was messed up. He was about to scold him, but when he saw the person clearly, the Secretary General was stunned, because the guy who ran over was Ino Hanjiro, the Minister of Defense of the Sakura Ministry of Defense. The Minister of Defense is responsible for the national defense affairs of Sakura Country. He is responsible for proposing defense-related bills and budgets. He also manages the Chief of Staff, the Chief of Staff of the Ground Self-Defense Force, the Chief of Staff of the Maritime Self-Defense Force, and the Chief of Staff of the Air Self-Defense Force. He exercises command and supervision over the troops and agencies of the Sakura Country Self-Defense Force, and has the authority to mobilize any unit of the Sakura Country Intelligence Headquarters. It can be said that he has great power. Today, when the power of the Emperor is basically zero, his status is only lower than that of the Prime Minister. Such a powerful military minister rarely sees the other party except for some important meetings on weekdays. "I don't know why you rushed to the Prime Minister's residence in such a hurry today." Defense Minister Shigejiro Ino barged directly into the Prime Minister's office without looking at the Secretary General. Hearing the noise, Prime Minister Tsushima Juchi was a little strange and asked, "Ining, why did you come to me so early in the morning?" Then, seeing Ino Hanjiro's frosty face, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, and there must be an emergency somewhere. Ino Hanjiro breathed heavily, with a deep sense of sadness. "Prime Minister, at dawn today, the Jiko group used the exercise as an excuse to secretly mobilize air commandos and super soldiers to start a war against the Zen Kingdom and our Sakura Kingdom garrison. It successively attacked Woha Military Camp, Xavier Airport, and Putua Airport, causing extremely heavy casualties. All the fighter planes of the aviation mixed group we sent were destroyed. 519 pilots, ground staff, and maintenance technicians were killed or injured, and 220 people were missing." The casualties of the 13th Brigade of the Self-Defense Forces stationed at Woha Military Camp are still being counted. "We have confirmed that the death toll is 1,322, the number of injured is around 1,000, a large number of armored units were destroyed, and several senior officers were captured. At the same time, the Zen Kingdom suffered equally heavy losses. The fighter planes deployed at Xavier Airport and Putua Airport were basically destroyed. Now there are less than 10 usable fighter jets in the Zen Kingdom. We will not be able to control the air over the Zen Kingdom in a short period of time." When Tsushima Juchi heard the bad news, his right hand holding the pen trembled, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? Tell me again." "Prime Minister, this is the detailed battle report just sent from the Zen Kingdom headquarters." Ino Hanjiro made a grimace, understanding the Prime Minister's current state. When he first heard the bad news, he was also struck by lightning. Tsushima Juchi took the battle report with a stiff palm and studied it in detail. His face became darker and darker as he read it, and his eyes showed anger and aggrievedness. When the final battle report was put down, Tsushima Hisashi could no longer contain his rage. He stood up and knocked over the teacup with a slap. "You bastards, a bunch of bastards, how could you fight the war like this? Is this how you repay the expectations of His Majesty the Emperor and the expectations of hundreds of millions of people?" Tsushima Juchi had reason to be angry. They sent self-defense force soldiers to garrison Zen Kingdom because they wanted to fight a good battle instead of being beaten into pieces. This was the first day of the war. The 8,000 soldiers sent to the Zen Kingdom had all their fighter planes destroyed. The death toll was approaching 2,000, and it was unknown how many were injured. It can be said that the Aviation Mixed Regiment and the 13th Self-Defense Force Brigade have been basically abolished, leaving only the 1st Airborne Regiment to maintain its combat strength intact. More than one is miserable. We did not expect that the Jiko group would really go to war. The other party completed the troop mobilization in the name of an exercise. In addition, it was night, and the helicopter commandos penetrated the defense at low altitude. They launched the attack at dawn in the morning. Our soldiers were unprepared. Most of them were still asleep and were caught off guard. Ino Hanjiro's voice was dry, pointing to the battle report, and said slowly, "As for Putoy Airport, we suspect that the enemy transported some kind of supergiant artillery through the tunnel to bomb the airport, causing important facilities such as hangars, oil depots, and ammunition depots to be destroyed." Destroy. I don't care what the reason is. In this battle, I just want to ask about the comparison of strength. Do we, the Sakura Kingdom and the Zen Kingdom, have the upper hand? Even if the other side is surprised, it shouldn't be like this. How can I explain this to all the people? Tsushima Shuchi rebuked. Although he didn't know much about military affairs, he also knew that he had the absolute advantage in the Zen Kingdom. As a result, on the first day of the war, he was handed such a victory. How could he accept it? Tell me, is our annual domestic military budget small? Last year's military expenditure was $51 billion, supporting hundreds of thousands of troops in the Navy, Army, and Air Force. In the entire Asia, except for the big country in the east, who else has higher military expenditures than us, and the soldiers we spent so much military expenditure to raise were beaten to a pulp by a small warlord in the Zen Kingdom. How can I believe that your self-defense forces are not derelict in their duties and are not wasting all taxpayers' tax money? The spittle splashed onto Ino Shigenjiro's face, and Tsushima Juchi became angry. This was supposed to be a battle that showed the prestige of the Sakura country, but it ended up being like this at the beginning of the war. Now, let alone showing military power, others would only think that the Sakura country's self-defense force was a noodle army, and they would be weak once they were beaten. Hi, I'm so sorry. Ino Hanjiro had nothing to say and could only lower his head in shame, although he wanted to explain in his heart. The enemy was not the so-called small warlord, but a ruthless man who had defeated his master, and also had super soldiers that even beautiful countries had never had. This kind of troops was beyond common sense, but if he loses, he loses. No matter how many explanations he gives, he can't eliminate Tsushima Juchi's anger, and he can only accept the scolding honestly. Tsushima Juchi squirted on Ino Shigenjiro for 10 minutes, and he couldn't stop until he was exhausted from cursing. Prime Minister, please calm down. The Secretary General quickly gave the Prime Minister antihypertensive medicine and patted his back gently to help him breathe. What is the situation over there in Zen now? Tsushima Sho had scolded him enough and finally got down to business. After confirming that the Jeka group was attacking us, the Zen government immediately raised the alert of its troops, and at the same time mobilized more troops from the rear into Jilao Mountain and Jibang, and decided to launch an attack on the Jeka group tomorrow morning. Br Ino Hanjiro said quickly, while pointing out his own difficulties and embarrassment, "Your Excellency, Prime Minister, the Zen government is asking us for urgent help and asking us to assist them in fighting. According to the previous mutual defense agreement we signed with the Zen Kingdom, we do need to send troops to help, but the current situation is that our local garrison has suffered heavy losses, all fighter planes have been destroyed, and we cannot help them at all, and now there are only two choices, either to withdraw the troops and not participate in this military conflict, or to mobilize troops from the country to reinforce the Zen Kingdom. Withdrawing troops is not possible. If we withdraw our troops now, our losses will really be losses, and what the beautiful country has promised us will probably be delayed indefinitely." Without even thinking about it, Tsushima Juchi immediately rejected the proposal. The reason why the Sakura Kingdom is so actively involved in the affairs of the Zen Kingdom is because the beautiful kingdom made a promise before the war. As long as the Jiko group is eliminated, the suppression of the Sakura country self-defense force will be relaxed, the security law will be revised, and the final bottom line will be broken, making Sakura country a regular country again and upgrading the Sakura country self-defense force to a self-defense force. Although I don't know yet whether it is the pie of beautiful Chinese paintings, Sakura Kingdom has now entered the game, and it has lost so much in Zen Kingdom, losing both dignity and face. If they continue to withdraw in despair, the promise of beautiful country will be invalidated, and Sakura country will become a joke to the whole world. Sakura country itself is a country that loves gambling. In the last century, he especially liked to bet on the fate of the country. The first 2 times he bet, he was right, but the third time he bet was lost. As a result, he took the property he won in the first 2 times with profits. Lose and go back, but Sakura country didn't think it was because of their own incompetence. When faced with the word gambling again, they once again fell into the gambler's mentality of the past. At this time, Sakura Country is like a gambler. There is a saying called sunk cost. The more you lose in Zen, the more you want to put more chips on the gambling table, because only by persisting and finally winning this war can they win everything back at once. So, should we continue to increase our troops? Ino Hanjiro was a little surprised. Of course, he didn't want to drag the Zen garrison back to the country in disgrace now, but if he does this and fights such a huge defeat, his role as defense minister will basically be over, and he will definitely be dismissed from his post later. Only by continuing to send reinforcements to the Zen kingdom would he have a chance to make a comeback, win the war, and stabilize his position. Redeploy reinforcements. Please draw up a draft for reinforcements first. I will take it to the beautiful country to negotiate terms with them. Tsushima Juchi was silent for half a minute, and finally chose the option of increasing troops. At the same time, he stared at Ino Shigenjiro with an expressionless face and said coldly, "This time, if you lose another battle to me, just wait until get out of class is over, right? Be our prime minister, we will win. Please believe in me and all the brave and fearless 350,000 self-defense force soldiers." Ino Shijiro quickly promised that even for himself, he would wholeheartedly defeat the Jiko group. End of chapter. Chapter 317 Armor Torrent, 3 updates with 10,000 words, please vote for me. Zen Country, the border between Kat State and Eastern Chin State. A river runs through the two provinces and states. This is the Baoji River. The river has washed out fertile land on both sides and has become the dividing line between the two provinces and states. Most of the terrain in Jibang is relatively flat. It is a rare plain area in the Zen Kingdom. It is a basin plain surrounded by mountains. The industry is relatively developed. In addition to the rich mineral resources here, it is also inseparable from the terrain here. Most of the territory of the Zen Kingdom is covered with ravines and mountains and jungles. Even if there are resources, it is difficult to transport them. To build infrastructure roads in the mountains and dense forests, the Zen Kingdom does not have the national strength. At this time, the sun had just risen. In the Baoji River area of Jibang, many farmers who had gotten up early carrying hoes and other farm tools and rolled up their trousers to prepare to work in the fields heard a strange roar. In the distance, black smoke could be seen floating in the sky. Stretch all the way over. Just when these farmers were confused, they came to the Baoji River and saw the torrent of steel that they had only seen on TV in the past. A steel bridge was built overnight by the engineering battalion across the Baoji River. Countless tanks, armored vehicles, self-propelled howitzers, rocket launchers, self-propelled anti-aircraft missile vehicles, self-propelled anti-aircraft artillery, infantry personnel carriers, and trucks were queuing up to pass by. Brigadier Commander, a tank broke down on the bridge. We are making emergency repairs. In a command car, Valentin frowned after hearing the report below. He got out of the car and picked up his binoculars. Sure enough, he saw a tank accidentally breaking down on the bridge, blocking the way. Without hesitation, he directly ordered, "Let the troops not be in chaos, and do not rush to repair the broken-down tank. The armored vehicles on both sides will work together to push him into the river. We must arrive at the attack position as scheduled." He did not feel sorry for the loss of a main battle tank worth millions of dollars, and just wanted to cross the bridge as quickly as possible. After doing this order, Valentin looked at the map again and estimated the speed of crossing the river. It takes about an hour to cross the river, and then 2 hours of assault at full speed to reach the first target position of the attack. Hope everything goes well. Valentin looked at the brightening sky with some uneasiness. The mobilization of such a large armored force would be an extremely dangerous act without gaining air superiority. As a native of the country of Mao Xiong, he was hired by the Jeka Group after he retired. At first, he was just a military instructor. Later, his diligence gained the trust of the Jeka Group. After bringing his family to Mandar City, he was promoted to a military instructor. He became the brigade commander of the only heavy-duty combined brigade of the Jiko Group, commanding this armored torrent to perform assault blitzkrieg missions. Valentin was an officer of an armored force in the Bear Country. Later, he was forced to retire due to some things. His parents were seriously ill and his family was declining, so he had to come to the Jeka Group to make a living. Unexpectedly, here he would be treated as a courtesy by the Jeka Group, which was in urgent need of senior military talents. He cherished this hard-won opportunity and was unwilling to suffer serious losses to this heavy-duty combined brigade. In fact, when receiving this combat mission, Valentin was actually very resistant, because modern times are dominated by air supremacy. The enemy can take off fighter jets and attack aircraft at any time to carry out ground strikes. Even if the armored forces on the ground are equipped with anti-aircraft missiles and anti-aircraft guns, it will be difficult for them to face the siege of a large number of fighter jets. The enemy only needs to use air-to-ground missiles to eliminate the anti-aircraft armored units. The remaining armored units are just a bunch of delicious snacks facing the fighters flying in the sky. However, his objection was not recognized. It only hinted that the enemy's air supremacy would be solved, but how to solve it was not something he could know. Until now, he didn't know whether the above statement was true or false. If the enemy's air supremacy was still there, the heavy combined brigade would definitely suffer heavy losses. Brigade Commander, there is an urgent message from the General Headquarters. Suddenly, a communications soldier hurried over, holding a stack of telegrams. His face filled with joy. Valentin took the telegram. After reading it, his frown gradually eased, and finally he couldn't help but burst out laughing 3 times. Okay, we will win now. Valentin waved his fist excitedly, and the telegram stated that the 3 attacks launched by the air assault group in the early morning of this morning were a complete success. The enemy's air superiority fighters that he was most worried about had basically been wiped out on the ground. Now the armored forces in his hands would be truly unimpeded. Give me speed. Today I'm going to spend the night in Jiweiqing, the largest city in Ji State, and let the awesome guys below work harder for me. Valentin was very excited. Once there were no airstrikes, the advantages of the armored forces would become infinite. The 1st Jieka Security Brigade continued to cross the river. Under the gaze of some curious farmers on the roadside, they completed the crossing in less than an hour. Then the entire unit turned south and headed straight for the nearest Zen military camp. 2 hours later, to Ina Zen military camp, where thousands of soldiers were stationed. The soldiers saw fire raining from the sky. The rockets dragged beautiful wakes one after another, and fell one after another around the military camp. The explosion caused scorched earth to fly, and human body parts were everywhere. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, rounds of 152mm caliber artillery shells fell, which stunned the soldiers in the barracks. They were so panicked that they had no intention of taking any precautions. Many of these Zen soldiers are recent recruits. They have never encountered such a scene of raging war and indiscriminate bombardment, and they can still hold their guns without shrinking. It is considered good. Many recruits were so frightened that they peed their pants and lay on the ground crying, not daring to show their heads. Even the so-called veterans of the Zen Kingdom, who usually deal with guerrillas in the mountains and forests, have never encountered such fierce and intensive saturation bombing. Neither the government troops nor the warlords in their Zen country are doing this. They really treat artillery shells and fuel as free of charge. Most of the armored vehicles are bought and stored in warehouses, and these oil tigers rarely have the opportunity to go out. Is there anyone alive? Squeak! I'm scared. When the bombardment stopped, a recruit huddled in the bomb-proof hole built, trembling, and shouting with his mouth open, because he couldn't hear any sound outside. Everything was quiet, making him think that all his comrades were dead. Hey, is there anyone alive? Before the recruit could finish speaking, he saw a veteran come in, reach out and drag him behind the bunker outside. The other party opened his mouth and roared repeatedly, but the recruit couldn't hear anything. It was only then that he realized that he had been deafened by the shell. The recruit rubbed his ears vigorously, fearing that he would really become deaf. Fortunately, he was only temporarily deaf, and gradually he could hear outside sounds again. He heard all kinds of noisy cries. My legs are gone. Who has seen my legs? Where is the enemy? Where is the enemy? Medic, we need medics here. My brother was hit in the stomach by shrapnel. I can't cover his intestines. The recruit shivered and listened to the chaotic noise of the battlefield. Suddenly, he felt the ground shaking slightly. Then, the sound of a mechanical roar got closer and closer. The recruits stretched their heads out of the trenches and saw countless tanks and armored vehicles appearing on the plain in the distance at the end of the horizon. The rolling torrent of steel shook the earth, and the black smoke filled the air. Seeing this scene for the first time, the recruit's mouth opened wide, and fear made him tremble all over. It was not only the recruits who were scared, but the soldiers in the entire military camp were frightened. Are they just a group of infantry, or are they in the plains? How can they stop this torrent of steel from advancing? The only resistance forces tried to fire a few shots, but were blown directly into the sky by the tanks. One by one, the remaining soldiers very rationally held up the white flag and walked out of the bunker to surrender. This torrent of steel barely stopped, and after leaving a small number of infantrymen to take over the prisoners, the remaining troops continued to advance. The information about this heavy-duty combined brigade was already known to the Zen Kingdom's general headquarters in the rear, and the general headquarters immediately issued layers of blocking forces. However, the Zen military overestimated the speed of mobilizing its troops. How could a person's two legs outrun the armored troops in the plains? Before the troops mobilized by the Zen Kingdom reached the blocking position, the heavy-duty combined brigade had already passed through the defense line. Even if some troops catch up to block the attack, on the plains, faced with the rampage of armored troops, the infantry can only dig trenches and use drones, artillery, rocket launchers, and anti-tank missiles for defense. But compared to the huge torrent of steel, such a defense line is still too easy to break through. There are armed helicopters in the sky, tanks, and armored vehicles on the ground, and infantry will also fight in coordination, especially those second and third class super soldiers assigned to the army. Almost all of them are sharpshooters. Those soldiers who wanted to make a sneak attack with a rocket launcher often showed up and were shot in the head by the super soldiers before they could take aim with the rocket launcher. Many infantrymen did not even have time to dig trenches. When they hit this torrent of steel in the Great Plains, they were immediately smashed to pieces, and the defense lines were cut through layer by layer. Now that it lacks air supremacy, this heavy-duty combined brigade seemed to be in an uninhabited land, and it moved at lightning speed. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore open the defense line deployed by the Zen army in Jibang. After crossing the Baoji River, all the way rushing forward quickly, we arrived at Jiwei City, the capital of Ji State. At sunset, most of the Zen army was stationed at Jinla Mountain in Ji State, confronting the border with eastern Qin State. There were 50,000 elite troops there, and a large number of defense facilities were built on the border. As for Jibang, a basin and plain surrounded by forests and mountains, Jiwei City is their logistics and retreat. Now it is blocked by the Jeka Group's heavy-duty combined brigade. The 50,000 Zen troops who were confronting the Jeka Group on the border were suddenly paralyzed. Once they are unable to break through Jiweiqing, what awaits them is a lack of water, food, and logistical supplies of ammunition and resources. Although this army has a large number of people, it can only become a lonely army. Throughout the ages, there has never been a plan to avoid depriving people of food. End of chapter. Chapter 318 Post-War Reaction. First update: when the news spread that Jiwei City had been captured, everyone in the Zen government was stunned. This time, the way back was cut off, and the 50,000 troops left in Ji State became a turtle in the urn, which made the entire Zen kingdom extremely anxious. After learning the news, the current president of Zen State directly delivered a nationally televised speech. In a despicable sneak attack, the Jiko Group ignored international morality and attacked our army and Sakura country allies early this morning. It successively committed heinous crimes at Wuha Military Camp, Xavier Airport, and Putuo Airport. Now it has occupied our country's economy. Weiqing allowed our country's military and civilians to fall into war unprepared. This is a shameful crime. The Jiko Group and its behind-the-scenes master Su Jia, a new Nazi, are blooming the flower of crime in Southeast Asia. In the face of this disastrous invasion, the Zen kingdom has been shrouded in shadow, and the Jiko Group is trying to erase everything that does not comply with their goals. But ladies and gentlemen, the people of Zen will not give up, nor will they allow the other side to continue this criminal war. The final winner will definitely be the righteous on our side. Now, in the name of the Supreme Commander of the Zen Kingdom, I mobilize the National Army to deal with the shameless aggression of the Jiko Group. At the same time, we will also call on all allies to stand with us on a united front and fight against the evil Jiko Group until we achieve complete victory. The Zen Kingdom issued a war speech, and soon other members of the Group of Eight also spoke out. The beautiful country, we severely condemn the bad behavior of the Jiko Group in provoking the war. Our beautiful country will not sit idly by and watch this kind of neo-Nazism and extreme radical organizations spread in the southeast region, bringing terror and destruction to the world. We have decided to officially launch the aid proposal and provide the first phase of $5 billion in military aid to help the Zen government deal with the threat of the Jiko Group, curb the budding and spread of this evil force, and resist this unjust military invasion. Sakura country, in a shameless military sneak attack, The Jiko group used the exercise as an excuse to attack our local garrison in Zen country without permission. Now our country has announced that Sakura country will dispatch a new self-defense force in accordance with the Mutual Defense Treaty signed with Zen country. A total of 22,000 soldiers from the 9th Division, 7th Division, and Aviation Mixed Regiment entered the Zen Kingdom to help them expel and defeat the evil Jiko group. Temasek, Luzon, Siam, Java, and Johor, members of the Group of Eight, publicly stated, "Once again, we will not send troops into Zen to interfere in other countries' civil wars. However, due to the security agreement of the Group of Eight, we will open the Concession Act." Assistance projects include helmets, guns, howitzers, tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, drones, and a series of material and financial assistance to provide the Zen government with all corresponding materials and arms support. After the Group of Eight made its statement, the Jiko group also responded at the same time. Sujie also held a press conference and said with regret, "We are not to blame for the war that broke out today. The Group of Eight has not left us any choice, and is pressing on our Jika group militarily step by step, continuously creating security risks, provoking fighter planes, flying artillery shells, and kidnapping our soldiers for training. This is the Zen Kingdom's alliance with the so-called Group of Eight, which wants to impose power and violence on the head of the Jika group. In order to bow to the beautiful and cherry blossom countries, the Zen government was willing to act as each other's lackeys and was blindly incited to become a puppet state. In order to protect the life and property safety of all employees, our Jika group had to take up weapons of self-defense and was forced to launch special military operations. I want to say here that no matter how advanced the enemy's weapons are or how large the number of soldiers is, our Jiko group will achieve a perfect victory in this war, because, standing behind us are 3 million people who support us, brave fighters who are no longer willing to accept the exploitation of the Zen government and rise up in anger to resist. Therefore, the final winner of this war will only belong to our Jika group. Our Jika group will make every effort to liberate the ordinary people who are oppressed by the Zen government." Just as Su Jie finished speaking, the reporters below quickly raised their hands. "I would like to ask Mr. Su, the Group of Eight has announced that it will provide the largest assistance to the Zen government. If the war continues, it will only cause the lives of the Zen country to be devastated. Is it possible for the two sides to negotiate an armistice and resolve the conflict peacefully?" A Chinese reporter stood up and asked this question. Su Jie shook his head and said, "Today, all our combat missions have been completed perfectly, and the balance of victory in the war is tilting towards us. No matter how much financial assistance the Group of Eight provides, it cannot shake the pace of our military operations. To be honest, we don't want to start a war, but if war is forced on us, we will not avoid war. If the Group of Eight is sincere, it can first let the soldiers in Jibang lay down their weapons, so that we will choose to accept armistice negotiations. Mr. Su, because of your attack on the Zen garrison of our country, the Prime Minister has officially issued a new troop increase resolution. By then, more than 20,000 soldiers will land on the battlefield of the Zen Kingdom. I wonder if you regret it and provoked our Sakura Kingdom." A reporter from Sakura country stood up and looked at Su Jie angrily with a microphone. Su Jie smiled contemptuously when he heard this, and said calmly, "Sakura country, you mean the 13th Brigade that was crippled by us, and the aviation mixed group that destroyed all the fighter planes? If the Sakura country soldiers dare to set foot on this land, come, I'll kill one, and I'll kill a pair." While talking, Su Jie waved his hand and asked Lu Yingying beside him to show the results of the Jika group. Several high-ranking officers of the Sakura Kingdom were taken prisoner, the flag of the 13th Self-Defense Force Brigade was trampled and burned, the various deaths of Sakura Kingdom soldiers, and the high-definition photos of the bombed fighter planes made the reporters from the Sakura Kingdom who attended the press conference extremely pale. "It's ugly, just like eating a dead rat." The next day, on October 18, the second day of the war, news of the outbreak of civil war in the Zen Kingdom began to bombard everyone's attention. All major news and military-related media are urgently reporting this major event. The Jiko group brazenly invaded the Zen government's land, started a civil war, and created a humanitarian disaster. Global Times. The tyranny and ferocity of the Jiko group, which was launched under the pretext of a military invasion under the pretext of a conspiracy involving the disappearance of soldiers, is deeply worrying. Washington Post. The Sakura Kingdom announced that it will intervene militarily in the situation in the Zen Kingdom, impose unprecedented sanctions on the Jiko group, and eliminate this terrorist organization entrenched in the Zen Kingdom. Asahi Shimbun. An in-depth interpretation of the war in the Zen Kingdom, Europe, the United States and the West are hyping up the situation, each with their own agenda. Huaxin International Telecommunications. According to insiders, on the first day of the war, the Zen Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom suffered heavy losses. They lost air control and many military bases were destroyed. The Jeka Group's heavy-duty combined brigade rushed into Jiwei City and surrounded 50,000 Zen government troops. Pravda the Furry Bear. A brand new biochemical soldier, the Jiko Group is conducting dangerous biochemical research, which may bring devastating harm to the world. New York Times. Amidst the overwhelming news, the people only belatedly realized that the Jiko Group had really started a war, or that it had actively started a war. This move shocked many people, many military experts who had sworn before the war that the Jeka Group was just a fake and would never dare to go to war had their faces swollen. Related to these news, there are many videos from the day the war started, which were also simultaneously leaked to social platforms. Among them, some were put up by the Jeka Group themselves, and some were put up by the Zen Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom themselves. Of course, most of them were put up by the Jiko Group themselves, and losers don't want their ugly appearance to be seen by the world. These videos were not only shot by reporters accompanying the army, but also were shot from the first-person perspective by action cameras worn by soldiers. One of the most popular videos is a battle video of a first-class super soldier wearing heavy armor, taking a helicopter to penetrate defenses at a low altitude, and entering enemy military camps and airports. The video clearly shows the terror of the first-class super soldiers. They have strong alloy armor that cannot be penetrated by ordinary firearms. Their physical fitness far exceeds the limits of the human body. They use all kinds of terrifying heavy firepower to wreak havoc in the military camp, although many places are hit. Although the code was removed, one could still see the tragedy of the scene, with few of the bodies of the murdered victims intact. The emergence of this kind of individual battle armor in super soldiers made netizens all over the world think that this was a special effects video synthesized by AI somewhere. It was not until they confirmed that it was true that they opened their mouths in shock and screamed in their hearts, "Fuck." The emergence of these videos has added fuel to the news of the outbreak of the war and triggered blockbuster discussions. Damn it, Jiko Group is so awesome. The fight started immediately. I have read the battle report. The helicopter battle group broke through at low altitude and destroyed several important military camps and airports. More than 100 fighter jets were scrapped. Air superiority was directly lost. Zen Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom suffered heavy losses. What happened to those super soldiers? Did they take the super soldier serum? Their physical strength is too high. Fake. Let me ask you, why did the fight go so smoothly? The opponent was obviously cheating. With such a super soldier's strength and wearing a armor that can't even be penetrated by bullets, how could an ordinary soldier be able to defeat him if he bumped into him? BR, where can I buy the armor? I also want to buy one for my collection. It's been said in the news that these super soldiers are biochemical warriors, and they become like this after taking medicine. The Sakura Kingdom still dares to send troops into the Zen Kingdom. This is not admitting defeat. The Group of 8 will work together. Even if the Jiko Group takes a small advantage in the early stage, it will be bulldozed by the army in the later stage. There are constant discussions on the internet, with everyone transforming into a military expert and constantly expressing their opinions on Twitter, YouTube, and Douyin. Among them, the emergence of super soldiers has caused the most discussion. People are very curious. This is the first batch of officially listed super soldiers in the world. No other country has developed corresponding super soldiers. When the super soldiers of the Jiko Group achieved remarkable results, all countries in the world invariably increased or established research on super soldiers, hoping to obtain such non-human soldiers. After all, this kind of powerful individual combat capability is really great for performing special missions. It can be said that the emergence of super soldiers has subverted all global experience in the field of special operations and led to a new change. However, if these countries and organizations want to develop super soldiers like the Jeka Group, they must either research related genetic medicines themselves or research bodybuilding pills. Affected by this, the price of bodybuilding pills has skyrocketed on the international black market. For countries that are researching super soldiers, the former's genetic medicine is basically impossible, while the latter can still see some hope, but they don't know about blood marrow crystals. The so-called hope is just a mirror. End of chapter. Chapter 319, City Attack, Second Update. When there was a lot of controversy about the war that broke out in the Zen Kingdom, various parts of eastern Qin State are also dealing with war preparations. On the streets of Mandek City, many people spontaneously took to the streets, carrying various banners and slogans, donating money and materials to JICA Group. Resist the threat of the G8, and the winner will be ours. I want to donate money. This is 12,000 Chinese yuan. Please give it to the JICA Group for me and beat up those Zen government troops and Sakura country bastards. I want to sign up for soldier training. Please let me enter the military camp. Su Jie was riding through the streets in a car, and people enthusiastically supporting him could be seen everywhere on the road. Regarding the war between the JICA Group and the Zen government, most people in East Qin State are supportive after experiencing the chaotic and exploitative rule of the Zen government. The common people knew the goodness of JICA Group. These people in East Qin State do not want the JICA Group to lose the war and return to the rule of the Zen government. Seeing the scene outside, Su Jie had a smile on his face. With such support, this war cannot be lost at any cost. The car drove all the way to Nightmare Paradise, which is still open. However, because of the start of the war, foreign tourists did not dare to enter the war area. However, with only the population of 3 million in eastern Qin State, and the fact that people during the war had less interest in visiting, this Nightmare Paradise became very depressed. In the core area of the paradise, Su Jie found the wedding ghost Han Ruyan in an old house with an ancient style. A graceful figure is sitting quietly by the pond, watching the koi carp swimming around under his feet, looking somewhat lonely. Lady! Su Jie walked forward and sat next to Han Ruyan. Han Ruyan tilted her head slightly and told him with empty, lifeless eyes, "Husband, the number of Yuanling stones has decreased a lot recently. Because of the war, Nightmare Paradise lacks tourist consumption. This is why I came to see you." "War? Do you need me to kill people?" Han Ruyan's eyes fluctuated slightly, seeming to be interested. The instinct of evil ghosts is that compared to collecting rent from Nightmare Paradise to absorb fear, evil ghosts still prefer the simple and crude collection method of killing people. "Yes, come with me to the battlefield. You call all the ghosts over, and I will pick some suitable ones and take them there together." When Han Ruyan heard this, soon, weird ghosts appeared in front of Su Jie and Han Ruyan. "This one is pretty good, it looks like a human being. This ability is barely okay, count him among them. TSK, he looks a bit too cute. Let's scare tourists in a haunted house." Su Jie was picking and choosing here, and quickly selected a group of ghosts that met the requirements, because Su Jie didn't want to expose the existence of the evil ghost yet, and in a complex environment like the battlefield, a little carelessness would lead to the existence of the evil ghost being exposed. Therefore, the ghost chosen by Su Jie must also have good camouflage ability, cannot tell whether it is a human or a ghost, strong ability to kill enemies, leaving no survivors alive, and high battlefield adaptability, know how to destroy corpses without leaving traces, etc. Only when several requirements are met can Su Jie select him. Just choose these. Su Jie finally selected a group of fierce ghosts and prepared to carry out the next battlefield mission. "When will we leave?" Han Ruyan took out the sedan chair with the Tianyu ghost picture and put all these ghosts in it. "Now." Su Jie took Han Ruyan's cold jade hand and led her away from the Nightmare Paradise. October 20 Ji Weicheng. It was already the third day that JICA's heavy-duty combined brigade occupied Jiwei City. The capital of Ji State was filled with a chilling atmosphere of war. After several days of operational defense, bunkers, concrete barriers, and underground tunnels were crisscrossed throughout the city. On the streets, there were furniture blocking the stairwells, barbed wire fences and remote-controlled explosive devices standing ready. Various cars, buses, and construction engineering vehicles moved onto the streets and overturned, preventing the movement of enemy armored vehicles or infantry. Roadblocks blocked the roads, snipers were waiting in hidden areas, armored units were hidden throughout the city, and infantry fought on the move, forming a complete urban defense system. In the morning, Valentine did not stay in the hidden underground command post. Instead, he came to a tall building and was observing the outside world with a telescope. "The enemy is about to attack. Are you sure the targets are the 1st Armored Brigade and 3rd Mechanized Division of the Zen Kingdom?" Valentine took the trouble to ask again and again, which was crucial to the subsequent defensive operation. "Brigadier, you can't be wrong. Those infantry can't walk that fast on 2 legs. Now it's these 2 troops that are coming." The staff officer nodded and confirmed. The enemy seems eager to open the lifeline to Jiweiqing. Valentine put down the telescope and said in a deep voice, "Inform us, boys, get ready for war and let the Zen army understand that we are a nail they can't pull out." Understood. Outside Jiwei City. A large number of Zen soldiers are gathering here, and with the rumbling shelling, this battle to attack the city has officially begun. The Zen government wanted to open up Jiwei City and rescue the 50,000 soldiers surrounded by Ji State. These two troops came from the military camp with a lot of heavy firepower. After the bombardment began, the second wave of attacks was not ground troops, but drones released one after another, strengthened by the signal provided by the communication relay drone. It flew towards the many bunkers and windows on the edge of the city. The Zen kingdom itself does not have any drone production capabilities. These drones were previously aided by the Group of 8 and helped the Zen kingdom train many drone operators. The drones released in this batch are mainly suicide drones and consumer-grade multi-rotor drones. By mounting grenades, mortar shells, anti-tank rockets, self-explosives, etc., it can be used to perform reconnaissance, surveillance, attack and other tasks. Not only can it attack infantry, but it can also select weak points of the tank to attack, such as the tail of the tank, tracks, etc., to destroy armored units. However, after these drones approached Jiwei City, their remote control signals began to be interrupted to varying degrees, and their image transmissions also became intermittent. As they got closer, the signals of many drones were seriously interfered with, and finally disappeared altogether. There was even a problem with the magnetic field guide of the drone, and the direction could not be determined. Most of them spun and fell or hit the wall, and returned to the embrace of Mother Earth. This made the drone controllers of the Zen government army confused, and speculated that the Jeka group had deployed a large number of countermeasures equipment to interfere. This thing provided by the group is really easy to use. Valentine saw this scene through the telescope and couldn't help but admire it. In the room behind him, a set of machines was operating. It looks like a drone jammer, and in fact, it is, but it is slightly enhanced by the wedding dress ghost. In simpler terms, it is enchantment. Han Ruyan has the ability to block signals. When she attacked the CIA base in Siam, she blocked the entire base from communicating with the outside world. Drones are controlled by radio and image transmission. If the signal is interrupted, it is like a flying kite. If the string of the kite is cut, the kite is no longer under your control. The wedding dress ghost's method of enchanting these drone jammers is also very simple, which is to put some paper ash turned into paper figures to strengthen the power of these drone jammers. It sounds incredible and not scientific at all, but the weirdness and outrageousness of things like ghosts are beyond the current cognitive capabilities of humans. When these drone jammers are turned on, approaching drones suffer. Even drones with certain anti-interference capabilities can only fall into the street in the face of this enchanted drone jammer. When the drone is blocked and ineffective, Zen can only send ground troops. A large number of armored units, under the cover of infantry, cautiously advanced towards Jiwei City. This time, Jiwei City had long been transformed into a war fortress. When these Zen troops entered the city, they immediately received a large number of blows. At a windowsill, two Jiko soldiers felt the vibration under their feet. One of them, as an observer, was observing the movements of the enemy troops outside through a hollowed-out hole in the wall. A total of 8 accompanying infantry in one tank, 30 meters away, ready. The observing soldier raised his hand, and the soldier holding the rocket launcher squatted down and put the rocket launcher on his shoulder. "Now, shoot him." The soldier carrying the rocket launcher heard the order and quickly poked his head out of the windowsill. What caught the eye was a tank driving past the street, accompanied by many infantrymen nearby. Bang! The rockets were fired, and the two Jiko soldiers quickly retreated without even looking at the results. Behind him, there was a violent explosion, and a rocket hit the side of the tank. The penetration power of rocket metal jets is as high as 600 millimeters of homogeneous steel. Most of the original old tanks in Zen are not equipped with explosive reactive armor. The thickness of the armor steel plate on the side of the tank body is only 60 millimeters, making it impossible to achieve effective protection. After the explosion, a small hole was left on the side of the tank body, but the members inside the tank were severely injured by the metal jet. 2 of them died on the spot, and the remaining 2 were half disabled. The tank moved a meter or two, black smoke emitted, the top cover opened, and the tank driver inside struggled to climb out. Then the Zen soldiers who realized it later fired fiercely at the windowsill, and some even wanted to break into the room, but as soon as he entered the room, he immediately came into contact with the booby traps arranged here. The explosion shrapnel penetrated the flesh and blood, and screams were heard everywhere elsewhere. A concealed sniper was in a high-rise building. Tipazan is 22 years old this year. After passing the physical fitness screening of Jian Jiandan, he became a glorious super soldier. Although he is only a third-class super soldier, he is not as good as the second-class super soldiers who can swallow 3 or 5 health-strengthening pills, let alone those first-class super soldiers who wear invulnerable armor and kill people like mowing grass. But in this heavy synthetic brigade, he is still the well-known ace sniper. Baby, come closer. Chewing gum in his mouth, Tipasang had no observers to coordinate with his troops and always liked to act like a lone wolf. Through the sniper scope, he saw a platoon of infantry searching for enemies in the block, hoping to capture the block and gain a foothold for the Zen army. Dozens of people carried out inspections floor by floor, building by building. Not only was the efficiency very slow, but they also exposed themselves to the sun. Tipasang did not fire blindly, but contacted the self-propelled howitzer unit in the rear to inform the enemy's location. Without waiting too much, more than 3 minutes later, 3 152mm artillery shells hit the block, killing half of the soldiers in the infantry platoon on the spot, and the scene was bloody. The surviving soldiers were stunned by the bombing. Before they could rescue the wounded, Tipasang took action at this time. Click, the sniper rifle is loaded, and the next moment, the trigger is pulled. A bullet was fired from the barrel of the gun and penetrated hundreds of meters away in less than a second. The eye sockets and half of the head of a Zen soldier were blown away. Enemy attack. Where is the enemy? I don't know, that's where the bullets come from. This group of Zen soldiers shouted. Some quickly tried to find a bunker, and some picked up their rifles and started shooting randomly in the general direction. Tipasang took his time and pulled the bolt again. The cartridge case was ejected and a new bullet was pushed in. Bang! Another soldier was shot in the head, and his death was extremely miserable. Tipasang calmly fired bullet after bullet. Almost every shot was missed, and he accurately killed the Zen soldiers. The super soldiers' amazing senses and physical fitness make each of them comparable to the ace sharpshooter. Many soldiers had no idea where the bullets came from, and their heads exploded in confusion. After a few shots, Tipasang put away his sniper rifle and moved towards another sniper point, because he didn't know whether his position was exposed. Once exposed, what awaits him is not the enemy's sniper, but most likely the enemy's artillery strike. So he can't stay in one place for a long time. After all, even a super soldier can't withstand artillery shells physically. On the streets, the Zen soldiers were still hiding in building bunkers, not daring to move. In a complex city, the fear snipers bring to soldiers is more powerful than those of armored vehicles. At least the former can understand where the enemy is attacking, while the latter can't even see anyone. 4 kilometers away from Tipasang, a Zen government infantry fighting vehicle drove on the street, and the crew members panicked. They had just been attacked by an anti-tank mobile team. Fortunately, several rockets and anti-tank missiles that attacked them missed, allowing them to escape. In a panic, they drove in the wrong direction on the city road and got lost. When passing a street corner, this infantry fighting vehicle did not know that it had been targeted by a dangerous hunter. In a street-facing store facing the street, the rolling shutter door on the first floor of the store was raised, and a tank belonging to the heavy synthetic brigade was hidden inside. As the tank turned the turret slightly, the tank drove out half of the front body of the shop. The gun barrel was aimed at the infantry fighting vehicle, and a shell was quickly fired from the chamber. Boom! In an instant, the infantry tank turned into a pile of scrap metal, and all the crew members died. After confirming the victory, the tank slowly reversed and retracted into the shop again, pulling down the rolling shutter door and waiting for the next prey to come. Similar scenes continued to play out in Jiwei City. Without the intelligence and visual reconnaissance provided by drones, the Zen soldiers who rushed in were beaten all over their heads. End of chapter. Chapter 320 Arrival at Jiweiqing, 3 updates, 10,000 words, please vote for me. The battle for Jiweiqing started on October 20th, marking the fierce battle between the Jeka Group and the Zen government. The Jeka Group's heavy-duty combined brigade was stationed in Jiwei City and once again deployed tight defenses to block the Zen troops who attempted to seize the city. The complex terrain of the city is extremely beneficial to the defender. Streets and alleys are fatal traps for attackers. The defenders are well prepared and can attack from all directions. This is why urban offensive and defensive wars are also called wars in hell. The soldiers of the Zen government are not very elite at all. Now, in the absence of air superiority, it is difficult to attack the armor and artillery of the heavy combined brigade. The drones were scrapped again, and there was a serious lack of intelligence and reconnaissance. Soldiers could only rely on the naked eyes of soldiers to enter the city to explore. The natural result of this was that he was beaten violently by Jiko's soldiers who were waiting comfortably, especially the existence of super soldiers, who are so elusive that they often kill many Zen soldiers. Some of them are timid and simply surrender to the establishment, not to mention the soldiers of the Zen Kingdom. Even the world's major powers don't have any good methods for urban offensive and defensive battles, whether it was the bloody and cruel urban battles between Detzi and Mauzi in the last century, or the urban security wars that the American army fell into in the Middle East after entering the 21st century. They suffered enough and could not think of a good solution. Shell bombardment, give me a large-scale bombardment, I must capture Jiwei City, don't worry about the civilians. Faced with this embarrassing and critical situation, as well as the pressure exerted by the Group of Eight, especially the threat of cutting off aid from the beautiful country, the top leaders of the Zen Kingdom who directed this offensive and defensive war completely lost their minds and issued a shocking order. With the issuance of this order, those Zen soldiers no longer ignored international morality and launched large-scale artillery attacks indiscriminately. As long as they feel that there is an area where the Jiko group is stationed, they will directly launch artillery fire to cover it without hesitation, regardless of whether there are any civilians in the area. Although some of the civilians in Jiweiqing left before the war, there were still many people who could not leave their homeland. These people think that this civil war will be like the past battles between government troops and warlords, with each other sniping at each other and playing hide-and-seek in the jungle, and it will not threaten them much. However, when the Chan government launched indiscriminate bombardments on Ji State and Jiwei City, which were still under their control, many civilians realized that they had thought wrong. This war was far more cruel than they imagined, and those soldiers who were supposed to be supported by their own taxes and who were supposed to protect themselves chose to bomb unarmed civilians like themselves. These videos were uploaded to the internet by some war reporters and immediately caused an uproar. The international community and online public opinion overwhelmingly criticized the Zen government. However, the Zen government ignored it and continued to carry out the bombardment. However, it took too long to destroy a city with shelling. By the time they bombed the city, the 50,000 soldiers surrounded by Ji Bang would have already starved to death. Faced with this situation, it was the only thing the Zen government could do. At the same time as the large-scale shelling, more soldiers were sent into Jiwei City to fight for it. This time, Jiwei City had almost become a flesh and blood mill that was constantly devouring life. Zen soldiers and Jeka soldiers died every moment. In order to seize Jiwei City as soon as possible, the Chan government mobilized many groups of troops and attacked almost day and night. This move really paid off. After paying a large enough price, faced with the persistence of Jeka soldiers and the killings of super soldiers, the Chan government paved a way with human lives and began to seize some streets and buildings in Jiwei City, occupying some commanding heights in the city, and was no longer passively beaten. The heavy combined brigade has only 10,000 soldiers. Faced with the siege of an enemy force that far exceeds its own number, even if it has geographical advantages and super soldiers, casualties and sacrifices will inevitably occur as the Zen government attacks regardless of the cost, and it can only shrink further. Battlefront. Just as the offensive and defensive battle of Jiweiqing was in full swing, an uninvited guest came here. Jiweiqing, underground command post of Jeka Group. Valentine's face was confused. Looking at Su Jie walking in from the front door, his brain felt a little burning for a moment. Mr. Su, how did you get here? This place is too dangerous. No, I will arrange for someone to take you away immediately. Valentine was really afraid. If Su Jie showed up on the battlefield, he would be torn apart by Jiko's group. Su Jie waved his hand and said, "There is no need to worry about safety issues. I am coming here this time. I heard that the Zen government has been very aggressive in attacking recently." Well, that's right. In order to seize Jiwei City, the Zen government has successively transferred the 8th Armored Brigade, a helicopter regiment, and 5 infantry divisions from the territory. Now they are attacking our defense line day and night. Many of our streets and buildings were taken by them, but please rest assured, Mr. Su, our heavy-duty combined brigade is confident to hold on. They will not be able to capture Jiwei City in less than a month. Valentine speculated that Su Jie's purpose of coming was that he felt that he had not fought the battle well and came to raise an army to hold him accountable. But he also knew that his mission was very important. Now the 50,000 soldiers in Jibang were dragged into Jinlao Mountain. Facing the siege and bombardment of several other brigades of the Jeka group, they continued to consume the supplies of the 50,000 Zen troops. Guns and shells, and these 50,000 Zen soldiers, who lacked supplies of ammunition, were unable to escape from Jinlao Mountain. Lacking artillery shells and bullets, they can still hold on in the sturdy trenches and permanent reinforced concrete in Jinlao Mountain. Once they reached the wild plains, they will only be swallowed up by the Jiko Group, and now Jiaweiqing is the focus of the battlefield, and it is also the core city that the Jeka Group and the Zen government want to win desperately. The Jeka Group defended it, and the 50,000 Zen soldiers could only be trapped and died in Jinlao Mountain, and were finally eliminated by the Jeka Group. Once successful, Jeka Group can easily occupy Jibang, a major industrial state in the Zen Kingdom. The output value and economy of this state account for 30% of the national economic output of the Zen Kingdom, and it is a thorn in the side of the Zen Kingdom's government. The Zen government has opened up the lifeline of Jiaweiqing, which can supplement the supply of ammunition for the 50,000 Zen soldiers, and maybe they can also advance to the territory of Eastern Qin State. Which region is the most competitive now? Su Jie turned around and looked at the map of Jiwei City hanging on the wall. The occupation areas of both sides are marked with different colors on it. The blue color representing the Jeka Group occupies 3/4 of the city, and the red color representing the Zen government forces occupies the remaining quarter of the city. Valianjin did not dare to neglect, and said quickly, the areas that are currently the most fiercely contested are Lianqin Hospital and its nearby neighborhoods, as well as Lingyuan Building and Luyuan Street. These areas are of great strategic significance. We are fighting repeatedly with the Zen government in these places, and many areas have changed hands several times. Su Jie touched his chin, nodded thoughtfully, and said, then things will be easier to handle. Let our soldiers withdraw from these areas first and stop fighting with the Zen soldiers. Ah! Suddenly hearing this order, Valentin opened his mouth wide and could not close it for a long time, thinking that Su Jie didn't understand what he just said. Valianjin blushed anxiously and said, Mr. Su, these places are key points. Among them, Lingyuan Building is the tallest building in Jiwei City, and nearby is a high-end CBD construction area. They are all high-rise buildings. Once captured by the Zen Kingdom, the other party will be able to observe the movements of our troops from a high position. Luyuan Street is a key node that separates our 3rd and 4th regiments. After the Zen soldiers occupy it, the connection between our 2 regiments will be cut off, as well as the Lianqin Hospital. I understand what you are saying. We are not really giving up the above territory, but there is no need to take the lives of our soldiers to fill it. We have better ways to seize it. Su Jie smiled and looked at the people he brought in. Valentin followed Su Jie's gaze and saw these guys who followed Su Jie, and a woman wearing sunglasses, pale skin, and an inexplicable chill on her body made people dare not look at her more. Behind this woman, there is a strange man wearing a large black robe that almost covers his whole body. These weirdos also have an indescribable aura about them. When he saw them, Valentin felt his heartbeat slow down by half a beat, and goosebumps appeared on his skin. Are these first-class super soldiers? If they are captured by first-class super soldiers, facing all kinds of heavy firepower, even if they can be captured, the casualties will probably be huge. Valentin thought of the existence of first-class super soldiers. He had only heard of the name of this unit. The Steel Battalion belonging to Su Jie is very mysterious, and Valentin has not seen them with his own eyes, but even if they are first-class super soldiers, Valentin knows that they are not many in number and they are the absolute ace unit of the Jiko Group. Such a sharp knife should be used to perform special tasks, and throwing it into a large-scale frontal battlefield would be a waste of resources. If the Zen government knew that the first-class super soldiers were attacking, they would definitely blow up their own soldiers and the first-class super soldiers with artillery at all costs. Su Jie chuckled lightly and explained, they are not first-class super soldiers, but another special force. In terms of combat effectiveness, they are more powerful than first-class super soldiers. If they take action, they can take down what you have repeatedly fought for. Position. Valentin was stunned again. A special force more powerful than super soldiers. The outside world was saying that the Jeka Group was conducting biochemical research. He used to be a little unconvinced, but now that he heard Su Jie's statement, he began to be a little doubtful. The first-class super soldiers are already perverted and inhuman. How terrifying will these troops who are more powerful than the first-class super soldiers be? Just thinking about it, Valianjin felt his heartbeat faster and his scalp became numb. The commander of this unit, you can call her Miss Han, but don't disturb her if you have nothing to do. She has a bad temper. In short, as long as she is responsible for the territory, you can absolutely rest assured. Su Jie pointed to the wedding ghost next to him. Valentin looked at him and made eye contact with him. Even with sunglasses on, Valentin was still frightened and took a few steps back involuntarily. He seemed to see in this woman something as terrifying as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Okay, I understand. Valentin swallowed nervously, and could only choose to believe Su Jie's promise, hoping that this army would really be as powerful as Su Jie said. Su Jie touched Han Ruyan's long black hair and said, "I'll leave it to you tonight." Han Ruyan didn't speak, just looked to the outside world, waiting for the sky to darken. Night is the best disguise and also the best time for hunting ghosts. Behind her, she could smell the smell of countless blood and corpses in the city. These evil ghosts were already ready to move, eager to go out and kill. End of chapter. Chapter 321 Demon Killing. First update: at night, Luyuan Street fell into silence, and the smell of blood lingered on the tip of the nose. Stationed on this street are the 2nd Regiment and 3rd Battalion of the 6th Infantry Division of the Zen Kingdom, with more than 300 people. And the 7th Tank Platoon of the 1st Armored Brigade, with a total of 4 tanks and 2 infantry fighting vehicles. These soldiers did not relax their vigilance because of the arrival of night, but instead became more nervous and dignified because in the past, Luyuan Street has always been a key area of competition between Zen State and Jieka Group. Many wars broke out on this street and the owner changed hands repeatedly. Many battles break out at night, because at this time, even if armored units are equipped with night vision and thermal sensors, their field of vision will be greatly restricted. In urban environments, they are often approached by infantry and blown up. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Has the Jieko Group given up the attack tonight? Wu Taimin, who commanded the Zen army stationed on Luyuan Street, murmured to himself. He was sitting in a clean room that had been swept out, but he was not sleepy at all. Battalion Commander Wu, could it be possible that Jieka Group felt that the casualties were too great and it was not cost-effective to simply give up? The deputy battalion commander who accompanied them said that not long after they had changed their defenses, the previous Zen army stationed on Luyuan Street was maimed and was forced to move down to rest. The deputy battalion commander thought that the attacking side in the battle for the city would definitely suffer. The Jieka Group had few troops and it was understandable that they would not be willing to spend all their time on Luyuan Street. It's possible, then it seems we have picked up an easy job. Wu Taimin chuckled and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He has experienced the combat power of the Jieko Group, especially the power of those super soldiers, especially at night. The Zen army that appeared and disappeared many times was defeated and defeated. If Luyuan Street can be occupied without fighting, it will undoubtedly be good news for Wu Tailai. The two of them were discussing here, but little did they know that the enemy who was actually attacking tonight had already arrived not far from their position. In the corner of the house that was half destroyed by the bombing, a soldier with a big beard was running over to squat in the pit. In the darkness, the bearded soldier from the Zen Kingdom cursed while squatting in the pit, and said, "Are those things sent by the logistics for human consumption? There are delicacies from the mountains and seas up there every day. We work hard here, so we are given dry food and a hot meal. None, it gave me diarrhea." After emptying his stomach and intestines, the bearded soldier shook his pants, picked up the rifle at his feet, and was about to turn around and return to the position when he suddenly saw a green light out of the corner of his eye. Hey, the bearded soldier turned his head strangely and found that the green light was actually a pair of eyes, which shocked him. What the hell, it's a wildcat. It ran out at night and went crazy. The bearded soldier muttered, thinking it was the eyes of wild dogs and cats. The eyes of such animals do tend to glow green at night. He didn't care, and returned with his rifle towards the infantry squad where he was stationed. After taking only 2 steps, he suddenly heard almost synchronized footsteps behind him, as if someone was following him. Who's there? The bearded soldier turned around quickly, but saw nothing. Even the green eyes just now disappeared. There was a faint moonlight falling in the sky, and the visibility was still very good tonight. For some reason, the bearded soldier looked at the empty place behind him, and felt a little frightened in his heart. All kinds of horrible rumors he had heard appeared in his mind. The so-called dark moon and high windy night are the days of murder and arson. In both Eastern and Western cultures, the dark night is always associated with some negative words such as horror and terrible. While Westerners imagine vampires, Asians believe in ghosts that come out at night. This time, the bearded soldier couldn't help but think of ghosts and the like, and goosebumps appeared on his arms, looking at the moonlit buildings and street trees around him, coupled with the strange noise of the night wind blowing debris from time to time. The bearded soldier's legs trembled as he walked. Subconsciously, the bearded soldier began to speed up, trying to run back to his infantry squad. Almost as soon as the bearded soldier set off, the strange footsteps sounded simultaneously behind him. This time the sound seemed to be closer, like less than a meter or two. The bearded soldier looked back in horror, but still saw nothing, but the voice was definitely unmistakable. He didn't dare to exhale. The bearded soldier was afraid that if he opened his mouth, his heart would fall out of his throat. In fear, he just instinctively ran towards his comrades. Bang, bang, bang. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, almost behind you, completely synchronized with his footsteps. It was different from the footsteps of normal people. It was extra heavy, like a small drum beating. There was cold air coming from his neck, as if someone was breathing on his neck, which made the bearded soldier go crazy. Don't come over, don't come over. The bearded soldier's screams carried far away in the silent environment, and nearby soldiers were alert with guns in hand. The infantry squad belonging to the soldiers also heard the noise, and then saw the bearded soldier running over. The squad leader cursed angrily. Ah Sang, what are you talking about in the middle of the night? Are you crazy? Squad leader, ghost, there is a ghost. The bearded soldier's lips trembled, and he felt his back getting colder and colder, and his whole body froze. You didn't drink today either. Your brain is twitching and your military morale is shaken. Be careful, I'll beat you to death. The squad leader stared, speechless. The soldiers on the side also laughed when they heard this. Ha, you boy Sang is so timid. Hee, where is the ghost? Come out and let me see it. I have never seen a ghost in my whole life. Let me see it. Maybe she's a pretty female ghost, just in time to indulge in sex. A group of soldiers were so amused that they didn't take it seriously at all. Seeing that there were too many people, the bearded soldier began to doubt his own judgment as he listened to the ridicule of his comrades around him, wondering if he was hallucinating because he stayed up all night without sleeping. Even if he is a ghost, with so many of my comrades here, aren't all ghosts afraid of adult men with strong blood? I don't believe he dares to come out and harm people now. Muttering like this, the bearded soldier turned his head again, but it didn't matter at this glance. When he looked back, his eyes suddenly went straight and his body was shaking violently uncontrollably because a scary ghost figure with a tall and thin body, a life hook in his hand, and green eyes was staring directly at him. Its ghastly face, green eyes exuded endless pressure, and its body surface exuded a biting cold air, making people almost hear the sound of their own teeth clenching. The other party stuck behind him and seemed to follow him to the central area of Lu Yuen Street. Ghost, there is a ghost behind me, squad leader, shoot quickly. The bearded soldier retreated continuously, but his words made his comrades laugh even louder. The squad leader was speechless and cursed. I think you are really stupid in your sleep. What the hell is going on? You gave me a dream at night, so you should wake up. As he spoke, the squad leader was about to slap the bearded soldier, but at this moment, a pool of hot liquid splashed onto his face. The squad leader was stunned. He saw that the chest of the bearded soldier was almost completely torn, and a long life hook penetrated from the chest, and blood spattered on him. Thump, the bearded soldier's internal organs flowed out from his torn chest, and he fell to the ground and died miserably on the spot. The soldiers nearby looked at all this with wide eyes and disbelief. They didn't see anyone at all. This life hook seemed to be produced out of thin air. Ghost, there really is a ghost. I don't know who shouted first. The soldiers woke up as if from a dream. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They panicked and pulled the triggers, wanting to shoot the ghost who didn't know where they were. Bang! 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 Bullets were fired one after another around the bearded soldier, and the air rippled slightly, as if they had really hit something, but their actions also brought death to themselves. The terrifying life hook was pierced from the neck of a soldier, and his head was cut off. Stab! Hooks and locks emerged from the void one after another. The sharp hooks were inserted into the chins of each soldier, and the blood-stained hook tips emerged from the foreheads. All the soldiers in this infantry squad were hung upside down and hung on the streetlights. Superior, when they heard the sound of firing, all the soldiers stationed on Lu Yuen Street were alerted. High-power searchlights immediately came over, and the tank platoon started moving tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. The soldiers also held rocket launchers and heavy machine guns, preparing to deal with the night raid by the Jiko group. But when the searchlight looked over, the Zen soldiers did not see the figure of the Jiko soldier. Instead, they saw a dozen soldiers hanging upside down from a street lamp, with blood dripping down their heads in a line, like pigs being bled. This is it. Before these soldiers could understand what was happening, one soldier screamed. A long iron chain was wrapped around his neck, and his body was pulled more than 10 meters into the sky. His feet and hands were fluttering and struggling, and he landed on a street billboard. His whole body was hanging on it, and he slowly suffocated and died during the struggle. Before the soldier died, he saw a tall and thin figure standing above the billboard. It seems that only by having substantial physical contact with this evil ghost can you see the other person's figure. Ho ho, pointing at the tall and thin ghost figure with trembling fingers, the soldier seemed to want to make a sound to remind his comrades, but the lack of oxygen prevented him from doing so. His struggling movements became slower and slower, and he gradually lost his vitality. Ghost, there is a ghost. This desperate and terrifying scene almost broke the soldier's outlook. At the same time, the sound of a long life-threatening hook piercing the human body continued to sound in Luyuan Street. Is the Jiko group attacking? Are there any super soldiers? Let the soldiers below be careful and prepare to call for heavy fire coverage from the rear. Wu Taiman was alerted and thought it was the Jeka group that launched an attack in the dark, but when he stood on the windowsill and looked towards Luyuan Street, he only saw the bodies of his soldiers being penetrated by the black life hooks that suddenly appeared. The bullets fired randomly by the soldiers were completely ineffective. It seemed that there was an invisible existence that was hunting the soldiers with this. Battalion Commander, the battalion commander is haunted, and we have encountered evil spirits. The deputy battalion commander hurried up, his face as pale as paper. I fucking saw it. Wu Taimin's heart was beating wildly. Although he was not superstitious, what he saw in front of him told him that the world was far from being as simple as he saw. There really were such things as ghosts. After calming down for a while, Wu Taimin judged the situation and issued an order: use explosives to blow it up. The ghost cannot be seen. We can only use explosions to see if we can hurt him. While speaking, Wu Taimin picked up the walkie-talkie and prepared to inform his superiors and the nearby Zen army about what happened here, but what confused him was that all communication equipment seemed to be severely interfered with, and no notification could be sent out at all. Wu Taimin didn't know that strange pale paper figures appeared at the four corners near Luyuan Street, and all outward communication signals were blocked. On the streets, the soldiers who received the order began to use rocket launchers and flamethrowers to try to attack the invisible enemy. Although the enemy cannot see it, the source of the enemy can be estimated based on the length of the black life hooks chain. Soldiers continued to die at the scene, and there were also explosions and flames. In the high temperature flame of the flamethrower, people saw a tall and thin ghost figure burned out by the flames. It's a ghost, he's there. The soldiers roared with surprise and joy. Many tanks on the scene found their targets. High explosive bombs kept hitting the tall and thin ghost figure that was revealed. The violent explosions shocked the nearby soldiers and injured them accidentally. But now the soldiers could no longer care. So many. Are you dead? After the explosion, the scene became quiet again, and no more soldiers were killed by the life hook. After a brief silence, the soldiers couldn't help but smile as if they had survived the disaster. We won, we killed the devil. Even a ghost can't stop a cannonball. Avenging our dead comrades. When the soldiers hugged each other and cried with joy, in a shop, a tall and thin ghost figure missing half of his body appeared here. The ghost's mouth was wide open, as if it was swallowing something, and its body was undergoing a slow transformation simultaneously. Originally only 2 meters tall, the dark body slowly squirmed and lengthened, gradually becoming 3 meters tall. The teeth were as sharp as knives, and the green eyes turned into dark red. This tall and thin ghost figure was, compared to it, was more terrifying and intimidating before. Almost as soon as he had completed his promotion transformation, the tall and thin ghost moved again, and his body appeared strangely in front of a tank. A layer of rust appeared on the surface of the tank, and the tall and thin ghost completely ignored the physical barriers. Its body was integrated into the steel of the tank like ink. The crew's screams of fear and anger suddenly rang out from inside the tank, and a rotten smell was emitted. At the same time, Wu Taimin, who thought the battle was over, was walking towards the command vehicle, preparing to leave in the vehicle to inform his superiors. When he got to the command vehicle and was about to ask the tank platoon to escort him, he saw that 3 of the 4 tanks in the tank platoon were motionless. He immediately realized that something was wrong. That devil is not dead yet, he is attacking our tank. Wu Taimin pointed to the last tank, which was growing rust. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt severe pain in his limbs and couldn't help but scream. The cry didn't last for a second before Wu Taimin lost consciousness. Hearing the familiar screams, the Zen soldiers on Luyuan Street became numb. Looking around with horrified eyes, they saw many comrades, including their own battalion commander, whose bodies were wrapped around their limbs and necks with life hooks, and their bodies were dismembered by 5 horses. Not only did the tall and thin ghost figure not die, but it became even more terrifying than before. Seeing that even the tanks were destroyed, the Zen soldiers on Luyuan Street collapsed and ran away crying. They still dared to fight against the super soldiers of the Jiko group, but the Li Gui thing was really beyond the ordinary. The confrontation just now had exhausted all their courage, and now that they saw the ghost appear again, the remaining courage faded away like the tide, and they could only use fear and the escape instinct brought about by survival. But these soldiers didn't know that before they left Luyuan Street, a pale paper figure floated over in the darkness and joined the hunt ferociously. The smell of death floats in Luyuan Street, which has turned into a hunting and slaughterhouse for ghosts. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Lingyuan Building. This is the tallest building in Jiweiqing, and there are similar high-rise buildings nearby. This area is the construction area of CBD, the high-end financial and commercial center of Jiweiqing. At this time, this area has fallen into the hands of the Zen government. To be precise, it has fallen into the hands of the Sakura Kingdom soldiers, the 1st Airborne Regiment. The 3 troops originally sent by the Sakura Kingdom, the 13th Self-Defense Force, were disabled at Wuha Military Camp, the Aviation Mixed Brigade was bombed at Putua Airport, and all fighter planes were scrapped. Only the 1st Airborne Regiment remained with its combat effectiveness intact. When the Zen government attacked Jiwei City, it called the Sakura Kingdom's only force currently in the Zen Kingdom to provide help, considering that in order to take care of the emotions of its allies, Sakura Country did not refuse and sent this elite paratrooper unit. 2 days ago, they occupied the rooftops of high-rise buildings in the CBD area by helicopter landing, and then cooperated with ground troops to take down this area, although it paid a heavy price. By capturing this part of the Lingyuan Building, the Sakura Kingdom also proved its strength to the allies of the Zen Kingdom, and it was definitely not as useless as it was at the beginning of the war. Today, the Lingyuan Building is still stationed by the 1st Airborne Regiment. The tall buildings here are very suitable for helicopters to take off and land. In addition, these paratroopers are indeed elite. Their skills and tactics are much higher than ordinary soldiers. There are also armed helicopters. Supplementing heavy firepower, it blocked 3 counterattacks by the Jeka group and has been holding on until now. At night, darkness enveloped the entire city, and the streets were littered with car wrecks and debris due to days of fighting. The cool breeze blew, and the leaves on the street swayed gently, making a rustling sound. Hiroyuki Ono, a Sakura Country soldier stationed here, yawned. After handing over to the soldiers on duty, he lay down behind a sandbag bunker and inspected a machine gun deployed here. I don't know if it's because he didn't sleep enough, but Hiroyuki Ono felt that the night was particularly dark tonight. The looming buildings in the distance were eerie and strange, and there was a faint rotten smell coming from the darkness, which made his whole body and mind feel very uncomfortable. Comfortable. What a weird smell. Ono Hiro muttered, adjusted the machine gun, pulled on the bullet chain and raised his head, but subconsciously rubbed his eyes, because he saw red lanterns hung on the street lights at some point. The lantern had big Chinese characters written on it, and it was blown back and forth by the night wind, emitting a strange red light like blood. Accompanied by the strange sound of blowing, a gorgeous sedan appeared in the field of vision. The sedan was made of red silk and satin, and colorful threads were used to embroider happy scenes such as a happy marriage of 100 years, a dragon and a phoenix, a beautiful flower, a full moon, and 2 swallows flying together. In addition to the 8 tall and strong men carrying the sedan, there were many figures nearby, like a wedding procession. The red makeup spread for 10 miles, and the huge procession carried colorful flags, blew swanas, beat gongs, carried high lanterns, etc., and walked with the sedan. A lively and festive atmosphere came to us. End of chapter. Chapter 322, The 1st Airborne Regiment of Sakura Kingdom is destroyed. 2 updates, 10,000 words, please vote for me. Ono Hiro's mouth opened wide, and the grand scene of red makeup welcoming the bride in front of him was really too bluffing. It's impossible for anyone to come here to hold a wedding, Ono Hiro thought in his mind. When the wedding team got closer and closer, Ono Hiro saw the situation of the team clearly. His hair stood up and he couldn't help but retreated, because the welcoming team that beat gongs, drums, played and sang, was actually not a living person, but a pale paper man carrying the sedan chair were 8 tall, fierce ghosts, completely devoid of human appearance. Ghost, I met a ghost. Fear made Ono Ero lose his voice. His mouth was open wide but no sound came out. A pale paper man seemed to have discovered his existence. The outline of his facial features revealed the uncanny valley effect, making people extremely frightened. The corners of the paper man's mouth curved slightly, and his body appeared in front of him floating like dead leaves and white paper blown by the wind. Ono Richiro finally came to his senses. In the face of life and death, he gathered strength in his hands and feet, pulled out the pistol from his waist, and pointed at the paperman and fired wildly. Bullets penetrated the paperman's body one after another, shooting out large transparent holes from the front and back. There are finger-sized holes on his head, chest, and thighs, but the paperman didn't react at all. Because he was not flesh and blood, he naturally didn't have the same vitals as humans. He just looked like a human, but he was actually far less fragile than ordinary humans. When Ono Richiro fired the magazine, the paperman was already close to his body, and his palm was inserted straight into his abdomen. "Help, help me!" There was severe pain in the waist and abdomen, and Ono Richiro's cry for help turned into a scream. The same goes for many nearby Sakura Country soldiers. It's not that they don't want to help, but they are also being targeted by the paper figures. The weird smile on the paperman's face became weirder and weirder. He pulled out the palm that was inserted into his body, and then continued to run forward. Behind him, Ono Richiro held his bleeding abdomen and instinctively looked for a hemostatic patch, but halfway through the movement, his body stiffened, and the frightened and uneasy expression on his face gradually calmed down, and finally turned into expressionless. Click. Ono Richiro turned around and chased in the direction of the paperman. Every time he took a step, the skin on his body peeled off like an old wall, revealing the white paper inside that was as pale as snow, and he suddenly turned into a paperman. On the outskirts of the CBD building area of Lingyuan Building, these paratroopers who were on guard duty were all transformed into brand new paper figures. However, the sound of fire from their resistance and struggle before death also reminded the Sakura National Army inside. Among the high-rise buildings, the paratroopers of the 1st Airborne Regiment of Sakura Kingdom quickly entered combat mode, with their guns and muzzles pointed in the direction of the paperman's attack. When two lights dropped from the sky with small parachutes, illuminating a 1-kilometer radius, the soldiers of the Sakura Kingdom saw clearly that the incoming enemies were not the Jakko soldiers they expected at all, but terrifying and weird paper monsters. Man, this is the kind of ghost that only appears in horror stories. Fire, fire quickly. Baga, no matter what they are, kill them all. If you don't want to die, just blow up these damn things. The officers were also afraid, but as elite paratroopers, they were calmer than ordinary soldiers. After a brief period of confusion, they did not forget their military qualities and commanded the defensive troops to open fire. Bang! 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 A powerful metal storm swept over, including rifle bullets, submachine gun bullets, machine gun bullets, and even machine guns. The dense hail of bullets covered each paperman. Faced with these ferocious bullets, some of the paper figures were torn to pieces, and their bodies were smashed into confetti. Especially the 25mm caliber cannons fired by infantry fighting vehicles can penetrate the paperman with a single shot. Although it still cannot kill the paperman with one shot, it causes more killings than ordinary bullets. The speed of the paperman was very fast, and another part of the paperman with various holes broke into the Sakura Country camp, and then started his own killing. The paperman's hands turned into spear shapes, and they could easily pierce the human body, regardless of the soldiers. Wearing body armor or not, any soldier whose body is pierced and whose blood comes into contact with the paperman will have his body transformed into a new paperman within 10 seconds and turn around to attack his teammates. Zombies are zombies. Idiots, beat them to death quickly. That's our comrade. They are no longer human. Stop being so merciful. They want to kill everyone, Baga. The soldiers were frightened by the paperman's attack method. This infectious ability immediately reminded them of the zombies in the movie, and the combat power of these papermen was much more terrifying than the zombies. Zombies are just flesh and blood and will die if shot in the head, but the paperman cannot be killed unless his body is broken into pieces. More and more soldiers began to understand that these ghosts were unreasonable and could only be eliminated through killing. After the chaos, the commander mobilized all heavy firepower. In addition to all kinds of bullets, tanks and armored vehicles arrived on the battlefield. The tanks fired fiercely with high explosive bombs. With one shot, the bodies of the hit paper figures were immediately wiped out. While the M3 cavalry armored vehicle was strafing with its machine cannon, it fired TOW anti-tank missiles one after another. The missiles trailed tail flames, pursued the paper figures, and exploded. Some soldiers who had not yet been infected were blown away, and their limbs and arms flew away. Everywhere, there was a buzzing sound of propellers in the sky, and the rocket launching nests of multiple armed helicopters were shaking continuously. The dense aviation rockets exploded, drawing out a sea of fire that spread hundreds of meters. The covered paper figures were instantly burned to ashes. These paper figures are afraid of fire and attack with fire. An officer discovered the weakness of the paperman and decisively used the walkie-talkie to notify the soldiers to change weapons. The flamethrower came on stage, and long tongues of flame swept the paperman into flames. Soldiers also threw white phosphorus grenades, which ignited and burned the paperman's body. The terrifying white phosphorus continued to burn through the paperman's body. More and more heavy firepower was put into the battlefield, and with the paperman's weaknesses mastered, in less than 10 minutes, the last paperman was blown to pieces by a rocket launcher. The scene was in a mess. It was just a wave of paperman's impact. Although the Sakura Kingdom soldiers finally eliminated the paperman, they also paid extremely heavy casualties. Because they were afraid of the paperman's terrifying infection ability, the artillery shells did not care about any accidental damage. Many Sakuras, the Chinese soldiers, finally died in the hands of their own people. These weapons, so interesting. In the sedan, Han Ruyan lifted the curtain and looked at the smoke-filled battlefield over there, not feeling the slightest bit distressed by the demise of the paperman. That's just the tiniest bit of her ability, a toy transformed through the Tianyu ghost map. If you want, you can summon it again at any time. This celebration is to see me off. Hearing the cheers of the Sakura Kingdom soldiers, Han Ruyan originally didn't want to go out in person, but her husband specifically asked her to destroy this group of Sakura Kingdom soldiers and not let any of them go, so she came here in person. Looking at the armed helicopters flying hundreds of meters low in the sky, Han Ruyan raised his left hand and made a grabbing gesture. Eye in the sky. In the cabs of helicopters, horrific scenes happen. One by one of these helicopter pilots, their body clothes turned into red wedding dresses. The wedding dress seemed to be embedded in flesh and blood, constantly sucking their blood and life, and became tighter and tighter, turning the people into mummies in the blink of an eye. And those armed helicopters in flight naturally cannot continue to fly after losing the control of the pilot. A group of Sakura Kingdom soldiers were alarmed by the strong wind above their heads and ran away in panic. However, an armed helicopter fell crookedly toward the ground. The high-speed rotating propeller was like a lawnmower. It flew towards this direction and instantly killed 7 or 8 Sakura country soldiers who had not run out of range. Harvesting, being spun and cut in half. Dozens of helicopters either crashed to the ground or crashed into high-rise buildings. Not a single one was spared. The fragments produced by the explosion also killed and injured many paratroopers on the ground in Sakura country. The Sakura Kingdom soldiers who thought they had defeated the demon just now were dumbfounded and realized that the matter might not be over yet. The rest is up to you. Han Ruyan turned around and walked back to the sedan chair. Without those helicopters, the remaining Sakura Nation troops did not need her to personally take action. Roar, hiss, ho, on both sides of the sedan chair where Han Ruyan was sitting, fierce ghosts looked in the direction of the Sakura Kingdom soldiers, slowly stepped forward, and began to clean up after entering the venue. The Sakura Kingdom soldiers near Lingyuan building soon discovered that ghosts more terrifying than those paper figures had appeared. At some point in the sky, red lanterns floated in the air. The red lanterns exuded joy, and the characters on them were clearly visible. A Sakura Kingdom soldier walked under the lantern and suddenly stood still, his flesh and blood turning into wax. The soldier next to him didn't notice anything until he accidentally touched him and his body melted and fell to the ground. When some soldiers raised their heads to look at the red lantern, a bloodline suddenly appeared on their necks, their faces were dull, and their heads separated from their necks, drifting towards the red lanterns in mid-air and turning into a new lantern with human heads. While the headless corpse on the spot swayed twice and fell to the ground, this scene was extremely spectacular. Out of curiosity, many of these Sakura country soldiers looked up, and as a result, hundreds of lanterns with human heads appeared in the air. Even the driving members in tanks and armored vehicles, when they see the lantern above their heads through the periscope, their heads also turn into human-headed lanterns. However, the human head lantern could not fly out and could only bump back and forth in the narrow tank cabin, scaring the other crew members to death. Don't look up, don't look up, your head will fly. The remaining Sakura country soldiers finally reacted, shouting in horror and looking extremely pale. 100,000 homes are lit by candlelight, and red makeup can be seen on every door. A tall figure, holding a red lantern, slowly appeared in front of the Sakura country self-defense forces. He walked slowly towards the Sakura country position without haste or slowness, as if walking leisurely. The fear of the Sakura Kingdom soldiers reached its peak, and all kinds of light and heavy firepower immediately covered the lantern ghost eye. In the dense explosion of fire, the lantern ghost disappeared, leaving only one red lantern flying unsteadily into the air, mixed with other red lanterns. These red lanterns are constantly lowered and flying. Once someone's neck is caught, the head will be harvested. The Sakura Kingdom soldiers wanted to resist, but even if the bullets could knock down the lanterns, it would be of no use. There are too many lanterns. Only the flamethrower can slightly restrict the lanterns, but it is still difficult to curb the killing of the lantern ghosts. A Sakura Kingdom soldier's head will be harvested almost every second. These Sakura Kingdom paratroopers who had not been defeated by the Paperman could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts at this moment. Ignoring the officer's scolding, one after another the soldiers gave up their positions, turned around and ran towards the rear. No, we can't win at all. If we stay here, we will die, we will definitely die. A Sakura country soldier's eyes were full of fear, and he dropped the rifle in his hand. He just rushed back with his head covered, abandoning his comrades who were still holding on. In the glass curtain wall facing the street, a woman with a graceful figure wearing a white dress appeared on the glass, looking at the escaping Sakura country soldier with faint eyes. As if aware of this gaze, the Sakura Kingdom soldier subconsciously turned his head to look at the glass curtain wall, and then looked at the woman in the white dress. A cold breath rushed from the soles of the Sakura Kingdom soldier's feet to his forehead, and his legs shook involuntarily, gripped by inexplicable fear. Obviously the woman in the white dress looked very normal, but the fear she brought to him was no less than those of the red lanterns. The body of the woman in the white dress weirdly penetrated through the glass, changing from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. Her steps seemed slow, but in fact she was surprisingly fast. She took dozens of meters in one step, and she reached the Sakura country soldier in half a step. In front of you. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can kill me. The Sakura country soldier was frightened out of his mind. His eyes were full of madness. He raised his fist and hit the woman in the white dress. His fist seemed to hit the air, directly penetrating the body of the woman in the white dress. This time, the body of the woman in the white skirt was translucent, like a mirror. The Sakura Kingdom soldier's arm directly extended into the body of the woman in the white skirt, almost sinking into the mirror, and in the mirror, one after another women in white dresses with the same figure and face grabbed his arm and pulled him into the mirror. Little by little, the Sakura Kingdom soldiers wanted to struggle, but they couldn't resist the force. The other Sakura country soldiers who were escaping behind saw this scene, and their scalps were about to explode. Someone fired wildly at the woman in the white dress, shattering her body like a mirror. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knocking sound from the side. The group of Sakura country deserters turned around and saw that in the glass curtain wall of the nearby shop, the Sakura country soldier just now was inside the glass. He seemed to be trapped inside, and he was begging and crying. Knocking on the glass, trying to escape from that world. A group of soldiers swallowed hard. In the glass curtain wall, there was a new woman in a white dress, moving from far to near, slowly walking from the glass to reality. Bang! Some soldiers chose to shoot directly, fearing that the female ghost in the white dress would come to reality and bring them into the mirror world. The glass curtain wall shattered, and before these Sakura country soldiers could breathe a sigh of relief, more and more dense footsteps could be heard. The figure of the woman in the painting also appears in the broken glass shards. Several high-rise buildings nearby, those with a height of hundreds of meters, all use glass curtain walls as their exterior walls. At this time, on each glass curtain wall, at the same time, the female figure in the painting. 10, 100, or 1,000 women from the painting appeared in reality, capturing all the Sakura Kingdom soldiers they saw into the mirror world. The soldiers of the Sakura Kingdom's 1st Airborne Regiment were desperate. There was a lantern ghost in front of them and a painting girl behind them. These two extremely terrifying ghosts almost blocked all their ways to escape. These paratroopers collapsed completely. No one dared to resist. They wanted to escape from this terrifying ghost hunting ground, but this time, it was not only the 2 5th-level ghosts, Lantern Ghost and the girl in the painting, who were dispatched, but many lower-level ghosts also participated. In the streets and alleys, there is a female ghost with disheveled hair, eyes like will-o'-the-wisps, arms clinging to the wall like spiders, a cold aura all over her body, and a pair of vicious eyes that make people stand on end in the dark. She was like a spider, quietly lurking in the alley, waiting for her prey to come to her. When the panicked Sakura country soldiers ran into the alley and bumped into the female ghost, they would be dragged into the dark house. Accompanied by bursts of chewing sounds and screams that were not like human voices, the corpses were brutally decomposed. There is a Butcher Lee Gue who is over 2 meters tall and is holding a huge bone-cutting knife. He is fat and covered with fat. This butcher ghost set up a frying pan, polished a bloody bone-cutting knife, and led several huge fierce dogs as strong as lions. After seeing the soldiers of the Sakura Kingdom, he would directly attack and release ferocious dogs to hunt down and bite the soldiers. After the dogs brought the prey back, he would directly cut off the human body with a bone-cutting knife. There are also hang ghosts wandering around the house, and many Sakura country soldiers who want to enter the house and hide there will smell a strong smell of decay. Then his neck was wrapped with a hemp rope, and his body was hung from the ceiling, accompanied by a hang ghost. There are Sakura Kingdom soldiers who want to kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy, but the ghosts are not human beings and will not be swayed by emotions. Facing these soldiers begging for mercy, the ghosts will only use their own methods to absorb the fear emotions. After leaving, there will be bodies left behind. Point one after another, the fierce ghosts started killing happily in Lingyuan building. Since entering Blue Star, the restrained desire to kill was completely released at this moment. The dead bodies were everywhere, and the wailing and crying of Sakura Kingdom soldiers were everywhere. If the 1st Airborne Regiment of Sakura Kingdom dared to resist bravely and relied on various heavy firepower, they might be able to replace some low-level ghosts. However, they who escaped would no longer cooperate with each other in the face of inhuman and terrifying existences such as ghosts. As fragile as an insect, it died miserably at the hands of evil spirits. The massacre did not last long, less than 10 minutes, and soon the entire Lingyuan building area fell into silence. The 1,500 elite paratroopers of the Sakura country all became fear material. On the roof of the rooftop, the wedding dress ghost absorbed a lot of fear. The night wind blew the hem of her skirt, and the blood color of the wedding dress on her body became more and more vivid. Chapter 323 Result, First Update, Jiweiqing Lingyuan Building. When Valentine received the news and came with his troops to take over, what he saw was a purgatory-like scene. In this building area, there are scrapped and twisted helicopters and armored fighting vehicles everywhere. Some tanks rolled over, and some exploded with their lids opened. The roaring fire has not been extinguished to this day. In front of the open square of Lingyuan Building, thousands of Sakura Kingdom soldiers were piled here, forming a small mountain of corpses. The fire spread across the mountain of corpses, gradually burning the corpses into ashes. In some places that had not yet been affected by the fire, Valentin saw with his own eyes that some of the corpses had broken limbs, some had their heads missing, and some had been chopped into pieces, and no intact body parts could be found. The pungent smell of blood makes people nauseous. It can be seen that the dead faces of many Sakura Kingdom soldiers have bulging eyes, full of fear, and it is not known what they saw before they died. Mr. Su, are all the 1st Airborne Regiment of Sakura country here dead? Valentine felt that his voice was trembling slightly because such a record was so amazing. It's not that he didn't dispatch troops to recapture the Lingyuan building, but he was forced to retreat after 2 attempts. This paratrooper unit can indeed be called an elite unit. Su Jie stood side by side with Han Ruyan at this time. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Your eyes are right. I said that the night operations are left to Miss Han, and she will be responsible for dealing with the enemy." Valentine swallowed his saliva and was shocked inside. "Miss Han, I hope we can cooperate more." Valentine glanced at Han Ruyan, who was still as cold as before, but thinking that the mysterious unit under her name could easily eliminate more than 1,000 Sakura Nation paratroopers, such combat power made him feel sincere awe. Although the opponent is mysterious, it is undoubtedly a good thing for the heavy-duty combined brigade stationed here. Okay, you take people to deal with the equipment and ammunition. There is still a lot of equipment that can be used, don't waste it. Su Jie sent Valentine away and said to Han Ruyan, "What do you think? Is the battlefield here suitable for you?" Han Ruyan nodded slightly and said, "Killing provides more fear than scaring people. I hope it can continue. That is to say, in a war, there are not so many opportunities on ordinary days." Su Jie reached out and grabbed Han Ruyan's little hand. Because he and Han Ruyan were bound through the 9 nether ghost raising technique, Su Jie could sense Han Ruyan's state. Nowadays, Han Ruyan, after absorbing a large amount of fear energy, is like a kettle that is about to be filled up, and has almost completed the promotion to the 6th level of ghost. Han Ruyan withdrew her hand and said indifferently, "It still needs some time." A smile appeared on Su Jie's face. "I'm about to break through, let's see who among us advances first." At the Yancheng headquarters, the highest general of the Zen Sakura army, Major General Yoshimura Yuichi, held the telegram in his palms trembling, looking at the battle report above about the disappearance of the 1st Airborne Regiment. His eyes were red as if he wanted to eat people. What do you mean by missing? There are more than 1,500 people in the 1st Airborne Regiment. There are not just 1 or 2 soldiers in the 1st Airborne Regiment. You are trying to excuse me by saying they are missing? Slapping the battle report on the table, Yoshimura Yuichi's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth, and it was frighteningly cold. Now the Sakura army in the Zen Kingdom is the only one left, the 1st Airborne Regiment. As a result, all of them disappeared inexplicably. How can he accept this? They are not ordinary troops, but elite paratroopers with combat capabilities. They are unique in Sakura country. Facing Yoshimura Yuichi's anger, the staff officers and intelligence personnel below looked at each other with wry smiles on their faces. General Yoshimura, I'm afraid this matter has something to do with the Zen Kingdom. Our airborne regiment went to seize the city for them, but they failed to take responsibility, which led to the disappearance of our 1st Airborne Regiment. Someone had an idea and directly passed the responsibility to the Zen government first. Yes. If it weren't for the wrong command of the Zen government, how could something happen to our 1st Airborne Regiment? The troops should not have been sent to Jiweiqing in the first place. The Zen government must have used the Airborne Regiment as cannon fodder and handed over the most dangerous Lingyuan building to our Airborne Regiment for garrison, which is why this failure occurred. We need the Zen government to give us an explanation. Our soldiers cannot just disappear in vain. The other staff officers in the command room's eyes lit up and they all echoed. After the defeat in the last battle, many people in the headquarters were demoted and lost their posts. If they are to be blamed for the disappearance of the 1st Airborne Regiment, there is no telling how many people will be held accountable. Yoshimura Yuichi's face softened a little, but his anger remained. How is the investigation of the 1st Airborne Regiment going? Why did it suddenly disappear without any news? General, according to our investigation, our 1st Airborne Regiment was not the only unit that had an accident. Last night, a total of 4 garrison units in Jiwei City disappeared mysteriously. It is true that nearby Zen soldiers heard the exchange of fire, but there was no as soon as any communication came out, the soldiers sent to investigate also disappeared. In just one night, as many as 2,500 soldiers disappeared. We currently have preliminary suspicion that the Jiko group used electronic warfare to suppress it, and it is very likely that it mobilized the Steel Battalion to attack. There may be new technologies that we are not aware of. Those missing soldiers should have died heroically, and their areas were retaken by the Jiko group. 3,000 people were gone in one night, and no news has been released yet. Yoshimura Yuichi took a breath. Such casualties were already shocking. Can this be achieved with that Steel Battalion? I remember that the Zen government has a lot of newly equipped armored forces. Can those first-class super soldiers be able to withstand it? Yoshimura Yuichi was a little doubtful. He was still made of flesh and blood, so he couldn't resist the cannon. We are still investigating. The actions of the Steel Battalion are very secretive and we have not received accurate information yet. Let's figure things out as soon as possible. If we can't find out what means the enemy used to accomplish this, I'm afraid Jiweiqing will not be captured as scheduled. Yoshimura Yuichi ordered, then looked at a group of eager staff officers below and sighed. I will explain the situation back home. The responsibility for the disappearance of the 1st Airborne Regiment is not ours, but the irresponsibility of the Zen government. After hearing this, many officers and staff members breathed a sigh of relief. In addition, a total of 22,000 soldiers from the newly dispatched 9th Division, 7th Division, and Aviation Mixed Regiment of the Self-Defense Forces will arrive in Zen Kingdom in the next 10 days. I estimate that Jiweiqing cannot be captured. Jibang will most likely fall into the hands of the Jeka group. This situation is absolutely unacceptable to us, so we must be prepared for the next war. This Jeka group is more powerful than expected. Even more difficult and scary. Yoshimura Yuichi talked about another incident. When the Zen government troops rushed to help, they were blocked in Jiwei City. Seeing that Yoshimura was in danger, the group of 8 became anxious. Countries coordinated with each other to help Sakura Country transport soldiers and equipment together, otherwise, the trouble and preparation involved in transporting 20,000 troops from thousands of kilometers away would not have been possible in such a short time. Great! With these 20,000 troops, especially the fighter planes arriving in the Zen Kingdom, we will regain air supremacy and the advantage in this war will be back in our hands. The officer below looked excited. The reason why this war was so difficult was 90% related to the destruction of air supremacy at the beginning of the war. If the air superiority is in hand, the heavy-duty combined brigade of the Jekka group will be bombed and crippled on the plains heading to Jiwei City. How could it be like now that it would become a nail stuck there, causing the death of 50,000 Zen kingdoms? The soldiers were surrounded. Once the 20,000 elite troops arrive, the Jekka group will be wiped out. May your military fortune be prosperous, gentlemen. Yoshimura Yuichi stood up and said seriously. Hi, long live His Majesty the Emperor. A group of military officers and staff stood up one after another with fanatical faces. The battle for Jiweiqing is still going on. After entering the new century, this siege can be said to be one of the most brutal urban offensive and defensive battles. I don't know how many countries are paying attention to it, learning from its experiences and lessons, and improving and training their own military. On the internet, videos released by the warring parties between the Zen government and the Jekka group are released every day, attracting a group of people who want to watch Jekka group's electronic warfare is so awesome. Not even a single drone can get close to Jiweiqing. That sniper Tipazan from the Jiko group, have you seen his first-person sniping angle? It's really accurate. With headshots and snipers, it is said that he has killed more than 200 enemies, almost rivaling those of the legendary snipers of World War II. The Zen government is stuck in the quagmire of urban warfare. Their indiscriminate bombing of soldiers and civilians has had no effect. Large areas of the city are still in the hands of the Jiko group. Look at the news. The 1st Airborne Regiment of Sakura Country has been destroyed. I'm glad to hear it. While everyone was discussing enthusiastically, half a month passed by in a flash. The Zen government continued to invest troops in the fight for Jiweiqing, but the effect cannot be said to be completely absent. It can only be said to have little effect, especially during this half-month offensive. Every night was a nightmare for those Zen soldiers. This is not only a switch from day to night. The enemies faced by these Zen soldiers will also switch from humans to inhuman ghosts. At first, the Zen soldiers were confused, but then everyone gradually came to their senses, although I don't know what means the Jekka group used to achieve it, and there is no news that it can wipe out the organized garrison, but those Zen soldiers are no longer willing to stay in Jiwei City at night. It is not that the Zen army has not made efforts, such as establishing a rescue system and sending telegrams every 10 minutes. But it still cannot prevent the disappearance of the troops when a unit loses contact. When the reinforcements arrive at their destination, there are already dead bodies everywhere, or even the reinforcements are missing. In the end, the Zen government could not bear this kind of loss. Every night, it lost as little as 700 or 800 to as many as more than 1,000 garrison troops. No matter how big the family was, it was not enough. Part of the Jiweiqing area originally occupied by the Zen government was gradually vomited out and reoccupied by the Jekka group, and the offensive intensity became increasingly weak. In the face of huge losses, the morale of the entire Chan army surrounding Jiwei City was depleted and they were no longer able to pose a decent threat. When the Zen government gave up on capturing Jiwei City, the 50,000 elite Zen soldiers surrounded by Jinlao Mountain also ushered in their own end. End of chapter. Chapter 324 Swallowing Jibang, second update, Jibang Jinlao Mountain. 50,000 Zen soldiers were in a desperate situation with no ammunition or food. Those who can be sent to the front line to confront the Jekka group are the most capable frontline veteran troops of the Zen government, but even if we can fight again, we will face a situation of lack of food, water, and ammunition. Whether it is a modern army or an ancient army, it is inevitable that it will be defeated. In the trench of Jinlao Mountain, a short figure rolled in, clutching 2 struggling bulls with his left hand, his dark face full of smiles. Lapu, Orange, a phone, everyone, come here quickly and see what good things I have caught. Dua excitedly carried the field mouse, but the happy mood on his face did not last for a few seconds. After seeing the sad mood of his comrades in the bomb-proof cave, he seemed to understand something. Monitor, Dua's palms trembled slightly and he saw a sealed body bag in the corner of the blast hole. 5 days ago, the squad leader who had been taking care of him followed a group of people to the logistics quartermaster's place to cause trouble in order to get food. As a result, when they dispersed, he was injured by the supervising team. The wound became infected, and there was a lack of food and clean drinking water. And kept having a high fever. The monitor didn't make it through. A comrade's voice was low. During the days of siege, the Jeka group continued to carry out shelling. Many times, soldiers were either blown away by the shells or died from time to time in the Zen troops in Jilao Mountain due to lack of water, food, and medicine during the siege. Those who were killed were only a few, hiding in the shell-proof holes. Unless they were hit directly by large-caliber howitzers, nothing would happen. More soldiers died of various diseases. In a tropical rainforest environment like Zen country, October is a very hot time, and high temperatures and rain are the norm here. Exposed to the high temperatures for days, the soldiers hiding in the shell holes and trenches were like a group of gophers in a sweltering steamer. Both physical strength and will are being tortured, and people suffer from heatstroke every moment. Sometimes after high temperatures, there would be continuous rain for several days, causing the trenches to become muddied. This hot and humid environment caused many soldiers to suffer from various skin diseases. The most common one is jungle foot rot on the feet. In the absence of medical treatment, he could only watch his feet rotting away. More soldiers ate contaminated food and rainwater, causing various types of diarrhea, high fever, and dehydration. Nowadays, the logistics field hospitals are no longer accepting people. Soldiers who are sick have to carry themselves. If they can bear the burden, they will live, and if they cannot bear it, they will die. Can we still win this battle? Dua sat dejectedly on the dirt, his eyes full of confusion and helplessness. Before the war started, Dua's 5th Infantry Division of the Zen government army, with the highest number, was the elite of the elite. It often played guerrilla warfare with those warlords in the rainforest, and its record was very good. Dua originally thought that this expedition would be the same as usual, but as a result, they were surrounded in Jinlao Mountain and were unable to advance or retreat. They had to endure bombings and torture of illness and hunger every day. The morale of these soldiers had long been worn away. Win. Unless the government can open up Jiweiqing, it will take the lead to win. The soldier on the side lit a fire while muttering, and put the 2 voles on it to roast. Several soldiers sat around and swallowed hard, their eyes glowing green. Hunger is also a problem for the Zen army in Jinlao Mountain today. At first, they had 3 meals a day, then 2 meals a day, and now, it is 1 meal every 2 days, and they eat food that even dogs would not eat. The soldiers at the bottom were so hungry every day that they had to go out to find wild game to add to their meals, risking being killed by the Jiko group's artillery shells, such as Duat. However, the ecology of Jinlao Mountain is not enough to supply 50,000 hungry troops. After many days, the ground has been scraped 3 feet away. Not to mention all kinds of game, mice are the most delicious food. Now people have begun to chew tree bark and weeds. The Zen government also tried airdropping supplies. Only airdrops can drop so much food. Even 1 cent for 50,000 people is not enough for a meal. Later, several transport helicopters were shot down by individual air defense missiles from the Jiko group. This airdrop was never seen again. Hey, light a fire and smoke, do you want to attract cannonballs and kill us? There was a roar, and the group of soldiers who were roasting field mice turned around to see 2 supervisors walking over. Because recently there are always people fleeing due to disordered military morale, these supervisory teams are also stepping up inspections and find that deserters are not merciless. When they saw the 2 roasted voles, the 2 supervisors' eyes suddenly lit up and they immediately walked over at a faster speed. I'm sorry, we are so hungry. Look, it's broad daylight. We are in a dense forest and the smoke is not obvious. We will put out the fire immediately after baking. A veteran stood up and tried to clear things up. If everyone did this like you, there would be no need for rules. The supervising team stamped out the bonfire, then picked up 2 field mice and said, "This thing is confiscated. Let us teach you a lesson." Although the war supervisors, had slightly better food than ordinary soldiers, they were still hungry and could not resist the temptation of roasting field mice. A group of soldiers were so angry at the actions of the 2 war supervisors that their faces turned red and white for a while, and they couldn't say a word for a long time. Dua didn't want to let it go. Thinking of the dead squad leader, he was extremely angry. An uncontrollable anger flashed in his eyes. The skin on his face was twisted ferociously. His palm touched the rifle. Click, the crisp sound of the safety opening sounded. Upon hearing this sound, the two supervisory teams subconsciously turned around to look. Then they saw Dua raising his rifle and pointing it at them, which shocked them. One of them dodges very fast and immediately turns over to dodge, but the other person is half a beat too slow. The next second, bullets spurted out, instantly punching several bullet holes in the body of the supervisor until he died. He looked in disbelief that these big soldiers dared to kill the supervising team. Dua held his gun and was about to find another supervisory team who had ducked into the corner trench, but he found that the other party had fallen in a pool of blood, and it was another group of soldiers who attacked him. The group of soldiers kept taking out their bayonets and stabbing the supervising team member in retaliation, one after another, still cursing loudly. Let you deduct military rations, let you disregard our life and death, let you be more majestic, I will fucking rebel today. At worst, I will surrender to the Jekka group, and I will not sacrifice my life for you bunch of beasts. When the screams of the supervising team gradually stopped, the soldiers raised their heads, looked at Dua and said, "Brother, I've had enough of their anger. Let's turn against them." Dua gritted his teeth, nodded heavily, and said through gritted teeth, "If you rebel against him, you will never work for the Zen government again. We want to live." Several of Dua's comrades also stood up at this time and said angrily, "Forget it, my head is just a scar if it falls off. I have had enough of chewing bark and grass roots every day." The huge movement here attracted people. A large number of soldiers emerged from the trenches and gun holes. When they heard the shouts and roars, they also joined the crowd and became angry. "Rebel him. We want food, we want bread. I won't fight this battle, I want to eat." The anger and frustration caused by the siege for many days completely broke out at this moment, and the soldiers joined Dua's team one after another. Along the way, the resisting team received a mass response, and soldiers continued to join them, and the entire Jilao Mountain became completely lively. The Zen army stationed at Jilao Mountain can persist until now without mutiny, which is considered to be tenacious. After all, most of their family members lived under the territory of the Zen government, and the soldiers were afraid that their surrender would harm their families. But now that things have developed, dissatisfaction has accumulated to its peak, like a flash flood that is out of control, and when the mutiny broke out, it was impossible for the supervising team to suppress it, and they were beaten back and forth. When it was the turn of the guard companies of those senior officers, facing the counterattack of tens of thousands of soldiers, they were like a pebble in a rolling wave. Throwing it in could not make any waves at all. In the end, they could only be dragged along and join the rebel team. The commander of the Jinlaoshan battle was Zen Lieutenant General Wu Denkai. At this time, he was awakened by the noise outside. He hurried out to the command room and received news of a mutiny by the soldiers. What? How did it happen? Wu Denkai was dumbfounded. He also knew in his heart that after being besieged for a long time, the soldiers would become tired of fighting and dissatisfied. But when he thought about it, the most the soldiers could do was surrender to the Jiko group. Why did it seem that something was wrong now? They were coming for senior officers like himself. "Prepare a helicopter for me immediately, I want to leave." With his heart trembling, Wu Denkai did not dare to face the rebels to persuade them, but immediately wanted to escape by helicopter. There are many officers who think the same as him. Most of these senior officers are from influential local families in Shan Kingdom, and they basically have not climbed up from the bottom step by step. As long as they return to the territory of the Zen government, most of them can continue to enjoy their glory and wealth. How can they be willing to accompany those untouchables to surrender to the Jekka group? Wu Denkai and a group of senior officers ran to the helicopter takeoff and landing area in embarrassment. Many people now regret it. If they had known earlier, they should have run away earlier, but they were afraid of being held accountable by the Zen government, and they did not want to lose the power in their hands. As a result, they have been delaying until today. They are going to run away. Those popular and popular officers are going to run away. When the soldiers who fought back saw this scene, this move was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Feeling abandoned and betrayed, the soldiers opened fire directly on the airport. The bullets killed many senior officers who were too late to board the plane. Some who were lucky enough to board the helicopter were bombarded by soldiers with rockets during the slow takeoff stage. The casualties on the scene were extremely heavy. No, don't. Wu Denkai saw a rocket flying straight towards him. He had just got on the helicopter, and his eyes were as white as bells. Fear made his pants wet, but no matter what, His life disappeared like fireworks in the bright explosion of the rocket. A few minutes later, many senior officers were basically slaughtered by the angry soldiers, and the scene was a mess. 5 kilometers away from Jilao Mountain, soldiers from the Jeka group are conducting routine garrison here to prevent the Zen army from breaking through. Suddenly, many soldiers heard the sound of dense footsteps. The drone also saw a large number of ragged soldiers walking over on the ground, numbering in the hundreds. Enemy attack. The Jiko soldiers immediately prepared for battle, but what was strange was that these soldiers did not carry any firearms, and they raised their hands high. Some even pulled a white cloth and hung it on a stick to shake it. What's going on? This is surrender. The battalion commander stationed here gradually came to his senses and asked his soldiers not to shoot, and then passed the news to the top commander here. After a while, Lu Yingying came to the front of the position accompanied by a group of senior officers. She came here today for inspection and to dispatch some logistical supplies, but she didn't expect to encounter this incident. Are you going to surrender? Lu Yingying looked at these soldiers, who were sallow and skinny and covered in rot and mud. Many of them were staggering when they walked and felt like they would fall down at any time. We want to surrender. I represent not only myself, but the entire 50,000 soldiers in Jilao Mountain, but there is a prerequisite for our surrender. Duhua looked at Lu Yingying, feeling a little uneasy, afraid of being rejected by Lu Yingying. What conditions? Lu Yingying looked deeply at Duhua. She had already discovered that he was not a senior officer. He did not have any epaulets or stars on his shoulders, he was just an ordinary soldier. Let us eat and be full. Duhua stated his request. Only those who have been hungry know how happy it is to have a full stomach. Lu Yingying was a little stunned and thought it was something. That's it, I promise you. Without thinking, Lu Yingying agreed. Duhua's face was filled with joy, he saluted respectfully, and said loudly, I, Private Duhua, represent the 12th Infantry Division, the 5th Infantry Division, the 7th Infantry Division, the 3rd Armored Brigade, and the 19th Mechanized Infantry Division of the Zen Kingdom. Today, November 10th, officially surrendered to the Jeka Group. On behalf of the Jiko Group, I accept your surrender. Let's go have a meal. Lu Yingying smiled, knowing what they wanted most now. She waved her hand and asked people to take them to dinner. An hour later, hundreds of logistics support vehicles from the Jeka Group drove up Jilao Mountain without any resistance along the way. The Zen soldiers just stood on the side of the road, watching the convoy helplessly when the logistics support vehicle stopped and opened the carriage. Steamed buns, porridge, sausages, jams, hot dishes and hot soup were brought out. The whole place was filled with cheers. Soon, rifles were thrown on the ground and piled up into a hill. The Zen soldiers surrendered to the Jiko soldiers in large numbers, and then eagerly gobbled them up. At this point, it took nearly a month for the 50,000 most elite soldiers of the Zen government to surrender to the Jeka Group after the Jeka Group wasted some shells and had a full meal. At the same time, this also means that the last resistance force in G State has disappeared. G State, a rich industrial state in the Zen Kingdom, officially fell under the control of the Jiko Group. When the news came out, the Zen Kingdom was shocked, Southeast Asia was shocked, and the whole world was shocked. No one expected that the war would progress so fast. In less than a month, the Jeka Group swept across the entire country of G State, killing more than 10,000 enemies and capturing 50,000 prisoners. It determined the fate of G State. War situation, end of chapter. Chapter 325, the 10th level of the Yunling realm, 3 updates, 10,000 words, please vote for me. The devil in Southeast Asia is on the move, and Ji Bang has become his snack. Which country will be dismembered next? Be wary of the aggressive actions of the Jiko Group. The world is being persecuted, the world needs us, and borders should be respected. The scale of illegal killings, including the inhumane phenomena found in the Jibang area of Zhan, is shocking. Shocking headlines appear on the news. The Western media continues to slander the Jiko Group and use various terms such as illegality, aggression, and challenging order to describe the Jiko Group's occupation of G State. On the contrary, Mao Zi and Huagua's stance is much fairer. However, the external public opinion war is fierce, and it cannot stop the Jeka Group's next military action. As the saying goes, the weapon of criticism cannot replace the weapon of criticism. After conquering Jilao Mountain and accepting 50,000 elite Zen soldiers as prisoners, the liberated Jiko army began to enter cities in Jibang, facing the menacing Jiko army. These cities can be said to be at a loss. Even the Zen government and the troops of the Sakura Kingdom allies were beaten to death. How could the police and firefighters in the city fight against the wolf-like Jeka group? Very smoothly, the Jiko group took over the governance of Jibang and brought it under the rule of the Jiko group. The total area of Jibang province is 75,000 square kilometers. The population here is as high as 9 million. The largest oil and gas field in the Zen Kingdom is also here, and the mineral resources are also very rich. These favorable natural resources have made Jibang full of various factories. The economic output here accounts for about 30% of the Zen economy. It can be said that Jibang's departure was equivalent to cutting off a major artery for the Zen government. After the Jeka group took over Jibang, its strength undoubtedly increased dramatically. Its territory expanded to 150,000 square kilometers, and the population under its rule exceeded 10 million. With a total population of 12 million. In particular, Ji State is still an industrial province. The increase in the war potential of the Jiko group cannot be replaced by other territories. Now it's not just the Zen government that's anxious, but the Sakura and beautiful countries in the group of 8 are even more anxious. Why is it that the Jiko group is getting stronger and bigger as it fights, and its war potential becomes more and more terrifying? To this end, the group of 8 further increased its assistance to the Zen government. The more than 20,000 elite soldiers of the Sakura Kingdom were ordered to enter the border with Ji State. Jibang is a rare plain area in the Zen Kingdom, and the outskirts of Jibang are covered with high mountains and dense forests. When the Sakura Kingdom soldiers enter here, they will be as big as 1 or 2. If it weren't for the help and guidance of the Zen government troops, I'm afraid the non-combat attrition would have been unknown. The Zen government, which was defeated in Jilao Mountain in Jiweiqing, also has insufficient military strength. Now it is just surrounding Ji State and dare not move easily again. It wants to wait for more armed support to arrive before launching an offensive. Taking advantage of this time, the Jeka group was busy digesting the newly acquired territory of Jibang, and time passed quietly as the two sides prepared for war. Mandar City, Fuman Breeding Farm, underground gooworm cultivation base. In a brightly lit underground environment, Sujie sat cross-legged in an open space, surrounded by a large number of spiritual stones and blood marrow crystals. An aura like a sea wave is constantly brewing in Sujie's body. The surrounding spiritual stones and blood marrow crystals are constantly evaporating spiritual energy. A large amount of spiritual energy is continuously flowing into Sujie's body, assisting Sujie's transformation. The aura in his body was rising higher and higher, like a volcano about to erupt. There was a stream of light above his head, surrounding Sujie's body, like a gorgeous Milky Way, carrying majestic fluctuations of spiritual powers. Gradually, the stream of light turned into clouds and mist, and these clouds and mist were transformed by spiritual power. The spiritual energy in Sujie's body had already turned into a liquid state when he was promoted to the 6th level of Yunling realm. Now it has gone a step further and reached the level of being released into a gaseous state. These clouds are Sujie's gaseous spiritual power. The transformation from liquid spiritual power to the release of gaseous spiritual power is the sign of promotion from the 9th level to the 10th level of Yunling realm. It also represents that the disciples of this realm have mastered the 3 changes of spiritual power and reached the perfection of the Yunling realm. Boom! These spiritual clouds turn from white clouds to black, accompanied by rumbling thunder, and purple sky thunder shining. Like silver snakes in the void. Sujie's purple sky thunder spontaneously operates, and his soul is slowly improving and transforming. The strength of the physical body will always feed back the spiritual soul. People who specialize in one discipline often have hidden dangers. Dual cultivation of soul and body is the right choice for most ascetics. Click! Suddenly, the clouds on Sujie's body flashed away, and above his soul, the Milky Way of light turned into a crystal clear portal, emitting a faint blue light. Sujie's heart moved, and he noticed that the ancient mirror was shaking slightly. This blue light portal slowly opens, and from the portal, you can vaguely see a bright sea of light. Countless colorful photons are like stars in the sky, shining in the silence, emitting a fascinating brilliance. Ancient mirror. Sujie's mind changed drastically. The sudden change of the ancient mirror made him a little confused. In the past, the ancient mirror only provided a shuttle between the two worlds. The second change was when his soul became a soul, it turned into a shadow and fell into the soul. This was the third change of the ancient mirror. Sujie noticed that there was a strange fragrance in the blue door that attracted him. It was different from the smell of any substance. It seemed to purify the soul and make people feel calmer than ever before. Could this be the legendary Sea of Heaven? Sujie felt a vague sense of familiarity, and a bold idea came to his mind. But this Sea of Heaven is completely different from the heaven he encountered in the Tianyuan world. In front of the heavenly Tao over there, Su Jie's Yuanshan is like a benthic microorganism in the sea. Compared with the heavenly Tao over there, the Yuanshan is like the contrast between the sea and the water droplets, completely worthless. Even if the soul is in it, it can only borrow the power of heaven for a few seconds. If it is used more, the entire soul will be directly annihilated and the soul will be scattered. But in the blue door opened by the ancient mirror, Su Jie felt the familiar way of heaven, but the sense of oppression given to him was completely different. So, this is Blue Star's way of heaven. Feeling the different intensity of the heavenly law, Su Jie understood instantly this must be the way of heaven on Blue Star, or maybe it is the way of heaven on this side of the solar system. It is not only spiritual energy that can produce the way of heaven. The way of heaven is more like a regular will, such as the rotation of the sun and the moon, and the changes of the 4 seasons. The way of heaven is also a kind of rule, but it is based on the rules of nature. It is a macroscopic and impenetrable existence. Aura is a type of energy. Although aura is indeed very magical, Blue Star also has energy, so it is not surprising that there is a way of heaven. Thinking of this, Su Jie was shocked. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and slowly approached the blue door with his soul, just one step closer. When Su Jie touched the colorful photons inside, Su Jie's whole soul instantly felt a deafening thunderclap sound in his soul, and his body and soul were cleansed and sublimated like never before. At the same time, Su Jie's soul sank directly into the door, like a free fish, swimming freely in the sea of heaven, feeling extremely comfortable and comfortable. I don't know whether it's because Su Jie is from Blue Star and the heavenly Tao here recognizes him more, or because Blue Star's heavenly Tao is not as overbearing and powerful as the Tian Yuan world, allowing his spirit to roam in it. In comparison, Su Jie's soul is just a microorganism in front of Tian Dao in the Tian Yuan world. Here in Blue Star Tian Dao, his soul has evolved to the level of a small fish. At least he can move freely and will not be driven away within a few seconds. Go out. Bo. Suddenly, Su Jie's soul touched a colorful photon. The photon instantly merged into Su Jie's soul, and the feeling was 10,000 times more refreshing than eating ice cream on a hot day. Su Jie's soul felt like he had taken 10 pounds of tonic pills, and his soul actually grew taller and taller. With Yuanshan, who originally looked like an infant, now actually grew a tiny 0.1 millimeter. It looks very inconspicuous, but this is the enhancement of the soul, and it only absorbs a small colorful photon. Su Jie's eyes immediately lit up, and his heart surged with excitement. Although he didn't know that these photons were magic, he knew that he was sure to eat these guys today. Gululu. Su Jie's soul quickly traveled in the sea of heaven, chasing those colorful photons to devour them. These colorful light spots move freely without any rules, and they float very fast, and they will instinctively avoid them when they get close. Su Jie was not discouraged at all and used all his strength to keep devouring those photons. His soul also continued to grow taller and taller. His traveling speed also became faster and he ate more photons. 1 minute passes, 10 minutes pass, an hour passed. Su Jie was like the snake in the snake game, chasing those light spots in the sea of heaven. As Su Jie devoured them, his body continued to grow longer. In just 1 hour, Su Jie's soul had become 1 meter tall, fully double the size before. The next transformation of the soul is to gradually grow from a baby form, and finally become indistinguishable from a real person, so that the soul and the physical body are perfectly unified. That realm of souls is called Hushan, which means the unity of spirit and body. The soul corresponds to the body 1-to-1. It is a realm that can only be touched by the Daotai realm. Su Jie's devouring now made his soul grow so much. Su Jie beamed with joy. Now Su Jie's soul had all 5 senses, hands and feet, and could make rich facial expressions. Boom, when Su Jie was happy, the blue door seemed to have reached the time to close, and the void around the door began to twist, as if it was about to be completely torn apart by this force. So fast. Su Jie felt very regretful. Although he had not eaten enough, once the door was closed, his soul would be completely trapped in the sea of heaven. Not daring to neglect, Su Jie quickly controlled his soul to swim out of the blue door. With a louder roar, the portal closed completely, and all the light and colorful photons disappeared. Su Jie also returned to his physical body. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the closed door and the ancient mirror that had quieted down in his mind. He became increasingly curious about the origin of this ancient mirror. He was actually able to pry the heavenly Tao on Blue Star's side and open a portal to the sea of heavenly Tao for him to enter and steal. End of chapter. Chapter 326. The 6th grade wedding dress ghost. First update. Su Jie felt that Gu Jing had calmed down again and tried to control the other party to help open Blue Star's sea of heaven, but there was no movement. Forget it, there will always be a chance in the future. Shaking his head, This ancient mirror must have great origins. Su Jie was very lucky to be able to use the two-realm shuttle door. For more things, it depends on chance. Putting away the ancient mirror, Su Jie stretched out his hand and pressed it on the floor, and the power of his soul washed away. The concrete is like a collapsed sandcastle, constantly turning into powder and collapsing downwards. Su Jie's soul is now 1 meter tall, and its strength has been greatly improved. In the past, his soul could not do this. Thunder is coming. Su Jie raised his head, and a thunderbolt exploded from the clear sky at the Fumen breeding farm above the ground. The thick thunder struck a huge bronze statue several meters high, cracking it on the spot. The employees nearby who heard the noise and came out to check were all stunned. This kind of bolt from the blue is so rare. In the underground base, Su Jie admired this scene with great satisfaction. The power of the Zixiao thunder was determined based on the soul. Now that his soul was strengthened, the intensity of the Zixiao thunder was also increasing. In Yunling realm, let me see who dares to touch me. Su Jie stood up from the ground, feeling the perfect and flawless spiritual power in his body, with a proud smile on his face. The 10th level of the Yunling realm. The monks in this realm are like buckets filled with water, and the spiritual energy can no longer be absorbed. Of course, because monks have different talents and opportunities, monks in this realm also have different amounts of spiritual power in their bodies. A physique like Su Jie's Zixiao thunder body makes his spiritual power more condensed and stronger. His spiritual power is 7 to 8 times that of ordinary disciples in the same realm. If you include the cultivation techniques, magical weapons, talismans, etc., then the gap in strength between people at the same level will be even wider. It's time to start breaking through the secret realm. Su Jie murmured to himself that his spiritual power could no longer be improved. Disciples who had reached the 10th level of the Yunling realm were preparing to advance to the secret realm, but that's easier said than done. Throughout the ages, many disciples have been stuck on this level, unable to take this last step until they die of old age. A promotion to the secret realm depends on talent, understanding, and chance. Sometimes, once you have an epiphany, you can embark on the secret road. More often, you can only hope for the secret realm but not achieve it. Anyone who can break through the secret realm can be called the most outstanding among people. Su Jie already had his own ideas on how to break through the secret realm. I don't know how powerful it will be in the secret realm. Su Jie pulled out a red-colored elixir in his palm, with golden flames burning on the surface, exuding a powerful aura. This is the refining rainbow and gathering flame pill, which was the reward given by the sect master after Su Jie, Ning Xingyue, and Xiao Fengyuan came back from arresting Qi Shijin. This elixir can help people increase the success rate of breaking through the secret realm. Su Jie has always cherished it and planned to wait until the 10th level of Yunling realm to take it. Now that the time has come, with Su Jie's own purple sky thunder body and divine soul Yuanshan, it will be difficult for others to advance to the secret realm. But it is really not that difficult for Su Jie, considering the environment required for promotion to the secret realm. Blue Star is not suitable. Su Jie plans to return to Tianyuan world to make a breakthrough. It just so happens that Blue Star's Jiko group needs to settle down, digest the newly absorbed Jibun, recruit new sources of soldiers from the local area for training, and let the factory produce various weapons. It will take time. The group of 8 is also mobilizing troops. Everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm, and the next war will come soon. When I reach the secret realm, I will have my own power and industry in the Ghost Ridge Palace. Then I will find some good things to prepare for the next war. Su Jie was thinking this, and suddenly felt a cold breath floating over, like the ghostly breath of the 9 nether hell, which made people shudder. Su Jie's eyebrows twitched, a look of joy flashed through him, and he quickly came to another place covered by the formation. All things are equal and open. As Su Jie used the magic spell, the portable diagram magic circle covering this place was opened, and Su Jie stepped in. Within the magic circle, a woman wearing a wedding dress was sitting with her eyes closed. On the cheeks that are as pale as snow, there is an unparalleled beauty in the face, but there is a sense of coldness. It is Han Ruyan, the 5th grade wedding dress ghost. Around Han Ruyan, there were many beads placed just like Su Jie just now. However, Su Jie placed spiritual stones and blood marrow crystals over there, while Han Ruyan placed Yuan Lingzhu over here, both filled with fear. When Su Jie broke through to the 10th level of Yunling realm, Han Ruyan was also making the final breakthrough, and was promoted from the 5th level Fierce Ghost to the 6th level Fierce Ghost. This time, the blood colored wedding dress on Han Ruyan became more and more strange, and the blood light spread out, dyeing every inch of the space red. The phoenix crown on the head is extremely bright, like a bright moon, shining soft light. But if you look closely at the pearl on the phoenix crown, you will find that what appears inside are pupils one after another, layer by layer. The rings are infinite, making people fall into a deep illusion. Zitzi, the thousand-handed centipede, crawled out of Sujie's sleeves and saw the changes in the wedding ghost. He turned around and shouted at Sujie as if to say, "Why haven't I been promoted to the 6th level of Goo Worm when I came first?" But this woman was one step ahead. "You're fast too. It's more convenient to take over Jibong's territory and raise more insects." Sujie touched Thousand Hand Centipede's head amusingly, and his eyes met Han Ruyan's opened eyes. Boom, the blood-red wedding dress made a sound, rising and falling, like millions of layers of blood waves superimposed, and the surging yin qi erupted like a tide. Even the formation could not block the penetration of this strange force. The light tubes in the underground base turned into red, as if there were bloody eyes open, looking at the filth and the common people in the world. The earth turned into soft rotten soil, as if someone had stepped on rotten flesh. Grass and trees with condensed hair grew up, and the body unconsciously sank into the swamp below, making people's scalp numb. "Husband, I am in the 6th rank." The corners of Han Ruyan's mouth curved, and she actually smiled. Sujie could feel that the contract between himself and the marrying ghost became stronger, like a closely connected mortise and tenon structure. It seemed that Sujie's feeding had been effective. Touching Han Ruyan's hair with his palms, the wedding ghost quietly did not object. In order to make Sujie feel more comfortable, he even took a half step closer and leaned against Sujie's body. Sujie lowered his head and kissed Han Ruyan on the lips. In this intimate contact, Sujie's soul was cleansed and became more condensed. This is the characteristic of Tian Xianyao's light body in front of the wedding dress ghost, which can help strengthen part of his soul. After their lips parted for a long time, Han Ruyan looked at Sujie and confided slowly, "Husband, you really like to take advantage, just like in the past." There seemed to be a hint of human arrogance in Han Ruyan's tone. "Hey, your feelings seem to have recovered a lot, but what do you mean it's the same as before?" Sujie looked at Han Ruyan with some surprise. He had always been cold in the past, as if he had completely lost all human emotions and desires. Unexpectedly, after being promoted to the 6th level of Li Gui, she would have this kind of benefit, which helped her regain her human emotions. Although it is much worse than normal people, it is not much progress compared to before. "I don't know, I just feel like I'd been seen by you before. I also remember my name and some fragments of my life." Han Ruyan tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said this. Sujie's face froze and he coughed, "Ahem, maybe you are wrong. Your husband is a gentleman." In his heart, Sujie was secretly shocked. After the wedding ghost was promoted, his memories of his life were gradually revived. Sujie had never seen a ghost that still had memories of his life. At most, he had some habits from his life. This was the first time Sujie encountered someone like Han Ruyan. Perhaps this is the specialness of Tian Xuanya's light body. It is worthy of being the ghost king who declares power in the 3 realms and controls all spirits. Thinking of the background and origins of the wedding dress ghost, Sujie was not surprised. Han Ruyan himself was an extraordinary existence. Sujie was thinking in his mind and asked about more important things, pointing to the lamps that changed colors. "Is this what you will be able to do after you are promoted to the 6th level?" "Thousand Blade Soul Eye, part of the abilities I mastered after being promoted." While Han Ruyan was speaking, a black moon appeared above her. The black moon was silent, like a huge obsidian hanging under the sky, illuminating the entire underground goo insect base with an eerie black-red light, and there seemed to be a strange power inside. Slowly surging. Sujie looked up at the black moon and felt a deep and depressing energy within the black moon. There were eyes staring at him at the same time, making people feel deeply uneasy and frightened. Suddenly, the black moon split up and down, like an open eye, with layers of blood-colored pupils inside, shrouded in extreme bloodlight. Sujie's soul was alert. The black moon seemed to want to put some kind of mark on him, a very terrible curse. Sujie's soul is very powerful and will spontaneously eliminate those negative effects on the body, including curses. Although I don't know what the effect of the black moon curse is, Sujie's Yuanshan could easily defeat the 5th level ghost before. Not to mention that now the Yuanshan has been greatly enhanced, which can make Sujie's Yuanshan feel alert. The power can be just imagined. Han Ruyan did not attack Sujie, but looked at the ground next to Sujie, where a stone pillar stood. As Black Moon's bloody eyes stared at it, countless small sharp blades burst out from the inside, and the stone pillar disintegrated in an instant. The small blood-red sharp blades scattered in the wind, like beautiful bloody roses, with ultimate murderous intent in their beauty. Zitzi. The thousand-handed centipede next to Sujie screamed twice. The decomposition and cutting ability of these small sharp blades was a huge restraint for it that could turn into a swarm of centipedes. Awesome! Su Jie opened his mouth wide and slapped his thigh in surprise. Han Ruyanlu's skill is only part of the ability of the wedding ghost. After she was promoted to the 6th level, she was not as powerful as usual. As long as I can help my husband. Han Ruyan looked away, and the black moon disappeared immediately. Now we are more secure in Tianyuan world. Su Jie was happy in his heart. When he advanced to the secret realm, he had Han Ruyan guarding him, which greatly increased his safety. I'm going back to Tianyuan. Han Ruyan saw the portal that Su Jie had opened, and there was the familiar world of Tianyuan. Yes, we have to go back. Su Jie nodded. He was going to take the wedding ghost back. The nightmare paradise was still functioning, and there were some ghosts left there. At the same time, corresponding formations were set up to ensure that there would be no mistakes. Wherever your husband goes, I will go. Han Ruyan naturally took Su Jie's arm and stepped into the portal together. End of chapter. Chapter 327 Banquet, Second Update, Tianyuan World, Ghost Ridge Palace. In front of a mansion in Guiling Palace, it was extremely lively at this time. This is Xiaofeng Yuan's mansion. In the morning, the place is already full of traffic. In addition to a large number of disciples watching the excitement, there were also many steward-level figures from Ghost Ridge Palace dressed up to attend the banquet inside the mansion. All kinds of fine wine and food were served, which can be said to be a collection of treasures from all over the world. Such a huge banquet and pomp was only because Xiaofeng Yuan, a famous disciple of Guiling Palace, successfully advanced to the secret realm 3 days ago. Every promotion to the secret realm is a big event for Ghost Ridge Palace. This level of power is already the backbone of Ghost Ridge Palace. Because of the sect war, this kind of pomp has become less common, and it was even more exaggerated in the past. Master Zhang Pingkong of the Refining Pavilion gave as a gift an 8 treasure wood and a pair of golden unicorns. Chen's Trading Company presented as a gift a low-grade high-grade magic weapon, the Fan of Double Dragons, and a copy of the classic book The Wild Goose Returns. Steward Su Hu of Yogu Garden presented a pot of Tiangong golden pearl water as a gift. The old butler in front of the door is like announcing the names of dishes, constantly writing down the distinguished guests who come to present gifts, and saying the names loudly. Not only does the host have face, but the guests will also feel valued. Suddenly, there was some slight commotion in front of the mansion, and a group of disciples watching the excitement respectfully moved out of the way. A man with sharp eyes walked over. Brother Xiao is so happy about his promotion that he came here to see it. Su Jie took out the spiritual materials he prepared and said with a smile, the old housekeeper didn't dare to neglect him. He relied on his eyesight to survive in the demon cultivation sect of Guiling Palace. He knew the important people clearly, so as not to accidentally offend them and die without knowing how. Su Jie is undoubtedly an important figure in Guiling Palace. After capturing Qi Shijian, he is known as the #1 disciple of Guiling Palace today. Elder Qiu and his disciple Su Jie gave as gifts 3 pieces of dianthus and a string of sea jade beads. Inside the mansion, Xiaofeng Yuan, who was greeting guests inside, walked out quickly when he heard the call. As soon as he saw Su Jie, Xiaofeng Yuan laughed heartily and said, "Brother Su, you are out of seclusion. You are out of seclusion early. How could I not come to your promotion banquet? Congratulations to Brother Xiao, you have successfully been promoted to the secret realm. From now on, the sea is as wide as fish can jump, and the sky is as wide as birds can fly." Su Jie took Han Ruyan back to Tianyuan World yesterday, partly to attend this banquet. While talking, Su Jie also looked at Xiaofeng Yuan a few times. Compared with the past, the majestic aura on the other person's body was like the contrast between soil and solid stone. This was the cultivation level of the secret realm. I also used the rainbow refining and flame gathering pill, and I got this breakthrough by luck. With your strength and talent, Brother Su, I think I will be able to enjoy your promotion banquet soon. Xiaofeng Yuan seemed to have discovered that Su Jie had been promoted to the 10th level of the Yunling realm. The perfect aura exuding from his body was only possessed by the 10th level of the Yunling realm. I'd like to lend you some good words. Let's stop chatting at the door. Su Jie, please come inside. The two walked into the mansion, and Su Jie first saw Ning Xingyue eating and drinking at a table. When she saw Su Jie, the girl winked at Su Jie, and then pursed her lips not far away. Su Jie saw that his master Qiu Laodao was also here, and many elders were also present. For a promotion banquet like this, the elders will show off their new arrival in the secret realm. Even if they don't come to attend in person, they will ask their disciples to give them gifts. Master. Su Jie walked over to Qiu Laodao and said hello. Well, that's right. I have reached the 10th level of consummation. Have you taken the Lianhong Yan Juyan pill? Qiu Laodao looked Su Jie up and down and asked. Su Jie shook his head and said, Not yet, I am preparing to swallow it another day. Swallow it as soon as possible and advance to the secret realm. Qiu Laodao's voice deepened and he said, There will be a big war soon, and the sect is in urgent need of the power of the secret realm. Su Jie's heart moved and he asked, Master, do we have any clues about our relationship with Tianhun sect? That's right, Elder Tang has brought a group of Tianhun sect personnel to Guiling Palace a few days ago. The two parties are negotiating on the alliance. It can be done if nothing happens. Qiu Laodao nodded slightly. Now it is very difficult to resist the siege of several righteous sects by relying on the power of Ghost Ridge Palace alone, even with its defensive advantages. If the Tianhun sect, a demon-cultivating sect, could join the battle, it would greatly ease the pressure on Ghost Ridge Palace and even disperse all the besieged Zhengdao sections. This is a good thing. Su Jie was also excited about this. If Guiling Palace was overthrown, he would have to wander around and be wanted by those on the right path. Without even a place to stay, Guiling Palace is now Su Jie's biggest supporter. Of course, he hopes that Guiling Palace can continue to exist and provide him with protection. Before you grow up, the protection of a big force is very important. In short, you should be promoted to the secret realm as soon as possible. Don't delay polishing your Taoist heart and invincible road. That is far less important than your strength. Your strength will definitely be used on the battlefield when the time comes. If your potential is not realized, you will die early in an accident. I have seen too many such examples. Qiu Laodao warned Su Jie again and again and told Su Jie to make a breakthrough early. Master, I won't delay. I will strive to be promoted to the secret realm within a week. Su Jie said resolutely that he was confident of breaking through within a week, and then chatted with Qiu Laodao for a few words before walking to Ning Xinyue's table. How can you, a girl, eat so much? Do you understand, a lady? Leave some for me. Su Jie unceremoniously grabbed the big pig's knuckle that Ning Xinyue picked up immediately and ate it happily. Ning Xinyue stared at her cute almond eyes and said angrily, Won't you go to another table to eat? Why are you here to steal mine? No, it's not fun to bully other people. It's more fun to bully you. Su Jie chuckled and stretched out his chopsticks again to grab the food in front of Ning Xinyue. Ning Xinyue was angry. Her chopsticks flashed so fast, 2 pairs of chopsticks fluttered on the table, dazzling everyone who saw it. Hey! Your strength has increased. Suddenly Su Jie felt a little strange. This little girl was a bit ridiculously strong. Su Jie's hand speed was actually a beat slower than hers. Wait, something is wrong, very wrong. Su Jie felt more and more something was wrong and said in surprise, You guy, can't you really, you still want to bully me? I am stronger now, okay? Remember to call me Elder Ning from now on. Ning Xinyue raised her chin very proudly and told Su Jie the secret through spiritual sound transmission. If there weren't so many people present, she could give Su Jie a little secret realm shock on the spot. When did you break through? Su Jie was really shocked. Xiaofeng was able to break through because the opponent was already at the 10th level of Yunling realm and had a deep foundation. Under the influence of the rainbow refining and flame gathering pill, the breakthrough was a matter of course. Ning Xinyue, a girl whose cultivation was previously weaker than Su Jie's, now catches up and reaches the secret realm first. I did not waste the time you spent in seclusion. I am looking for all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures here every day, and I have found many good treasures by relying on the Tianqi Bagua tray. Ning Xinyue also had her own adventure. Su Jie estimated that the other party ate some spiritual fruit that caused his cultivation level to increase rapidly. This method was something Su Jie could not learn. Although the opponent's Tianqi Bagua tray can hunt for treasures, it is also a gold-eating beast. It takes a lot of spiritual stones to locate the treasures. Ning Xinyue, a rich little woman, doesn't care. Su Jie doesn't want to use a large amount of spiritual stones to fight for that slim chance of opportunity. You are lucky, but why didn't you hear about your promotion? Didn't you inform the sect? I won't tell you. Anyway, the elders of your sect can't tell. I have a special method for hiding my cultivation. When it comes to fighting, if the enemy thinks that I am only in the spiritual soul realm, hey, I promise to give them a surprise. Br Ning Xinyue was quite happy when she told her plan. She doesn't know what kind of hiding method she has practiced. She was able to fool the elders in the past and pretend to be a newcomer to join the Ghost Ridge Palace. This is how she can still hide it tightly in the secret realm. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to say it, no one, including Su Jie and the elders present, would have noticed that this girl was already at the level of the secret realm. Oh, I don't know who you learned it from. You're such a good girl, why have you become so sinister now? It's true. It's not easy to learn well in the demon sect, but it's so easy to learn bad things. Su Jie was filled with emotion. Fortunately, he could break through the secret realm in a week at most. Ning Xinyue only showed off her power for a week, and Su Jie still surpassed her after a week. Who do you think caused me to become like this? Ning Xinyue rolled her eyes and said angrily, didn't I learn all this from you? You think about how to trick people all day long, so of course I have to learn a few tricks too. Nonsense, I am such a righteous and good person, please don't slander me. Bah, you are shameless. If you were a good person, there would be no such thing as a bad person in the world. The two parties quarreled with each other, their hands never stopped moving, and they happily ate the banquet. 2 hours later, the banquet was basically completed, and Xiao Fengyuan had finished speaking. Just when everyone was about to leave, a group of uninvited guests appeared at the banquet uninvited. I heard that a disciple of your sect was promoted to the secret treasure realm today, and I, the Tianhan sect, also came to give you a gift to show the friendship between the two sections. A total of more than a dozen people walked in. They were all demon cultivators from the Tianhan sect. Some were elders and some were disciples who had brought them to see the world. The one who spoke just now was a ghostly person, wearing a black robe that almost hung down to the ground. His left eye was a normal eye, but his right eye was inlaid with an Yuanling bead. He seemed to be absorbing the fear in his body. It looked very strange. Middle-aged man. That's the supreme elder of Tianhan sect, his name is Zhao Lianshan. Ning Xinyue bit her ear at Su Jie, knowing that Su Jie was in retreat and didn't know much about the recent situation in Ghost Ridge Palace, so she gave Su Jie an explanation. Su Jie said nothing and looked directly at an old man with a cold face among the Ghost Ridge Palace staff. The other party was also an acquaintance of Su Jie. It was Zhou Minzhen, the elder of the Tianhan sect who had caused the Dongxing City tragedy and also created the wedding dress ghost. End of chapter. Chapter 328. I want to type 10, 3 updates of 10,000 words, please vote for me. Zhou Minzhen was also staring at Su Jie, with an evil smile on his face. Su Jie suddenly realized that the other party was probably here because of the wedding ghost's affairs. Guys, if you come here to celebrate, of course I welcome it, but today is my special day, so don't make it unpleasant here. Xiao Yuanshan also experienced the Dongxing City incident. When he saw Zhou Minzhen in the crowd, he immediately realized that the other party was evil. I'm afraid this won't be easy. Zhao Lianshan smiled faintly. A person who had just been promoted to the secret treasure realm could only refine an internal organs at most, but he didn't take it seriously yet. He looked across the crowd with sharp eyes and looked straight at Su Jie. This must be the most outstanding disciple of Ghost Ridge Palace, Su Jie. Don't you want to explain the matters in Dongxing City? Su Jie put down his chopsticks expressionlessly and stood up from his seat. Elder Zhao, when you talk about Dongxing City, do you mean that your Tianhan sect attacked us for no reason? In that matter, the two families are about to join forces now. For my own sake, I will not pursue it for the time being. Zhao Lianshan was stunned. Obviously he didn't expect that Su Jie would dare to be so harsh in this situation, and directly beat him up and scolded their Tianhan sect first. Boy, you ruined our plan and stole my wedding dress. Is it our fault? Zhou Minzhen walked out, with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. If looks could kill, Su Jie would not have a good piece of meat left now. We were on a mission to capture the traitor Qi Shijian in Dongxing City. It was your so-called elder Zhong Shiguan who took the lead in attacking us, and he was very shameless and bullied the small ones. If your people want to kill me, we can't just stick out our necks and get stabbed. without even being allowed to resist. Sometimes I wonder if your Tianhan sect is deliberately obstructing our mission and trying to protect the traitor Qi Shijin who fled. Su Jie walked up to Zhou Minzhen, looked at him without flinching, and said loudly, "If you are not convinced, we can invite the sect leader to be a witness to search for souls to see who is lying on both sides." As soon as he said this, Zhou Minzhen's face turned extremely ugly because Su Jie's words were really not bragging. It was indeed Zhong Shiguan who attacked the demon cultivator first. Afterwards, he also heard Zhong Shiguan say that although Zhong Shiguan's main goal was to capture Han Ruoyan, and he only wanted to silence Su Jie by attacking him, it was indeed his people who attacked first, which could not be justified. What a sharp-tongued boy! Zhao Lianshan, who was standing next to him, saw that Zhou Minzhen was speechless, and said in a serious tone, "Ignore the cause of the matter, the wedding ghost is a powerful ghost trained by our Tianhan sect elders. If you return her, this matter will be over." While talking, Zhao Lianshan kept his eyes on Su Jie. The invisible aura of the senior secret realm was enough to make the young disciples of the Yunling realm feel cold and fearful. Elder Zhao, this is wrong." At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Su Jie. Qiu Laodao looked at Zhao Lianshan with his cold and slippery eyes like poisonous snakes, and said with a smile, "How can we ignore the cause of the matter? We must tell the truth about right and wrong. Anyone dares to make my disciples suffer. Where did you get such a big face?" The Yuanling pearl in Zhao Lianshan's right eye turned slightly, and dense runes emerged from the beads, locking on Qiu Laodao. In energy as deep as the abyss filled the air, and the black robe moved automatically without wind. Fine snake scales appeared on Qiu Laodao's neck, and colorful venomous snakes poked out from inside his sleeves and robes, hissing and spitting out snake messages. The momentum of the two senior elders collided hard, causing the surrounding bluestone floor to crack. The nearby guests stepped back one after another, some of them retreated slowly, with blood spilling from their mouths and noses, and their faces were full of shock. Behind Qiu Laodao, several elders of Ghost Ridge Palace who attended the banquet slowly stood up. Even if there are those who cannot be dealt with by Qiu Laodao, when outsiders come to bully them, they still have to stand on the same front in such a public place. Zhou Minzhen also led several Tianhanmen elders and walked behind Zhao Lianshan. The two parties looked at each other from a distance, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn and tense, as if a war was about to break out. Su Jie looked at Qiu Laodao's back and felt a little moved in his heart. Although Qiu Laodao was a little harsh on his ordinary disciples, he really had nothing to say to him. At this time, he helped Su Jie take the lead to bear the pressure. Bang! Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, a figure fell from the sky. "Everyone, stop it!" With a loud groan, Tang Peiqing appeared between the two groups of men and stopped a possible battle. "Elder Tang, these people from the Heavenly Soul sect have come here out of nowhere to cause trouble for my disciples. Our Ghost Ridge Palace is not in a position to be stepped on by outsiders." When Qiu Laodao saw Tang Peiqing, the most senior elder in Ghost Ridge Palace, he felt relieved. He didn't want to get into a fight with Zhao Lianshan for no apparent reason, not because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat him, but because he was afraid that it would affect the plan of the alliance between Guiling Palace and Tianhan sect. "Elder Tang, your disciples are amazing. The devil who robbed my Tianhan sect elder is not even allowed to be returned now?" Zhao Lianshan restrained his momentum and spoke rather harshly. "TSK, an elder's belongings were robbed by his disciples, and he who wants me to be the elder is too embarrassed to step forward." A crisp muttering sounded, and the guests present lowered their heads and suppressed laughter. Zhao Lianshan's face twitched and his gaze swept across the audience. Who is talking?" The whole place was quiet except for Ning Xinyue hiding behind Su Jie, smiling like a little fox who had stolen a chicken. Look, the truth becomes clearer and clearer with each argument. This is what everyone wants. Su Jie gave Ning Xinyue a thumbs up in his heart. As soon as he said this, there were many echoes around him. That's right. You Tianhan sect attacked first, and you still blame us for robbing things. Is there any reason for that? The elder of the secret realm attacked the Yunling realm disciples and bullied the small ones. Even if he was robbed, he deserved it. Who asked him to break the rules and attack our disciples first? If you are at fault, it was you who made the mistake first. How can you blame it on our disciples? These guests are all from Guiling Palace, not to mention that Su Jie is still reasonable, and his position is of course on Su Jie's side. Zhao Lianshan looked at the discussions around him, his face became darker and darker. He looked at Tang Peiqing and gritted his teeth and said, "Elder Tang, I am thinking that the two demon sects are like-minded, and I believe in your Guiling Palace, so I came here to discuss the joint plan. Because of this small thing, the real situation will be disrupted. Tang Peiqing's heart sank, and the thing he feared most had come. Joining forces with the Tianhan sect is a real big deal. It can even be said to be a matter of life and death for Ghost Ridge Palace. If the alliance with Tianhan sect fails because of today's incident, how will he explain it to the sect master? Su Jie heard this and knew that the other party wanted to put pressure on him, so he couldn't help but send a message to Ning Xinyue's spiritual consciousness. Ning Xinyue nodded her little head, her bright eyes sparkling, and she once again used special means to speak out. Joining forces with our Ghost Ridge Palace will save your Tianhan sect's life. I don't believe that your Tianhan sect doesn't understand the truth. If our Ghost Ridge Palace is wiped out, and those righteous sects use their manpower and strength, your Tianhan sect will be wiped out in the next moment. Do you really think that your Tianhan sect's arrogant and domineering style in Qingzhou can be hidden from those righteous sects? Think about how you were forced to escape through the mountain gate in Qingzhou. If our Ghost Ridge Palace didn't help you attract firepower, I'm afraid your Tianhan sect will have to experience another tragedy of annihilation of the sect. By then, you may not have the strength to escape to the next one. It's Zhoufu. This voice echoed in the mansion. Although it was impossible to find out who spoke, everyone nodded in approval as soon as the words came out. That's right. It's not Guiling Palace that's begging for help. If Guiling Palace was destroyed, Tianhan sect would still be able to make peace with it. Zhao Lianshan was so angry that he really wanted to wave his sleeves, lead the team and leave Guiling Palace without any further discussion of cooperation, but what he said just now is not unreasonable. Since he led the team to Ghost Ridge Palace, it means that he wants to promote cooperation. He has not agreed yet, but the conditions have not been negotiated. If we really directly reject the cooperation of Guiling Palace, when the gate of Guiling Palace is breached, Tianhan sect, which has just gained a foothold in Qingzhou, will probably be destroyed and be surrounded and suppressed by the righteous sections. Of course, he understands the meaning of lips dying and teeth falling cold. On the contrary, if the two demon sects unite and rely on each other and support each other, it is possible to pass on the sect in Qingzhou. Su Jie patted his chest at this time and said loudly, "If you want me to return the wedding dress, Ghost, I stole it by my own ability. When your Tianhan sect elder Zhou Minzhen surrounded us and killed us, he didn't think about it. The friendship between our two clans goes back a long way. The members of the Tianhan sect knew that they were in the wrong and were no longer as arrogant as before. Only Zhou Minzhen was the most unwilling. He had worked so hard to train the wedding dress Ghost and spent so much effort to find the unique Ghost King. Just handing it over to Su Jie, his heart ached and he was unwilling to say anything. So Zhou Minzhen walked up to Tang Peiqing and said, "Elder Tang, we are all demonic cultivators. What principles and truths we talk about are things that only the righteous people can say. What we demonic cultivators believe in is only strength. This is how about we decide the grudge between me and Su Jie through a competition, and whoever wins gets the title of the wedding dress Ghost?" Tang Peiqing said nothing, but looked at Su Jie. Just as Su Jie was about to speak, Xiao Laodao said coldly, "Okay. You, a disciple from the secret realm, are competing against my disciples from the Yunling realm. I'm sorry you said it. How about I compete with you? If I lose, I'll give you one more top-grade goo worm." Zhou Minzhen looked at Xiao Laodao and knew that he was far inferior to his opponent without having to compete. Just now, Xiao Laodao was able to match Zhao Lianshan's momentum without losing, so he knew that this person was definitely a ruthless character among the elders of Ghost Ridge Palace. Even if he had a 6th-grade ghost, he would never be his opponent in a real fight. "Your Excellency, as a senior elder of Ghost Ridge Palace, it is against the rules to challenge me." Zhou Minzhen was very angry. If he were an ordinary elder of the secret realm, he would have agreed, but old Taoist Qiu really couldn't do it. That guy's snake-like vertical pupils made him feel frightened. "Is your secret realm in line with the rules compared to Doyun's spiritual realm?" The cold light in Xiao Laodao's eyes shone out, and his voice contained a hint of sneer, mixed with disdain and contempt, which made people shudder. Zhou Minzhen's face turned red, and he didn't know whether he was angry or ashamed. "In this way, both of us take a step back." Zhao Lianshan sighed inwardly and pointed at the group of Tianhanmen disciples he brought behind him. "I heard that this disciple Su Jie is the #1 disciple of your Ghost Ridge Palace. Then we will send out disciples to compete. Considering that this is not the best disciple of our Tianhan sect, it is fair for us to send 3 disciples to fight. 3 against 1 is fair." Ning Xinyue began to shout secretly again, and the veins on Zhao Lianshan's forehead jumped. If he couldn't find the bastard who was behind the scenes, even if Tang Peiqing was present, he would still have to rush in and beat him up. I agree. A smile suddenly appeared on Su Jie's face. He ignored Ning Xinyue's anxious gaze behind him. He stepped forward and looked at the disciples of the Tianhun sect. He stretched out his index finger and crossed them one by one, 1236. A total of 10 disciples. There is no need to send out 3 disciples. Okay, let's all come together, so as not to say I'm bullying others. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into silence. Not only the Tianhunman side was dumbfounded, but the Ghost Ridge Palace side also had their mouths wide open. What did you just say? Zhao Lianshan suspected that he had heard wrongly. I said, I'm going to fight 10. Su Jie increased his volume and expressed his meaning in a sonorous and powerful voice. After Zhou Minzhen was stunned, a hint of sneer and joy appeared on his face. He guessed in his heart that Su Jie might be so arrogant because of the 5th grade wedding dress ghost, but they are disciples of the Tianhun sect, the demon cultivators who are best at playing with evil spirits. Even if the wedding dress ghost is indeed powerful, with so many disciples attacking at the same time, Su Jie has no chance of winning. The disciples at Tianhun sect clenched their fists. Feeling that they were being underestimated, they were extremely angry and stared at Su Jie with ferocious eyes. You are so bold, I won't hold back for a while. Ha, give me 10. I want to see if your bones are as hard as your mouth. Jie, I will break your teeth and cut out your tongue later. I like to torture a rebellious guy like you the most. This is the first time these Heavenly Soul sect disciples have seen such an arrogant guy. At this time, curses are everywhere. Even if Su Jie is the number 1 disciple of Guiling Palace, it doesn't matter. There are 10 of them. Can you fight? Xiao Laodao looked at Su Jie. Among the 10 disciples opposite, there were 5 at the 10th level of Yunling Realm and 5 at the 9th level of Yunling Realm. These disciples who could be brought to Guiling Palace to see the world were definitely the younger generation of Tianhun sect. The core is cultivated as an elite and is expected to be promoted to the secret realm. Such a disciple is much stronger than those in the same realm. Not to mention that Su Jie also promised to challenge 10 at the same time. Xiao Laodao knew that Su Jie had a soul, but he was still worried. Master, believe me once. Su Jie nodded heavily and looked at the 10 disciples opposite, with a cruel smile on his face. End of chapter. Chapter 329 Sweep. First update, Tang Peiqing and others acted as referees. Following the order, the 10 Tianhun sect disciples moved one after another. These disciples took out the soul-calling banners, and ghosts roared out one after another. Among them, the soul-calling banners of 3 of them were at the level of the 10,000 souls banner. Or it could summon all kinds of terrifying and spooky ghosts, ranging from 1st to 4th grade, and even 2 5th grade ghosts. A female ghost appeared silently on Su Jie's back. There was also a man's corpse that was highly decomposed and covered with maggots, standing in front of him, looking straight at Su Jie. These 2 are both 5th grade ghosts, and there are more ghosts behind them. Above Su Jie's head, a large array of 3-sided 10,000 soul flags was in operation. They were waiting for the attack. Instead of attacking immediately, they were guarding against the 1,000-handed centipede. Apparently Zhou Minzhen informed these Heavenly Soul sect disciples through spiritual transmission of a lot of information about Su Jie. It's easy to fight in groups with the help of powerful ghosts, but have you ever heard of one move? What does it mean to defeat all methods with one force? Su Jie had a smile on his face. The next moment, Su Jie suddenly said, Madam, save me. The contract between the soul and the wedding ghost was triggered. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a red dragon and phoenix sedan came across the sky. Bang! The rotting corpse of a 5th grade man was directly knocked away by the sedan chair. His body was broken into 2 parts from the waist and fell to the ground. He couldn't get up for a long time. The curtain of the sedan chair was opened, and Han Ruyan's figure appeared in the scene. When the female ghost approaching Su Jie looked at Han Ruyan's dead gaze, her clothes turned into a red wedding dress and strangled her body tightly. Are you worthy of being close to my husband? Han Ruyan walked through the air step by step and walked to the bound female ghost. This 5th level female ghost was trying to break free from the shackles of her wedding dress. Han Ruyan had already stretched out her jade hand and gently touched the female ghost's forehead. The female ghost's body was shaking violently, and her body was like fading dye that was being wiped off the eye in the blink of an eye. There was only one head left, held by Han Ruyan with one hand. Roar, hiss, a large number of other fierce ghosts swarmed up, like a group of ghosts coming out of the cage. A bunch of brats. Han Ruyan's eyes were as cold as ice, and the bodies of each of the fierce ghosts were trembling slightly, as if they were afraid. Get lost! Under Han Ruyan's scolding, the group of ghosts stopped and began to retreat step by step. Even the weaker ones fell to their knees directly, as if they were surrendering to their emperor. You must know that these evil spirits are controlled by demon cultivators, and they are not the kind of wild or semi-wild evil spirits. It is extremely difficult to suppress them, but Han Ruyan did it with a scolding. This is a 6th grade fierce ghost. The group of Tianhan sect disciples were dumbfounded. As demon cultivators who have been dealing with evil ghosts all year round, they recognized the grade of the wedding dress ghost at first sight. It's like the disciples of Guiling Palace can recognize goo insects at a glance several times after spiritual training. It's impossible for a 6th grade fierce ghost. How did he raise it? Zhou Minzhen couldn't believe it. When Su Jie took the wedding dress ghost away, he was still a 5th grade powerful ghost. Even if Su Jie knew how to advance as a ghost, how could he obtain so much fear? He had not heard of any large-scale massacres in Qingzhou recently. Elder Zhao, the strength of my disciples is still impressive. When Xiao Laodao saw this scene, he smiled sarcastically at Zhao Lianshan, who was standing next to him. Although he was not familiar with rules products like Li Gui, he could still feel Han Ruyan's strength. It seemed that he didn't need to worry about this battle. You guys are hiding it so deeply. Are you investing enough resources in him? Zhao Lianshan had a stiff expression on his face, and when he spoke, he turned back and glared at Zhou Minzhen. If Zhou Minzhen hadn't sworn that the wedding dress ghost was only a 5th grade man, he would never have agreed to this battle that would most likely cause the Tianhan sect to be embarrassed. A 6th grade wedding ghost is like a dimension-reducing blow against a group of Yunling realm disciples. It all depends on this kid's own efforts. We usually treat our disciples like free rein. Tang Peiqing stroked his goatee and said refreshingly, making the elders on Zhao Lianshan's side angry. This is like saying that a free-range disciple can easily defeat the elite disciples he has carefully cultivated. The scene changed again at this time. 10 Tianhan sect disciples used their hands to perform magic spells, and ropes to bind ghosts were thrown out. This is a rope condensed with special spiritual power, which is the most restrained to ghosts and can suppress all the abilities of ghosts. If it were just an ordinary 5th grade ghost, being tied up by these ropes, his abilities might really disappear. At the same time, facing the threat of the wedding ghost, those ghosts roared down. Many disciples also released more than a dozen silver armored corpses and gold armored corpses. Zombies of this level are extremely powerful, invulnerable to fire and water, and once they get close, even the inner disciples will be in great danger. Facing successive attacks, a red lantern and a mirror appeared in front of Han Ruyan. The red lantern fixed all the ropes that bound the ghosts, and then sucked them all into the mirror. The lantern ghost and the girl in the mirror held by Han Ruyan are much more powerful than fighting alone, and when the Yin Soul formation suppressed it, Han Ruyan didn't have any disturbance at all, but the blood-colored wedding dress on his body bloomed brightly, as if layers of blood were swirling. Thousands of ghosts were shrouded in the brilliance of the wedding dress, just like snow-meeting lava, with streaks of blue smoke rising up, and a large number of ghosts were instantly wiped out. Creatures like the ghost have no fear, and they still attack without fear of death, trying to penetrate the body of the wedding ghost and hurt its soul, but doing so will only make your own demise faster. Ordinary ghosts at the level of the 10,000 soul banner are simply not enough to be seen in front of the wedding dress ghost. If you take out the 10,000 soul banner with the level of 100,000 ghosts, you may be able to threaten the wedding dress ghost 1 or 2. Ho ho ho, those silver armored corpses and golden armored corpses had already rushed in front of Han Ruyan, with ferocious faces and bodies covered in glittering silver or gold, and they were rushing towards Su Jie and the wedding dress ghost. At this moment, a black moon hung 100 meters high in the sky. As the black moon opened its eyes, its red eyes swept across the vast land. There were corpses in silver and gold armor, with fine sharp blades appearing in the muscles, meridians, blood vessels, internal organs, brain and other parts of the body. These sharp blades split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8, constantly fissioning, almost in the blink of an eye. The entire bodies of these dozen silver-armored and gold-armored corpses froze in place. Countless small sharp blades could be seen cutting back and forth in their mouths, noses, and body pores. After a few seconds, all the sharp blades penetrated the body, like rose petals flying in the wind, and these zombies exploded with a bang, followed by a shower of blood and mud, and the surroundings were covered with blood and flesh. The 10 disciples of the Tianhan sect were trembling. At this time, they took out various magical weapons and wanted to make a last-ditch effort. They are all the geniuses of the Tianhan sect, and 1 out of 10 still loses. When word spreads, they are disgraced. Curse. Han Ruyan looked at them with dead indifference, and the hearts of the 10 Tianhan sect disciples suddenly felt cold, as if some great terror was coming. Their body skin had layers of strange black texture seeping into their bodies, and at some point, an extra word appeared on their foreheads. Of this curse ability rages deep into their bodies, and no matter how they use spiritual power to dispel it, the effect is minimal. In just 10 seconds, these disciples had dull expressions on their faces. And they actually bent over each other in pairs, as if they were worshipping each other, and a faint murmur came from the void. Husband and wife bow to each other. On the shadows behind these disciples, a red hijab covered the heads of these shadows, as well as their consciousness. As these heavenly soul sect disciples bend down, their vitality is visible to the naked eye. Once they have completely succeeded in worshipping, it will be the moment of their death. We admit defeat. Zhao Lianshan couldn't help it anymore. Seeing that the defeat was certain, if he didn't come forward, all the elite disciples in his sect would have to die here. Madam, let them go. Su Jie also gave up when he saw that it was good, and signaled Han Ruyan to come back. If he really wanted to kill everyone, it would only cause trouble for the two demon sects to unite. Su Jie still had this pattern, and besides, it was Zhou Minzhen who had a grudge against him, not these young disciples. Su Jie had not noticed it yet. Han Ruyan slowly withdrew his gaze and dissipated the curse ability on the 10 disciples. Thump. The bodies of these 10 disciples fell limply to the ground. Some had skin ulcers on their bodies, exposing their white bones, some had lost teeth and broken tongues, and some had an unknown number of broken bones. The scene was covered in blood, and many disciples were rolling on the ground in pain. It wasn't until I took the healing elixir that I felt some relief. These disciples were all the ones who had scolded Su Jie just now. Han Ruyan, who was protecting her husband, had punished them all. They had spoken obscenely before, and they would have to bear the consequences now. Thank you for not killing me. The 6th grade wedding dress ghost, I did not lose unjustly. It seems that I am the frog in the well. Fellow Daoist Su is indeed the number 1 disciple of Guiling Palace. I, Su Jun, am convinced. When those disciples of the Tianhan sect who had not been tortured came back to their senses, their faces were full of the expressions of surviving a disaster, and they looked at Han Ruyan with extremely horrified and fearful eyes. It was this female ghost who almost killed them just now. Now that the outcome has been decided, does Elder Zhao have anything else to say? Xiao Laodao spoke in a nonchalant manner, which made Zhao Lianshan's face look as if he had opened a dyeing workshop, and his face turned blue and white. 10 disciples couldn't defeat one of them, and he, the great elder who led the team, had lost all face. We, the Tianhan sect, are willing to admit defeat, and the previous affairs of Dongxing City will be wiped out. Zhao Lianshan glared at Zhou Minzhen fiercely, and then looked at the disciples with hatred at Taibu Chenggang. He waved his sleeves and turned away without looking back, so as not to stay here and be laughed at. The disciples also stood up one after another, supported each other, and staggered away from this sad place. Behind him, many guests whispered and looked at Su Jie with admiration. Just relying on a wedding ghost, he can defeat 10 elite disciples of the Tianhan sect, but Su Jie's other methods, such as using the goo insects in Ghost Ridge Palace, are not used. This means that Su Jie's strength is far greater than what he sees now. Be strong. Xiao Laodao walked up to Su Jie and was very satisfied with Su Jie's performance. As my disciple, you have to be so tough. No one can overwhelm others with me. While Xiao Laodao was talking, he took something out of his storage bag. I will help you refine this white bone heavenly evil sword, so you can use it. What Xiao Laodao took out was a flying sword with an evil aura and a pure white body. Thank you, Master. Su Jie looked at the brand new white bone heavenly evil sword. After re-refining it and adding new spiritual materials, the flying sword looked even sharper. His skin hurt just by looking at it. Hey, Master, this flying sword level. Suddenly, Su Jie noticed that the white bone heavenly evil sword was not of the right grade. It was not the middle grade magic weapon he expected, but a genuine high grade magic weapon. Su Jie knows the difference between a real high grade magic weapon and a mid grade magic weapon. I killed an elder of the Zixia sect a while ago. He had a lot of suitable spiritual materials and divine minerals, so I added them together to refine them and made a high-grade flying sword. I will give you a gift from the secret realm in advance. Xiao Laodao said lightly, and the surrounding guests' eyes turned red with envy when they heard this. The price of an ordinary middle-grade magic weapon is only 5,000 to 10,000 spirit stones. This level of magic weapon is already the standard weapon for most elders of the Vault realm with average strength. As for high-grade magic weapons, the price starts at 50,000 spirit stones. Some top-grade magic weapons with top quality or special functions can cost up to 200,000 to 300,000 spirit stones. Only those in the secret realm with powerful strength will use high-grade magic weapons to fight. Now, seeing that Xiao Laodao gave Su Jie a high-grade magic weapon, this kind of wealthy behavior made many people eager to replace it. Master, this is too precious. At this moment, Su Jie suddenly realized Xiao Guanglian's happiness. Having a big backer wouldn't be so satisfying. As long as you advance to the secret treasure realm and don't let me down, you will receive a mere high-grade magic weapon. As a master, I can afford to give it to you. Xiao Laodao glanced at the surprised guests around him. If they knew that Su Jie was an immortal seedling that even the sect leader Zhang Junwei couldn't help but rush to accept as his disciple, and that he had condensed his soul in Yunling realm, they would immediately understand him. Why do this? Master, this disciple must not fall into your prestige. Su Jie stroked the cold blade of the white-bone Tianxia sword. With this high-grade weapon, the shortcomings in attacking magic weapons would be greatly made up for. Don't let me down. Xiao Laodao nodded, turned around and left with Tang Peiqing, and the others also left one after another. Ning Xinyue walked to Su Jie's side and stared curiously at the flying sword in Su Jie's hand. Why doesn't my master, Elder Tang, give me such a good thing? Pumping her cheeks, Su Jie's ability to hold magic weapons for nothing made her very jealous. To find the treasure, she had to take the Tianqi Bagua plate and dive into the mountains and plains for treasure hunting. Su Jie's treasure was delivered to her door by herself. Su Jie laughed twice and said, if you are willing to expose your Xianyin body, Elder Tang Peiqing might actually be able to give you a high-quality magic weapon. Ning Xinyue curled her lips and said, forget it, I prefer to rely on my own hands to work hard to get rich. If I can still find rare treasures, I will make a lot of money. You think that exotic treasures are radishes in the ground, just say they are there. Su Jie shook his head in a funny way, turned around, said hello to Xiao Fengyuan and left. Just wait. If I find a rare treasure in the future, you, a bastard, will definitely be jealous to death. Ning Xinyue wrinkled her nose and made a face at Su Jie's leaving figure, feeling very unconvinced. End of chapter. Chapter 330 Promotion to the Secret Realm, second update. Inside the mansion's retreat, after Su Jie took a bath and burned incense, he sat cross-legged on the futon. There is a jade bottle placed in front, and inside is a rainbow refining and flame-gathering pill. Behind him is a rare 9th-grade holy lotus that is still in a seedling state, providing a better aura environment. On the left and right sides of Su Jie, there are thousand-handed centipede and Han Ruyan protecting his path. If there is any risk during the breakthrough, they can protect him. The reason for being so cautious is because today, Su Jie will officially start his breakthrough to the secret realm. Secret, come on. Su Jie took a deep breath, grabbed the jade bottle, and swallowed the rainbow refining and flame-gathering pill in one gulp. As the elixir entered his stomach, a faint golden light began to spread throughout Su Jie's limbs. At this moment, Su Jie's mind felt like it was exploding. Thousands of pictures emerged in the sea of consciousness. The various exercises and combat experiences he had learned in the past continued to emerge, such as the 100 Poison Refining Gu Manual, White Crane's Sitting Zen Taoist Technique, and Enlightenment and Returning to the Ruin Technique. Xianying Secret Technique, 5 Elements Demon Suppressing Mahamudra, 7-Star Gang Steps, Insect Control Wild Dao Technique, Body Insect Concentration Technique, 9 Nether Ghost Raising Technique. A large amount of knowledge is constantly being crushed and imprinted on the brain. At this moment, Su Jie has a deeper understanding of these methods. Han Ruyan turned her head to look at Su Jie and saw Su Jie floating half a meter above the ground, with a circle of light appearing behind him representing wisdom and enlightenment, that is called the Ring of Mental Enlightenment, and supreme wisdom arises from enlightenment. It is claimed that if there is this aura for 9 days and 9 nights, one can use wisdom to confirm the true nature of all things, the mental enlightenment. Ring behind Su Jie lasted for just 5 minutes before slowly dissipating. However, in this short state of enlightenment, Su Jie saw the Tongtian Avenue leading to the secret realm. In the 5 internal organs of Su Jie's body, there seemed to be 5 gods slowly opening their eyes. Those pairs of eyes are like galaxies in the universe, shining with extraordinary light. Their sight penetrates nothingness, time and space, as if they can see everything in the world. At the heart, a god of fire stands on the top of a volcano, wearing a crown and looking down at the world. He looks like the master of thousands of worlds. He is the official of the monarch and the god comes out. At the liver, a sacred tree stands in the sky. With a wave of the tree god's hand, the seeds and seedlings soar, and lush forests spread all over the world, turning into a forest world. In the lungs, there is a golden god roaring. Metals such as gold, silver, copper, and iron are like meteorites from the sky, falling from the sky, tearing apart everything along the way, and shattering the plates after falling on the ground. The raging wind is full of violence and danger. The spleen, a majestic mountain, is located here. There is an earth god who is kind and virtuous, and all things live and multiply because of it. The kidneys, there is a boundless ocean. The water god is in the deep sea, and he can set off a tsunami with a single movement. The heaven and earth have 5 elements, and the human body has 5 internal organs, which are in harmony. The human body is like a small universe. The secret realm is to tap into the power of the 5 internal organs of the human body: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and to nourish the gods within the 5 internal organs. This god is not a real god, but a formal god who uses spiritual power to attach different attributes to the 5 internal organs. For example, in the heart, if the heart belongs to fire, it is necessary to let the spiritual power operating in this area automatically bring the spiritual power of fire. To put it simply, it turns the heart into a high-temperature processing center. When the spiritual power flowing in the body enters, it will turn into fire spiritual power, with its own burning and explosion damage. And once the kidney is refined, the kidney belongs to water, which can increase the durability of spiritual power. The spleen belongs to earth, and training can increase the defensive strength of spiritual power. The liver belongs to wood and can increase the recovery speed of spiritual power. Lung technique gold allows spiritual energy to be stimulated with stronger armor-breaking ability. The 5 internal organs of the human body correspond to the 5 elements. Every time an internal organ is refined, the spiritual power will have an additional attribute to increase damage, which greatly enhances the lethality of the spiritual power. At the same time, the 5 internal organs are interconnected, and training them together is like adding a new spiritual energy warehouse in the body. The human body can absorb and store more spiritual energy, and the power of the spell will naturally be stronger. Cultivation in the secret realm is the process of cultivating the mind. Once the 5 internal organs are cultivated, the 5 gods will be like the 5 elements, and their spiritual power will be as vast as the ocean. The 5 elements will rotate every time they move, as if the 5 elements are suppressing them, and they will be invincible in battle. Sujia understood his future path and decisively chose the heart as the first place to rest in the secret palace, because the heart is the most important organ in the human body and the power of human circulation. The spiritual power in the body continued to surge toward the heart. According to the patterns compiled in Sujia's mind, it stimulated the corresponding acupuncture points and meridians of the heart, making it become his first inner god. Generally speaking, a disciple who has just broken through the secret realm can use a trick, that is, to raise a god without conceiving first, but to break through the realm first, allowing the spiritual energy to enter the 5 internal organs, and build the corresponding spiritual power warehouse, so that the body will be perfect due to the Yunling realm. The bucket can continue to absorb external spiritual energy. Many disciples do this, because their talents are limited, and it is not easy to break through the secret realm. These disciples simply can't do it directly by cultivating their minds in one step, and can only slowly ponder and deepen it in the future. Most disciples truly develop their first inner god within a year, but Sujia's Zisha Thunder Body's talent is not something to be ignored. In his recent enlightenment, he had already seen his own path forward and knew how to give birth to his first inner god. He didn't hesitate at all, he went straight to the point, choosing the heart as the power source to start. Reiki continues to penetrate into the subtle and secret acupuncture points of the heart, just like coding. Everyone's genes are slightly different, so the way to build spiritual nourishment is also different. This step can only be understood by yourself, and you cannot follow the footsteps of your predecessors. Footsteps referenced gradually, the beating speed of the heart slowed down, and there were burning sparks bursting out in the atrium, which was the intensification of spiritual power. What Sujia has to do is to let this spark completely burn and start a fire. Time passed bit by bit. Sujia kept trying, and his heart beat slower and slower, but there were more and more sparks, and the spiritual energy entering the heart was gradually dyed red. 1 hour, 10 hours, 3 days have passed, 5 days have passed. In the sky above Sujia's mansion, many people raised their heads and saw a scene like burning clouds. That was the natural atmosphere presented by Sujia's gaseous spiritual power. That is the direction of Senior Brother Su's residence. Could it be that he is breaking through the secret realm? What's going on with this Huoshayan? Can there be so much spiritual power in the Yunling realm? It's rare and strange. Senior Brother Su is the number one disciple. He can defeat 10 people from Tianhan sect by himself. How can his spiritual power be comparable to ours? Look at this flaming cloud. Senior Brother Su needs to rest his mind. If this is a breakthrough, after being promoted to the secret treasure realm, he will directly reach the first level of the secret treasure realm. Many disciples have noticed this change. After all, the scene is so vast that it is impossible to turn a blind eye. Ever since Su Jie started to break through, disciples would come to watch every day, talking about when Su Jie would be able to break through and add another general to the sect. Not only the disciples, but also many elders are watching secretly. Su Jie has the reputation of being the number one disciple. Once he breaks through, he will definitely attract the attention of the whole sect. When the time came to the 7th day, that is, on this day, Su Jie's heart, which had almost stopped beating, made a loud noise, and a dazzling fire emerged from it, igniting the spiritual energy in his body almost instantly. Izitsi, the thousand-handed centipede, felt that Su Jie's aura became grander and more intense, and happily circled in circles, letting out a cry of joy, and Han Ruyan saw that there was a flame like texture emerging from the heart of Su Jie's body, and there was also a burning breath between his breaths. In the realm of secrets, all 5 aggregates are gods. Su Jie suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the cross-legged position. Spiritual energy from the outside world poured into his body. The spiritual energy gushing out of Su Jie's body was violent, fiery, and destructive, and its color also changed. Fire red. The heart, a fire god, seemed to open his eyes simultaneously, and his spiritual power was instantly ignited. Su Jie waved his hand, and the spiritual energy in the sky turned into fireworks, igniting the air like a rain of fire. It was extremely beautiful, but when it fell on the ground, it burned holes the size of basins. These flames are also mixed with traces of purple light and thunder, which is also affected by the soul. The soul and the physical body are one, and now Su Jie can use one move to deal mixed damage to the soul and fire at the same time. Within the soul, the ancient mirror trembled slightly. What made Su Jie a little regretful was that the ancient mirror only trembled and did not open the sea of heaven. Just when Su Jie felt a little regretful, unexpectedly, his breakthrough actually caused changes in the celestial phenomena. But in the sky above Su Jie's residence, an invisible gap seemed to open in the void, and the long and ancient sound of bells resonated in the heaven and earth. Under the sky, there are clouds and mist, green rain is falling, dead trees are springing up, and purple air is filling the air, turning into auspicious signs such as phoenixes, unicorns, and sacred deers. What is this? I don't know, I've never seen it before. It doesn't seem to be spiritual energy. This is the vision of heaven and earth mentioned in the book. It is said that the vision of heaven and earth can only be caused when saints and immortal seedlings break through. Many disciples who came to Su Jie's residence every day to check in and wait for Su Jie to break through and escape saw this amazing scene on this day. Many disciples didn't understand what was going on, but there were also disciples who were well read and guessed the reason. When the news spread, the disciples were even more shocked. When they looked at the Su family's mansion, their eyes changed. The visions of heaven and earth are worthy of being immortal seedlings. What a blessing it is for me, Guiling Palace. Tang Peiqing opened the window from the weapon refining pavilion and looked at the scene here, with unconcealable shock on his face. Since ancient times, there have been stories about the birth of sages and visions of heaven and earth among practitioners. This is a manifestation of the birth of a real fairy seedling and the love of heaven and earth. This is my disciple. Today I will serve wine. Let's all have a drink. Xiao Laodao was making magic weapons with a group of elders to use as reserves for the upcoming war. At this time, he was also alarmed and saw the vision of heaven and earth coming from Su Jie. After he figured out the reason, what happened to the proud expression on his face? It can't be covered up either. Although the elders around him did not speak, their eyes were filled with envy. Such a disciple of the immortal Miao was a rare sight in 100 years, especially for the currently down and out demon Dao. It must be extremely rare. The entire gate of Guiling Palace was alarmed by this strange phenomenon. It has been many years. Guiling Palace has not known how many years it has been since a disciple's breakthrough could cause such a big commotion. Even the most senior elders can no longer remember the last time their sect cultivated a fairy seedling that caused strange phenomena in the world. It's a bit sluggish, and today there are only 2 updates and 7,000 words. End of chapter. Chapter 331 Evolution of Holy Lotus. First update. Su Jie raised his head in astonishment. In the void, there were blackbirds soaring, purple air rushed into the courtyard, divine illumination chamber, and clouds hanging above the head like the hood of a car.at. This time, Su Jie's body felt like he was soaking in a hot spring. He was extremely warm and comfortable. Some of the hidden injuries on his body were directly eliminated. His body was even more surrounded by purple energy. The sound of dragon bells emitted from inside. His body was covered with scales, and his whole body became. It's golden, like a golden god. During this process, Su Jie's body was strengthening to the naked eye, and the foundations of muscles, bones, flesh and blood, internal organs, and soul were all being firmly strengthened. The visions of heaven and earth are congratulated by heaven. Su Jie murmured to himself, feeling extremely excited. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when one is loved by heaven. Although he is a demon cultivator, he is also loved by heaven, because the way of heaven regards all things as stupid dogs. There is no human partiality or preference, the kind of concept of right and wrong, good and evil. Heaven treats all human beings equally. As long as your talent is strong enough and outstanding enough, whether you are killing countless evil people or a compassionate eminent monk, it will send you blessings, because the way of heaven follows the laws of nature. Just like nature, the weak eats the strong. Su Jie's body benefited greatly from this vision of heaven and earth, but it wasn't just Su Jie who benefited. Behind Su Jie, there were buds and leaves swaying, greedily absorbing the purple energy that filled the heaven and earth. That is Su Jie's 9th grade holy lotus. This rare treasure is changing. Its branches and leaves are sprouting rapidly, the 3 lotus leaves are slowly taking shape, and the fragrance lingers. Thousand-handed centipede stared at the 9th grade holy lotus, a trace of saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. He was so tempted by this rare treasure. Han Ruyan patted the thousand-handed centipede's head and said coldly, "Don't think about eating it randomly." Zitzi, the thousand-handed centipede, was very dissatisfied with Han Ruyan's behavior, and stood up and faced her with his teeth and claws, but fortunately, it knew that this was the owner's thing, so it was just greedy and didn't really eat it. Humph. Han Ruyan slowly exhaled and said, "Little insect." Zitzi, the thousand-armed centipede, wants to reveal its true form to see who is the little 1.1 ghost and one insect faced each other, and at this moment, the strange phenomena in the world finally slowly dissipated. Feeling the changes in his body, Su Jie gently clenched his fist, and the air in his palm was released sharply, as if a bomb was exploding in his palm. 5 Elements Demon-Suppressing Mahamudra. Su Jie gave a soft drink and clapped his left hand with the abundant spiritual power. After being promoted to the secret realm, and with the blessing of fire spiritual power, the palm print became several feet in size. When it fell on the ground, a deep pit of nearly 10 meters was created, and a burning aura rose from the surface. The entire retreat room was shaking violently, and the power was astonishing. If it weren't for the formation blocking it, it would have been knocked down immediately. Buzz, a large number of human-faced moths surged out of the insect bag. The insect clouds were manipulated by Su Jie like an arm, and began to entangle with each other, vaguely forming some kind of biological magic circle. In the sea, many weak fish will gather in groups and disguise themselves as giant monsters to scare predators, but the cloud of human-faced moths is more than just an intimidation in appearance. Su Jie's soul spread out, connecting the points to form lines, and the lines to form surfaces. The huge cloud of insects seemed to really form one body. Call, the insect cloud trembled, and ripples appeared in the air. They were connected to each other through Su Jie's soul. Su Jie took out an iron ingot, and one of the human-faced moths landed on Su Jie's palm and spit out acid. The iron ingot squeaked as it was corroded, and fine honeycomb-like pits appeared, making it much more powerful than before. Su Jie's soul acted as a wire for energy transmission, forming a biological formation. With the help of the blood, spiritual power, etc. of other human-faced moths, the acid strength of this human-faced moth was increased to a higher level. Su Jie picked up the human-faced moth and placed it on the ground, then took out a spiritual stone and fed it to the other party. The human-faced moth happily ate it. Su Jie placed his palm on top of the human-faced moth. A red light emerged from his palm, intensifying the spirit stone that the human-faced moth had just eaten. Under the red light, like high-particle radiation, the body of this human-faced moth slowly changes. Its leg muscles have become stronger than before, its wings are wider, and the poison sacs in its body are more corrosive. Su Jie transformed the body of this human-faced moth. When he was promoted to the state of enlightenment in the secret realm, Su Jie had a new understanding of the various methods he practiced. Among them, The 100 Poisons Goo Refining Manual and the 3 Secrets of Goo Masters, Insect Controlling Wild Way, Body Insect Concentration Method, Human Insect Sacrifice Refining Method. These are the techniques that Su Jie has been practicing for the longest time, and Su Jie understands them best. Although Su Jie has only seen the human insect sacrifice refining technique without actually practicing it, the core of the human insect sacrifice refining technique is the transformation ability that allows the native goo insect to merge with the monk's body. This transformation ability can now be easily used by Su Jie. In essence, everything a goo master practices is to better utilize goo insects. When the realm is reached, many Dharma methods will never change without departing from their roots. There is no need to stick to one path at all. Other routes can also achieve specious effects. Xiao Chen. Su Jie shouted, and the 1,000-handed centipede jumped on Su Jie. Looking at Su Jie eagerly. Su Jie took out tens of thousands of spiritual stones. The 1,000-handed centipede's upper body grew several times larger and swallowed these spiritual stones in several mouthfuls. Immediately afterwards, Su Jie activated his transformation ability, and cold sweat suddenly started flowing down his forehead. This is not at all as difficult as transforming a human-faced moth. 10 minutes later, Su Jie saw that the scales on the 1,000-hand centipede's body were deeper and deeper, and its defense had increased a little, but it was not very obvious. However, the 1,000-handed centipede was very excited and opened its mouth wide, wanting to beg for more spiritual stones to swallow and for Su Jie to transform it more. Bankrupt. Su Jie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 1,000-handed centipede, a foodie, was a middle-grade 5th refined goo insect. Su Jie's entire wealth of spiritual stones and blood marrow crystals could be used to strengthen it. The 1,000-handed centipede wrapped around Su Jie's arm. Su Jie looked at the amount of spiritual stones in his storage bag. There were still hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones, most of which were the 100,000 spiritual stones given by Qiu Laodao last time. Knocking on 1,000-hand centipede's forehead, Su Jie said helplessly, "I will help you transform it when I get rich later. Let's forget it for today." After saying that, Su Jie looked at the 9th grade holy lotus. This exotic treasure has completely changed its appearance. Before, it only had small cotyledons, shaped like bean sprouts, and now the 9th grade holy lotus has grown to 20 centimeters in height, and its cotyledons have fully developed, turning into 3 lotus leaves. Overall, this 9th grade holy lotus stands upright, with the spiritual power of the 5 elements of spiritual earth below suffused with it. The white bone tree planted next to it converts the spiritual power into water mist, which condenses into water droplets on the leaves of the 9th grade holy lotus. The water drops sparkle with crystal clear light, like bright pearls inlaid on the emerald green leaves, with a soft luster and a mouth-watering aroma. This exotic treasure 9th grade holy lotus absorbs the benefits of the visions of heaven and earth, which greatly promotes its development and growth. 3 lotus leaves, this is the first stage of development. Su Jie was very surprised and couldn't wait to observe. After obtaining the 9th grade holy lotus, Su Jie specifically checked the books on this rare treasure in the library of Ghostrage Palace. When the 3 lotus leaves of the 9th grade holy lotus grow, they are ready for use. Of course, it is not meant to be eaten. The mature form of the 9th holy lotus grows 9 lotus leaves and blooms at the same time. The lotus blooms to be its complete form. This is only the first stage. Su Jie followed the classics that he had read before, and used the magic method, and softly shouted, "You." The 9th grade holy lotus floated up, spinning around Su Jie. Su Jie used to imprint this exotic treasure on it with his own breath, and repeatedly refined and nourished it. Now it is half acknowledged by him, and Su Jie can control it easily. Xiao Chen, purple light ray. Su Jie waved his hand towards 1,000-handed centipede. After understanding the meaning, the 1,000-handed centipede's mask cracked open, and terrifying purple rays shot out. The leaves of the 9th holy lotus glowed slightly, and a green light film spread out from the leaves to block the purple rays. Boom, the purple light ray just created ripples in front of the Qingming light film and was easily defended. Seeing this scene, Han Ruyan suddenly raised her left hand, and the power of the curse spread. Similarly, the Qingming light film blocked Su Jie's face, and the invisible curse power was eliminated and could not affect Su Jie. This is the function of the 9th grade holy lotus. It is a first-class defensive treasure in itself. It is only in the first stage of growth now, and its defense capabilities are still limited. But with each additional lotus leaf that grows in the future, its defense capabilities will be improved to a higher level. Once it reaches its complete form, the 9 leaves are formed, and the lotus blooms. If a monk can completely refine at that time, the defensive power of the ninth grade holy lotus will be exaggerated to an extremely astonishing level, and there will be all kinds of magic. The reason why the ninth grade holy lotus was destroyed in the first place was that the holy lotus had no owner at that time, no one refined it, and could not automatically use its own defense capabilities. Plants do not have much awareness of self-defense. Sujia asked Han Royan and Thousand-Handed Centipede to increase their efforts to test the current defense limit of the ninth grade holy lotus. With Thousand-Hand Centipede's full strength, it was finally able to break through the defense. Han Royan's curse was also able to penetrate a little, but it couldn't be completely prevented. But even so, Sujia couldn't help but smile. The defensive power of the ninth grade holy lotus at this time has been extremely exaggerated. You must know that the attackers are a middle grade 5th grade refining goo insect and a 6th grade wedding ghost. Even the secret realm cannot ignore their attacks, but the ninth grade holy lotus can weaken most of their attacks under their full attack. The only pity is that the current 3rd grade holy lotus cannot be used for a long time. Sujia looked at the ninth grade holy lotus. It seemed a little sluggish, and it could not bend down from its original upright position, because it is not a complete body. Using it for defense will undoubtedly greatly consume its nutrients and slow down its growth rate. If it is injured, it will be even more distressing. Sujia placed the ninth grade holy lotus at his feet. With a thought, the holy and beautiful starlight spread out from the whole body of the ninth grade holy lotus, and the sounds of heaven and earth flowed automatically. Susu, the leaves of the 9-rank holy lotus are swaying, the starlight is pouring, and it is accompanied by the auspicious aura of thousands of purple clouds. The spiritual power in Sujia's body is running faster, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy from the outside is accelerating, and it is easier to understand various practices. In addition to providing defense, the 9th rank holy lotus is also a cultivation accelerator, which is the second ability of the 9th rank holy lotus. I think back then, Sujia just ate a lotus seed from the 9th grade holy lotus, and he improved his physical constitution, obtained the purple sky thunder body, and obtained the magical power of the purple sky thunder. This shows how powerful the 9 rank holy lotus is in helping people realize Taoism and practice. Sujia is still satisfied with the 9th grade holy lotus that is currently in the 3rd grade lotus leaf stage. In a life and death crisis, using the 9th grade holy lotus can undoubtedly make up for Sujia's lack of defense. Putting the 9th grade holy lotus away, Sujia stood up, pushed open the retreat room, and walked outside the mansion. A large number of disciples have already gathered. It was the first time for these disciples to see the strange phenomena of heaven and earth caused by Sujia's breakthrough, and they ran over to watch out of curiosity. As the door was pushed open and Sujia appeared, the disciples felt as if their eyes were looking directly at the radiance of the sun. The gorgeous golden radiance spread around Sujia, like an ancient god with extraordinary aura. Some of the disciples who looked at Sujia could feel that Sujia's body was extremely energetic, like an ancient tree holding up the sky, and there was a vague and mysterious sound coming from it. This is the result of Sujia receiving the blessing from heaven, but the strange phenomena in his body have not completely dissipated. His body is still resonating with the Tao, and his energy has not completely converged. After seeing Sujia's aura that far exceeded Yunling realm, the disciples didn't know that Sujia had successfully broken through. Congratulations to Elder Su for being promoted to the secret realm. Congratulations to Elder Su for being promoted to the secret realm. Congratulations to Elder Su for being promoted to the secret realm. With a chorus of shouts, Sujia's identity was also promoted from Senior Brother Su in everyone's mouth to Elder Su. The term elder is extremely respected in Guiling Palace, and it is the dream of countless disciples of Guiling Palace. Sujia's promotion undoubtedly added a powerful fighting force when the sect war was going on in Ghost Ridge Palace. I have lived up to everyone's expectations. Today, I, Sujia, have been promoted to the secret realm. Sujia cupped his hands and did not look down on other disciples just because he was promoted to the secret realm. Elder Su. Among the crowd, Shen Yun and Wu Bin were also here. After Sujia was promoted, they had proud smiles on their faces. You don't need to be so polite. You should just call me as you did before. Ask the elders to think that I am 70 years old. Let's have a drink together tonight. Sujia patted Chen Yun and Wu Bin on the shoulders. Yes, Brother Su, I wish you to continue to climb high buildings in the future. Wu Bin looked at Sujia with great emotion in his heart. When he first met Sujia, he was still an outer disciple. At that time, Wu Bin thought that Su Jie's potential would be over once he became an inner disciple. As a result, Su Jie took off much faster than he expected. He watched Su Jie continue to become stronger step by step, from being promoted to an inner disciple, to becoming the number one disciple, and now he was promoted to the secret realm, which was much better than he expected. Much further. Fellow Daoist Su, you will definitely be able to make great achievements in the Ghost Reach Palace in the future. Shen Yun's face was quite excited. She was not yet an inner disciple, but only at the 5th level of Yunling realm, but knowing Su Jie, an elder of the secret realm who was still young and has a promising future, even the inner disciples would not provoke her. Thank you for your good words. Su Jie chuckled and looked at the envy and awe in the eyes of the disciples around him, feeling a surge of ambition in his heart. After coming to Ghost Ridge Palace for nearly 3 years, he finally took the most solid step and achieved the cultivation of the secret realm soon. The news that Su Jie had been promoted to the secret realm and caused strange phenomena in the world spread far and wide. End of chapter. Chapter 332 Puppet Hall, second update. Su Jie chatted with Chen Yun and Wu Bin for a while, then separated from them and came to the mansion where Qiu Laodao was. After entering, Su Jie not only saw Qiu Laodao, but also several elders nearby. They are refining the standard magic weapon together. Qiu Laodao specializes in the refining of the magic weapon, which can be seen from the refining of the white bone Tianxia sword. In addition to fighting, many older elders have other skills, such as alchemy, weapon refining, talisman painting, formation painting, etc. For example, Tang Peiqing, the eldest, was unrivaled in the entire sect in refining pills and poisons. He was also proficient in refining weapons and painting talismans. The long days gave him enough time to learn and hone his skills. Elders with such profound qualifications and numerous skills can be regarded as worthy in any sect. An elder in a sect is like a treasure. Disciple Su Jie, pay homage to master. Su Jie stepped forward and bowed as a disciple. Qiu Laodao put down his work, watched the changes in Su Jie's energy, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. As expected, you were promoted to the secret realm within a week. You are a man of your word. This disciple is just concentrating on practicing, and not only is he neglecting the slightest bit. Nowadays, the righteous sect outside the door is very powerful. If he is promoted to the secret realm as soon as possible, he can also share the sect's worries as soon as possible. Su Jie looked upright and said what he said was true. When several elders heard this, they all expressed their admiration. Fellow Daoist Su, not only are you outstanding in talent, but your character is also first-rate. I executed a few cowardly traitors a few days ago. If everyone had thoughts like yours, fellow Daoist Su, we might have bulldozed those righteous sections. Fellow Daoist Su, go back to my place and sit down to give lessons to my young disciples. Let's see what is a qualified ideological state as a member of Guiling Palace. Now that Su Jie has been promoted to the secret realm, he sits with these elders. They call Su Jie a Taoist friend. The fact that these elders can appear here shows that they have a good relationship with Qiu Laodao and will not be stingy with verbal praise. Su Jie, you really did not disappoint. Just then, a voice came. A figure fell from the sky, wearing a black and gold robe with a serious face. It was Zhang Junwei, the leader of Guiling Palace. I've met the sect leader. Su Jie turned around and handed over his hand. I've met the sect leader. Qiu Laodao and other elders also stood up and saluted. I came here to see Su Jie this time. Such a strange phenomenon in the world and the promotion of the immortal seedlings have not appeared in my Ghost Ridge Palace for many years. Zhang Junwei waved to Su Jie to come forward. Su Jie stepped forward quickly, wondering what Zhang Junwei wanted from him. Sit first. Zhang Junwei had a friendly smile on his face, looking at Su Jie with increasing satisfaction. I heard what you just said. In our recent confrontation with the Zhengdao sect, many elders died. Since you have been promoted to the secret realm, it means that you are qualified to take on the responsibilities of the secret realm. These are the elders who died recently. Their names are here, as well as their duties during their lifetime. You can choose one to take over and maintain the safety of the sect. Zhang Junwei took out a booklet and handed it to Su Jie. Su Jie immediately understood what Zhang Junwei meant. Many powers of this level in the secret realm hold important positions, but positions with great authority are often a mess. For example, Tang Peiqing served as the head of the Alchemy Pavilion and also served as the head of the Weapon Refining Hall. Just because he had many skills, he was the most senior elder in the sect. The leader of the command hall is Zhuo Xinping, who is related to the patriarch Zhang Junwei, so he can control the distribution of tasks. Even Xiao Laodao is the deputy hall master of the weapon refining hall. The weapon refining hall is one of the highest status departments in Ghost Ridge Palace. It has the same status as the Alchemy Pavilion, the Criminal Law Hall, the Order Hall, etc. The deputy hall master is already the real power. It's time for a new job. These key positions are usually not released while the original elders are still alive. The newly promoted Secret Realm cannot find a job, so he can only serve as an elder to teach his disciples. However, due to the sect war, many elders died, and these positions became vacant, becoming the favorites in the eyes of many elders without authority. Zhang Junwei selected Su Jie, which was clearly abusing power for personal gain. Of course, the other elders knew about it and didn't dare to say anything. Su Jie guessed in his mind that he might have made too much noise when he was promoted, and the reason why Zhang Junwei was given an important position was a kind of win-win. When several elders near Su Jie heard this, except for Qiu Laodao who was smiling, the other elders had strange expressions in their eyes. Among them, some have not yet held any positions within the sect. Su Jie flipped through the pamphlet. He didn't have a mental disorder. Being able to get a position of real power was much better than those powerless elders. Suddenly, Su Jie saw a certain position, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Sect Master, is it okay if I want to take up this position? Su Jie pointed to a certain page in the book and asked directly. Puppet Hall, do you want to take this position? Zhang Junwei was slightly startled. He had never heard that Su Jie was good at studying puppets. On the contrary, he only heard that Su Jie was very good at cultivating goo insects and that he had a powerful female ghost. Sect Master, I have always been interested in puppetry, but I have never had the opportunity to study it in the past. Su Jie smiled and said, this puppet hall. Su Jie thought that if he could serve as the leader, he might be able to learn from some of Blue Star's technological drawings and reproduce related products in Ghost Ridge Palace. Well, that's okay. Peng Qinan, the former master of the puppet hall, is the only one in the entire sect who is good at puppetry. Since you are interested, I'll leave it to you. Zhang Junwei didn't think much about it. The puppet hall was only a marginal department in Ghost Ridge Palace. Apart from the sacrificed former hall leader Peng Qinan, there were only a few disciples who were interested in puppetry or had related talents. In Guiling Palace, a sect that is full of bugs, few people care about it. When the other elders saw Su Jie's choice, they looked at each other. There were clearly better positions available, but Su Jie turned a blind eye. Some elders who have no positions so far are even more enthusiastic about it, and they can't wait to get relevant positions in Su Jie's place. Su Jie, if you think about it carefully, there are many other important positions. Xiu Laodao coughed dryly. He was afraid that his disciple would suffer a loss and did not understand the importance of this position. He wanted Su Jie to make another choice. Master, I've already thought about it. I'm really interested in puppetry, so I won't change it. Su Jie shook his head, and Xiu Laodao was speechless. The puppet hall department basically has no funds within the sect. Previously, it was a place where the elder Peng Qinan only entertained himself. It had no status at all in the Ghost Ridge Palace. The Ghost Ridge Palace will not allocate funds to the puppet hall, nor will it issue tasks or require the puppet hall to deliver anything. If it weren't for Peng Qinan's seniority and cultivation at the 4th level of the Secret Realm, a department like this would have been banned by Ghost Ridge Palace long ago. Okay, you will be the leader of the puppet hall from now on. I hope you will work hard and pass on the puppet hall. Zhang Junwei handed Su Jie a token representing the identity of the leader of the puppet hall and said somewhat casually, don't worry, sect leader. When the time comes, I will have an AK in my left hand and a Laifu in my right hand. I will definitely make the puppet hall bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Su Jie stood up with great momentum and a voice like thunder. Very ambitious, but what is AK Laifu? Zhang Junwei seemed confused, hearing this word for the first time. Well, this is a weapon I imagined. It's still in the concept. Maybe I will design them in the future. Su Jie touched his head and said this. Then I'm waiting to see your performance. As for funding, if you can achieve results, the sect will not be stingy with funding. Zhang Junwei patted Su Jie on the shoulder, turned and left. As the leader of the sect, he had a lot of things to deal with when the outside world was under siege. Being able to take the time to come specifically to see Su Jie was considered a great deal of importance to Su Jie. What's wrong to choose? Choose this puppet hall. Do you know the puppetry? As soon as Zhang Junwei left, Xiu Laodao couldn't help it anymore and looked at Su Jie with hatred. This kind of puppetry technique is very rare in the entire sect, and only Peng Qinan's lineage has spread it. Of course, Xiu Laodao didn't know how to do it, and he didn't even believe that Su Jie knew how to do it. Master, I can learn if I don't know. I am still very confident in my learning ability. Just wait and see. I will give you a big one when the time comes. Although Su Jie has never studied puppetry, he has actually practiced it. The 800mm caliber biological cannon used by the 1,000-hand centipede to bomb Putuo Airport can also be regarded as a puppet technique. After all, a lot of spiritual materials were added to it. Of course, a biological cannon of that level relies more on the 1,000-handed centipede's powerful body flesh-splitting ability. Its power relies entirely on Su Jie's Purple Sky Divine Thunder, which is not an orthodox puppet technique. I don't expect you to give me any surprises. Why don't we just play with bugs? Do puppetry? Can this thing be used as food? Xiu Laodao was very disdainful and said bluntly, "It's not like I haven't dealt with Peng Qinan before. He does have a few skills in puppetry. Some of the robots and demons he trained have some fighting ability, but in a fight, I am definitely your master who will win. I can kill him with all my energy." Su Jie knew that Xiu Laodao's words were probably not bragging. Puppet masters use various spiritual materials to make combat puppets and control them through spiritual power. Generally speaking, the more powerful the battle puppet, the more precious the spiritual materials required, and the price is extremely high compared to the Gu Master. Not far from the Ghost Ridge Palace is the Insect Valley. It is easy to obtain natural materials. Even the most ordinary disciples can catch Gu insects at no cost at all. The puppet master worked hard and spent a lot of money to create combat puppets to fight against the Gu master's insect swarm. Even if both were lost, the Gu master could run to the Insect Valley to quickly restock. The puppet master can only spend money, time, and effort to recreate it. This is not to say that the puppet master is not good, but in the Ghost Ridge Palace, the cost performance is obviously not as good as the Gu master. Master, I know all what you said, but I really want to study puppetry. I feel that this thing can be very profitable. Su Jie chuckled and expressed another opinion. End of chapter. Chapter 333 Cauldron, 3 updates with 10,000 words, please vote for me. Make money? Xiu Laodao looked like you were treating me like a fool and said disdainfully, "You think I don't know the puppetry technique? Researching this thing is the most expensive thing. Peng Qinan himself is heavily in debt. He still owes me 30,000 spiritual stones, but he still hasn't paid back. It's all over once and for all if he dies. I don't even know who to get my money back from." Several elders around him couldn't help but laugh and lamented Su Jie's whims. Fellow Daoist Su, if you haven't studied the puppet technique yet, you don't know. This technique is the most expensive to use. If you want to drive combat puppets, higher grade puppets will use high grade spiritual stones as the power source. Think about it for yourself. Just one high-grade spiritual stone is worth thousands of low-grade spiritual stones, not to mention other rare spiritual materials. The wood must be made from various spiritual trees. These spiritual trees have the best energy transmission and are mixed with various divine minerals. After a battle, if many puppets are damaged, the bottom of the pants will be lost. Elder Peng Qinan often worried about money during his lifetime. Many elders borrowed money from him because studying puppetry was too expensive. In Ghost Ridge Palace, when you study the puppetry technique, you will understand that refining Gu is the most cost-effective. These elders advised Su Jie not to think too much. If studying puppetry could make money, the puppetry lineage would not be ignored in Guiling Palace. Only a few disciples would learn from the elder Peng Qinan. I will make results for everyone to see in the future, Master. That Su Jie looked at his master and rubbed his hands in embarrassment. You haven't studied puppetry yet, and now you want to borrow money from me? Xiu Laodao started blowing his beard and staring. If it had been anyone else, he would have been trembling with fear. Su Jie spread his hands and said, "Master, after all, I am also your disciple. You see that the disciple is poor now, so you can support me with some spiritual materials. I don't want your money, but it's just that the puppet hall is too difficult to start, and you don't want a disciple. Let's live on the street because of studying puppetry. That will damage your reputation. You kid, I don't think you have learned anything else. You can learn a lot from Peng Qinan about borrowing money. Xiao Laodao had nothing to do with Su Jie. He spoke harshly, but finally relaxed. Our weapon refining hall can lend you part of the spiritual materials to the puppet hall at the internal price. Please note that this is a loan and will be repaid later. Now that the sect is at a critical juncture in the war, any spiritual materials can be used to make magical weapons. I can't waste it on you. Thank you, Master. Your words are enough. I will make the best use of these spiritual materials. A smile appeared on Su Jie's face. It was good to have a backing master. He could take shortcuts for many things in Guiling Palace. Otherwise, even if Su Jie wanted to buy the spiritual stones himself, because of the sect war, outside trade was basically cut off, and the prices of various spiritual materials had risen to extremely terrifying prices, even in the Ghost Ridge Palace. The spiritual materials are supported by strategic reserves from the past and are specially used to make various magic weapons and magic circles. Even if Su Jie had a net worth of more than 100,000 spiritual stones, if he really wanted to buy a batch of precious spiritual materials, he wouldn't be able to buy much at the external price. What's more, Su Jie still needs these hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones for his own cultivation and other purposes. Xiao Laodao shook his head. The main reason why he valued Su Jie was that Su Jie was a fairy seedling that Guiling Palace had only seen for 100 years. This was also the reason why he was willing to help Su Jie like this. That if it were Pei Haibing in the past, he would have gone as far as he could. Su Jie was a promising star who even the sect master would come to win over and show his goodwill, which was not something ordinary disciples could compare to. After getting the letter and seal signed by Xiao Laodao, Su Jie left the mansion and went straight to the weapon refining hall. Elder Su. When a steward at the door saw Su Jie, he immediately came over with a flattering smile. The news of Su Jie's promotion to the secret realm has now spread throughout the Ghost Ridge Palace. Except for the disciples who are still fighting in the jungle outside, no one in the Ghost Ridge Palace knows about it. Call me Hall Master Su, now I am the Hall Master of the Puppet Hall. Su Jie smiled and took out Xiao Laodao's letter, and then said, I'm here to get some spiritual materials. This is the letter from your Deputy Palace Master. After reading it, the steward was a little surprised, but the seal on it was correct, so he nodded and said, Hall Master Su, please wait a moment. I'll have someone go check it out and get the spiritual materials right away. Half an hour later, Su Jie received a large amount of spiritual materials. The quantity and value of these spiritual materials, even if it is the internal price, is as high as 70,000 to 80,000 spiritual stones. If converted to the external black market price, it can rise to the sky. Su Jie successfully obtained the right to use this spiritual material through Xiao Laodao's face recognition. Of course, this needs to be paid back. After doing all this, Su Jie planned to go directly to the puppet hall, but then he realized that he didn't know the way. Junior brother Su, no, it's time to call you Elder Su. At this moment, a charming laughter sounded. With a hint of charm. Su Jie turned around and saw a slim figure. Her long goose-yellow skirt brushed against her delicate jade-like skin. Her hair was like clouds dancing in the wind. She had a face that was as beautiful as autumn water, and her eyebrows were like distant eyebrows. The mountains are covered with greenery, and the soft gauze clothes are gently blowing, and the tender skin like snow on the inside is looming. Combined with the expression of still wanting to talk, it arouses endless reverie. This woman is Su Jie's senior sister Yu Wenxian. This senior sister, whom she has not seen for a long time, is standing outside the weapon refining hall. She seems to be here to buy magic weapons. Sister Yu, what a coincidence! Su Jie didn't expect to meet Yu Wenxian here, a woman Su Jie had never dared to provoke easily in the past, but now and then, when Su Jie looked at her, he no longer had the cautious attitude in the past. I don't dare to take it seriously when you call me senior sister. You are now an elder. It would be bad if others heard you. Sister Yu, are you kidding me? We have known each other in the past and have been sisters and brothers for several years. If I change my words just after being promoted to the secret realm, others will say that I have forgotten my roots. Su Jie said with a smile, and at the same time sensed Yu Wenxian's energy. This woman seemed to have discovered this, and did not hide it. She deliberately revealed the spiritual energy in her body, which was the perfect state of the 10th level of Yunling realm. Yu Wenxian arched her eyebrows and said, "Junior brother Su, then I am offended. Speaking of senior sister, I am quite behind you. You see, I am only at the 10th level of the Yunling realm now, and you have already caught up and been promoted to the secret treasure. In comparison, senior sister, I have slacked off too much. Senior sister, I see that your chi is already in perfect condition. It implies a chance of breaking through. I think the breakthrough will happen in the near future." Su Jie said. He was not flattering. Yu Wenxian's chi was indeed extremely perfect, natural and smooth, and she felt like she could break through at any time. "Then let me borrow your good words from you, junior brother Su. If senior sister, I really make a breakthrough, I will treat you well." Yu Wenxian pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Her eyes were charming and seductive, and her tall breasts bounced back and forth with her laughter, which made people fascinated. "Ha, forget about the hospitality. If senior sister you can break through, we will be able to strengthen our lineage. It's not too late for me to be happy." Su Jie would not really go to Yu Wenxian's soft couch and refuse the so-called hospitality directly. This woman has always been very mysterious. In the past, she was able to make many inner disciples fearful, not only because of her control over her child mother Love Gu, but also because of her strength. Su Jie has never seen the opponent's natal Gu insect, nor has he heard anyone talk about it, which is enough to prove many things. That is, the people who have seen her natal Gu are all dead now, and the dead will naturally not leak the secret. Therefore, even if Su Jie is promoted to the secret realm, he will not underestimate this woman. "Senior sister Yu, I still have something to do here, so I'll take the first step." Su Jie shrugged, gave way, turned and left. Yu Wenxian stood in the shadow outside the weapon refining hall, looking at Su Jie's leaving figure. The smile on her face gradually faded, and she whispered to herself, "With the aura of the Holy Lotus, does he still have lotus seeds on his body? It's impossible, he took it reached the true form of Holy Lotus?" Her eyes became dangerous, and Yu Wenxian clenched her fingers into fists. The 9th grade Holy Lotus was shattered in the battle between Ghost Ridge Palace and the Zhengdao sect. What was broken was only the lotus buds and seeds. The true body of the 9th grade Holy Lotus cannot be broken by the secret treasure realm and the Tao platform realm. Now I don't know whose hands it falls into. Junior brother Su, you have already made my heart flutter as a fairy. Now that you have this Holy Lotus, sister, I appreciate you even more. Yu Wenxian walked back to her boudoir, stood in front of a mirror, bit her fingertips and dripped blood on them. After half a minute, scenes appeared on the other side of the mirror, as if they were flying over thousands of mountains and rivers, and finally entered a mysterious Taolin hot spring. A silver bell-like laughter and a charming gasp rang out in the mirror. In the hot spring pool, a woman was wearing a veil that did not cover her body. Her jade body lay horizontally, her pink arms were like jade, her legs were slender, and her skin was like suet. White jade. The surrounding water splashes from time to time, and the fragrant peach blossoms fall on the graceful jade body. The scenery is so beautiful that it makes the mouth go dear wide-eye. In the end, the scenery changed and stopped at a woman who had just swam out of the hot spring, like a hibiscus emerging from the water. This woman has icy muscles and jade bones. She has a bun that exposes her temples. Her brows are lightly swept and her eyes are full of spring. Her skin is as smooth as warm jade. Her lips are as delicate as flowers. Her waist is not too full to hold. She has an unparalleled beauty. She is as beautiful as a fairy who does not eat the fireworks of the world. Both her figure and appearance are far superior to Yu Wenxian. How is the situation going? Do you have any clues? The woman spoke calmly, her voice was gentle and soft, like the gurgling water or the wind blowing in the willows, soft and charming. "Sir, sect master, I haven't found where the Holy Lotus is." Yu Wenxian responded in a low voice, with some remorse on her face. At the beginning, only the Guiling Palace found that the Qinglu Diling River was suitable for the growth of the 9th grade Holy Lotus. I ordered you to sneak into Guiling Palace and plant the sect's sacred objects into the Qinglu Diling River. In the end, our Wanyue sect was just in vain. There was no hint of happiness or anger in the voice of the woman on the other side of the mirror, only a slight sigh. "Sir, sect master, although I did not find the 9th grade Holy Lotus body, I found some important clues. In addition, I also found a fairy seedling." Yuan Xian spoke quickly and told everything she found in Guiling Palace. Xian Miao, are you saying that there might be a 9th grade holy lotus in him? After hearing this, the woman in the mirror mostly didn't believe it, and then said, whether there is a holy lotus or not, a fairy seedling is rare. Find it and use it as a double cultivation cauldron. I promise you can make up for your mistakes, and I will ask the elders of the sect to help you. In addition, continue to search for the true body of the holy lotus, and the sect's sacred objects are not allowed to be peeped or stolen. Yes, Lord Sect Master, I will definitely make it happen. Yuan Xian knelt on the ground and made a promise. The image in the mirror gradually faded away, leaving only a soft voice. Complete the mission as soon as possible, and your lurking will end as soon as possible and return to the gate of Wanyu. BR return. Looking at the dispersed image in the mirror, Yuan Xian's eyes were full of longing and nostalgia, and she was planning various plans in her heart for Su Jia. It was impossible for her to do it forcefully. She could only have a chance of winning with the help of other powers from the Wanyu sect. Junior brother Su, don't blame sister. Being able to become the cauldron of our Wanyu sect doesn't mean it's an insult to your talent. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Yuan Xian lifted her hair from her temples and revealed a charming and intoxicating smile. A fairy seedling was enough for her to take risks, not to mention that Su Jia still had the aura of the 9th grade holy lotus in him. End of chapter. Chapter 334 Puppetry. First update, Su Jia asked someone for directions, and this time he finally found the puppet hall. Its location is in the corner of the mountain gate, which is not a problem. Many parts of the hall are dangerous, such as the weapon refining hall. If the refining fails, there will be an explosion. This place is really shabby. Su Jia looked at the puppet hall. It occupied a large area, but it was very old inside. The wooden vermilion gate has mottled and peeling leather. Stubborn weeds have grown in the gaps between the bluestones in the courtyard. The iron railings are rusty, and the corners of the beams have become a paradise for spiderwebs. Creak. Su Jia pushed open the half-open door and walked in calmly. Senior brother Zhu, the poisonous ivy has been extracted. Please see if you need to further dry it to extract the silk. This black ice stone is going to be ground. We need it in powder form to increase the puppet's cold resistance. The movement of this puppet's arm is too rough. Whoever is responsible for handling it, I can't even straighten the arm. High-grade spiritual stones? Where can I find high-grade spiritual stones for you now? Just make do with medium-grade spiritual stones. The power is almost there. Bursts of discussion came from the courtyard. More than 30 disciples were busy here. Some were processing raw materials, some were assembling the puppets, and some were testing the performance of the puppets. Su Jia did not immediately come forward to interrupt, but stood aside and watched. In a huge flat field, these disciples had a clear division of labor. With their physique far exceeding that of ordinary people, they were calibrating and training a 2-5-meter combat puppet. This kind of combat puppet has a blue body and a round head with gems as eyes and detection mechanism. The body is basically the same as that of an ordinary person, with wide feet and hands that can be freely extended and contracted. The materials made of it are quite extraordinary, including purple rime gold and mulberry wood, polar crystal, moon spirit iron, poisonous devil vine, earth flame steel bone. Su Jia scanned it with his consciousness and found that the spiritual materials he recognized were worth more than 2,000 spiritual stones. If you include the 7 or 8 middle grade spirit stones that drive the energy, such a battle puppet costs 3,000 spirit stones, which can wipe out the entire net worth of an ordinary inner disciple. Such a battle puppet, judging from the dent caused by stepping on the ground, weighs nearly 10 tons. After the battle puppet was adjusted, the person who tested it was a shirtless, tall and thick man with an unusually loud voice. Get out of the way, everyone, I'm going to test this raging flame puppet. The strong man shouted, and the disciples around him ran away and watched on the other side. Su Jia naturally blended into the crowd and watched with the others. Drink, Furious Flame number 1, target the stone peak in front. The strong man pinched the magic weapon, and the blue puppet's 2 gem eyes shone with light, but the heavy body took a light step and flew past at a speed that was almost close to the ground. Tang, a miniature formation appeared on the puppet's body, and blue flames burned brightly. The entire body was ignited, and then he waved his fist at a rockery more than 10 meters high in front of him. Boom! The blue flame turned into a fire dragon and exploded the rockery in all directions in an instant. Large pieces of broken stone flew all over the sky, causing a group of disciples to cheer happily. A puff puff puff, the puppet opened its mouth and sprayed out a series of fireballs accurately, hitting the falling large pieces of gravel and further shattering them. This was a demonstration of its long-range attack capability. The next moment, the puppet hit hard against a solid cast steel plate, directly denting and deforming the steel plate. However, there was no damage to the puppet itself, and its defensive capabilities were also good. In the end, this puppet tested its strength and speed and was able to run at a speed of more than 100 meters per second. If the energy consumption of the Spirit Stone was not taken into account, its maximum speed could exceed 300 meters and it could lift hundreds of tons of steel columns. After the test, the audience burst into applause, the disciples' faces were full of joy and they began to discuss it. This raging flame puppet is really good. In terms of combat power, it must have the combat power of a 4th grade puppet, right? There must be one. Senior Brother Zhu is so awesome. This puppet was all designed by him. Let's make more. At our speed, we can make one in half a month. You paid for it? This raging flame puppet was made possible by everyone's frugality and hard work. After the discussion, everyone's interest dropped a little. I can sponsor 1 or 2. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Who wants to sponsor us? The disciples looked around and soon found Su Jie, who was speaking. Who are you? These disciples looked surprised when they found a stranger in the team. You have no sense of confidentiality at all. Su Jie shook his head. These disciples probably haven't left the puppet hall for several days. They stayed here to build the raging flame puppet. They didn't even know about the important matter of Su Jie being promoted to the secret realm. Wait, you are Senior Brother Su. Suddenly, a disciple recognized Su Jie's face. As the number 1 disciple, his face was still highly recognizable in Ghost Ridge Palace. Even the disciples who stayed in the puppet hall doing research all day had seen it. Su Jie. Elder Su. At the same time, the strong man who had just tested the raging flame puppet suddenly shouted, with a look of shock on his face. Elder? The surrounding disciples were all stunned, their eyes full of astonishment. Senior Brother Su has been promoted to the secret realm, and when he broke through, he also caused a strange phenomenon in the world. I have seen it before when I went out. The brawny disciple opened his mouth to explain, then approached Su Jie and said curiously, Elder Su, I am Zhu Changqi, an inner disciple, and also the senior brother of the puppet hall. I have been managing this place since Master left. I didn't know you were here this time. Zhu Changqi was confused. He didn't hear that Master Peng Qinan had any interaction with Su Jie during his lifetime. No, although he has no relationship with Su Jie, the Master has a relationship with Mr. Qiu, and he still owes money, and Su Jie is a disciple of Qiu Laodao. Could he be here? Zhu Changqi's face became embarrassed, and he said with a stiff face, that Elder Su, we really have no money now, can you please let us slow down for a while? Seeing Su Jie sizing up the raging flame puppet again, Zhu Changqi gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and said with reluctance, Elder Su, if you like this puppet, use it to offset part of the bill first. When the disciples around him heard this, their faces were filled with reluctance. This puppet had been created after Peng Qinan's death and they had gone through a lot of hard work. Seeing that it is about to be confiscated before it can be warmed up, who would be willing to do this? But facing Su Jie, a young elder with no bright future, who dares to say no? After all, their puppet hall does owe Qiu Laodao's master money and has not repaid it. Su Jie had a playful smile on his face, knowing that they had misunderstood his purpose, so he reached out and squeezed Zhu Changqi's shoulder. Well, my cultivation at the 8th level of Yunling realm is pretty good. When Zhu Changqi heard this, his body suddenly trembled. He thought of those demon cultivators in the sect who used living people to feed insects and practiced the human insect sacrifice method, and his face turned pale. Su Jie must not be satisfied with getting a battle puppet and want to use him as a supplement. Now that his master Peng Qinan has died, no one can help him. Elder Su, my strength is definitely not worth mentioning to you. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning at all. Zhu Changqi wanted to retreat, but his shoulders seemed to be grasped by steel pliers and he could not move at all. No, I'm very optimistic about you. As soon as Su Jie said these words, Zhu Changqi was so frightened that his legs became weak and his face turned pale. Su Jie saw Zhu Changqi's expression and stopped teasing him. He chuckled and said, Okay, I'm joking with you. Let me correct your mistake. Don't call me Elder Su. You should call me Hall Master. Master? Shu Changqi stared at Su Jie blankly. After a while, he finally came to his senses. His pupils were shaking and his mouth was wide open. He realized that Su Jie was not here to collect debts. Yes, starting from today, I, Su Jie, will serve as the leader of the puppet hall. The token representing the identity of the leader of the puppet hall was held high by Su Jie. The token revealed majesty and a special magic circle, which could not be forged. After all the disciples were stunned, they knelt down on one knee and said in unison, "Disciples of the puppet hall, pay homage to the master." At this time, the eyes of these disciples were extremely excited, including Zhu Changqi, who was scared just now, and his face was also full of excitement at this time. With Su Jie as the master of the secret realm, the puppet hall will have someone to rely on in the future. Since the fall of Peng Qinan, the life of the puppet hall has become more and more difficult day by day. It was not welcomed in the first place, but now it does not even have a secret realm. You can imagine the situation. No need, tell me about the puppet hall. Su Jie waved his hand. He didn't like these false courtesy. Hallmaster, the puppet hall currently occupies an area of 130 acres, with a total of 36 disciples and more than 150 ordinary servants. Except for me, who is an inner disciple, the other disciples are all outer disciples. In addition, the puppet hall currently owns one puppet, which is the current Furious Flame number 1, and has approximately more than 1,000 spiritual stones in its name. Shu Changqi quickly reported the current situation of the puppet hall. Elder Peng didn't leave you any legacy? Su Jie said suspiciously, this is too poor, and he is still a Tang too after all. Zhu Changqi smiled bitterly and said, our puppet hall has always been operating with debt. After the death of Master, many creditors came to the door, and the remaining spiritual materials and puppets in the puppet hall were paid. Speaking of these sad things, Zhu Changqi looked helpless. In the past, for Peng Qinan's sake, others were still willing to pay on credit. Now that Peng Qinan has died, it's just a matter of time. He, an inner disciple, is completely unworthy in the eyes of those creditors. Fortunately, we have Su Jie now, otherwise it would be quite normal for the puppet hall to go bankrupt and close down one day. It seems that the stall I took over will start from scratch. Su Jie smiled, having already anticipated the difficulties that the puppet hall would face. Master still has assets left behind, which are the design drawings of various puppets, including the design concept drawings of the 7th grade puppets. However, we have no money, no materials, and our skills are poor, so we cannot reproduce them. Br Zhu Changqi was very ashamed and stumped by money. Which technique is practiced in the puppet hall? This is the Yinshin puppet technique. It is also called puppet manipulation in the outside world. It uses spiritual materials as the foundation and spiritual stones as kinetic energy. It uses the blood, soul, and yin vein breath of the monks as remote control, using spiritual power. Control various combat puppets. Shu Changqi took out a pamphlet and jade slips. The former was Peng Qinan's manuscript, which contained many annotations and reading experiences left by Peng Qinan. The latter is the fundamental method of Yinshin puppet technique, and it is also the key to making the puppets move. After Su Jie took it, he absorbed the knowledge inside. The content was much more than he imagined. As for the puppet material alone, the various toughness, strength, tension, stretch resistance, etc. of the spiritual material must be considered. Some spiritual materials with attributes, such as flame crystals, will continue to glow and heat, and the conflict and interference of these additional abilities must also be considered. This is just the beginning. These spiritual materials must be combined cleverly through design, combined with spiritual stones as power output, and microarrays must be burned internally to establish corresponding energy transmission channels. In order for the combat puppet to have a certain degree of combat intelligence, it is necessary to prepare a divine heartstone in advance and input a lot of corresponding combat data into the puppet in the form of jade slips. In this way, when the puppet technique controls multiple puppets to fight, there will be no situation where you are overwhelmed. After doing all this, you will be a real puppet. Then he uses his blood to integrate his breath into the puppet, so that he can control it through the air with spiritual power. Su Jie's head suddenly swelled. This amount of knowledge was really huge. In Su Jie's understanding, it required a lot of knowledge in materials science, dynamics, electronic technology, automation control, etc. It was extremely complicated. Being able to design a combat puppet on your own is definitely a talent. Hallmaster, which sect of puppetry did you learn before? Shu Changqi asked curiously that Pang Chinan's lineage of Yin god puppet skills was previously available in Guiling Palace. When Shu Changqi thought about it, Su Jie was willing to become the master of the puppet hall, so he must have mastered the puppet skills. I've never learned puppetry before. Su Jie shook his head. Ugh. Shu Changqi's mouth twitched, and the disciples around him were also confused. Who would have thought that Su Jie, the leader of the puppet hall, had never learned the art of puppetry? Their puppet hall was such a marginal department, and there was no money to be made. Everyone couldn't figure out why Su Jie wanted to be the leader of the puppet hall. Master, with your talent, you will definitely be able to learn the puppetry skill at your fingertips. I will also give you the scriptures and puppet design drawings left by the master. You will definitely be able to carry forward our puppet hall. After Shu Changqi was stunned, he immediately changed his tune and began to praise, regardless of whether Su Jie knew puppetry before. With Su Jie sitting in the puppet hall, his face alone was enough to intimidate a group of young people. Nowadays, the Guiling Hall, which is in ruins and waiting to be renovated, is unsustainable. It is too late to be happy that it can be seen in the secret realm. Okay, there's no point in flattering me. I'll go back and study this ancient puppet technique for a few days. Now show me around this puppet hall. Su Jie didn't care about other people's opinions. He already had some ideas in his heart. Next, Su Jie visited the puppet hall and got a good understanding of his future territory. Afterwards, he gave a banquet to the 36 disciples of the puppet hall, and then went back to study the puppetry technique. End of chapter. Chapter 335, Violent Soldiers, Second Update, Blue Star, Ji Weicheng. On the streets, heavy trucks, excavators, cranes, forklifts and other engineering vehicles came and went, cleaning up the ruins and dangerous buildings caused by the war in the city. Many refugees displaced by the war were resettled outside the city. In just a few days, the Jieka Group built a large number of simple prefabricated houses here. Everyone, please rest assured that our Jieka Group will rebuild the damaged houses for everyone, and they will be bigger and more beautiful than before. Lu Yingying stood under the scorching sun, holding a microphone in her hand, giving a speech to these refugees who had lost their homes. Everyone can live here with peace of mind for a period of time. If you want to eat, you can go to the canteen we opened. If you have a labor force at home, regardless of gender, you can join the Jieka Group to do whatever you can. In terms of wages, our wages will be the local minimum wage. More than twice. We at Jieka Company are here to liberate everyone, not to occupy territory and become a warlord. The refugees below were emotional and shed tears. Many of them had relatives killed under indiscriminate bombardment by the Zen government forces. They originally thought that the Jieka Group's occupation of Ji State was also a warlord style. Unexpectedly, the Jiko Group not only compensated the victims, rebuilt their houses, supported the elderly and orphans who were displaced due to the war, and arranged new jobs for everyone. Even cleaning up the ruins in the city would still be much higher than what these ordinary people had earned in the past. After Lu Yingying finished speaking, she immediately arranged for Jieka's employees to distribute various supplies, clothes, medicines, shelf-stable food, etc. After finishing her work, Lu Yingying wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lu Yingying did work like this almost every day. After regaining Ji State, she visited every city in Ji State and almost every industrial area, giving speeches everywhere to calm people's hearts. As the second in command of Jieka Group, she took over a lot of responsibilities during Su Jie's absence and lost 7 or 8 pounds. President Lu, we received a report below and we caught a group of gangsters who robbed, raped and killed people in the refugee area. Please tell us how to deal with it. An officer from Jieka Security came over and saluted Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying raised her head and asked, "Have the facts of the crime been confirmed?" It has been confirmed. There are still many refugees on site for identification. Conduct a temporary trial to inform these people of their guilt, and then publicly execute them to deter other lawbreakers. Understood. The officer saluted and turned around to make arrangements. Within an hour, on a flat ground in the refugee area, under the witness of many refugees, a group of criminals were held at the back of their heads with guns. With the sound of gunshots, the refugees at the scene burst into cheers. Lu Yingying watched all this quietly. In the past, she might not have thought that she could decide the lives of dozens of people so ruthlessly, but after following Su Jie to the Zen Kingdom, she has experienced various experiences, and now she is able to face life and death without changing her expression, without giving those criminals a chance to sit in jail. In troubled times, heavy codes are used. Faced with those who dare to take advantage of the situation, enrich the country and bully the war refugees, Liu Yingying directly provides strict and fast services, from arrest, trial to shooting, providing one-stop service. Buzz. At this moment, Liu Yingying's personal cell phone rang. After picking up the phone and hearing the familiar voice on the other end, Liu Yingying smiled. After saying a few words, she ended the call and said to her secretary, "Hui, go prepare a car and we'll go back to the company." JC Group Building. Su Jia, I have put all the paper technical drawings you want in the warehouse for you. Liu Yingying walked in, everything was ready. Trouble. Su Jia nodded and patted his thigh. Liu Yingying closed the door, then sat on Su Jia's lap with a pretty blush. Why have you lost so much weight? Su Jia touched Liu Yingying's slender waist and immediately noticed the changes in Liu Yingying. Yes. I didn't pay much attention. Maybe I lost some weight from running back and forth recently. Pay more attention to rest and don't tire yourself out. Su Jia pinched Liu Yingying's cheek and asked, Ji Bang hasn't had any problems recently, has he? Otherwise, Ji State is doing well. Industries are resuming production in an orderly manner, people's emotions have stabilized, and new soldiers are being recruited and trained. In addition, many of the 50,000 Zen soldiers who were captured in Jinlao Mountain are willing to join us. JC Group. After we have screened and added this batch of troops, our total strength now reaches 120,000 soldiers who can be directly brought to the battlefield, mainly mountain light infantry. More soldiers are still in training. We have compressed the training cycle of soldiers. After they serve, they will be placed behind the front line and matched with 1 old and 4 new. Unless the war is extremely unfavorable, they will not be allowed to enter directly. The frontline battlefield. At present, all our soldiers, including those who are in the recruitment training period, our total strength has reached 240,000, divided into 2 heavy combined brigades, for mechanized infantry divisions, 12 mountain infantry divisions, 1 aviation regiment, and 1 army aviation brigade, 3 artillery brigades. There are currently shortages in many equipment, and we are slowly making up for the shortages. Liu Yingying reported to Su Jia on the current development of JICA Group. The most important thing is of course the army. The war between the JICO Group and the Group of 8 is not over yet, and the 2 sides have not even reached an armistice agreement. The current ceasefire is just a tacit agreement between both sides to lick their wounds and accumulate strength. The next war will definitely be more shocking and tragic. That's why the JICO Group is so crazy about its troops. Of course, in the area of the Asian Monster House, the number of JICO Group soldiers can only be said to be average. North Korea has a population of more than 25 million and has more than 1.3 million troops. The population under the rule of the JICO Group is only half that of North Korea, and the number of troops is 240,000. It cannot be considered a militancy. With 240,000 soldiers, the financial pressure is not small. Su Jia tapped his fingers on the table. This number of soldiers was already more than those of most countries. For example, the old powerful countries in Europe, such as Britain, France, and Germany, now have about 200,000 troops. It is undeniable that they have horses and weapons in Nanshan, but it is also related to the maintenance and training of an army, which is very expensive. Liu Yingying nodded repeatedly, with a worried look on her face, and said, "There is a lot of pressure. I have also read the military budget table, because our soldiers are well treated, and the salary alone accounts for a lot of expenses. In order to prepare for the upcoming war, we have recently purchased a large number of arms and ammunition from the outside world for arming, including a new batch of fighter planes, anti-aircraft missiles, armored vehicles, etc. Our military expenditure this year may exceed $30 billion, of which the cost of outsourcing weapons is too high. We have tried to rely on local industries in Jibang to produce some light weapons, ammunition, and armored vehicles. If successful, our military spending will drop a level. In addition to military expenditures, in order to maintain high wages and a large number of people's livelihood projects in East Chin and Kyrgyzstan, a large amount of our funds have been swallowed up. Even if we collect some taxes from the local area, they cannot meet our needs. The profits of the JICO Group are basically filled in. If we occupy more territory, with the current revenue of JICA Group, I am afraid that it will soon exceed the limit that we can bear." Su Jia fell into deep thought after listening. JICA Group's monthly revenue can reach tens of billions of dollars, and its net profit can reach about 60% to 70% just by relying on Tianyuan hair growth liquid. But as the saying goes, when the cannon goes off, there is 1,000 tales of gold. The army is a gold-eating beast. In order to deal with external military threats, the JICA Group can only purchase various weapons and ammunition to arm itself. The price increase for outsourced arms is at least 50%. If you are more aggressive, it is normal to sell it to you for several times or even 10 times. Take the large northern country as an example. With an army of more than 2 million, military expenditures will exceed $200 billion a year. The number of soldiers in the JICA Group is only 1/10 of that. Although the JICA Group does not yet have a navy, and the Air Force is just in its infancy, the main force is still the Army, without two major gold-swallowing beasts, but just the Army's weapons and ammunition, personnel, living expenses, training, maintenance expenses and equipment expenses have already consumed a large amount of money, especially since the new Army is starting from scratch, and weapons are being purchased like crazy, resulting in high costs. The JICA Group also has to manage the people under its control, and the small amount of taxes collected from the local area is far from enough. The Zen Kingdom itself is a poor country, and it can only make a little money by squeezing the local oil and water. It will also cause anger and resentment, and the people will be alienated from the JICA Group, which is completely outweighed by the gains, unless the JICA Group wants to mess up like the Zen government, completely disregarding the life and death of the local people, stop investing a lot of money in building livelihood facilities and major infrastructure, and cancel the roads, bridges, railways, schools, hospitals, power stations, farmland and water conservancy projects that are under construction facilities, etc. If Zen is regarded as a poor agricultural country, it really doesn't cost much, but the JICA Group's major infrastructure construction project is essentially to win the hearts and minds of the people and maintain the legitimacy of its local rule. If these are stopped, it will be detrimental to the support rate of the JICA Group, let alone the future development and growth of the JICA Group. It seems that we need to develop more channels to make money. Tianyuan hair growth liquid alone is not enough to revitalize a country that is in dire need. Su Jie frowned and said that JICA Group was already one of the companies with the highest net profits in the world. However, the continuation of the war, the investment in people's livelihood and large infrastructure, made JICA Group's cash cow Tianyuan hair growth serum unable to bear the burden. Su Jie, if that doesn't work, let's slow down infrastructure construction first and give priority to armed military forces. Only by surviving can we be qualified to consider other things. Lu Yingying looked at Su Jie with some distress and expressed her thoughts. It's not that far yet. I'll figure out a way to solve the money issue. Then tell me about the Group of 8, have they made any small moves recently? Su Jie didn't let Lu Yingying think too much and quickly changed the topic. The Group of 8 has been providing arms and military aid loans to the Zen government. All 20,000 Sakura country soldiers in Zen have arrived and started adaptability training to the local climate. In addition, the beautiful country has been slandering us at the United Nations all day long, giving us we added to the problem, saying that we are extremist terrorists and asking Omeng to join in the attack. When Lu Yingying said this, she shook her head in a funny way, but this time Omeng didn't buy it and agreed to send troops regardless of anything. It could be that the previous battles we fought were too beautiful, and we were afraid that we would lose troops and generals, which would lead to domestic anti-war demonstrations and a drop in support. In short, Omeng had no intention of sending troops. End of chapter. Chapter 336. We will win. Third update. It's not difficult to understand. Omeng's gang of ghosts are so smart. When you look at the old Americans, they don't want to end up. They are afraid of falling into the quagmire of the Vietnam War again. Su Jie was not surprised at all. Omeng did not have much interest in Southeast Asia, so he naturally had no need to come here to film with the JICA Group and fight for the beautiful country. Except for the fate of this good dog from Sakura country, other countries are waiting to see. Lu Yingying pursed her lips and smiled. As a Chinese, Lu Yingying naturally had no favorable impression of Sakura country. It can only be said that the beautiful country's long-distance breeding industry is highly skilled. It has indeed succeeded in raising children to provide for old age. There is no Sakura country to work for them. If it were replaced by beautiful country soldiers, I wonder if they can withstand such casualties. Su Jie touched Lu Yingying's thigh and what he said made Lu Yingying chuckle. Recently, the Air Force of the Sakura Kingdom has begun to show off its power again, passing by the edge of the airspace of East Chin State and G State many times. However, according to our intelligence, this time the Sakura Kingdom has dispersed the construction of airports, and they are all built in the southern hinterland of the Zen Kingdom. On each voyage, we carried 2 or 3 auxiliary fuel tanks for a long-range flight, just to avoid a repeat of the last surprise attack. The next war will only take place in high mountains and dense forests, and combat mechanisms and air control are not a big problem. However, we have to guard against a group of Sakura fighter jets coming to eastern Chin State and G State to carry out airstrikes, bombing our power stations, oil depots, electronic communication facilities and weapons factories, paralyzing our command, control, communications, and intelligence capabilities. How are our cave defense preparations going? Su Jie touched his chin and said, with the urine of Sakura Kingdom, he would definitely be able to do such a thing. Once a large amount of civilian and military infrastructure is destroyed, it will cause huge trouble for the Jiko group. According to your instructions, we taught the local people to conduct corresponding air defense warning training and set up multiple air raid shelters in the city. In addition, we have excavated huge bunkers in the mountains and underground in various places in eastern Chin State and Kyrgyzstan State, and have stored a large amount of communication equipment, fuel and power generation equipment, etc., as well as various arms and ammunition. We also use underground bunkers for protection to prevent them from attacking. Our war potential. Lu Yingying said that everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and the Thousand-Hand Centipede acted as the main force in the excavation, which was many times more powerful than the so-called shield machine, coupled with various construction machinery, concrete pouring and construction in the bunker, and digging underground air defense bunkers are no trouble for the Jeka group. By the way, Su Jia, there have been some unusual movements in our neighbors recently. Our informant discovered that some CIA members are in contact with the warlords in the northern border of Zen Kingdom. Lu Yingying suddenly mentioned something, which brought the CIA, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, into Su Jia's field of vision again. CIA, it seems that they are not willing to be left alone. Do they want to bribe those warlords to attack our Jeka group from both front and rear? Su Jia raised his eyebrows and immediately guessed the CIA's plan. Zen Kingdom is like a diamond-shaped crystal on the map, with sharp ends and a thick middle. In the current territory of the Jiko group, East Chin State is mainly located in the upper area of the rhombus, while G State is located in the middle area of the waist. In the south is the location of the Zen government troops. The north is the territory of various scattered warlords in the Zen Kingdom. These warlords raise military funds through opium cultivation, various electronic frauds, casinos and brothels and other illegal businesses. The famous Golden Triangle in the past was located in this area. These warlords did not obey the rule of the Zen government and often fought with the Zen government troops. In the past, it would have been basically impossible for the Zen government to form an alliance with these warlords. The two sides had been fighting each other for many years and had long been conflicted, but now that the CIA has intervened, it's hard to tell. You can scold the CIA, but you must not doubt his ability to cause trouble. When it comes to sowing discord and creating war conflicts, he is first-rate. We also have to guard against these warlords. Lu Yingying felt that there were still fewer militiamen, so she planned to increase the number of militiamen trained. Those warlords have little publicity and rely on some illegal businesses to operate the army. Their combat effectiveness in fighting are limited. That is, the vast tracts of primitive jungle in the northern border of the Zen Kingdom make them look quite capable. Through jungle warfare and guerrilla warfare, they can turn around the Zen government troops, but when they encounter us, Su Jia sneered. When it comes to special operations in the jungle, is there anything more suitable than the Steel Battalion? It's even a bit of a killing. Let alone the first-class super soldiers of the Steel Battalion, even if they are only second and third-class super soldiers, entering the primitive jungle environment, their individual soldier qualities will be fully utilized. Covered and suppressed by heavy weapons fire, it was a paradise for super soldiers. Su Jia, when do you expect the war to break out? Lu Yingying asked the question she was most concerned about. Not only the warring parties were aware of the stormy atmosphere in the entire Zen Kingdom, but the international community also generally believed that a great war would break out in the Zen Kingdom next. This battle is likely to directly determine the ownership of the Zen Kingdom. The war will break out within 2 months if it's fast, and within half a year if it's slow. If you pay attention to public opinion on the internet, when international public opinion will intervene, and when the Group of Eight will conduct frequent military exercises, then the war will break out. Premonition. Su Jie said in a deep voice that the Zen government and Sakura country need time to prepare logistics materials, and the same goes for JECA Group, but the material consumption of modern war is very staggering. A missile costs millions of dollars. It is very important to prepare various materials before the outbreak of war, including artillery shells, steel, oil, cement, coal, grain, medicine, etc. resource. Neither side will rashly start a war without complete preparations. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy if the logistics are disrupted. We can win. Lu Yingying clenched her fist and waved it a few times to cheer up, but she felt a little lacking in confidence. After all, the Group of Eight we are facing is backed by the world's hegemon, the beautiful country, the Sakura country, the world's fourth largest economy, and a group of small powerful countries in Southeast Asia. It can be said that in terms of national strength, financial strength, and military strength, the Group of Eight exceeds the JECA Group by countless times. Take the beautiful country alone, its annual military expenditure is nearly $1 trillion, accounting for about 40% of the world's military expenditure. This data is compared with the JECA Group's annual profit of $70 to $80 billion, $20 to $30 billion. The contrast in military expenditure is particularly strong, not to mention that the beautiful country also has a long list of younger brothers. Of course we will win, you man, when have I ever lost? No matter how many enemies come, I will make the primitive jungle of Zen become the burial ground of the opponent. I will tell those outsiders that the forest is not destroyed by technological weapons. If it can be easily conquered, it will be an excellent slaughterhouse for our special operations. Su Jie touched Lu Yingying's head with a loud voice. End of chapter. Chapter 337 Rocket Launcher, First Update, Kaka. Click. A week later, Su Jie was playing with a half-meter-tall doll on the table. The doll is made of simple spiritual wood, and the amount of rare spiritual materials is very small, which is incomparable with the puppets that are actually used for fighting. Ancient puppet technique. When Su Jie bit his fingertip and blood dripped on the doll immediately started to move, taking steps with Su Jie's spiritual control. Jump. After receiving the command, the doll jumped up. Get out. Run. Squat. Backflip. Paddle on all fours. The thousand-armed centipede that attacked my house. Su Jie continued to conduct tests, and the little doll made a lot of noise. It was not made of good materials, and the joints rubbed seriously. In the end, it annoyed the sleeping thousand-armed centipede, and he flipped over and pushed it away. The doll hit the wall with a squeaking sound, its body clicked twice, and it was immediately scrapped. Zitzy, thousand-handed centipede turned over and continued to sleep. It seems that I am quite talented in learning puppetry. A smile appeared on Su Jie's face. He had mastered the puppetry technique to this point in a week. Su Jie thought he was very talented. He dismantled the scrapped puppets and recycled some materials that could still be used. After packing them up, he left the mansion and came to the puppet hall. Here, just like last time, the disciples of the puppet hall gathered together, but this time they did not play with puppets, but gathered in front of a drawing board, which was filled with dense design drafts. They were designing a new puppet plan. Master. Shu Chengqi noticed Su Jie and stood up quickly. The other disciples stood up and saluted, and ran up to Su Jie, because Su Jie said a few days ago that he would show them a brand new puppet design, and everyone was curious. This is my design drawing. Su Jie didn't show off, and took out a batch of drawings from the storage bag, a large number of them. Taking out one of the weapon structure diagrams, Su Jie placed it in front of the drawing board so that everyone could see it. What is this, so many tubes? Shu Chengqi came closer and looked at the strange-looking puppet design in front of him, with a bunch of question marks popping up in his head. But on the design drawing, the main body is a square rectangular shell. There are dozens of honeycomb-shaped holes on the front of the shell, and below are several round wheels, which are very similar to wheels, as well as hanging devices, which were mostly pulled by oxen and horses. Is this a puppet? What are so many chimneys for? What a strange puppet. How does it fight? It can't be fast at all. There's no floating formation here, so it can't fly. All the disciples in the puppet hall looked confused. They had played with puppets for many years and had seen all kinds of fantastic puppets, but they had never seen such a square puppet. This kind of puppet, I call it a rocket launcher. Su Jie smiled and pointed at the drawings of rocket launchers, which he had asked Lu Yingying to collect. Rocket launchers are not fancy weapons. Today's rocket launchers are developing in the direction of informatization, digitization, and intelligence. Lu Yingying didn't even need to get a quote from Mao Xianghua, the inventor of the rocket launcher. When she heard that Jieka Company, a super arms customer, wanted an old rocket launcher design, Mao Xianghua's Ordnance Design Bureau directly packed a copy and sent it over. Bazooka? Hall Master, how do you attack this weapon? Xu Changqi scratched his head. As the most skilled puppet master in the puppet hall, he was able to independently design 4th grade puppets, but he was also stumped by this weird puppet. His weapon is not for close combat, but for attacking enemies more than 10 kilometers away. The specific principle is to use spiritual stones as kinetic energy to launch the tail rockets and the barrel to attack distant enemies. When Su Jie said this, he pointed to a young disciple next to him and said with a smile, "Zhan Lei, didn't you make a jet-type spiritual stone kinetic energy device last time? It can be used here." How to make it? The drawings are here. Here, let's do this first. Su Jie took the drawings and conducted scientific research on the structure of the rocket launcher one by one. Do you understand everything? More than an hour later, Su Jie looked at everyone again. A group of disciples nodded. They were all talented people who studied puppetry. Although the structure of the rocket was weird, the principle was not complicated, and they quickly figured it out. Okay, let's start making a prototype first. Su Jie clapped his hands and handed them all the design drawings. Okay, Hall Master, but in terms of spiritual materials, we don't have much left in the hall. Xu Changqi was full of confidence, but when he talked about spiritual materials and money, his tone immediately dropped. What spiritual materials do you plan to use to make it? Su Jie asked bluntly. I plan to use the main body of Beihai iron. This kind of steel is strong and heat resistant. It has good vibration resistance and can further improve the accuracy of the launch. In addition, in order to make the excitation device more rapid, it is best to use the Xuanri orb as energy storage and rocket for the tail part of the bomb. I plan to use gold wire tail feathers. Xu Changqi talked non-stop, already knowing exactly how to make the rocket launcher Su Jie mentioned. Stop, stop, stop. Su Jie interrupted Xu Changqi and looked at him helplessly. Why do you use such good materials? According to your thinking, how much does this rocket launcher cost? But, shouldn't all puppets be made of good materials? Xu Changqi scratched his head and said innocently. You haven't changed your mind. Listen to me. The main body of the rocket is mainly made of some low-level spiritual steel. Except for the eruption-powered spiritual stone, I have replaced the spiritual materials in other places with the lowest grade. I can save as much as possible. Su Jie gave the order without hesitation. Xu Changqi and other disciples of the puppet hall did not change their thinking. They still wanted to follow the high-quality thinking of making puppets in the past. Little did they know that Su Jie had no intention of doing this. But in this case, the accuracy and stability will be greatly reduced. Xu Changqi wanted to argue more, but when faced with Su Jie's gaze, he could only lower his head angrily like a defeated rooster. When the samples come out, you will understand why I did this. Su Jie waved his hand and joked about the accuracy required for a rocket launcher. Being able to quickly pour a large amount of explosives on the target area, with intensive firepower in a large killing area can already meet the needs. As for precision bombing, that is the goal of artillery and missiles. However, compared with other artillery, rocket launchers are easier to produce and have become Su Jie's first choice. In addition, this is the spiritual material I borrowed from the weapon refining hall for the puppet hall. If any of you need it in the future, you can come to me for approval. As long as it is research on puppets, I will not support you. Su Jie took out a brand new storage bag, which contained the spiritual materials Su Jie borrowed from the refining hall last time. Suddenly, the entire weapon refining hall was filled with precious light and sparkling spiritual brilliance. Cold golden sand, fire essence black gold, star magnetite, azure silk, heavy ironwood, 10,000 years sky blue, Ruian stone milk, black ice soul, Nanmingli firestone, golden thunder bamboo. The eyes of all the disciples present shone. Many of these spiritual materials were high-grade spiritual materials, worth up to thousands of spiritual stones. They were used to being poor, and they were a little unable to walk when they saw these spiritual materials. Not yet. Su Jie knows what is most attractive to these guys to keep them motivated. Master, please be patient. Give us 2 days, no, 1 day, and we will make a rocket launcher for you to see. Xu Changqi's whole body was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He waved his fists and shouted, "Everyone, hurry up and make rockets to show Hall Master Su our abilities." Okay. All the disciples were gearing up, rolled up their sleeves, and made a promise. Soon, the 36 disciples started to move. Someone began to process the steel, using spiritual power to throw the spiritual steel ore into the furnace to dissolve and separate out the required molten steel. Someone nearby used spiritual power to manually pour the corresponding mold and mix the molten steel into it. Someone refined the processed molten steel to further strengthen the steel. Then, before the steel was completely shaped, they used their naked eyes to tap on the cast barrel guide rails, which was more accurate than the error of a ruler. Some people began to make rocket chassis, some people built and fixed the gun barrels one by one, and some people started to make corresponding rotating mechanisms and aiming devices. The disciples have a clear division of labor among each other and are busy working in full swing. Compared with making those exquisite puppets in the past, the difficulty of making simple, silly and thick rocket launchers has dropped by several levels, not to mention the magical energy of spiritual power, which allows them to fly quickly. Su Jie did not watch. On those special tail rockets, human-faced moths were released from the insect bag one after another, spitting acid into the special glass jar to complete the production of the tail rockets. When the time came in the afternoon, the first rocket launcher was made with the concerted efforts of everyone. This is my first time making it and it's relatively manual, so I need to study a lot of things. Once you become proficient, the speed will be even faster. As the sun set, a rocket launcher appeared on the ground of the puppet hall. The cold steel body has 32 cold gun barrel guides arranged in a 4x8 array, and 220mm caliber tail rockets are placed among them. The large tires below are not made of rubber, but made of a kind of gum called huanglingji, which has the same effect as rubber. Looking at the completed rocket launcher, Su Jie called out the 1,000-handed centipede and said to Xu Changqi and others, "Come up, let's test the effect of this weapon." So big. The disciples witnessed Su Jie's famous 1,000-handed centipede, and felt in their hearts that it was indeed a middle-grade 5th refined goo insect that lived up to its reputation, and then carefully climbed onto the back of the 1,000-handed centipede. Su Jie also put the rockets into his storage bag, and flew into the sky with the 1,000-handed centipede, ready to find a place to test the power of this Tianyuan world version of the rocket launcher. End of chapter. Chapter 338 Commission Research and Development, second update. Half an hour later, Su Jie came to a relatively flat area. After taking out the rocket launcher and placing it on the flat ground, Su Jie looked around, pointed at a place, and said, "If you see that patch of woods, let's attack there." Xu Changqi personally went into battle, adjusted the position and height of the rocket, and made it tilt at an angle with the horizon, and confirmed again and again that it was correct. "Hall Master, we have already taken aim. Then what are you waiting for? Fire!" Su Jie gave an order, and the disciple who had been waiting here pressed the activation device, whoosh whoosh. As the spiritual stone injection device at the tail of the rocket was activated in series, the rocket erupted with a billowing glow of spiritual power. 220mm and 280kg tail rockets rushed out. In less than 20 seconds, 32 rounds the rockets all took off, and the folding tails popped open, allowing the rockets to remain stable in flight. After a short flight, the rocket fell at the predetermined location. Boom. 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 In the woods designated by Su Jie, 32 rockets landed and exploded, but there was no fire. Instead, a large amount of acid splashed out. A horrific scene occurred. The trees touched by the acid were directly corroded and melted, and the ground became pitted and deep pits were dissolved. 32 rockets are not very accurate, but the damage area they cover is very huge. The trees within the killing range were damaged, as if they had been gnawed by dogs. Large areas of ancient trees were corroded and toppled, and the ground looked like the surface of the moon. This type of attack. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Xu Changqi suddenly stood up, his mouth opened in an O shape, and he stood there like a wooden man. The other disciples were basically the same. They all became dumbfounded, as if they had been hit on the head with a stick. In the past, they have devoted themselves to researching combat puppets with stronger defense, faster speed, higher strength, and more abilities. They never thought that a rocket launcher, which in their eyes looked like a piece of junk, could deliver such terrifying firepower in a short period of time and hit the enemy at an ultra-long range. This distance is far beyond the attack limit that Yunling Realm disciples can attack. Even if they control the insect swarm, the distance cannot reach that far. Xiao Zhu, how much does such a rocket launcher cost, and how much does it cost to launch it once? Su Jie chuckled twice and patted Zhu Changqi's shoulder. Zhu Changqi calculated in his mind and said in surprise, "We are using cheap materials. The cost of a rocket launcher is about 200 spirit stones. The cost of one launch is that each rocket requires 3 spirit stones. Plus other materials, one shot the cost of a rocket is 5 spirit stones, and the price of a salvo is 160 spirit stones. Of course, this does not include the value of your poisonous insect acid liquid. Such power is too cost-effective, although at first glance, a rocket launcher salvo requires 160 spirit stones, which is equivalent to a year's income of an outer disciple, or the price of a low-grade low-level magic weapon, but these are 32 rockets, covering such a huge area, with such amazing power, and the price/performance ratio is simply amazing. So, now you understand why I want to develop this kind of rocket launcher and let you use cheap materials." The smile on Su Jie's lips grew wider and wider, and he stretched out his hand to make a gesture. "Think about it, if we had 100, or even 1,000, of these rocket launchers, and covered them all with one salvo, what would it be like?" After hearing this, everyone at the scene suddenly trembled. Zhu Changqi finally understood why Su Jie asked him to repeatedly reduce costs. If we really get hundreds of these rocket launchers, the damage done by a single salvo will be unparalleled. Perhaps the secret realm is not a threat and the threat to the inner disciples is small, but most outer disciples, faced with such rocket fire volley coverage, will probably not be able to effectively resist, and they can only hope to hide quickly. Hall Master, I understand. You want to use these rocket launchers to fight against the righteous outsiders and kill their outer disciples. Zhu Changqi became excited. It was not difficult for him to make such a rocket launcher. Once he became proficient, he could make it faster. As long as you know clearly, our sect will have a big war next, and this rocket launcher is the trump card of our puppet hall. You make 30 rocket launchers first, and then I will personally find the sect leader and let him see the results of our puppet hall. As long as you pass the level of being a sect leader, the funds for the puppet hall are still rolling in." Su Jie laughed. As long as the effectiveness of the rocket launchers is shown, the Patriarch Zhang Junwei will definitely not be stingy in investing funds in the current war. On the one hand, this can bring benefits to the puppet hall, and it can also build up the reputation of the puppet hall in Su Jie, which will facilitate future work. "We will do as you say, Master. The sect master will definitely look at us differently when the time comes. I didn't expect that something so cheap could cause such damage. I thought the puppet had to be made into a human form to maintain its combat effectiveness. Many disciples have wild eyes. If they can follow Su Jie's vision, their puppet hall will be in the limelight." After arranging the tasks in the puppet hall, Su Jie studied the abilities mastered after the secret realm in the next few days, mainly about human body modification. Later, Su Jie came to the alchemy pavilion. The master of the alchemy pavilion was Tang Peiqing, an elder whom Su Jie was very familiar with. "Pavilion Master Su, please come in quickly." "Are you here to see the pavilion master?" A disciple of the alchemy pavilion ran over. Su Jie's appointment as the leader of the puppet hall has caused quite a stir in recent days. Many people bluntly said that Su Jie was ruining his great talents, so the fact that he was the leader of the hall was also well known to the disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace. "Don't worry, I want to ask your alchemy pavilion to help develop several elixirs. It requires the use of ordinary materials and blood marrow crystals. The cost and production difficulty must be as low as possible." Su Jie took out a piece of paper with his request written on it. Slimming pill, whitening powder, myopia pill. Seeing the requests listed by Su Jie, several of the disciples who gathered around were a little stunned. "Well, Hall Master Su, our alchemy pavilion does not have this service. If you want to buy elixirs, we will try our best to accommodate you if they are available." One of the disciples was in a bit of a dilemma. The elixirs Su Jie requested to refine looked strange and not too difficult, but there was no precedent for this in the alchemy pavilion. "The money will naturally not be lost to you." Su Jie reached out and patted it in the storage bag on his waist. Medium-grade spiritual stones came out of the storage bag and floated in the air. Gulu. Several disciples looked at it with their eyes wide open, swallowed their saliva, and their hearts skipped a beat. "Ha, Su Jia, why didn't you contact me when you came to my place?" Just then, a loud laugh came. Tang Peiqing appeared in the field of vision, apparently informed by his disciple. "Elder Tang, I want to find you after I finish handling the matter." Su Jia smiled and expressed his thoughts. "This type of elixir is, for mortals?" Tang Peiqing glanced at the elixir requirements written by Su Jia. This type of elixir was specifically for mortal use. In the past, there were some well-developed monks who would refine some elixirs for mortal use in order to take care of their family's future generations. It shouldn't be too difficult. Elder Tang just made it easier. These alchemists are the chemists of the Tianyuan world. They can refine various magical elixirs that can regenerate severed limbs, increase cultivation, and be used to plant explosives in battle. Su Jia's requirements for these elixirs can definitely be developed as long as they put in their efforts. In developing these elixirs, Su Jia also wanted to increase Jieka Group's financial channels and develop new flagship products besides Tianyuan hair growth liquid, so as not to fall into a situation of lack of money. "It's a small matter, just help me research it." Tang Peiqing didn't take it seriously and directly asked a few young disciples to help Su Jia develop it, which made several disciples look happy. This kind of opportunity to make extra money was rare. After that, Su Jia came to Tang Peiqing's reception room, where the two made tea, drank tea, and played chess. "I heard from your master Qiu Laodao that you have recently been learning human body modification techniques." Tang Peiqing asked while playing chess. "The main thing is that I have been promoted to the secret realm. I have a new understanding of our 600 poisons in Gu refining manual and the 3 secrets of Gu masters. I want to make breakthroughs and try to transform the human body." Su Jia opened his left hand, and a human-faced moth appeared on it. As Su Jia fed the spirit stone, the human-faced moth expanded in size and became stronger. "Elder Tang, I now have the ability to transform Gu insects. I'm wondering if I can use this ability on the human body, so that we can make up for our Gu master's weakness in close combat. I heard from my master that Elder Tang used to have studied some techniques in this area, so I would like to ask for advice." Tang Peiqing asked, "Why not directly learn the human insect sacrifice refining method? That can fundamentally change the shortcoming of being weak in melee combat." "Elder Tang, the sequelae of the human insect sacrifice refining method are a bit serious. If we stop cooking, there will be big problems." Su Jia shook his head. He couldn't pass the cannibalism test. Besides, Su Jia was protected by Gu insects and the wedding ghost. He also knew many spells and possessed the purple sky thunder. It was not easy for others to get close to him. Su Jia came to Tang Peiqing and asked about this topic. The real purpose was not to learn it himself, but to prepare for the next war on Blue Star. Tang Peiqing glanced at Su Jia and knew that Su Jia had such concerns. There were quite a few demon cultivators who thought like him in the Ghost Ridge Palace. They might be able to kill decisively, but not everyone could swallow their own kind. Yes, of course, even so, it still does not prevent them from killing people. "Do you know what ectoplasm is?" "I don't know." It was the first time Su Jia heard this statement. Everyone's spiritual essence is different. The human insect sacrifice refining method can swallow other people's spiritual essence and transform and combine them to obtain better compatibility with the native Gu insect. Tang Peiqing was senior and experienced in Guiling Palace. With a little guidance, he clarified Su Jia's confusion. According to Su Jia's own understanding, the so-called spiritual quality may be something like genes. End of chapter. Chapter 339, Biochemical Force Concept, Third Update. Every Gu master who is promoted to the secret realm will find that this kind of transformation and strengthening of the Gu insect's ability is essentially because the Gu insect itself is suitable for transformation. The super-evolved body unique to the Gu insect only needs to be provided with spiritual stones. A rapid transformation will occur. Su Jia understood that Tang Peiqing was referring to the Gu insect's ability to metamorphose and develop, which the human body does not have. For example, in butterflies, after the eggs hatch into young caterpillars, they begin to eat continuously. The larvae can increase in weight 100 times within a few weeks, and by pupating, completely change their shape and transform into a butterfly. How could it be possible for a human being to have such a terrifying abnormal development ability? But that doesn't mean we can't do that. Tang Peiqing paused, then changed his tone, which made Su Jie feel more energetic. Is there a way? Of course there is a way, but the cost is higher. Tang Peiqing stretched out his left hand, and then took out a low-grade second-grade green scale ring insect and a large number of spiritual stones. Bang, the green scale ring insect was slapped to death. Tang Peiqing seemed to have extracted something from his palm and sucked it into his palm. Then he placed his palm on the pile of middle-grade spiritual stones and absorbed the majestic spiritual power of the spiritual stones visible to the naked eye. A large amount of spiritual power contained in the spirit stone was sucked into his arm, and Tang Peiqing's arm began to undergo drastic changes. His palms thickened and enlarged, his nails became as sharp as razors, and his arms became thicker than an elephant's legs, with fine scales growing on them when the spiritual stones were absorbed. Tang Peiqing's left hand had become 2 meters long, with circles of blood-red markings surrounding it. With a wave of his hand, the arm smashed through the floor, kneading the steel as if grasping a ball of mud. This arm also inherited the characteristics of the green scale ring insect, and its defense and strength were greatly increased. Do you understand? This trick is called the code of all changing insects. In plants, there is a kind of grafting ability, which is to graft the buds or branches of one plant to another plant, so that the two parts grow into a complete plant. The reason is that I grafted the spiritual essence of the green scale ringworm onto my arm, and then used the method of strengthening the gooworm to transform my arm into what it looks like today, possessing the powerful abilities of the green scale ringworm during its lifetime. Awesome! But this trick of the 10,000 changes insect code is so powerful, why haven't I heard you use it often, Elder Tang? Inheriting some powerful characteristics of goo insects, wouldn't it be extremely powerful? Su Jie looked shocked. Tang Peiqing was indeed the most senior elder in Guiling Palace, so he knew a lot. It's not as simple as it seems to you. You should have discovered when you transformed and strengthened the goo insect yourself. The more powerful the goo insect is, the more spiritual stones are needed to transform and strengthen it. And not all goo insect spiritual qualities can be grafted, it depends. Adaptability. At the same time, due to the body's rejection reaction, you need to use spiritual stones to absorb spiritual power every once in a while, otherwise it will be like this. Tang Peiqing looked at his arm. The arm, which was as thick as a leg, slowly collapsed and shriveled, and was finally broken by Tang Peiqing. New arms squirmed on the shoulders and slowly grew out. The most important reason is that the grafting of overly powerful goo insect spiritual matter depends on your physical strength. If your physical strength is not strong enough, forcibly grafting the spiritual matter of those 6 or 7 refining goo insects will only cause your spiritual matter to be contaminated and collapse. Solution: the body rots and dies. Tang Peiqing pointed to the severed arm on the ground and explained, grafting a powerful goo insect's ability consumes too many spiritual stones, and it needs to be continuously supplied. But if you choose to graft a weak goo insect's spiritual quality, the increase in combat power will be too small. It's of no use. However, if the goo insect's spiritual essence is grafted far beyond its own limit, the body will disintegrate and it will not be able to gain advanced combat advantages. To put it simply, there is not enough money. That's right, many problems in this world can be attributed to money. Tang Peiqing looked like a teachable child, stroking his beard with a smile, and continued, I also taught him that 10,000 changes of insects. There are quite a few people, but now in our sect, the number of demon cultivators who use this technique, the 10,000 changes of insects, is extremely rare because compared to the goo master's ability to inherit the natal goo insect and the strength of the human insect sacrifice refining method, the all-changing insect codex does not have any obvious advantages. The only good thing is that his grafting ability will not be limited to his own goo worms, but can look at all kinds of strange goo worms. Even if there is adaptability, the types of goo insects that can be expanded are still much richer, but in the end, due to the characteristics of swallowing too many spiritual stones, it became flashy and far from being simple, practical, and economical as the human insect sacrifice refining method. Elder Tang, can you leave this technique to me? Su Jie's eyes lit up when he heard this. Su Jie didn't plan to use this trick himself, but he could use it on ordinary soldiers. His idea of transforming the biochemical army can be put on the agenda soon anyway. ordinary soldiers don't need too strong goo insect spiritual essence. They are not dealing with monks, just ordinary humans. The spiritual essence extracted from the ordinary insects of Blue Star is more than enough. In this way, the financial burden on Su Jie will not be too heavy, and he will also be able to gain a group of powerful biochemically modified human troops, which can build on the Steel Battalion to a higher level. It's okay to teach you, but are you sure you really want to learn this? I see that your thousand-handed centipede is already a middle-grade 5th level refinement, and the natal goo insect ability you inherited is not bad at all. There is no need to be greedy for more. Elder Tang, I want to make up for my lack of close combat. I plan to graft it. I will consume the spiritual stones when they are needed. I admit it. Forget it, just have your own idea. After hearing this, Tang Peiqing did not persuade him anymore, but took out a jade slip from his arms. This is the scripture of the 10,000 changes of insects. You can go back and study it yourself. The difficulty of learning is not too high. With your talent, it won't be a problem. Thank you, Elder Tang. Su Jie happily accepted it. Sure enough, what Xiao Laodao said was right. Tang Peiqing had good things here. This technique perfectly met Su Jie's requirements. Don't have high hopes for this technique. If you want to really make up for the close combat, just practice the human insect sacrifice technique. At most, you will struggle a little at first. How can we, a demon cultivator, be troubled by such a trivial matter? Tang Peiqing didn't know why Su Jie was so happy. He was afraid that Su Jie would graft too strong aphrodisiac regardless of the risk, so he couldn't help but persuade him. Even Tang Peiqing, who created the all-changing insect code, did not persist in practicing it. It can be seen that such a method is flawed and is not as practical as the method passed down from ancestors such as the human insect sacrifice method. Elder Tang, don't worry about me, I will practice carefully. Su Jie waved his hands with a smile and walked out of Tang Peiqing's room, eager to go back and conduct experiments. End of chapter. Chapter 340 Genetic Agents and Human Body Modification. First update. Yes, I understand, I will report it right away. Half a month later, at the Jekka Group Steel Camp training ground, Niaoluan hung up the phone, walked slowly to the school field, and yelled, "Gather!" In an instant, the first-class super soldiers who were training here quickly gathered and stood in front of Niaoluan in an orderly manner. Each one of them exuded the aura of a dragon and a tiger, as well as a fierce aura. Niaoluan looked around and said, "The superiors have ordered that we need to conduct a human transformation experiment, similar to the transformation of becoming a first-class super soldier. Those who are willing to participate should take a step forward." Almost as soon as Niaoluan finished speaking, more than 100 soldiers from the Steel Battalion below all took a step forward, and no one chose to stand still. To become the super race of the Jiko Group, these Steel Battalion soldiers are the most loyal members of the Jiko Group. They sign up from ordinary soldiers to become super soldiers, and then join the Steel Battalion from super soldiers. There are many levels in between, one of which requires loyalty and ability. Moreover, they have actually participated in relevant biological experiments. Now, there are still symbiote bugs dormant in the heart of each of their bodies. When these symbiote bugs were first introduced into the body, there would be a rejection period of half a month. During that time, almost every soldier would bear it every day. Painful torture. If they were not loyal to the Jekka Group, they would not take the initiative to sign up. Of course, after half a month of adaptation period, the symbiote goo would also provide them with a physique far beyond that of ordinary soldiers, allowing them to become blue soldiers. The strongest special warrior in the history of humankind, his physical fitness far exceeds that of all sports champions. Very good, pack your equipment and follow me to see General Su. Niaoluan nodded, and the soldiers quickly finished packing, carrying 2 large iron boxes in each hand, which contained their armor and weapons, and then got on the armored personnel carrier. In a large biological laboratory, there are almost 1 post every 5 steps and 1 sentry every 10 steps. There are teams of soldiers patrolling with military dogs, and heavy weapons are deployed everywhere. The strict atmosphere can make timid ordinary people tremble. However, this small scene is completely different for the Steel Battalion, which has experienced countless brutal killings and has blood on its hands. "Captain Miao, nice to meet you. I am Lu Guosua, the director of the 2nd Department of R&D Department of Jekka Group." A rather friendly-looking man wearing a white coat uniform greeted the arrival of Miao Luan and his party. "Hello, Director Wu." The two reached out and shook hands, greeting each other. Jico Security and Jico Group do not have a traditional superior-subordinate relationship with each other. Although Jico Security's military expenditures come from the group, ordinary executives of these groups do not have the power to order the soldiers of the security department, and the Steel Battalion is even more special. Only Su Jie is the only one who takes orders, and any transfer must be approved by Su Jie himself. "Captain Miao, please come with me. I will take you to disinfect and make some preparations." Wu Guosua led these super soldiers into the laboratory camp and introduced them. "In the next month, you will have to live here after undergoing transformation, adapt and observe. If there is any problem with your body, it can also be handled in time. We have the most professional equipment and doctors here." Each super soldier went through strict disinfection procedures, changed into loose clothes, and with the help of a nurse, completed a preliminary physical examination and obtained reports on various physical conditions. Miao Luan stood in front of the laboratory windowsill, chatting with Wu Guosua. Through chatting, Miao Luan learned that Wu Guosua studied abroad when he was young, worked in a well-known medical institution, and became one of the few high-end scientific research talents in Zen. After returning to China, and finally joined the Jico Group, people like Wu Guosua are not uncommon in Jico Group. Jico Group's high welfare benefits are even better than those of Fortune 500 companies, and as long as you don't betray, you will be very comfortable working here. If they betray the Jico Group, or simply sneak in as a spy, needless to say, there will be a few people who will be dragged away for target practice every month. What do those people do? While they were chatting, Miao Luan suddenly reached out and pointed. Following the direction of his finger, several container trucks could be seen driving over. Soldiers with live ammunition escorted a group of men and women wearing prison uniforms with bags over their heads and detained them into a nearby room. "Those are experimental supplies." Wu Guosua pushed up his glasses and said calmly. "Supplies? After all, it is a transformation experiment related to the human body. In order to ensure that there are no mistakes, we have conducted many human clinical experiments in advance to find a safe and suitable transformation plan. Of course, Commander Miao, don't mind. These people are all death row prisoners who were taken out of prison. You also know that in G State under the new rule recently, there are many capitalists and old officials who disobey us, make it difficult for the country to make money, and cause trouble for us. The group asked the troops to clean up. Others are thugs who took advantage of the chaos of the war to run amok. They provided very valuable data during clinical experiments, which can be regarded as the last trace of value in their lives." Miao Luan nodded. He knew that Jico Group dealt with corrupt officials very seriously. He himself had participated in similar arrests and had no sympathy for these guys. A few hours later, Miao Luan, as the commander of the Steel Battalion, was the first to be called to conduct the transformation experiment. The experimental site is not on the ground, but in a mountain similar to a nuclear defense fortification. This place can ensure the absolute safety of the experiment and protect it from enemy attacks and damage. In a dust-free and sterile operating room, Miao Luan met several doctors here, including Wu Guosua just now, as well as his direct leaders. "Hello, General Su." Miao Luan subconsciously stood at attention and saluted. "Well, Miao Luan, are you nervous now?" Su Jie wore medical gloves and nodded to Miao Luan. "No, I believe General Su." Miao Luan shook his head, his eyes very determined. Don't worry, the transformation is very safe. We have done many experiments." Su Jie waved his hand, and the doctor next to him handed over a picture album, which showed various pictures of insects and related introductions. In this picture album, Miao Luan saw ants, poisonous snakes, dragonflies, bats, beetles, etc., but they were different from the insects he knew in the past. There were considerable differences in the appearance of these insects. These are newly developed insects after hybridization. Su Jie gave a reason. In fact, these insects are all products of Tianyuan. Originally, Su Jie wanted to extract the genes of the poisonous insects from Blue Star. Later, he found that the genes of the poisonous insects from Blue Star were too fragile and would often collapse due to various rejections after entering the human body for strengthening. Su Jie chose these poisonous insects from the Tianyuan world. This experiment is to strengthen certain special abilities of poisonous insects into your body. You can think of it as genetic modification, so that you have the powerful characteristics and abilities of insects, based on your physical fitness test report, it is determined that you can enhance the ability of 3 types of poisonous insects. This is the combination of transformation abilities we recommend you to carry out. It is also the one that best matches you in the blood test. You can choose it yourself. I choose this. Miaoluan pondered for a while, and finally chose the halberd magic beetle, wind feather springtail, and purple light bat. Are you sure? Sure. After a brief reply, Miaoluan lay on the operating table and took off his shirt. Several doctors nearby used steel hoops to fasten Miaoluan's hands and feet, attached electrodes all over his body, and observed various indicators on the monitor. You will have to endure severe pain for a while, and the injection of anesthetic is not suitable during the transformation process. Su Jie stood in front of Miaoluan. General, I will not embarrass you. The expression on Miaoluan's face remained unchanged. He had extraordinary courage to become the commander of the Steel Battalion. Bear it. Su Jie nodded and took out 3 glass bottles. Inside the glass bottles were solutions of different colors. These are the poisonous insect genes extracted by Su Jie using the all-changing insect codex, mixed with the spiritual power diffused from the spirit stone, forming a special solvent, which Su Jie calls genetic medicine. The solution in the 3 reagents is extracted and injected into the body through the needle. Because he was not a monk, Su Jie could only transform himself through this method. As the needle penetrated, a cold feeling spread along the skin. Miaoluan could feel that the potion seemed to carry some mysterious power, and it began to quietly take root and sprout in the body. A slight feeling of heat followed, as if the entire body was gradually being activated, and the muscles began to tremble slightly. Immediately afterwards, a strong life impulse began to surge in the body, the heartbeat became extremely violent, and the mysterious power of heat penetrated into every cell. A minute later, with the complete injection of the genetic medicine, Miaoluan's body began to undergo drastic changes. The skin on his body turned red and hot, like cooked prawns, and his body temperature began to soar crazily. At first, Miaoluan could grit his teeth and remain silent, even though the veins on his neck had popped out, but then the pain became more and more severe, like poisonous insects biting his body. Miaoluan, a tough guy, began to roar, and the muscles of his body began to increase wildly, and even more amazing changes occurred. The body is growing continuously, and the blood vessels and muscles are like dragons wandering on the surface of the body. Roar, Miaoluan roared in pain, his voice was like an angry brown bear. The steel hoops restraining his hands and feet cracked, and Miaoluan finally broke them. Several doctors looked at this shocking scene and were so shocked that their glasses broke to the ground. In the past, ordinary people due to experiments could only receive injections of one kind of genetic medicine, and the amount injected in a tube of genetic medicine was only 1/3 or half a tube. The changes were far from being so drastic, and even the solid steel hoops were broken. General, be careful. Afraid that Miaoluan would hurt Su Jie, several doctors wanted to take Su Jie away from here. It doesn't matter. Su Jie waved his hand and looked at Miaoluan quietly. Miaoluan did not lose his mind, but the strong changes in his body made him instinctively want to move to vent the hot and itchy pain in his body. In the heart of Miaoluan, the parasitic symbiote Gu sensed the danger faced by the host and had already injected sugar and adrenaline into the body to provide Miaoluan with more emergency energy. Gradually, Miaoluan's roaring voice became lower, and he gradually adapted to the changes in his body. A strange scene happened. On the surface of Miaoluan's body, layers of strange gelatinous substances secreted and proliferated, quickly solidifying and turning into a chitinous exoskeleton like an insect. His ears were enlarged and widened, the muscles in his legs were so thick that they were almost bursting, and on his forehead, there were 2 halberds with sharp horns rising into the sky. At this time, Miaoluan looked completely different from a human being. He looked like a demon walking out of hell. He had horns on his head and armor all over his body. He stood more than 2 meters tall and weighed more than 300 kilograms. His whole body revealed an unsettling look. Trembling breath Gulu, several doctors felt the presence of a natural enemy and retreated in panic. General. Miaoluan's voice was a little hoarse, and he was not used to the changes in his body. Look at your new look. Su Jie pulled over a full-length mirror and asked Miaoluan to watch his changes. When Miaoluan saw his own appearance in the mirror, he was a little confused. He originally thought that this transformation would be similar to that of a symbiote Gu insect, but he did not expect that his physical image would change so much. Su Jie saw Miaoluan's expression and asked with a smile, "Do you regret it?" "No, I am willing to die for the Jiko group," Miaoluan said loudly, but at the end, he scratched his head again and said with some regret, "The only thing I regret is that I didn't marry a wife sooner. The image I have now will definitely be disliked." "So that's what you were worried about?" Su Jie was a little funny and said, "I forgot to tell you that this image can be changed. Insects will shed their shells. You can also shed these exoskeletons and head horns." Hearing this, Niao Luan was immediately relieved and tried to sense his body. The exoskeleton shell on his hand immediately turned into a gelatinous substance and flowed to the ground, revealing the normal skin and flesh inside. I wanted to experiment more, but found that I still couldn't control my body very well. I could take off some places and some places I couldn't. You have to slowly master the proficiency of this body in the future, and you will be able to change its form at any time in the future. But don't rush to take off the exoskeleton now. Come with me to try the data of this body and see if you can how much stronger it has become. After patting Niao Luan's chest, Su Jie stood up and left the operating room. Niao Luan followed Su Jie. As we walked along, Niao Luan's exaggerated and ferocious appearance attracted countless attention. In a testing ground, there is a track specially used for testing, barbells for powerlifting, and a shooting range for testing various weapons. With the records of several staff members, Niao Luan began his first test after taking the genetic medicine. Grabbing a barbell weighing 500 kilograms with one hand did not put much pressure on him. When the weight was finally increased to 2 tons, Niao Luan could still lift it above his head. This was already the weight of a small car. In terms of defense, Niao Luan performed equally well. With his chitin exoskeleton, he could easily defend against direct fire from 12.7 mm heavy machine gun bullets, ignoring sniper rifle fire. Only large-caliber machine guns could threaten him. End of chapter. Chapter 341 The Power of Genetic Warriors. Second update. Several staff members responsible for recording the test data were dumbfounded. Seeing the strength and physical defense of Niao Luan, which was almost a humanoid monster, they felt that their outlook on life had been reshaped. This is the ability characteristic of the halberd magic armor insect, strength enhancement and exoskeleton defense. Niao Luan, go and try the speed. Su Jie commented that the two abilities of strength and defense are relatively intuitive. Okay. Niao Luan walked to the runway and slightly moved his legs, which were thick, muscular, and full of visual explosiveness. When the staff on the side said the word start at the end, he was already running out like a gust of wind. The plastic track was rubbed with 2 black marks. On this regular 400-meter running track, Niao Luan ran 10 laps in one breath. The timekeeper at the finish line felt like he was watching a peregrine falcon flying low over the field. Every time his eyes were dazzled, when Niao Luan passed by, the strong wind would blow his hair. When the lap was completed, a high-speed camera and speed calculator calculated the timing speed given on site. Mullen maintained an average speed in the range of 145 km per hour to 150 km per hour, and the highest speed reached 180 km per hour. The fastest creature on the Blue Star Land, the cheetah, has a peak speed of 120 km per hour, and its endurance is not as good as that of Miao Lun. As for the fastest human athlete, the speed of running 100 meters per hour is only more than 40 km per hour. At such a speed, let alone a person running that fast, driving at such a high speed is not allowed on the highway. In short, the staff near the runway are all in a mess now, and they feel like they are watching a legend. Not bad, not bad. The ability of the wind feather springtail has also been well demonstrated. The speed and nerve response of this movement have improved. Finally, let's take a look at the ability of the purple light bat. Su Jie threw out a rifle and a piece of cloth and took Niao Luan to the shooting range. There are many moving targets in the field, and chickens and ducks are released running around on the ground. Niao Luan blindfolded his eyes, picked up the rifle, and shot with complete blindness. The rifle hit the moving target and killed the unlucky chickens and ducks one by one. It seems that the staff worked hard today. Dinner. When Niao Luan is shooting, his pair of white ears will vibrate keenly, and his throat muscles will squirm slightly, emitting low and inaudible sound waves to receive all information from the outside world. The purple light bat is a kind of goo insect in Tianyuan world. It has super bioradar capabilities and can locate by emitting ultrasonic waves. The sound waves will bounce back when it encounters any object during the journey. The echo contains information about the objects encountered before, and then through interpretation the information in the echoes is used to construct a picture of the external world. In addition, this kind of bat also has geomagnetic induction and polarized light vision, which is a walking compass. Even on cloudy days or at night, it can sense the sun in the sky, just like a built-in GPS system. Polarized light vision allows purple bats to detect hidden lights or images, giving them an advantage in hunting. To put it simply, Miaoluan is now a bioradar. He can easily locate the enemy even without using his eyes. His eyesight has also been greatly enhanced. Polarized light vision allows him to look directly at the sun at noon, and he will not be able to see it at all. Feeling dazzling, this is also the reason why Miaoluan can see without using his eyes and can shoot with great accuracy. His various sensory abilities can provide too much information. When all of Mullen's magazines were empty, the staff ran to check and said loudly, 90 rounds were actually fired and 88 were hit. When the nearby staff responsible for recording data saw this scene, they all clapped with excitement on their faces. The GECO group possesses such powerful biochemical soldiers, and ordinary soldiers don't know what will happen if they encounter them. Miaoluan took off the black cloth that blindfolded his eyes. After some exercise, he didn't pant much and his physical fitness was also very good. General Su, am I successful? Miaoluan himself feels incredible. In his current state, it can be said that he is 2 or 3 levels stronger than when he swallowed the body-strengthening pill before. Su Jie nodded with satisfaction and said, "It is extremely successful. Through training, you can continue to strengthen part of it. The more you exercise, the stronger your body will be. Don't relax in training just because of the current intensity." Yes, General Su, I, Miaoluan, and the entire Steel Battalion will not relax at all. Miaoluan finally felt relaxed at this time. He was afraid that he was wasting Su Jie's efforts. Those genetic medicines were not cheap at first glance. Miaoluan was right about this. The grafting of the 10,000 changes of insects requires spiritual stones, and you will have to continue to invest in spiritual stones in the future. General Su, I feel like I no longer need to swallow the bodybuilding pills. Miaoluan clenched his fists. His physical quality was more violent than swallowing a bodybuilding pill, which made him always eager to catch something to destroy. It's useless even if you want to swallow it. The bodybuilding pill will no longer be effective on your body. Su Jie smiled and warned, in addition to training and fighting, every 2 or 3 months from now on, come back to the base and take a dip in the nutrition warehouse, otherwise your abilities will fade away. The nutrient warehouse is where Su Jie dilutes the spirit stones after liquefying them. Su Jie will put them into it regularly to ensure the combat effectiveness of these genetic warriors. Miaoluan, starting from today, you are responsible for recruiting more genetic warriors. If there are suitable seedlings in the entire army, you can select them, then train them in advance, and then transform them into genetic warriors. From now on, the Steel Battalion will no longer retain instead of super soldiers, they are distributed to various troops and become their sharp knife assault force. Su Jie sternly issued a new order. Although the genetic warriors were very powerful, grafting cost a lot of spiritual stones, and the best had to be selected. In addition, the super warriors are very cost-effective, and the bodybuilding Dan Su Jie is wholesaled from Guiling Palace for 11,000 yuan, so they will still be retained, but will be transferred to the ordinary troops. From now on, the Steel Battalion will only retain genetic warriors. Compared with super soldiers, genetic warriors are more powerful, have richer means and abilities, and are more suitable for the training system of special operations. Yes, I promise to complete the mission. Miaoluan was a little excited to be able to lead a fully genetically modified warrior into the battle. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Go ahead and conduct adaptive training. Remember to communicate with the engineering department and let them combine your genetic modification to create weapons and new armor suitable for you. After Su Jie said his last instructions, he turned around and left here to perform the next genetic warrior transformation operation. Time passed quietly, and the soldiers of the Steel Battalion waiting here were transformed one by one. Some of them have poor genetic matching, and most of them can only inherit 2 insect abilities. Excellent ones like Miaoluan can inherit 3 insect abilities. Su Jie did not interfere too much in this matter. The more genetic warriors inherited insect abilities, the more expensive the transformation and subsequent spiritual stone replenishment would be. Su Jie had to consider his own pocket. 10 days flew by. In this large experimental base, Miaoluan produced hundreds of genetic warriors of the same kind. Everyone trains together, lives together, eats together, and adapts to the various changes after body transformation, and Su Jie has returned to Tianyuan World. because Sujia also has something important to do. When did you leave? In Sujia's mansion, Sujia asked Ning Xinyue in front of him. The night before yesterday, the Tianhan sect all left together. Do you really want to take action? Ning Xinyue lay comfortably on the recliner, swaying her body and eating the desserts and fruits sent by Sujia's maid. I still want to leave after offending me. It's not that simple. I didn't advance to the secret realm before, but now I can still watch Zhou Minzhen run back to his lair. Sujia snorted coldly. He was very vindictive. Zhou Minzhen had previously targeted him. Now that Sujia had been promoted to the secret realm, how could he allow the other party to continue to live? That was not Sujia's style. It just so happens that I also have a grudge. He also blocked me in Dongxing City. Ning Xinyue looked at Sujia, opened her left hand to reveal 5 fingers, and said with a sincere expression, "Are we 5 or 5? Okay." Sujia did not argue with Ning Xinyue about dividing the spoils. He stood up and walked towards the gate of Guiling Palace. Ning Xinyue followed closely. After walking out of the mountain gate, Sujia flew into the sky. This time, Sujia did not rely on the flying ability inherited from the thousand-handed centipede, but relied on the unique air control of the secret realm to fly. As he took a breath, Sujia soared upwards and flew towards the high-altitude clouds. Ning Xinyue flew beside Sujia and deliberately turned around to make a face at Sujia. The speed of the two continued to increase. Little girl, do you still want to compete with me in speed? Sujia turned his head and glanced at Ning Xinyue, who was half a body next to him. The flying ability inherited from the thousand-handed centipede was superimposed, and the soul acted on the torso at the same time, further increasing the speed. In less than a minute, Sujia had completely distanced himself from Ning Xinyue, and even the taillights of Sujia's car were no longer visible. How can you fly so fast? Ning Xinyue's bright eyes widened. There was ice flow all over her body, but no matter what, she could never catch up with Sujia's speed. There was a clear gap between the two sides. The two of them flew one after another, chasing each other, and flew to the edge of the mountain gate. The sky hangs like an elephant, and when you see good or bad luck, the magic picture opens. Sujia used the magic weapon, and a circle of ripples appeared in the air, revealing a translucent portal. This is a method that only the elders of the secret realm of Guiling Palace can teach to safely open the mountain protection formation. Sujia was able to sneak out of Guiling Palace with Ning Xinyue. Can you lock the position? After leaving the boundary of Guiling Palace, Sujia looked at Ning Xinyue. This girl had been ordered by Sujia to keep an eye on Zhou Minzhen and his party. I planted a tracking device on a disciple of the Tianhan sect. They probably haven't noticed it yet. Ning Xinyue took out the compass, flicked it, and spent some time estimating the direction, southwest, more than 300 miles away. It's about as I estimated. They and their disciples can't fly as fast as us, so they can catch up. Sujia sneered, and then whispered his plan in Ning Xinyue's ear. You are so ruthless in driving away wolves and devouring tigers. Ning Xinyue muttered, but her eyes were bright and she was obviously interested. End of chapter. Chapter 342. I am a demon cultivator. Third update. When the time came in the afternoon, Zhou Minzhen, Zhao Lianshan and their group, who were on their way back to Tianhanmen, suddenly heard the cry of killing. Then I saw a group of righteous monks charging towards them, shouting to kill them. Kill these Ghost Ridge Palace demon cultivators. You actually dare to break into our camp and cause mischief. Our elders are here to see how you escape. Hurry up and chase them. They are running to the southwest. Don't let them go. There were hundreds of people in this group of righteous people, led by 8 or 9 elders, who came after them with angry looks on their faces. Zhou Minzhen and the others were all confused. Originally, they were careful to avoid the inspections of the righteous sections. With Li Gui's strange ability, they were able to keep their whereabouts secret. Who knew what this group of righteous monks were doing? Crazy things? He rushed over as if someone had stabbed him in his home. Now their covert operation is over, and the two sides have met each other from afar. Is it this group of people? One of the leading righteous elders asked the disgraced disciples next to him. These elders came over after receiving a request for help from the smoke pillar, and they did not really see the appearance of the enemy. They are the ones who are full of ghosts. The demon cultivators who attacked us are also playing tricks on ghosts. There is no mistake. The disciple said without hesitation, hearing a question mark on the forehead of the demon cultivator from Tianhan sect across from him. They are walking here well, whose grandma attacked you? Wait, it's a misunderstanding. Zhao Lianshan still wanted to explain, but how could a righteous monk listen to the demon cultivator? There is nothing to argue with. Colleagues and disciples, follow me to slay the devil. The leading Zhengdao elder took out a Xuanmu ancient bronze tripod and went down to kill them without saying a word. A group of elders and disciples behind him rushed to kill him. Anyway, the opponent must be a demon cultivator, and there would be no mistake in killing him. Meet the enemy and find opportunities to disperse later. Zhao Lianshan's face was solemn and he gave orders to the left and right. Seeing the menacing enemy coming, he already wanted to flee. The two sides collided with each other, like water and fire, and the battle became fierce in an instant. One side used all kinds of mysterious Taoist techniques and magic weapons, and the other side used all kinds of ghosts and ghosts. The killings were extremely brutal. 20 kilometers away from the battlefield, Su Jie and Ning Xinyue were hiding in a cave covered by a formation. Seeing the scene, Ning Xinyue couldn't help but ask, was the beating too harsh? Those righteous people have many people. If they are all killed, will it affect the alliance? Who asked you to randomly collect magic weapons in other people's residences? The diamond flew around in a circle. Good guy, you came here to buy goods and took away the monks who were eating. Can others not be impatient? Su Jie knocked on Ning Xinyue's head and said angrily. Ning Xinyue covered her head, rolled her eyes at Su Jie, and said with great dissatisfaction, "You tell me, how can you be better than me if you let the ghost in wedding clothes put the paperman in?" The two of them were chatting here. In less than 20 minutes, the Tianhanmen group over there, who were outnumbered, had been defeated. When disaster strikes, they all fly away, and these members of the Heavenly Soul sect scatter in all directions. There is a saying that goes well, when you meet a tiger, you don't need to run faster than the tiger, just run faster than your friends. Zhou Minzhen was lucky. He flew faster than his colleagues. As long as those colleagues behind him blocked the righteous monks, that would be his chance to escape. As it happened, Zhou Minzhen was quite confident in his speed and quickly got away from the anxious battlefield. After escaping, Zhou Minzhen escaped until nightfall. In fact, he had already thrown away his pursuers, but he did not dare to stay too long. He ran all the way to a barren mountain before finally stopping. Phew, we finally got rid of those righteous monks. Zhou Minzhen tidied his clothes and was about to find a hidden place to hide for a while, but at this moment, Zhou Minzhen suddenly became alert instinctively. From the corner of his eye, he saw something approaching from the sky, and at the same time there was a voice. Ha 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 ha, I think my fellow Taoist friends are destined to stay for a while and I'll ask my dear to turn around. There was a figure approaching, and the other person started laughing from a distance. When Zhou Minzhen was confused, his pupils suddenly tightened and he hurriedly tilted his head. Whoosh, a white light flew past his neck, tearing half of his neck apart, exposing his throat, blood vessels, and muscles to the air. If he had reacted slower just now, his head would have been cut off. You avoided all this. The white light that Su Jie took over was the white bone heavenly evil sword tempered to a top-grade magical weapon. Just now, Su Jie was planning to make a sneak attack, but he didn't expect to be alerted by Zhou Minzhen. He could only laugh to reduce the hostility, and then asked the baby to turn around, and Zhou Minzhen actually dodged it. It's you! Zhou Minzhen looked up and saw a young man descending from the sky on a cloud of insects. With just one glance, Zhou Minzhen recognized Su Jie. It's surprising, you didn't expect me to come to you after becoming a secret realm? Su Jie had a faint smile on his face, and the insects under his feet condensed into a huge throne. Su Jie sat on it, stroking the bone-white Tianxia sword that breathed out the sword light, and looked down at the opponent from a high position. I was thinking that today I can finally take back my wedding dress ghost. Zhou Minzhen made an evil sound and threw a black ball violently. The soul-capturing ball, explode. The soul-capturing ball is a one-time magic weapon with the power of capturing souls. Even in the secret realm, it would not dare to touch lightly. Bang, the soul-catching ball exploded, but only a puff of white smoke came out, and nothing happened as Zhou Minzhen had already escaped from the battle and escaped from Su Jie. He just threw a fake soul-catching ball to scare Su Jie, but his real purpose was to escape. A little clever, but not much. I've never been afraid of anyone compared to speed. The insect swarm at Su Jie's feet suddenly dispersed, and purple arcs of electricity lit up in his hair. As the power of the soul was also used, Su Jie caught up with Zhou Minzhen without much effort. Before he got close this time, Su Jie had already released the bone heavily evil sword again, and the purple sky thunders in the sky struck down one after another. Click. Zhou Minzhen, who dodged the white bone sky evil sword, could no longer dodge the sky thunder. Half of his body was scorched black by the blast. Su Jie Yuanshan was extremely powerful, and the power of the purple sky thunder increased. Zhou Minzhen was on the second floor of the secret realm. The guy couldn't bear it at all. This place is great. It's a geomantic treasure. It's a great advantage for you to use it as your burial ground. Su Jie walked in the air, approaching Zhou Minzhen step by step, further attacking the opponent's mind. Do you really think you can defeat me? Seeing that he couldn't escape, Zhou Minzhen showed a sinister look on his face. He didn't talk too much nonsense to Su Jie. He took out the 10,000 soul banner with his left hand and summoned the Nine Suns Ghost Mother with his right hand. However, compared with the last time they fought, Zhou Minzhen's 100,000 in soul level 10,000 soul banners now only have 20,000 or 30,000 in souls coming out. There were only 5 ghost babies left around the Nine Suns Ghost Mother, and the remaining 4 were missing. Obviously, in the fight with those righteous people just now, Zhou Minzhen was beaten miserably, so he ran away when he saw Su Jie, because his strength was greatly reduced now. TSK, that's all we have. A crippled 6th grade Fierce Ghost, a 10,000 soul banner that has only 20,000 to 30,000 left, and your top grade magic weapon, the Remnant Soul Sword, was thrown onto the battlefield over there. What did you take? Fight with me? There was a cold light in the corner of Su Jie's eyes, like a dagger, piercing into Zhou Minzhen's heart, making his face look very ugly. If you have the ability, let me go. When I return to my full strength, I will give you a fair fight. Zhou Minzhen knew that Su Jie was not easy to mess with. He had heard about Su Jie's promotion as a fairy. He was not sure of winning even when he was completely victorious, let alone in his current semi-disabled state. Speaking of fairness, do you think I'm stupid? I'm a demon cultivator, and I'm bullying the old, weak, sick, and disabled like you. Su Jie has no sense of martial ethics at all. The figure of the wedding dress ghost appears on the left-hand side, and the 1,000-handed centipede turns into a ferocious goo worm dozens of meters long on the right-hand side. Madam, Xiao Chen, there is no need to be polite. With Su Jie's big wave of his hand, Su Jie's left and right guardians moved simultaneously. The 1,000-handed centipede roared, its huge body stood up, its face armor cracked, and hundreds of purple rays shot out. Zhou Minzhen controlled the 10,000 soul banner to resist the 1,000-handed centipede, and the purple light rays directly annihilated a large number of ghosts. In the past, 100,000 soul flags could form the Devil's Nest mountain formation to block or even suppress the 1,000-handed centipede, but this time things have changed, facing these ghosts who could not form the Demon Cave formation. 1,000-handed centipede became arrogant and rushed directly into the group of ghosts. High temperature rays bloomed everywhere, and clouds of death and decay curses were spewed from the mouth. The murderous ghosts continued to turn into black smoke and dissipated, charging straight towards Zhou Minzhen. At the same time, the wedding dress ghost raised his jade hand lightly and looked at Zhou Minzhen, his enemy. The terrifying power of the curse spread, causing Zhou Minzhen's expression to change. Suddenly, his body stiffened, his clothes changed into wedding clothes, and he quickly asked the Nine Suns Ghost Mother to stand in front of him. But when the Nine Suns Ghost Mother fights alone, she is no match for the 5th grade wedding clothes ghost, not to mention that the wedding clothes ghost has now been promoted to the 6th rank. Just when those ghost babies started to move and wanted to pounce on Su Jie and the wedding ghost, a terrifying scene happened. Red lanterns fell from the sky like red clouds, swaying, and the ghost mother's body and head began to rise and twist violently, being pulled by invisible forces. The 5 ghost babies who were protecting the calf wanted to return. One by one, the girls in the mirror appeared on the scene, holding the ghost babies in their snow-white jade arms. They were piled up layer by layer. Thousands of girls in the mirror squeezed, completely drowning the ghost babies. Do you know the meaning of death? Han Ruyan appeared in front of the ghost mother at some point, and her jade hand gently touched the ghost mother's cheek above her head. A black moon rose quietly, and its bloody eyes bloomed. Starting from her feet, the ghost mother's body is pierced and cut by tens of thousands of fine sharp blades, spreading upwards: calves, thighs, hips, waist, chest. The ghost mother wanted to struggle, but in the face of the power of the wedding ghost, her struggle seemed very futile. Perhaps she also felt the fear of death, so she opened her mouth wide and called for her child. It's a pity that her ghost baby has been suppressed by the girl in the mirror and the lantern ghost, and she can't protect herself. In the end, the ghost mother could only watch helplessly, watching herself being cut into pieces in the hands of the wedding ghost. In the end, even her brain was cut into pieces, and she died completely. A dead and cold smile appeared on Han Ruyan's face. The ghost mother once chased her in Dongxing City, and now she has completed her own revenge. On the other side, Zhou Minzhen couldn't care less about the death of the Nine Sons' ghost mother, because he was about to follow in the ghost mother's footsteps. But on the way Zhou Minzhen was retreating, Ning Xinyue, who had been lurking for a long time, jumped out of the tree and struck Zhou Minzhen on the back of the head with a diamond peck with her left hand. The blow cracked his brain, and a rolling cold wave broke out in his right hand, trying to freeze him. Seal it. End of chapter. Chapter 343, Killing, 4th update, 12,000 words, please vote for me. 2 Secret Realms, you are so cruel. Zhou Minzhen's left foot was frozen and stuck to the ground. Without any hesitation, he cut off his left leg and continued running. His face was shocked and angry. He didn't expect Su Jie to have helpers lying in wait. His vitality is indeed very tenacious, which is also a common characteristic of demon cultivators. How to say? Ning Xinyue tilted her head and looked at Su Jie. What else can I say? To deal with this kind of devil, there is no need to argue with him about moral principles. Let's all do it together. Su Jie flew over on a 1,000-handed centipede, and his voice spread out. Ning Xinyue was speechless, looking at Su Jie, who was riding a 1,000-handed goo worm, with a fierce ghost lingering behind him, a cloud of insects above his head covering the sky, a bone sword in his left hand, and a soul-summoning flag in his right hand. She couldn't restrain her desire to complain and said, "Should this bastard. You may have forgotten that you are also a demon cultivator. You are obviously more of a demon than Zhou Minzhen." Complaints are complaints. Ning Xinyue did not slow down at all, and quickly stopped Zhou Minzhen, who turned to escape. Zhou Minzhen was already at the end of his rope at this time. Faced with the pursuit and interception of the 2 secret realms, he, a half-disabled man on the 2nd floor of the secret realm who had only 1 cultivation level, could only be beaten back. The Nine Sons' ghost mother was beaten back. Killed, the 10,000 soul banner was wiped out and crumbling. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that things will be exposed and the union between Guiling Palace and my Tianhan sect will fail? While Zhou Minzhen was running away, he wanted to exchange words for a glimmer of life. Dead people don't speak. If you want to blame the Heavenly Soul sect afterwards, they will only blame those righteous monks. It just so happens that in the next war, the Tianhan sect will avenge you and make more efforts to kill the righteous monks. This is exactly the same as me mind. Su Jie was completely unmoved. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. Boom, another thunder from the purple sky struck from a long distance away. The thigh-thick thunder blasted Zhou Minzhen from the sky to the ground, leaving a large crater 5 or 6 meters deep, with Zhou Minzhen in the middle of which was smoking. Zhou Minzhen wanted to escape underground, but Ning Xinyue was directly covered by the cold current, which not only froze the ground solidly, making it difficult to dig with weapons and guns, but also froze his whole body. I can't die. How could I die here, in the hands of you 2 juniors? Roaring crazily, Zhou Minzhen jumped up with all his strength. The others struggled to escape from the ice, but the surface skin was stuck in the ice. He jumped like this, and what jumped out was a bloody man with exposed flesh and fascia. Just like a skinned live pig, the skin was left intact underneath. Huh, what's wrong, Junior? When I was as old as you, if I were still in the secret realm, I wouldn't have the shame to go out and meet people. Ning Xinyue threw out the diamond, smashing Zhou Minzhen's skull into pieces, and his left eye was squeezed out of its socket. What a cruel girl, I want to kill you, Zhou Minzhen was like a dying beast, his only single eye flashing with brutal ferocity. Scare me, I think you are ugly and I am afraid of you. Ning Xinyue grunted, and the cold current in Xuanin's body suddenly broke out, freezing Zhou Minzin to the ground. The next moment, Su Jie drove down the thousand-handed centipede, which was 80 meters long and weighed an unknown number of tons. It trampled Zhou Minzin into a pulp, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. This time, no matter how tenacious Zhou Minzin's vitality was, it was difficult to continue to escape. I want you dead. With an angry roar, a translucent ball of light flew out from the ground. It was the broken soul of Zhou Minzin. His soul has grown hands, feet, and limbs, and a mouth, nose, and ears have appeared on his face. Only the most difficult eyes have not been enlightened, and they are still not considered souls. Moreover, the soul is full of pits. In the previous battle, Su Jie mixed the power of the soul with the soul. The attack left the spirit in ruins. However, this soul approaching the soul gave Zhou Minzin the power to launch the final blow. He had a clear goal and came straight to Su Jie. He wanted to use his soul to rush into Su Jie's brain, and he would drag Su Jie into the water even if he died. Even if Su Jie has the soul, the head is the most vulnerable part of a person. If he rushes in and stirs up the situation, even if he cannot kill Su Jie, it will not make Su Jie feel better. Useless struggle. Su Jie watched quietly as Zhou Minzin's soul rushed towards him. As he approached, an arc-shaped light film appeared in front of Su Jie, blocking Zhou Minzin's remnant soul from making any progress. Zhou Minzin could hardly believe it. He saw a golden lotus flower appear in Su Jie's hand. 3 emerald green lotus leaves were swaying and sprinkled with starlight, easily blocking his death blow. 9 ninth grade holy lotus, an innate spiritual creature. I didn't lose unfairly. Zhou Minzin was desperate. He laughed miserably. Even the humble thought of getting Su Jie injured would never be possible. In your next life, give birth to a good child. Stop being a demon cultivator. You are not this material. Thunder from the sky burst out from Su Jie's palm, turning into a spherical lightning that enveloped Zhou Minzin's remaining soul. Amid his miserable howl, it was completely annihilated and evaporated, disappearing between heaven and earth. Since then, Zhou Minzin, the elder of the Tianhan sect who once put tremendous pressure on Su Jie in Dongxing City, fell into the hands of Su Jie today. It's done, and call it a day. Ning Xinyue picked up the storage bag on the ground, jumped next to Su Jie happily, shared the joy of victory with Su Jie, and took out everything in the storage bag. Su Jie first accepted Zhou Minzin's 10,000 souls flag. After Zhou Minzin's death, the 10,000 souls flag became ownerless. Su Jie only needs to eliminate the mark left by Zhou Minzin, and then he can take the remaining ghosts as his own and incorporate them into his 10,000 souls banner. A lot of money, Su Jie, we will give it to you. Ning Xinyue jumped up happily and wanted to put her arms around Su Jie's neck, but suddenly felt a chill on her back. Turning her head, she saw Han Ruyan, the wedding ghost, not far away. Ning Xinyue's dead, empty eyes made Ning Xinyue decisively give up on this move. The total of these things must be 200,000 spirit stones, right? He is indeed a senior elder of Tianhan sect, but he is different from those poor people who have just been promoted to the secret realm. Su Jie looked at the ground. There were rows of bottles and jars containing elixirs. Spiritual materials and spiritual stones were piled up like a hill, 5 or 6 meters high. There were also some magic weapons and talismans, but they were relatively low level and in the secret realm. He was not needed in the battle, so it was probably Zhou Minzin who kept him here to reward his disciples, but in the end, all of them were given to Su Jie at a discount. It's agreed that one person is half of it. Su Jie gave half of it to Ning Xinyue, which surprised Ning Xinyue. What are you doing? You don't want it. Su Jie raised his eyebrows and looked back at Ning Xinyue. I thought you wanted to eat and occupy more. Ning Xinyue stuck out her tongue and hugged her trophy happily, although it is true that she is a rich woman who would dislike having more money. I am very particular about my own people. Su Jie smiled. If he cheated Ning Xinyue too many times, it would not be so easy to use Ning Xinyue as a free labor force in the future. After patting the thousand-handed centipede, Su Jie stretched his waist and said, "Let's go home." Okay. Ning Xinyue also jumped up and counted her harvests one by one on the back of the thousand-handed centipede. Looking like a little money fan, the thousand-handed centipede soared into the sky, and rays of purple light bombarded the surrounding land one after another, erasing and destroying all traces of the battle. Su Jie used his soul to scan and check again, and after confirming that it was correct, he took Ning Xinyue back to Ghost Ridge Palace. End of chapter. Double monthly tickets, please support me. There is a double monthly ticket event starting today. Everyone still has a monthly ticket that has not yet been voted. For the sake of the 12,000 word update today, I will vote for the young author. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. BR. Chapter 344 Sect Conference. First update, Ghost Ridge Palace. Su Jie and Ning Xinyue returned to the sect smoothly. Come to me again if you have good things like this in the future. Ning Xinyue jumped off the 1,000-armed centipede, turned around and said something to Su Jie, and ran away humming a happy tune. Su Jie took the new windfall and returned to the retreat room of the mansion. Xiao Qian, let me see your limit. Su Jie raised the shrunken 1,000-handed centipede high and piled the mountain-like spiritual stones on the ground with an arrogant look on his face. The 1,000-hand centipede knew that Su Jie was going to strengthen it, so it twisted its body excitedly. Go and eat. Hearing this, 1,000-handed centipede neighed and happily went up to start building. After swallowing the spiritual stones one by one, his stomach soon became bulging. Su Jie put his hand on the 1,000-handed centipede's head and began to use the enhanced goo insect ability obtained after the secret realm to transform the native goo insect. The 1,000-handed centipede is a middle-grade 5th refined goo insect, and the difficulty of strengthening it is much higher than other goo insects, even if Su Jie has a level of cultivation in the secret realm. It will not be smooth sailing. Fortunately, the 1,000-hand centipede is a natal goo insect, and has the same mindset with Su Jie. It cooperates very well with Su Jie, and will actively activate the circulation of qi and blood to integrate with Su Jie's strengthening, and those swallowed spiritual stones turned into majestic energy, which continued to baptize the 1,000-handed centipede, allowing the strengthening to continue. With this strengthening, 3 days and 3 nights have passed. 3 days later, Su Jie finally completed this enhancement. Xiao Qian, show me. Su Jie brought the 1,000-handed centipede to the martial arts arena in the mansion and took out a solid cast alloy iron pillar with a diameter of 3 meters and a length of more than 20 meters from the storage bag. This thing was a tool used by the puppet hall to create some kind of forging machine effect. Later, it was damaged and scrapped. Su Jie usually used it to play with the 1,000-handed centipede, which was similar to the cat teasing stick, but this thing was too heavy, and Su Jie couldn't lift it himself. Apart from barely putting it into the storage bag, he could only use his massive pale corpse hands to roll it down the mountain. The 1,000-handed centipede liked to chase it and step on it. Roll with the Tapazitsi. The 1,000-handed centipede obeyed the command, and its body swelled up against the wind, transforming into an 80-meter-long original body, and then opened its bloody mouth. Compared with the past, 1,000-hand centipede's mouth has completely changed. His mouth was like many beetles, with a pair of razor-shaped jaws. In the past, although the 1,000-hand centipede was very large, the centipede's own structure caused its jaw limbs to have insufficient bite force, making it inferior to beetle-like goo insects of the same level. This time, Su Jie focused on modifying the 1,000-hand centipede's mouthparts, giving him a stronger melee threat. The 1,000-handed centipede opened its jaws and took a bite. The next moment, that indestructible body seemed to contain unlimited potential, and overwhelming power and bite force exploded. Click! With one bite, sparks flew out of the alloy steel column. The steel deformed and twisted, and was directly bitten off by the 1,000-handed centipede. The edge of the fracture is not smooth, and many uneven marks can be seen, which further demonstrates the power of the 1,000-hand centipede's pair of razor-like jaws. With such a terrifying bite force, if any monk is bitten by the 1,000-handed centipede in the future, the scene will not be too beautiful. The 1,000-handed centipede seemed to have discovered how powerful its jaws were, and continued to bite the remaining steel pillar, cutting it into sections, and a huge sound spread all around. Su Jie tried to take out the white bone Tiansha sword and used the sword technique. Xiao Qian! Su Jie shouted, and the 1,000-handed centipede stood upright, still being cut into his jaw by the white bone heavenly evil sword that passed through the clouds and broke through the air. Violent collision and friction sounds were heard, and the 1,000-handed centipede's pair of jaws only had slight dents, and it was almost unscathed by the attack of the high-grade magic weapon, the white bone Tiansha sword. Click! The 1,000-handed centipede turned and bit, and a pair of razor jaws clamped down on the white bone heavenly evil sword. The terrifying brute force of the bite exploded, and the white bone heavenly evil sword suddenly trembled violently, and the two sides began to compete fiercely. One side was spitting out the extremely sharp white hair sword light, and the bone-white Tiansha sword that could easily penetrate steel was about to pierce the jaw. One party relied on the huge strength of a wild ferocious beast and its jaws that were tougher than steel to bite the bone heavenly evil sword into pieces. The two sides fought back and forth for a full 10 minutes. In the end, the trembling of the white bone heavenly evil sword became weaker and weaker, and there was a faint cracking sound from inside the sword body. Needless to say, if it continued, this high-grade magic weapon would have to be bitten by the thousand-handed centipede. I end this contest. Thousand-handed centipede is the winner. At this time, the thousand-hand centipede's pair of jaws can crush even high-grade magic weapons. It can be seen how much this enhancement has improved the thousand-hand centipede's strength. If replaced with an ordinary mid-grade magic weapon, it would definitely not be able to withstand the bite of the thousand-handed centipede and would be destroyed on the spot. Shao Qian, it's okay. Su Jie clapped his hands, and the thousand-handed centipede released its jaws to avoid destroying its master's weapon. Then it ran to Su Jie and happily nodded his head at Su Jie. His eyes were full of joy, and he turned around. Then he looked at other parts of himself. The meaning was obvious. He wanted Su Jie to strengthen other parts of himself. No money. Su Jie touched the cold jaws of the thousand-hand centipede. In order to give the thousand-hand centipede an unparalleled jaw, hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones were thrown into it. The thousand-hand centipede shrank its body and ran back to Su Jie's arms, rolling back and forth as if it was coquettish. It's useless to act coquettishly. Your master is really poor now. Su Jie flicked the thousand-hand centipede's forehead. Strengthening the thousand-hand centipede's mouthparts consumes so much. If it were replaced with a larger body and hundreds of corpse hands, it would take an unknown amount of spiritual stones. It's enough. Su Jie can't afford it now. For thousand-hand centipede, such enhancement is not the evolution of the goo worm as a whole, but more like assembling a racing car, replacing the goo worm with better basic spare parts. Of course, Su Jie also wanted to replace the thousand-hand centipede with a top-notch one, but he was too short of money to do so. Master, someone wants to see you. While Su Jie was interacting with thousand-handed centipede, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Su Jie turned around and saw the housekeeper walking in with a disciple from the law enforcement team. Seeing Su Jie, the law enforcement team disciple immediately handed over a document and a pass, and said respectfully, Hall Master Su, the sect master has convened a sect meeting. Please go to the sect hall immediately. Su Jie opened the document, took a look at it, and relaxed his brows. Lead the way. Yes. The disciples of the law enforcement team immediately led the way. Although their law enforcement team was personally responsible for the sect leader, Su Jie was an elder of the secret realm and the real pillar of the sect, and his status was far above him. Unconsciously, Su Jie is no longer the small character who had to bow his head and be polite when facing the law enforcement team. Along the way, Su Jie arrived at the sect's main hall at the mountain gate. But I saw that this place was towering into the clouds, majestic and spectacular. In front of the door were two Xianxiao sycamore trees with lush branches and leaves, like guardian gods. The surrounding area is covered with bluestones, the walls are high, and the roof of the palace is carved with dragons and phoenixes, which are made of Tiangang stone spiritual materials, lifelike and shining with magnificent light. The sun shines in through the many windows outside the temple, illuminating the entire temple dazzlingly. The sect's main hall is a place where the elders discuss important matters. It is not usually open to the public. If it does, something big will happen. Since Su Jie joined Ghost Ridge Palace, he has only experienced 2 meetings in the sect hall. One was for the White Walkers, and the other was for the sect war. Both of these events had a profound impact on Su Jie. At the beginning, Su Jie could only stay inside the door and wait for the results of the meeting in the sect's main hall. Now he has become a member of the main hall, and his words and deeds may affect countless outer and inner disciples of Ghost Ridge Palace. Hall Master Su. When the law enforcement team disciples on duty saw Su Jie, they all saluted and pushed open the heavy glazed amethyst door for Su Jie to allow access to the interior. Su Jie walked in, and the hall looked even more solemn. A tall statue of the patriarch hung on the wall in front of him. The patriarch Zhang Junwei was sitting under the statue of the patriarch. There were a row of high chairs along the lower edge of both sides, and 2 people were already sitting on them. There are about a dozen elders, except those who have defense tasks. All the other elders are here. I looked around and saw that Qiu Laodao, Tang Peiqing, and Xia Fengyuan were all there. Su Jie sat next to Qiu Laodao. The elders in the hall saw it and sighed in their hearts. With the immortal seedling of Su Jie, Qiu Laodao's lineage will probably grow stronger. I heard you went out for a trip? Qiu Laodao looked at Su Jie. Su Jie used his elder authority to pass through the mountain guarding formation and leave the sect. The sect naturally knew about it. Well, I went outside to play. Su Jian nodded. The real truth would naturally not be spoken nonsense. Master, when will it start? Afraid that Mr. Chiu would get to the bottom of things, Su Jie changed the subject. Su Jie was quite curious when he attended the sect hall meeting for the first time. There are still 2 people left to come, soon. Xiao Laodao closed his eyes and rested his mind. As he said, not long after, the last 2 elders came. As the hall door closed, the formation opened, and the meeting officially began. Let everyone come here this time. The matter to be discussed is about joining forces with the Tianhan sect. Zhang Junwei raised the issue that if Guiling Palace wanted to break the situation and get rid of the siege of Zhengdao, it would need to use external forces, and Tianhanmen was the chosen partner. The specific conditions for cooperation with the Tianhan sect have been initially negotiated. The other party wants us to give us 8 million spiritual stones as a reward after defeating the righteous monks, and at the same time help them build a mountain gate in the Nanyang city area, and we demand that the Tianhan sect must mobilize in full force, with at least 20 secret treasure realm members, 1 Taoist realm member, and 5,000 disciples coming to fight, to attack those righteous sects from front to back together with us. Zhang Junwei stated his request for cooperation. This request was actually not too much for Guiling Palace. 8 million spiritual stones is indeed a lot. Many elders with low cultivation level only have tens of thousands of spiritual stones, and those who have just been promoted do not even have 10,000 spiritual stones. The senior elders only have a net worth of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, while someone like Tang Peiqing, who has lived for hundreds of years, or someone like Qiu Laodao, who has explosive fighting power in the secret realm, is very likely to have a net worth of over 1 million. One can imagine how much wealth 8 million spirit stones are, but the Ghost Ridge Palace is currently under siege. If the siege can be lifted, the price is completely acceptable. End of chapter. Chapter 345 Union, second update. The remuneration is appropriate, but for helping them build the mountain gate in Nanyang City, do they plan to stay in Qingzhou? That place is not far from us. Xiu Laodao frowned and his voice was heavy. Although Guiling Palace is now driven into dangerous mountains by Zhengdao, it still has great ambitions in Qingzhou. Although there is more than one demonic sect, Guiling Palace is the only one that has reached scale. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be besieged by 5 righteous sects for so long and still maintain combat effectiveness. Ghost Ridge Palace does not want more powerful demonic sects to enter Qingzhou, especially when they are so close to Ghost Ridge Palace. Bad people don't like to be neighbors with bad people. What's more, there is no room for others to snore on the side of the couch. Let them stay here first. If those righteous sects continue to besiege, the 2 families are close and can rely on each other. Zhang Junwei said this, and then continued to add, when we have calmed down and started to deal with each other, now is the time to unite external forces. The elders below were whispering to each other, and Sha Fengyuan also asked Su Jie through the soul transmission, Brother Su, what do you think? I sat and watched. Seeing Sha Fengyuan's speechless expression, Su Jie changed his words and said, now for Guiling Palace, how to survive is the key. Will Tianhan sect cause trouble to us in the future? At least at this stage, we can't, no choice. Su Jie was whispering to Sha Fengyuan, but Zhang Junwei caught him. Zhang Junwei looked over and said calmly, Su Jie, you are the immortal seedling of our sect and the youngest in the secret realm. I want to hear your opinion. Su Jie didn't expect that he would be called, but he didn't have any stage fright. He said, I think the sect master is right. The sect master's consideration is also to take into account the overall situation. No one wants to have another competitor in his sphere of influence. But as elders, you should be aware of our sect's current predicament. A large number of low-level and middle-level disciples died in the battle, the trade routes were cut off, and the righteous disciples continued to harass. The financial, material, and manpower reserves of the sect were being consumed, and they could only rely on the mountain protection formation to barely survive. This was the result of the righteous sects slowing down the pace of their attacks. If this continues, we will definitely be the first to be unable to hold on. After Su Jie said these beautiful words, many elders nodded. Zhang Junwei glanced at Su Jie twice, with a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that Su Jie's answer satisfied him. Yes, our Guiling Palace has reached a moment of life and death. If we still care about face now, it will only cause us to lose this war. When the mountain gate is breached, how can we have the face to go down to see the founder of Guiling Palace? Br Tang Peiqing also played an assist at this time to share the worries of the leader Zhang Junwei. The discussion gradually subsided. It was obvious that everyone understood what Su Jie and Tang Peiqing said, but they were instinctively conflicted and unwilling to accept it. Other demonic sects came to their sphere of influence. Now, if anyone disagrees with this alliance, please raise your hands. Zhang Junwei knocked on the armrest and made a suggestion. Only a few arms were raised, and most of the elders agreed with this alliance. Then it's decided. Join forces with the Tianhan sect to repel the 5 righteous sects led by Guanchao Pavilion that besieged the mountain gate. Zhang Junwei made the final decision and finalized the matter of uniting Tianhan sect. We have set the specific battle time in 4 months. During this time, the sect, the weapon refining hall, the alchemy pavilion, the sword forging platform, the elixir garden, all departments must work together to produce various wars. The supplies we need will determine the outcome of our decisive battle. As soon as these words came out, many elders stood up one after another to express their opinions. Sect Master, our weapon refining hall and alchemy pavilion will do our best to provide magical weapons and elixirs to arm all the disciples. Tang Peiqing cupped his hands and said, he managed the weapon refining hall and the alchemy pavilion, and his status in the Ghost Ridge Palace was only inferior to Zhang Junwei. His statement already explained a lot of problems. Sect Master, the sword-making platform I am responsible for will also go all out to make more flying swords and magic swords to help the sect tide over the difficulties. Another elder stood up. The sword-making platform was also a weapon refining department, but they specialized in refining flying swords. The people staying inside were sword cultivators rarely seen in Ghost Ridge Palace. Although the number is small, their combat power cannot be underestimated. The original owner of the sword gourd on Su Jie's waist, Chao Yuan, was a member of the sword forging platform, and the sword gourd was also cultivated by the sword forging platform. Sect Master, starting from tomorrow, our talisman hall will devote all our manpower to making talismans. We will definitely equip each disciple with 3 talismans before the war begins. The Array Palace will step up its efforts to complete the production of war-type arrays, and then attack and kill in the decisive battle to help the sect win. Sect Master, I, Sha Feng, have nothing but this life. When the decisive moment comes, I will take the lead and fight a bloody path to victory for the sect. One by one, the elders stood up, even those without management departments, and expressed their determination to serve the sect to the death. Zhang Junwei looked at this impassioned scene and said happily, if you are determined, the sect will also allocate funds to various departments and work together to win this decisive battle. Yes. The elders agreed with a bang. Sect Master, our puppet hall also has something to say. At this time, Su Jie also stood up and expressed that his puppet hall would also contribute. However, after hearing Su Jie's words, the elders looked at each other strangely because the puppet hall is too marginalized, not to mention that no one cares about ITI in the past. Participation in such sect affairs was basically zero. Zhang Junwei was also quite puzzled and asked, what do you want to say? Let me state in advance that now the sect has no extra funds for the puppet hall to conduct puppet research. The extra money must be used for war. Sect Master, I am not here to ask for funds, I'm here to contribute to the sect. Su Jie chuckled and said confidently, I have designed a brand new special puppet, which can play a huge role in this war. You may not believe it just from my words, Sect Master. I would like to ask you to take a look at the new puppet. The quality of the puppet. Oh, there's still this matter. Then I'll go with you. Zhang Junwei didn't believe it, but Su Jie's expression didn't look like he was bragging. Sect Master, please, and all the elders, you might as well go and have a look. Our puppet hall is different now. Su Jie then invited other elders. For the sake of Xian Miao and because he was really curious about what new inventions and creations the puppet hall had that could make Su Jie so confident, these elders all nodded in agreement. After the meeting in the sect's main hall ended, Su Jie sent someone to notify Zhu Changqi, and he personally led the sect leader and elders to the outside of the mountain gate. Half an hour later to Ina Flatgrass Valley, Su Jie came here with a group of senior officials from Ghost Ridge Palace. The terrain here is open and the view is good, making it a good place for experiments. Where's the puppet you're talking about? Tang Peiqing's curiosity was aroused by Su Jie, and he wanted to see the secret puppet. Sujie said, the same is true for other elders. In their impression, the puppet hall only plays flashy battle puppets. The combat effectiveness is okay, but it consumes too much money. After a big battle, the family may be wiped out. Everyone still prefers goo insects. Look, everyone, people are already here. Sujie pointed to the south, and a row of huge black silhouettes appeared on the horizon. The elders turned around and saw a group of 12-horned scale horses dragging a strange steel puppet behind them. This puppet was completely different from the human figures they had seen in the past, and had nothing in common with it. The round black wheels and the rectangular steel shell painted silver gray don't look like anything special. The horned scale horse has very good endurance and strength. As the main animal that enters and exits the sect, it can climb mountains and ridges as if it were on flat ground, even if it drags a heavy rocket launcher. After a while, the entire team appeared at Sujie, accompanied by several 10 Puppet Hall disciples also came over. Master, bring all 30 rocket launchers here. Xu Chengqi wiped the sweat from his forehead and ran to Sujie quickly. Since receiving the production task from Sujie, the entire Puppet Hall has been busy making rocket launchers all day long. Although simple, when the number increases, and it is still made by hand, it is still very tiring. This is the sect master and the elders. Please introduce the rocket launcher to them. Sect master, this is Xu Chengqi, the most skilled disciple of our Puppet Hall. It was under his auspices that the initial production and finalization of the rocket launcher was completed. Sujie patted Xu Chengqi on the shoulder and gave him this rare opportunity to show his face. Sect Mastery, elders, hello, the puppet is called a rocket launcher. One is used. Xu Chengqi, a tall and thick man, faced the gazes of all the elders. His tongue was a little knotted and he was so nervous that he couldn't speak. Don't be nervous, speak slowly. The sect leader waved his hand, then walked to a rocket launcher and looked up and down at the strange steel instrument. This is independently designed by the hall master. It is a special puppet that delivers strikes through long-range firepower. It can launch warheads loaded with venom through the injection device made of spiritual stones. When Xu Chengqi talked about the puppets he was good at, he immediately stopped being entangled in his words and started introducing them eloquently. After listening, Zhang Junwei didn't express anything. From words alone, he couldn't feel the charm of rocket launchers. Sect Master, this is the secret puppet I call, the rocket launcher that can help the sect win the decisive battle. It may not sound special. Please allow me to show you the attack effect. You will definitely not be disappointed. Sujie smiled and waved his hand for the Puppet Hall disciples to start adjusting the rocket launchers and prepare for the live ammunition demonstration. Can you do it? Xiao Laodao couldn't help but ask. His most promising disciple should not be underestimated at the first sect meeting. Master, when have I ever let you down? Sujie smiled confidently and watched the Puppet Hall disciples maneuver the rocket launcher into the launch phase. As the rocket launcher slowly stood upright and its black muzzle pointed toward the sky, the disciples took out the rocket shells and began to load them inside. When everything was ready, Xu Chengqi looked at Sujie and said, Master, you are ready and can launch at any time. Fire! Sujie nodded and gave the order directly. End of chapter. Chapter 346, Getting Rich, third update. Boom! When the tandem ignition was activated, there was a continuous and huge roar from the firing position of the 30 rocket launchers, like a landslide in tsunami. One after another, the tail rockets drilled out of the muzzle, spraying spiritual light and soaring into the sky. The elders in the field were quite astonished. They didn't expect that this puppet called a rocket launcher could be fired with such force. Looking from a distance, the rocket spit out its tongue of flame, accelerated into the sky, and drew a silver-gray smoke trail in the night sky. In just over 20 seconds, a total of 960 rockets were launched, and it was like a rain of meteors and fire from the sky. The target of the planned attack was a hilltop. After a short flight, all the rockets began to fall in a parabola. The next moment, the hilltop was shaken. The acid inside the rocket that exploded on the ground splashed out. This acid, which was provided by the man-faced moth and was more corrosive than strong acid, splashed around, and the covered trees and ground were shaking, dissolving, and sinking. The lush trees that originally grew on the top of the mountain were shaking like waves in the sea and collapsed directly under the corrosion of the acid. Black smoke rose into the sky, destroying most of the life on this hilltop. Of the massive venom is like a demon, devouring everything around it. When all the dust settled, looking at it, the hill was covered with scars, deep pits and ditches corroded by venom, just like the wounds left after being burned. It was shocking to everyone who saw it. This puppet's weapon is interesting. Tang Peiqing's eyes lit up and he was interested in this fantastic attack method. This was the first time he had seen such a puppet in his hundreds of years of life. Is this really caused by the puppet hall? You really underestimate them. I didn't expect Hall Master Su to be really clever. He had just taken over the puppet hall and he had already created such a puppet. Its power is really extraordinary. Such a large-scale coverage strike will indeed have a very strong killing effect on lower-level disciples in the war. The cost of such a puppet is estimated to be quite high. If it is too expensive, its practicality will be poor. The elders discussed among themselves, and the volley of rocket launchers subverted their previous understanding. Looking at the inconspicuous rocket launcher, the effect of the salvo was amazing. A smile appeared on Xiao Laodao's face. Although he did not speak, his face was full of satisfaction. Yes, this rocket launcher is not very effective against the inner disciples in the secret realm, but the threat to the outer disciples is foreseeable. As you said, it is suitable for use in wars. How much does this kind of puppet cost? The sect needs one. Zhang Junwei finally said. This rocket launcher is really a good weapon for Ghost Ridge Palace, but Zhang Junwei is more concerned about the price of this kind of puppet. In the past, the puppets produced by the puppet hall were often expensive, costing thousands of spirit stones, and even using them in the secret realm was painful. If the price is too expensive, then its importance will be greatly reduced. After all, when attacking outer disciples, cost-effectiveness factors must also be taken into consideration. Lord, our rocket launcher itself costs 400 spiritual stones, each rocket requires 10 spiritual stones, and a salvo requires 320 spiritual stones. Su Jie said a number, and Xu Changqi's mouth opened wide when he heard it, because Su Jie doubled the prices of rocket launchers costing only 200 spirit stones and rockets costing 5 spirit stones. Even if the price of Su Jie's acid solution was calculated, it was too much. So cheap. Zhang Junwei was stunned. When he heard the price, he thought it was really cheap compared with the battle puppets in the puppet hall in the past. This price is like breaking a bone. That's right, it's so cheap, and the sect master, our rockets can also be loaded with different venoms. In addition to acid, all kinds of insect poisons can be put in a sect master. Think about it, if we have 200 of these rocket launchers when the war begins, we can fire 6,400 rockets in one salvo, covering the positions of those righteous monks. Various warheads contain different venoms, and we can definitely catch those by surprise. The righteous monks suffered heavy casualties. Su Jie further followed the instructions and described the scene. When the elders thought of that scene, their expressions suddenly became exciting. If this kind of puppet is really so cheap, then they have seriously underestimated the effectiveness of rocket launchers. Can different warheads be loaded? Tang Peiqing's eyes lit up. As the master of poison making in Guiling Palace, he was second in Guiling Palace when it came to playing poison. No one dared to be ranked first. Even the sect master was not as good as Tang Peiqing in this aspect. Of course. Su Jie nodded affirmatively. Blue Star's rocket launchers can be loaded with submunitions, missiles, fuel-air explosives, landmines, lighting, electronic interference bombs and chemical gas bombs. Guiling Palace also has abundant poisonous insects, which can meet the demand. Many elders are a little interested. These elders who play with insects may lack other things, but getting some poisonous insect venom is really not a problem. It is not a problem at all for them. 200 vehicles are too few. Let's order 300 or 500. Zhang Junwei pondered and without much hesitation, he increased the purchase quantity. Hiss. When Xiao Laodao heard this amount, he pulled off a few strands of his beard. So much? When the elders heard this, they were all shocked. The price of a low-grade magic weapon is just over 100 spiritual stones, and the average price of a medium-grade magic weapon is 7,000 to 8,000 spirit stones. The cost of 500 rocket launchers is 200,000 spirit stones. The cost of rockets consumed in one salvo is 160,000 spirit stones. Such a salvo is equivalent to scrapping 1,500 low-grade and low-grade magic weapons at once, or scrapping 20 mid-grade magic weapons. Moreover, for the purchase of rockets, each vehicle must be equipped with a salvo of 5 or 6 batches of ammunition. The purchase cost alone will cost nearly 1 million spiritual stones. Such a price is an almost unbearable burden for individual monks, including elders. The next battle with the righteous sect may very well determine the life or death of our Ghost Ridge Palace. Let's keep the money and not spend it now. After we are defeated, we can leave it to the righteous sect as trophies, or pay them as war compensation. There was no doubt about Zhang Junwei. His words had the final say. The smile on Su Jie's face could no longer be concealed. Such a purchase quantity far exceeded his expectation. After a little calculation, Su Jie became excited. Get it made in 3 months. Zhang Junwei gave the order to catch up with the decisive battle with Zheng Dao. Su Jie heard that with the production speed of the puppet hall, once you are proficient, making 2 rocket launchers a day is almost the limit. However, many simple tasks can be handled by external disciples. The puppet hall disciples are responsible for the core parts. The problem is still not big ones. Sect Master, Su Jie, promised to complete the mission. Su Jie nodded directly and agreed, making a guarantee. In the future, the puppet hall will study more of these beneficial puppets. After encouraging Su Jie, Zhang Junwei led the team to leave. As soon as Zhang Junwei left, the puppet hall disciples couldn't help it and cheered one by one. The hall master is mighty. With so many rocket launcher puppets, our puppet hall has never received such attention from the sect. It's unbelievable. In the past, not to mention that the sect needed our puppets, we were the ones who went to the sect to beg Grandpa and Grandma for funds. The eyes of these puppet hall disciples were filled with tears. Their puppet hall was no longer a marginal department that no one cared about in the sect, and had gained the attention of the sect. Zhu Changqi was also happy along with everyone, but later he couldn't help but worry. Master, we sell rocket launchers and rocket shells so expensively. If the sect finds out. Su Jie curled his lips and said, how expensive is it? Isn't this our cost price? Zhu Changqi said subconsciously, the cost of our rocket launcher is not 200 spiritual stones. The rocket can also be made with only 5 spiritual stones. Zhu Changqi, who had never been in business before, only wanted to complete the tasks for the sect. The puppet hall had always lost money in the past, and Zhu Changqi had no idea of making money. Doesn't labor cost money? Isn't my design patent money? There are also site fees, management fees, fire costs, water and electricity costs, and scrap rate costs during the puppet storage period. Su Jie clasped his fingers and explained each item to Zhu Changqi. Zhu Changqi didn't understand many things, but he felt that Su Jie said a lot and seemed to make sense, and there was no way to refute it. Arms is one of the most profitable trades. How could Su Jie miss such a profitable business? Now that the war is coming, Guiling Palace will not be stingy with the purchase fee. Su Jie naturally has to make money, otherwise what would he do with the rocket launchers he worked so hard for? The current order for 500 rockets is enough to support Su Jie, and it is not a problem to make hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. Even if the sect knew about such a thing, the most they could do was punish Su Jie and confiscate some of the spiritual stones. As a demon cultivator, if you don't benefit for yourself, many elders will do so for you. For example, Zhou Laodao opened the back door for Su Jie to borrow spiritual materials in the weapon refining hall, which is also a manifestation of reaping benefits. With so much money made this time, Su Jie had no intention of keeping it all for himself and quickly issued a new decision. Starting from today, our puppet hall will not be free of charge for everyone's labor. Depending on the division of labor and the number of puppets produced, everyone will be rewarded with varying salaries. I will issue a detailed guideline on the specific reward in a few days. After hearing Su Jie's words, these puppet hall disciples were stunned for a few seconds, cheering louder and sending compliments one after another. It's great that the hall master can come to our puppet hall. So, you can make money by making puppets in the future? Long live Hall Master Su. The faces of these puppet hall disciples were excited. In the past, they made puppets in the puppet hall, let alone making money. In order to make puppets, everyone even invested a lot of money through joint ventures to make puppets. It can be said that these members who are still in the puppet hall have an extraordinary love for puppets. Otherwise, ordinary disciples would have fled long ago when they saw that they had to pay for themselves. Amid the compliments from these disciples, Su Jie ended today's trip with satisfaction. Tomorrow I have to take a long-distance bus back to my hometown to celebrate the Chinese New Year. I can't bring my desktop computer with me, so I can only code on my mobile phone. The updates may be unstable in the next few days. Please forgive me. End of chapter. Chapter 347 Tianyuan Myopia Pill. First update, Hallmaster Su, the 3 products you asked us to research, myopia pill, have been developed as required. That day, Su Jia received the news and rushed to the Alchemy Pavilion. Several disciples who had originally entrusted him came up to show Su Jia their achievements. In a tray, there is a blue pill, which is the myopia pill developed by the disciples. Su Jia picked up the blue myopia pill and asked, "Have you been tested?" It has been tested that after swallowing the myopia pill, the vision will gradually return to normal levels within the next 3 days. What about the side effects? There are no other side effects. The production cost has been simplified as much as possible according to your instructions. Most of them are ordinary materials. It does not cost much for mortals to use. Refining a furnace of concentrated liquid and mixing several ordinary medicinal materials is enough to supply 1 million pieces. After hearing this, Su Jia was extremely satisfied. This elixir perfectly met his needs. We are still developing slimming pills and whitening powder. This research is relatively difficult, and we are working hard. Research slowly, this is a reward for your results. Su Jia poured out a pile of spiritual stones, and the disciples looked at it with eager eyes. They didn't expect there would be additional gains. Master Su, we must research the whitening powder and weight loss pill as soon as possible. Under the respectful gift of the disciples of the Alchemy Pavilion, Su Jia took away the formula of the myopia pill, returned to his mansion, and took out the medicine furnace to refine it. Su Jia basically knew nothing about alchemy, but myopia pill is really too simple. After Su Jia scrapped hundreds of furnaces, he completely mastered it in 3 days. Refining elixirs requires controlling spiritual power and mobilizing spiritual flames for refining, and the secret realm's control of spiritual power is far more sophisticated than that of disciples. In addition, the difficulty of these elixirs is too low, which is the level of alchemy apprentices. It is difficult for Su Jia to master it. It doesn't matter at all. It's done. There is a concentrated liquid in the alchemy furnace. You only need to extract a small amount of the concentrated liquid and mix it with ordinary herbs to make a large amount of elixir. Su Jia restrained it, then opened the ancient mirror and stepped into the portal blue star. Su Jia returned with the concentrated liquid, and then called Lu Yingying. "Su Jia, you are back. Well, I miss you." Su Jia touched Lu Yingying's face. Although she knew that Su Jia was making her happy, Lu Yingying still found it helpful and rubbed Su Jia's hand with her cheek, just like a cat. "Look what I brought back this time." Su Jia took out the blue myopia pill and placed it in front of Lu Yingying. "What is this?" Lu Yingying looked back and forth, but couldn't figure out what the ingredients were. "A myopia pill, as long as it is swallowed, will begin to improve myopia and adjust it to the range of normal vision in just 3 days. Didn't you say that Jieka Group is short of money? With this kind of myopia pill, you can make a lot of money and bring back blood to Jieka Group." Su Jia tossed the myopia pill in his hand and told the effect. "Really?" Lu Yingying's thin eyebrows suddenly jumped up in surprise. The look on her face was nervous, excited, and a bit unbelievable. Myopia is a big industry. Although Lu Yingying has never been exposed to it, she also knows how profitable those glasses companies are. Glasses that don't cost much cost as little as a few hundred yuan or as much as a few thousand yuan. How many leaks have been harvested? Lu Yingying is not sure how many people suffer from myopia in the world, but most modern people spend a lot of time looking at mobile phones and computers. The number of people with myopia definitely exceeds 1 billion, and this number is rising year by year. It's just that many people with mild myopia don't wear glasses, or they wear contact lenses and undergo laser correction surgery. Even if not everyone buys myopia pills, as long as they can replace glasses, for Jieka Group, it will undoubtedly be able to add $100 billion supermarket, provided that the myopia pills are as magical as Su Jia said. Lu Yingying would not doubt this. She had unconditional trust in Su Jia, and with the example of Tianyuan hair growth liquid, this myopia pill could definitely do the trick. You ask people to open a factory for this myopia pill. We will produce it and put it on the market to earn war funds for the Jieka Group. The price is set at $1,000 each and named Tianyuan myopia pill. The price Su Jia mentioned was carefully considered. Current laser correction surgery costs about $2,500 to $6,000. Although this surgery is relatively safe, No matter what kind of myopia surgery it is, there is a possibility of sequelae or complications. This is also the reason why many people are unwilling to undergo this type of surgery in addition to the price factor, and some people are not suitable for this type of surgery. There is no such concern about myopia pills. People will be naturally resistant to surgery. However, if you switch to taking medicine, and it can be effective in just a few days, the acceptance level is too high. Anyone with myopia can take it. In terms of price, myopia pill is cheaper and very cost-effective. It can also knock down the glasses market and eat up a large amount of revenue from the glasses market. I'll do it right away. Liu Ying became excited and ran out in a hurry. The operation of JICA Group was very efficient. Liu Ying personally took charge of the work and produced a large number of Tianyuan myopia pills in a short period of time. After confirming the effect, it was put into various parts of the world and sold through the sales network of Tianyuan hair growth serum. In the beautiful state of Georgia, Renik Jaka walked on the street and went to a black marketplace that specialized in selling Tianyuan hair growth serum. Reineke works for an internet company. As we all know, the hair loss rate in internet companies remains high. Reineke also went bald at a young age. He was still full of gray hair when he was in college, and after working for less than 10 years, he became Mediterranean. In order to save his hair, Reineke naturally became a loyal customer of Tianyuan hair growth serum. Only this can save his appearance. When I came to a relatively secluded street corner, after contacting me on the phone, a Latino man came over. "McGill, why did you change the trading place again?" Reineke complained as soon as they met. He recognized the guy across from him. The man in front of me is named McGill. He used to be a street gangster. Later, he got involved in smuggling Tianyuan hair growth serum and started doing this business. People like McGill can be found everywhere in beautiful countries. JICA Company bulked up the goods to the Tijuana Group in Mexico. The Tijuana Group smuggled large quantities of Tianyuan hair growth liquid into the United States, and then distributed them to local people, mostly gangsters, homeless people and drug addicts, who distributed them to all kinds of people. Buyers form a huge smuggling network. Fake, it's not like those policemen are keeping an eye on us all day long. If they find out, my work this week will be in vain. McGill cursed loudly. Gangsters like them were now relying on Tianyuan hair growth liquid to make a full meal. Naturally, they would not have a good look at the police who attacked them. Even if they are caught selling this thing, they will not be severely punished and can be released in a few days, but the Tianyuan hair growth serum they carry with them will be confiscated, which is a heavy blow that cannot be suffered. Amid the yelling and cursing, McGill opened his jacket and there were bottles of Tianyuan hair growth liquid hanging inside. Reineke was also his old customer and had bought Tianyuan hair growth liquid many times. Buy a few bottles this time. Come on, 3 bottles to avoid trouble all the time. No, 3 bottles. The two parties paid with one hand and delivered the goods with the other. Finally, McGill looked at Reineke's thick spectacle lenses and asked, "I almost forgot, Reineke, I have a new product here, Tianyuan myopia pills, which cost $1,000 each. It can cure your myopia after taking it. Do you want to buy one?" What is the origin of Tianyuan myopia pill? Reineke pushed up his lenses, a little surprised. You can tell just by the name that the same company as Tianyuan hair growth liquid is a product of JICA Group. McGill pulled out a small vial containing a blue pill. You must have a high degree of myopia. Swallowing this Tianyuan myopia pill for 3 days will cure your myopia and you will no longer need to wear glasses. It's cured in 3 days, it's true. When Reineke heard about this curative effect, his brain was a little down. What kind of medicine could have such an effect? I have said that it is produced by JICA Group. It is a big company and a big brand. It is absolutely trustworthy. Look at the Tianyuan hair growth serum in your hand. Doesn't it take effect in just 1 week? McGill was confident that there would be absolutely no problems. Reineke thought the same thing. Most of the products produced by JICA Group were Oriental medicines as magical as Tianyuan hair growth liquid. Thinking of this, Reineke hesitated for a moment, and thinking of the discomfort of wearing thick glasses on weekdays, he took out $1,000 and said, "If it doesn't work, I will come to you to refund the money." "No problem, I've been selling Tianyuan hair growth serum in this neighborhood for so long, and I can still ruin my reputation by spending this $1,000 like you." The two parties successfully reached a deal and completed the first order of Tianyuan myopia pills in the beautiful country. 3 days flew by. Reineke had a wonderful experience. After taking Tianyuan myopia pills, the skin and muscles around his eyes felt refreshed and cool, just like soaking in an ice pack. That he was a little nervous at first and ran to the hospital for a checkup. The eyes were too fragile and he was worried that something was wrong. All the tests turned out to be normal. Reineke returned home. The next day, he felt that his myopia had improved significantly. On the third day, this trend became more obvious. On the morning of the fourth day, Reineke instinctively wanted to put on his glasses, but after putting on the glasses, his vision felt extremely blurry. My eyes. Reineke opened the window, took off his glasses and looked into the distance. Originally suffering from 800 degrees of myopia, he could never see clearly, but now he could clearly see the license plate of the car below and the text on the billboard in the distance. Even those walking men and women, Reineke can see their faces clearly, instead of like in the past, from a distance, let alone the faces. He can't tell whether they are male or female. Okay, my myopia is completely cured. Reineke's lips collided, and his whole body jumped up in excitement. His short-sightedness, which he originally thought would be with him for a lifetime, was completely cured with only $1,000. Tianyuan myopia pill, great, really great. It feels so good to be able to see clearly with human eyes. Reineke roared and screamed. He felt as if he had been reborn, and his inner excitement was beyond words. Taking out his mobile phone, Reineke turned his excitement into words and began to share this joy with thousands of netizens. Gradually, news about Tianyuan myopia pill began to spread on the internet. As more and more people with myopia are cured, Tianyuan myopia pills are becoming more and more popular. It is recommended that patients with severe myopia buy Tianyuan myopia pills. One pill can bid farewell to myopia. It is cheap and easy to use. It is indeed produced by JECA Group. It is as powerful as Tianyuan hair growth serum. It can take effect in just 3 days. You don't have to worry about the risks of surgery. It is much better than myopia correction surgery. Oh Virgin Mary! This kind of Tianyuan myopia pill is simply a masterpiece of God. I, a severe myopia patient, can be saved. A bunch of bastards. Do you know that the JECA Group is an extreme radical organization that endangers our national security? You are funding the enemy by buying each other's products. Every penny you spend will turn into bullets that are fired at our soldiers. Of bullets. Shit, who do you think you are? If you don't run to the Zen Kingdom, how will others beat you? Do you want to say that the Zen Kingdom is also our land? Others sell Tianyuan hair growth serum, which is good, but they have it taken off the shelves in shopping malls. As a result, the price of the smuggled Tianyuan hair growth serum is so much higher for me now. Those politicians are just controlled by the capitalists. They start cheating when they can't survive the business competition. Who doesn't understand this? I don't care about that much. Anyway, Tianyuan myopia pill is a good medicine. It's not wrong for me to treat my myopia. You are so patriotic, so just continue to accept those high-priced myopia surgeries. The eyewear manufacturing company I work for has started to lay off employees, and HR approached me yesterday to talk about my dismissal. JECA Group should be destroyed quickly. He is destroying one industry after another. In the past, hair growth-related companies entered the cold winter, and now it is our turn for eyewear production companies. The internet is in a quarrel. This is also the menstrual post of the beautiful country. Netizens always have endless topics to discuss about how to face the position of JECA Group. The online quarrel is noisy, but the offline sales of Tianyuan myopia pills are not affected at all, and the sales volume can be said to be rising steadily. Not long after Tianyuan myopia pill was launched, it immediately grabbed a large market share with its miraculous curative effect and cheap price. Not only in the beautiful country, the smuggling channels of the JECA Group have long been spread all over the world. These underground organizations in European and American countries made a fortune from Tianyuan hair growth liquid in the past, and now they have new ways to make money. Naturally, they will not refuse profitable business. The shipment volume of Tianyuan myopia pills is increasing, from 100,000 pills to millions pills to tens of millions pills. Its customers cover all myopia people, including men, women, the elderly, and children. There are more than 1 billion myopia patients in the world. There are 200 to 300 million patients with high myopia. These are all potential customers of Tianyuan myopia pill. Affected by this, the sales of major companies that produce glasses began to decline, and the stocks of related glasses companies could not stop falling like taking laxatives. When Tianyuan myopia pills sold more than 10 million pills and celebrated with good news, it also meant that this new product brought billions of dollars in net income to JICA Group. Although Tianyuan myopia pill is a one-time drug, given the price, the profit is still very considerable. It's just that as more and more myopia patients are cured in the future, sales can only rely on new myopia patients, and future revenue will decline. But at least within a few years, JICA Group will not have to worry about this at all. It will only rely on existing myopia patients. It is enough for JICA Group to make huge profits for several years. Faced with the profits of Tianyuan myopia pill, a little calculation can tell that many medical-related companies are jealous. Under this circumstance, a global medical conference specially held for the JICA Group was held in the beautiful country. End of chapter. Chapter 348 Sanctions, Second Update, Beautiful Country, New York. On January 3, the World Medical and Health Security Conference was successfully held at the International Convention and Exhibition Center in New York City. Attendees included Aster Pharmaceuticals, Liuhua Pharmaceuticals, Bayer Pharmaceuticals, Pfizer Pharmaceuticals. The world's top 10 pharmaceutical companies were present, all of which are super multinational pharmaceuticals with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars and annual revenue of tens of billions of dollars. There are countless other pharmaceutical companies, large and small, and most of the world's pharmaceutical companies are present. In addition to major pharmaceutical companies, there are also charity relief organizations, representatives from medical universities, renowned experts in the medical field, and surgical masters, etc. It can be said that ordinary people may not pay attention to this medical event, but people in the medical field have already been paying attention to the schedule. The conference lasted for 5 days, and there was also free diagnosis and treatment for patients. The conference was held very smoothly until the last day of the conference. In the largest exhibition hall of the International Convention and Exhibition Center, Aster Pharmaceuticals, as the initiator and main initiator of this medical conference, personally spoke and called everyone who participated in the conference. A blonde, blue-eyed gentleman in his 40s, wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, stood on the stage. Good afternoon to all medical experts and pharmaceutical companies. I am the new chairman of Aster Pharmaceuticals, Pedro Avilson. Pedro smiled and introduced himself. Pedro is the new head of the Avilson family, after the previous head, Jose Avilson, was assassinated by super soldiers sent by the JICA Group. After a struggle for power, it was Jose's third son, Pedro Avilson, who finally took the position of head of the family. There is only one topic I initiated today, and that is about certain evil forces that destroy the medical environment, illegally smuggle pharmaceutical products, ignore the law, and hide in the garbage of the pharmaceutical industry. JICA Group. Pedro held the microphone and his voice spread through the speakers. Upon hearing the name JICA Group, many medical experts and scholars present had different expressions. This group has become famous recently because it has achieved a series of war victories even when it was targeted and blocked by the Group of 8. But in the eyes of medical practitioners, JICA Group is the #1 pharmaceutical company in the world today and has long been known to them, whether it is Tianyuan hair growth liquid or the recently launched Tianyuan myopia pills. It can be said that countless experts and institutions have conducted secret research to find out why the pharmaceutical products of JICA Group are effective so quickly and have such amazing efficacy. They can directly solve different factors. The resulting hair loss and myopia are almost like a legendary panacea, but no matter how these experts and institutions research, they have never been able to find out the real secret of the JICA Group. We can only find out that among those medicines, there is a special substance. No one knows how it was synthesized or produced. It is said that another product of JICA Group, the bodybuilding pill that can make people exceed the limits of the human body, has also discovered the existence of this substance, so this substance has also been dubbed a universal medicine by medical scientists. The evil deeds committed by the JICA Group are simply too numerous to describe. All of you here are the most authoritative experts and professors on medical care in the world. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, I would like to launch an issue. Regarding the JICA Group, as well as the areas it rules, a medical blockade is implemented, and all medical equipment and medicines are prohibited from being imported into this area, so as not to encourage the other party's arrogance. Pedro patted the table and finally got to the point. As soon as these words came out, the audience immediately caused an uproar. No one expected that Pedro's proposal would be so radical and would actually block the import of pharmaceutical products from GECO Group. The last country that was blocked by medicine was Cuba. In the name of a beautiful country, Cuba was unilaterally prohibited from purchasing medical equipment and medical supplies. It also made it difficult for Cuba's medical workers to obtain visas from other countries and was unable to participating in the world's top academic exchanges. Prevents us from having a deep understanding of advanced medical technology and future research directions, which seriously hinders the possibility of Cuba's continued development of medicine. The area now ruled by the GECO Group has a population of more than 10 million, and it imports a lot of medical equipment and drugs. Such a blockade will inevitably lead to patients lacking many necessary medical equipment and drugs, leading to various medical treatment problems and having a huge and far-reaching impact. Many of the big names in the medical industry below looked at each other in confusion. Many people had already come to realize that the real purpose of Aster Pharmaceuticals holding such a medical conference was probably to target GECO Group. Mr. Pedro, we are only a medical institution. We have no right and should not impose a medical blockade on a certain group or region. This is an inhumane and disregard for life. It is our doctor's duty to treat illnesses, save lives, and save lives. Doing so is completely the opposite and is killing the lives of more than 10 million people under the care of the GECO Group. I firmly oppose it. A big shot in the life sciences field stood up, with stern eyes and a high voice, sternly reprimanding Pedro. Yes, this shameless behavior is simply discrediting all our medical industry workers. Blocking the import of medical equipment and medicines in an area is different from banditry. This is no longer an angel in white, but a devil with black wings. One after another, people stood up. There are always righteous people. These people in the medical field, for the sake of justice, the personnel dared to stand up and angrily criticize Aster Pharmaceuticals, and did not give any face to this top 10 pharmaceutical company in the world. Of course, many of them are industry bosses and representatives in a certain medical field, and Aster Pharmaceuticals can't do anything to them if they don't sell face. However, in the Noda exhibition hall, those who stood up and clearly expressed their opposition were only a minority. Of the minority, more people are still sitting there, watching the progress of the matter without making any comment. Pedro's expression remained unchanged and he took the microphone and said, "I can understand how you feel. It's very painful for me to make such a proposal, but," Pedro increased his voice, waved his arms, and instigated, "but everyone, look at what the GECO Group has done. They obtained black gold by smuggling Tianyuan hair growth liquid and Tianyuan myopia pills, and then intensified the persecution of the people under the rule, splitting the Zen Kingdom. Political situation, conducting evil biochemical genetic research. The super soldiers in their name are evidence. According to rumors, for every super soldier born, 99 invisible human experiment failures will die behind the scenes and be cruelly abandoned by the GECO Group. Or with such a company that has no humanity, no moral bottom line, and no medical order, do we still want to continue to help others? And I don't intend to keep the blockade on forever. As long as GECO Group is willing to abide by the rules and order in the medical field, and the new drug registration patent has been approved by various countries, and at the same time promises not to conduct biochemical experiments, then we will naturally lift the blockade." There was some silence in the exhibition hall until a blond man stood up. When everyone looked over, they immediately recognized this as Renzo Benavidez, CEO of Pfizer Pharmaceuticals. Renzo took the microphone, looked at Pedro on the stage, and said, "On behalf of Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, I agree with Mr. Pedro's proposal. Only by imposing sanctions on the GECO Group's illegal human experiments and persecution of people around the world can we make it clear to the other side that the rampant illegal activities will one day be counterattacked." After Renzo stood up, a woman in her 50s next to him also stood up. This was the CEO of Bayer Pharmaceuticals, Marina Sirtis. "As a responsible pharmaceutical company, I cannot sit idly by and ignore the bad behavior of GECO Group. I declare that Bayer Pharma and all its partners will impose medical sanctions and blockade on GECO Group. When GECO Group apologizes and makes corrections, we will lift the blockade." The representative of Liaohua Pharmaceutical stood up and said sternly, "If GECO Group does not want the medical treatment in the area under its name to be blocked, please show sincerity as soon as possible, dissolve the human laboratory under its name, and register the complete patent of the drug internationally. Society will choose to accept you." One after another, pharmaceutical companies have stood up, and none of the world's top 10 pharmaceutical companies has fallen behind. Their combined market capitalization is greater than that of the world's largest companies, and their influence is unparalleled. After all, medicine has long penetrated into every aspect of human society. Who dares to say that he will not get sick in his life? The participants in the audience widened their eyes in shock. In the past, these pharmaceutical companies had been constantly competing with each other, but they never expected that one day there would be such a scene of unity. This time, everyone understood that these giant pharmaceutical companies had definitely reached an agreement to block the JECA Group privately. They came here today just to go through the motions and make it public. More and more pharmaceutical companies are standing up. There are too many upstream and downstream companies that these giant multinational pharmaceutical companies are cooperating with. In order to prevent themselves from being outsmarted, they can only stand up and support along with the crowd. Almost in the blink of an eye, the trend on the scene has turned one-sided, and public denunciation of the JECA Group has begun. This has made many righteous people who have spoken for JECA Group very depressed before, but their personal power is far from being comparable to these giant pharmaceutical companies whose influence has penetrated into various countries and has annual revenue of tens of billions of dollars. What's more, the alliance between the top 10 pharmaceutical companies in the world is an unprecedented feat, and it is no longer something that an individual's meager power can interfere with. Pedro had a faint smile on his face. He had just become the head of the Avilson family, and many people in the family were dissatisfied with him, but if he can suppress the JECA Group and obtain the magical all-purpose medicine from the JECA Group, he will definitely be able to make various panacea medicines, gain massive wealth, and truly secure his position as the underdog. That's why Pedro came up with this proposal to communicate with other giant pharmaceutical companies. In the face of the huge interests of Panacea, these pharmaceutical companies that had fought to the death in the past reluctantly sat down and reached such an agreement. As for revenge for his father Jose? That was not something Pedro considered at all. He did it entirely out of profit considerations. Before he decided to stand up, Pedro also increased his security forces and lived in seclusion on weekdays just to prevent the JECA Group from sending super soldiers to assassinate him, following in the footsteps of the old man. It seems that everyone has the same view. Based on the principle of the minority obeying the majority, I declare that the embargo on medical equipment and drugs of JECA Group will be officially launched after the meeting. After Pedro finished speaking, applause suddenly broke out from below. It was only sparse at first, but then it became more and more loud, until it was deafening. Soon, the news began to spread from New York, and as the news spread across the ocean, it spread all over the world. End of chapter. Chapter 349 Horror Movie, 3 updates in 10,000 words. Please vote for me. When the medical ban in the beautiful country was just issued, far away on the other side of the ocean, there was still singing and dancing in Mandalay. On the outskirts of Mande City, in a newly built film and television base, Kitagawa Ayaka, who was invited here by the JECA Group, was trembling. Kitagawa Ayaka is an actress from Sakura Country. She is usually not famous. Sometimes she has to work part-time to earn living expenses to cover the living expenses that cannot be met as an actor. From this, we can see that Kitagawa Ayaka is so transparent. A week ago, she suddenly heard that a wealthy crew was recruiting people to shoot a big-budget movie, which would require filming overseas. She was living in poverty and signed up to participate without even thinking about it. The selection process went very smoothly, and she even got the important role of the heroine directly. She was so excited that night that she didn't sleep all night. At first she also doubted whether the so-called big production team was a liar, until she saw Nishimura Takashi, a director who was very famous for shooting horror films in Sakura Country. Moreover, part of her heroine's remuneration has already been paid. Just part of the heroine's remuneration is much more than the entire remuneration she received for playing a supporting role in a movie in the past. All these factors completely dispelled her suspicions, and she was completely confident to follow the production team out to sea and leave the cherry blossom country. She took a plane to China first, and then transferred to Mandar City. When she got off the plane, she was completely confused because they were greeted by soldiers with loaded weapons. At that time, the entire team that came off the chartered flight, from the director to the actors and crew, were all stunned. Kitagawa Ayaka initially thought that her large production team had been kidnapped. In an unfamiliar place, the crew had encountered blackmail similar to that of local snakes before. It wasn't until she saw the producers of the big production team smiling and chatting with the soldiers that they finally realized that the only ones who had been kept in the dark were them, the crew members from Sakura Country. Kitagawa was feeling dizzy, and together with the crew, the soldiers took them to a hotel in the city to stay. The soldiers didn't pay much attention to them. At first, some crew members wanted to escape, but what was desperate was that the city seemed to be full of informants from the soldiers. And no matter where they go, they will be captured immediately after leaving the city. Later they learned that the place where they landed was called Mandar City, and that he also had an even louder territory, a name that every Sakura country knew, the home of the Jiko group, a terrifying place called the Devil's Nest. By the people of Sakura country, when she found out that it was the Jiko group that kidnapped them, Kitagawa Ayaka burst into tears because in the propaganda of Sakura country, the Jiko group has always been an image of evil, killing without blinking an eye, and persecuting innocent people. The Sakura Kingdom soldiers came to the Zen Kingdom to protect the safety of the local people and perform humanitarian rescue missions. However, they were defeated by the shameless Jeka group's sneak attack. Many people in the Sakura Kingdom were filled with indignation against the Jeka group. Kitagawa Ayaka thought so too, until she later participated in the escape. During the escape from Mande City, she discovered that the people here were not at all like what the Sakura country government had advertised. They were living in dire straits and didn't even have enough to eat. People often starve to death. On the contrary, the local people's lives are orderly, their faces are glowing, they are full of vitality, and they support the Jeka group extremely. Most of the time, Kitagawa Ayaka and the others failed to escape because they were reported by these people. Ayaka Kitagawa finally took a closer look and found out that most of the people in Mandar City work directly or indirectly for the Jiko group. Wherever they go, there are employees of Jiko group. They are just a group of ordinary people, not professional agents or scouts, so how can they escape? Later, everyone on the crew calmed down and prayed that the Jiko group would not kill them, and then they were given the task of filming a horror film. When they heard about this mission, everyone was in a daze. They had gone to such great lengths to abduct them to Mandar City. They really wanted them to shoot a movie. This shock remains to this day. Kitagawa Ayaka can only deepen her acting skills by studying the script to avoid being dragged out by the Jiko group for target practice if she performs poorly. Everyone is here. Lights, how do you get this reflector? Adjust it quickly, the camera rail is in the wrong position, move it half a meter to the left. The prop master, director Takashi Nishimura, took the trumpet and began preparations for the shooting. Sai-shion, come here, come here. Do you understand what you are going to do later? Nishimura Takashi waved to Kitagawa Ayaka. Director, I have read the script many times, but I have never acted in a horror movie before, so I'm afraid I won't be able to master the acting skills of fear. Kitagawa Ayaka said weakly that she was not a genius. Although she considered her acting skills to be above average, she failed to get ahead just because no one appreciated her. However, she had never acted in a horror movie and was afraid that she would not be able to show the essence. The filming will start soon. If your acting skills are not good after a while, I will guide you. Nishimura Takashi took the walkie-talkie and continued to arrange other shooting tasks until everything came to an end. Just when I wanted to drink some water, Kitagawa Ayaka handed me a cup of warm water in a paper cup. Thank you. Nishimura Takashi drank it in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and said with a smile, "You can't tell, Ayaka-san is quite discerning, and she will definitely stand out in the future." Kitagawa Ayaka was a little embarrassed, and seeing how serious and enthusiastic Nishimura Takashi was about the filming work, she couldn't help but curiously asked, "Director, aren't you scared? What are you afraid of?" Nishimura-ing looked over suspiciously. That's right, this is the Jiko group that kills people without blinking an eye. Are you not afraid of them treating you? Kitagawa Ayaka's expressions are exaggerated and she dances with joy. Nishimura Takashi lit a cigarette and said calmly, "Don't be fooled by the domestic propaganda. The Jiko group is not as bad as you think. If it were like you said, you people have escaped so many times, and you wouldn't have been killed long ago." Shot? Kitagawa Ayaka was speechless and didn't know how to refute. The last time I filmed in China, I was overconfident and invested all my family property in my own film. As a result, the film died suddenly and I was in debt. I really didn't know before I came here that Jeka Group would later help me resolve the entanglements of domestic loan shark gangs. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would happen to my family. The Nishimura eagle blew out smoke rings, and his words were melancholy and grateful. Kitagawa Ayaka opened her mouth and said, "But, after all, their Jiko group tricked us into coming here for no reason, and also restricted our personal freedom. You won't be short of money. Besides, this filming is really a big production, and all the equipment is top-notch." and it is said that this movie is planned to be made into a series. I'm afraid you won't want to leave by then. Nishimura Takashi chuckled, and then said, "Let me remind you again, you were not brought here for no reason." Kitagawa Ayaka was stunned and asked puzzledly, "What's the reason?" Nishimura Takashi reminded, "If you think about it carefully, have you ever criticized Jiko Group in an online post?" "I haven't." "Well, it seems that I have. It was a long time ago." Kitagawa Ayaka's tone is getting weaker and weaker. She used to follow the public and complained on the internet that the Jiko Group is an evil force and it is best to ban it. Everyone brought here, including me, have all scolded the Jeka Group. Nishimura Takashi nodded and said nothing more. Kitagawa Ayaka stood there blankly. After reacting, she wished she could give herself a slap. Why were you so mean in the first place? Who would have thought that the Jiko Group would retaliate in this way? Half an hour later, the filming of the first scene of the first act officially started. This scene is Kitagawa Ayaka's first confrontation with a female ghost. Film shooting is not in a chronological order, but depending on the scene, it is possible that later segments will be shot first. Kitagawa Ayaka was lying on the quilt in her bedroom. There was only a fixed multi-camera camera in the room and nothing else. She was going to play a girl who had just picked up a death envelope during the day, opened it out of curiosity, and was cursed. Tonight was the first time she experienced a curse and a ghost hidden in bed and sticking her head out. Kitagawa Ayaka looked at the quiet environment around her, wondering if female ghosts were really scary. What if the makeup is too rough and makes me laugh? The director will definitely scold me. I was thinking wildly in my mind when suddenly there was a soft click on the bedroom door. Kitagawa Ayaka looked subconsciously, but at this moment, the light in the bedroom started to flicker, as if it was caused by poor contact. A cold breath filled the air from the crack of the door. In the flickering lights, Kitagawa Ayaka's eyes suddenly dazzled. She seemed to see the door half opened, and a strange person stood outside the door. Her face could not be seen clearly, only a pair of mysterious eyes. The empty eyes seemed to be staring at the dying person. A layer of goosebumps crawled up Kitagawa Ayaka's arms. She felt cold all over her body. She grabbed the quilt tightly with her little hands and looked at the door fearfully with only one pair of eyes. She kept telling herself in her heart that they were all actors and agencies, but even if she comforted herself like this, the panic in her heart was still like a rising tide, constantly drowning her reason. Snap! The lights flickered on and the shadow outside the door seemed to disappear. Kitagawa Ayaka hesitantly stretched out her left hand and pressed the lamp on the bedside table. As the desk lamp was turned on, there was no one outside the door, and it was empty and quiet. But when Kitagawa Ayaka just turned off the desk lamp, a slender figure in red clothes appeared outside the door again with her back to her. Kitagawa Ayaka was excited, subconsciously turned on the light, and the ghost disappeared again. Pressed to turn off the desk lamp, or the other party continued to appear. Once the lights are turned on, the ghost at the door will disappear again. Kitagawa Ayaka was completely frightened. Her expression was stiff, she was sweating profusely, and she curled up in the bed like a caterpillar. Snap! Turn off the desk lamp again. The next second, Kitagawa Ayaka let out an eardrum-piercing scream, because she saw that the ghost in red who had been outside the door suddenly appeared beside her bedside. The red hijab covered his face, leaving only a silent terror sweeping through her mind. With a snap, Kitagawa Ayaka's head was buried in the quilt, and she cried out of fear. The bedboard under the quilt was dented, and there was a camera here, which could just capture Kitagawa Ayaka's frightened expression, and her whole body was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Kitagawa Ayaka felt as if something had touched her shoulder. She turned her head slightly and saw a pale palm resting on her shoulder. It seemed that she vaguely saw a terrifying existence through the quilt. Was looking at her with dead eyes. Such a terrifying scene made Kitagawa Ayaka's eyes wide open. She was so frightened that she opened the quilt and ran out of the bedroom without looking back. Perfect, perfect. This one is past. Outdoors, Nishimura Takashi screamed excitedly inside, "Are young people today so humble?" He also said that he can't play fear. His acting skills are simply explosive. Not to mention being the only one among the younger generation, even if he is replaced by not many of those veteran actors can perform this kind of look. I have been riding in the car for almost 10 hours, and I am still in the car. The third update today is all written on the car, and my buttocks are numb. End of chapter. Chapter 352 Soul Contract. After a while, Kitagawa Ayaka ran out crying and shed tears on the spot. Okay, Ayaka. You don't have to act anymore. Just calm down your expression. Director Takashi Nishimura stepped forward and patted Kitagawa Ayaka on the shoulder happily. Ah, what are you acting? What are you acting? I'm not acting. There is really a ghost. Ayaka looked confused and said that she was really scared. Look, all you actors come here and see what it means to be a true actor, one who is completely immersed in the role. Such actors will become famous sooner or later. Nishimura Takashi became even more satisfied after hearing this. Even Kitagawa Ayaka was stunned. A group of onlookers looked at Kitagawa Ayaka. Many of the supporting actors were a little jealous and dissatisfied. Why could Kitagawa Ayaka, a transparent little girl, win the heroine? Now that I see Kitagawa Ayaka's awesome acting skills, everyone can only accept the defeat. As expected, there are mountains beyond the mountains, and there are people beyond the mountains. At this time, Kitagawa Ayaka finally came back to her senses, swallowed her saliva and asked, who was the actress who played the female ghost just now? That's the person arranged by the Jekka group. He seems to be a big shot. He doesn't want to be with our crew. Come on, come on. Now let's film the next scene. Nishimura Takashi smiled and continued with the rest of the shooting. However, when other supporting actors start acting and their scenes include scenes opposite Ligue, the scene is often beyond Nishimura Takashi's control. When filming the scenes of ghosts, actors are often able to excel in terms of fear, but too much is not enough. Many actors were scared to death, let alone read their lines. There were several people who cried on the spot and wanted to go to the police. Faced with this situation, Nishimura Takashi had no choice but to find the actress who played the ghost. After trying to comfort several actors to no avail. As soon as he got close, Nishimura Takashi felt chills in his body. Miss Han, I am the director Takashi Nishimura, and I have something to trouble you with. Nishimura swallowed his saliva and stood next to Han Ruyan. His brain was constantly alarming, and his body's instinct made him want to escape from this place. What's the matter? I don't act like it? Through her sunglasses, Han Ruyan's eyes were filled with a sense of terror that looked like a life-threatening ghost. Instantly, Nishimura took a few steps back, and cold sweat fell down his face. No, I want to say that Ms. Han's acting is too similar. It would be best if she could restrain her acting skills a little bit, otherwise my actors will not be able to play each other normally. After finishing his trembling words, Nishimura Takashi finally understood why his actor could interpret fear so vividly. The actress who plays the female ghost makes people feel really uneasy. The ominous and dangerous aura makes people's hearts beat wildly, as if they are encountering a natural enemy. Go down, I will control the intensity. Han Ruyan glanced at Shi Yuning, who hurriedly ran away as if he had been granted amnesty. In the subsequent filming, Han Ruyan took the initiative to lower her aura. Although she was still frightened and all the actors turned pale, fortunately, she was able to speak her lines and the filming could continue. When the filming of the last scene of the day was completed, Su Jia was sitting on a recliner outside the crew, looking at Han Ruyan, the ghost in wedding clothes, walking towards him, and asked with a smile, "How did you feel about filming just now?" Scaring ordinary people, stepping on ants without hurting them, is more difficult to control than simply killing people. Han Ruyan's voice was cold, her wedding dress was swaying gently in the wind, and the phoenix crown on her head became more and more brilliant. Su Jia could see that Han Ruyan didn't object, which proved that she didn't resist filming. After all, after the movie is released, the more fear it leaves in the audience, the more Yuan Lingzhu you will get. In this case, Han Ruyan's personal action will naturally maximize the fear in the audience than having some paper men and ghosts do it. When the movie is released, all the efforts you make now will be worth it. The shooting team you hired this time will do their best to help you complete the shooting. Su Jia shook Han Ruyan's jade hand. The horror movies shot in Sakura Country are the best in Asia. The psychological horror and depressive feeling in the horror movies are unmatched by European and American horror movies. For this reason, Su Jia deliberately recruited Nishimura Takashi, a professional shooting team, in order to create a truly terrifying horror film when the time comes. With the psychological horror script of Sakura Country and the passionate performance of the wedding dresser, those who watch the movie will definitely be in for a treat. I hope they will prepare diapers when they go to the cinema. When will it be released? Han Ruyan asked a question. It takes several months to shoot and produce a movie, and we are still acquiring and investing in more theaters, so it will take time. Su Jia shook his head. Movie shooting cannot be based on speed. Today's industrialized film production is no longer the reckless era of the past. There is no audience for a movie completed in a few days and a week. Then I'll go back to Nightmare Paradise. Han Ruyan didn't say much. For her, filming movies was more of a recreational activity. That is to say, she had recovered some human emotions now. If she had been before, she might not have been willing to come and participate in the filming. Sujie stood up and sent Han Ruyan to Nightmare Paradise. This place is getting more and more depressed now. The war between the Jiko group and the Zen government forces has not ended. The two sides have only made a tacit agreement to stop and replenish logistics. Affected by this, there are few foreign tourists, so this large haunted house, which used to be bustling with people, now only has 3 or 2 big cats and kittens. More people come here to experience what is known as the largest haunted house in the world. They shoot videos and post them online to attract tourists. Traffic online blogger Sugs sent Han Ruyan into the antique Soviet-style garden building complex. Then I'll leave first. Just as Su Jie was about to turn around, a small hand grabbed him. Turning his head, he saw Han Ruyan lightly parting her red lips. Come in and sit. Su Jie was a little stunned, but still followed in. There are lanterns and colorful decorations everywhere in the mansion, many of which are the layout of the Han mansion where Han Ruyan lived during his lifetime. The INA pavilion. Han Ruyan raised his head slightly and said, "My parents probably died here, right? My father was hanged here, and my mother was hung here." Han Ruyan's voice was as cold as ever, and Su Jie couldn't hear much fluctuation in her voice. "Do you remember?" Su Jie was a little surprised. Han Ruyan's behavior was clearly remembering many things in his lifetime. After killing Zhou Minzhen, images flashed through my mind from time to time. My parents died at his hands. Han Ruyan spoke slowly, then turned to look at Su Jie. "Thank you, husband." Su Jie shook his head and said, "Thank you for what I did. As a husband, I helped my wife avenge your blood. Isn't this what you should do?" Han Ruyan frowned slightly, looked down at herself with bright eyes, and said, "A blood feud? Husband, why can't I feel too much sadness? It seems that you are the only one left who I care about. Even if I am the only one, your husband will always love you." Su Jie touched Han Ruyan's cold jade face. Although he couldn't feel the body temperature, Su Jie seemed to feel Han Ruyan's complicated and unspeakable emotions at the moment. Originally, having her parents killed and her family wiped out was a very sad and uncontrollable thing for people, but Han Ruyan became a ghost and lost too many human emotions. She knew she should be sad, but she couldn't empathize with her, and she didn't even know how to do it. To get rid of sadness and sorrow, this kind of emotional perception is a bit too heavy for Han Ruyan. "Husband," Han Ruyan's bloody wedding dress was floating around her body, and the red dress was wrapped around Su Jie's waist. The coldness from the ghost also seeped in. Su Jie's soul reacted independently, just like when humans are in danger. Adrenaline surges, the 2 majestic eyes of Yuan Shen opened, and the divine light shone throughout the 9 netherworlds, destroying evil and filth. But the next moment, Su Jie controlled his instinctive reaction and took the initiative to open his arms and hug Han Ruyan's bloody wedding dress. Wisps of blood-colored light and shadow spread between the person and the ghost. Su Jie's body remained unchanged, but above his soul, a blood-red cloak slowly appeared behind the soul. The soul automatically jumped out from Su Jie's head, and when the wind blew, the red cloak rustled. Hooray! Invisible waves rippled away, and the soul was like a god. The red cloak rolled up slightly, and the earth was cracked. Some small animals and insects nearby fell to the ground in an instant, and their souls were all annihilated. Twin soul contract. Su Jie murmured to himself that the so-called two-soul contract is a super deep binding between humans and ghosts. This kind of binding is somewhat similar to the relationship between Su Jie and the natal-gu insect, like the thousand-handed centipede. Two-soul contracts are very rare, and usually only one evil ghost can be bound after binding. This contract will act on the soul, strengthening Su Jie's soul, allowing the soul to possess various supernatural powers and greatly increase its power. Zhong Shiguan originally bound a double soul contract with the girl in the mirror, so that after his physical body dies, he can rely on his deep connection with the girl in the mirror to occupy the body of the girl in the mirror and control the ghost. Body with human consciousness, Han Ruyan has now reached a dual soul contract with Su Jie, which also means that Han Ruyan is truly open to Su Jie and has no defensiveness at all. The soul goes straight into the sky, almost invisible. The next moment, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. The magical power of Zhixiao Tianlei starts from the Yuanshan. When the Yuanshan strengthens, Zhixiao Tianlei also triggers the celestial phenomena, the wind blew violently, and the rain fell in torrents, with thunder and thunder. It's strange. The sun was shining just now, and the rain came so quickly. This is solar rain, it rains while the sun shines. It's raining only around Nightmare Land, and it's not raining anywhere else. Nearby passers-by were very surprised. When looking for shelter from the rain, they found that the sun was shining brightly in the sky, but the heavy rain did not stop, covering only an area near Nightmare Paradise. Little did these passers-by know that the heavy rain was entirely caused by a human being. Using one's own body to influence changes in the celestial phenomena is the power of the Taoist realm. Su Jie opened his mouth slightly, feeling shocked inside. This is a phenomenon-level symbol of the Taoist realm. My heart is the heart of heaven, and the changes in my mood can cause synchronous changes in the heavenly phenomena. This is possible because the soul in the Daotai realm has evolved to the stage of integration, that is, the soul is the same size as the physical body and is integrated with the physical body. Su Jie didn't expect that Han Ruyan, bound to his dual soul contract, would be able to elevate his soul to this level. This state can be called Xia Hessian realm, although the celestial phenomena triggered by this realm are more superficial and do not have truly powerful power. They are not comparable to the celestial power triggered by the Taoist realm, but to be able to do this so soon after being promoted to the secret realm is already an exaggeration. Looking at Han Ruyan again, she just looked at Su Jie quietly, as if nothing had happened. Is this your lady's gift? Su Jie returned to his body and held Han Ruyan in his arms. Husband, don't you like it? Han Ruyan was held by Su Jie, her eyes fixed on Su Jie. How could you not like it? Even if you give me a piece of grass or a stone, your husband will cherish it extremely. Su Jie kissed her softly, but Han Ruyan didn't resist. After their lips parted, Han Ruyan asked calmly, Husband, is this a man's sweet talk? This is not sweet talk, this is love. Su Jie explained that although there were various chances and coincidences in the beginning, Su Jie's relationship with Han Ruyan was no longer just a mere use of Han Ruyan. By the way, where did you learn this from? There are many movies where men talk like this, but after some men say it, they will continue to abandon their wives. Husband, you are not like this, are you? Han Ruyan opened her lips slightly, sniffing Su Jie's scent, and said with great relief, but it doesn't matter. If your husband does this, I will turn him into a ghost, so that we can be together forever, and no one can compete with me. Husband. Aha! After hearing such a Yandere speech, Su Jie's expression froze, and he smelled the scent of a hatchet on Han Ruyan. Why are you looking at me like this? Husband, are you? Han Ruyan seemed to feel the changes in Su Jie's body and hugged him tighter. Su Jie coughed twice and waved his hands. What are you talking about, madam? I am not that kind of man. I will never abandon a woman forever. At the same time, Su Jie silently added in his heart, you are all my harem, and you will not abandon others after toying with them. I always feel like husband, you seem to be hiding something. It has to be said that even after becoming a ghost, a woman's sixth sense is still so terrifying. You are overthinking my wife. Su Jie said seriously, besides, madam, you'd better watch less of those messy movies in the future. I'm afraid they will lead you astray. Really? Absolutely. After leaving Han Ruyan's residence, Su Jie secretly sighed. Fortunately, I didn't introduce Yingying to her, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Su Jie himself was not afraid, but Lu Yingying was just an ordinary person. If she was regarded as a competitor by Han Ruyan, the consequences would be very disastrous. Just when Su Jie thought of Lu Yingying, his cell phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw that it was Lu Yingying calling. After answering, Su Jie listened for a few words, and his face slowly darkened. Oh, it's really a waste of time without doing something all day long. With the medical embargo, it seems it's time to remind them of the fear of being dominated by the Steel Battalion. End of chapter. Chapter 351. One article and one weapon. The conference room in the headquarters building of Jieka Group. Su Jie, Lu Yingying, and Chen Yaoguang sat together. Crash. Su Jie closed the document and said calmly, it is already clear that Aster Pharmaceuticals has joined forces with the world's top 10 pharmaceutical companies to make us spit out some of our profits through blockade. Chen Yaoguang said, President Su, most of the drugs and medical equipment in the areas we currently rule rely on imports. The other party is trying to choke us and make us incurable. We can purchase from China and Maoxiong. These two countries will not pay attention to medical bans. Lu Yingying told the truth. JICA Group is not Guba. Guba is too close to the beautiful country. It is also known as the back garden of the beautiful country. This shows the great impact of this kind of geopolitics. It is difficult for Guba to resist the will of the beautiful country, but the JICA Group is different. Its territory is thousands of miles away from the beautiful country, and the surrounding countries do not completely listen to him. There are also the Chinese and Maoxiong countries that often oppose the beautiful country. These are the JICA Group, where you can purchase medical equipment and medicines. There is just one problem now. Most drugs have substitutes, but for some drugs, only European and American pharmaceutical companies have patented special drugs. China and Maoxiong also need to import them, which cannot satisfy all our needs. Demand. Lu Yingying was not blindly optimistic and quickly pointed out another problem. Europe and the United States are far ahead in the field of medicine. Some diseases can only be treated with specific drugs produced by European and American pharmaceutical companies. This semi-invisible monopoly is also one of the manifestations of the hegemony of European and American pharmaceutical companies. ASEAN countries should be able to purchase it. They are not subject to such restrictions. They are afraid that those pharmaceutical companies will obstruct it. After all, their influence is there. Chen Yaoguang made a suggestion, which was to buy medicines from ASEAN Kingdom. Unlike most countries that comply with drug patent laws, the country of ASEAN does not care about drug patent laws at all, and has specially introduced relevant domestic laws to legalize such generic drugs. There are so many countries in the world, but ASEAN is the only country in the world that dares to do this. This has also led to the extreme proliferation of generic drugs in ASEAN. Instead of buying generic drugs from ASEAN Kingdom, why don't we go a step further and directly develop and sell generic drugs ourselves? Su Jie crossed his hands and held his chin, sneering and expressing his thoughts. We develop generic drugs ourselves? What about patents? Chen Yaoguang instinctively felt that it was inappropriate, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was really okay. JICA Group really had the ability and strength to do this. Those pharmaceutical companies did not follow the rules first, so why should we abide by their 20-year drug patent protection law? Lu Yingying's eyes lit up and she strongly agreed with Su Jie's idea. As we all know, drugs are mainly divided into patented drugs and generic drugs. Patented drugs are the drugs that are the first to apply for patent protection. Within a period of 20 years, other companies are not allowed to imitate them. This is considering that pharmaceutical companies independently research and develop drugs, which require a large number of experimental comparisons and high research and development costs. On average, it takes more than 10 years of research and development cycle to achieve success. This protection period is a period for pharmaceutical companies to recoup their costs and make money, lest they lose motivation and not invest in research and development of new drugs. Then there are the generic drugs. Not only do generic drugs have basically no research and development costs, but their efficacy is also similar to that of the patented original drug. Therefore, the price is many times lower than the patented original drug that was painstakingly developed, and most patients can afford it. Affordable and more willing to buy generic drugs. The reason why there are so few generic drugs is that most countries have joined the World Trade Organization and therefore need to comply with relevant patent laws. Otherwise, in today's modern society of economic globalization, they will fall into an isolated and helpless situation. Even if there are national forces that really want to take risks, they cannot withstand the pressure and attacks from those pharmaceutical companies. There are many complicated factors that lead to the development of generic drugs in ASEAN. But JICA Group can develop generic drugs without any difficulty. As Su Jie said, the JICA Group itself started out as a smuggler and has no hope of operating normally in European and American societies. The global smuggling economic network is one of the foundations for the JICA Group to develop generic drugs. As for the pressure and suppression from pharmaceutical companies due to the development of generic drugs, they are already doing so. Moreover, the entire JICA Group has been ostracized by the European and American circles headed by the beautiful country. Now it is even in a war stalemate, and it has long been an incompatible relationship. Even if we do not develop generic drugs, they will not be accepted by European and American society. With the introduction of generic drugs, the relationship will not get any worse even if it is bad. and there is not much room for decline. In this way, the natural choice is to develop generic drugs, which is more beneficial to JECA Group. Not only can it directly break the medical blockade of JECA Group by European and American pharmaceutical companies, but it can also further import generic drugs into European and American circles, destroying their ecological environment and killing two birds with one stone. With our equipment, it is not difficult to make generic drugs. Some experimental subjects just use those heinous criminals as guinea pigs. Anyway, those consumables are kept, so it is better to recycle them. Su Jie directly made the final decision and settled the matter. I will take charge of this matter when I get back. Lu Yingying nodded. The scientific research power of JECA Group is still very strong. It has attracted many talents with its high salary, and it is easy to imitate. After all, the real difficulty in drug development is the stage of developing new drugs. To make generic drugs, you only need to find the original drug, use various polymer instruments to analyze the chemical composition of the drug, and then configure it accordingly. Although different production processes will lead to subtle differences in the properties of the medicine, the efficacy is basically the same, and the price can hit the floor. After all, there is no need to share high R&D expenses, so the cost is low. The meeting ended quickly, and Su Jie also picked up his mobile phone. General Su. A deep and strong voice came from the phone. It was Miao Luan, the commander of the Steel Battalion. Have you received the new combat order? It has been received. The mastermind behind Aster Pharmaceuticals and all important members of the Avilson family will be wiped out. Get ready and set off according to the scheduled time. I will ask a special being to cooperate with you on this mission. Understood, General. Please rest assured, the Iron Battalion will ensure the completion of the mission. After hanging up the phone, Su Jie stood up from his seat, looked at the setting sun outside the glass curtain wall, and said with an indifferent expression, I have come here to provoke you several times, but this time, I will let you know what our JECA Group relies on for a living. For Su Jie, producing generic drugs is just a civil struggle, while the Steel Battalion's attack is a military struggle. One culture and one force complement each other, which is the style of JECA Group. If they didn't kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, those capitalists really thought that the JECA Group couldn't afford to raise the stakes. I have just returned to my hometown, and there have been a lot of things going on during this period. I only have 6,000 words today. End of chapter. Chapter 352 Counterattack. First update. When the top 10 pharmaceutical companies began to impose a medical blockade on JECA Group, the news media were like cats that smelled a fishy smell. They began to report frantically, and then rushed to interview JECA Group. The last time the JECA Group responded to criticism from the Group of 8 over its arms procurement, it made harsh words at a press conference that could not be described as unpredicted. Later, the JECA Group kept true to its word and took the initiative to provoke a war in the Zen Kingdom on the pretext of the disappearance of soldiers in the exercise. The fight made the Zen Kingdom government troops and Sakura Kingdom soldiers miserable. The amount of newsflow that time was enough to satisfy the major news media around the world. Naturally, they wanted to come over this time to see how the JECA Group would react, and whether they should choose to give in and be soft, or be tough to the end. As expected, JECA Group did not disappoint them, and soon held a press conference, January 8th. At the headquarters building of JECA Group in Mandar City, hundreds of reporters from all over the world gathered together. After signing in from the lobby on the first floor, they carried long guns and short cannons to the conference and exhibition hall on the fourth floor that can accommodate thousands of people. These media come from all over the world, including the 4 famous international news agencies, Associated Press, Reuters, AFP, and United Press International. In addition, there are also world-famous news media such as Global Times, Time Warner, Asahi Shimbun, Pravda, The Sun, etc., and they all came to Mandela City. When the time came to 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Jie attended the on-site press conference in person. I am Su Jie, chairman of JECA Group. Everyone here should recognize me, so I won't introduce myself too much to avoid being suspected of bragging. If someone sees me, they might give me another hat. False advertising hat. Su Jie made a small joke and sat on the chair. Many reporters below couldn't help but sigh. They are indeed ruthless people who dare to start a film with the Group of 8. At a time like this, being able to still make jokes is a psychological quality that ordinary people do not possess. Now I announce that the press conference has officially begun. I will start with the reporters in front of me. This reporter from the Associated Press, you go first. Su Jie pointed to a male reporter in a suit, who stood up with a microphone and said, "The top 10 multinational pharmaceutical companies in the world have announced that they will punish the JICO Group because of a series of humanitarian disasters caused by the JICO Group. Medical blockade: no medicine will enter the areas under the control of JICA Group in the future." They stated that unless the JICO Group publicly apologizes and admits its responsibility and takes a series of corrective measures, the blockade will be lifted based on performance. I wonder what the JICO Group thinks of this. Who are the top 10 pharmaceutical companies? They deserve an apology from our JICA Group. Su Jie curled his lips disdainfully and said calmly, "Regarding the so-called medical blockade, our JICA Group has decided to relax the restrictions on the Drug Patent Act and start research on generic drugs from now on. Not only will it provide cheap and effective generic drugs to the people under treatment, but it will also provide life-saving medicines to people around the world who are troubled by high drug prices." Look, how can a company that cares about the people like our JICO Group possibly cause a humanitarian disaster? As soon as Su Jie said this, the scene was filled with uproar. Many reporters stared with wide eyes. Su Jie actually publicly announced that he would conduct research on generic drugs. This simply showed that he did not take the world's top 10 pharmaceutical companies seriously at all. He challenged the rules of the game set by existing pharmaceutical companies and simply stopped playing by developing generic drugs. Isn't JICO Group afraid of being cut off from the international community? The Associated Press reporter couldn't help but ask. Su Jie's behavior was something he had never thought of before. Are we now accepted by the so-called international community in the West? Su Jie asked a question, which immediately made the AP reporter speechless. The JICO Group is defined as an extreme radical organization, and the attitude of European and American society is obvious. In short, we, JICA Group, have made the generic drugs. If a Sangwo can do it, why can't we, JICA Group, do it? This beautiful reporter, you ask? Su Jie pointed to another female reporter from the Yomiuri Shimbun of Sakura Country. The female reporter from Sakura Nation stood up and said sternly, "At the Joint Security Council held on January 5, major multinational pharmaceutical companies have submitted relevant evidence and complaints to the Security Council. Currently, a total of 24 countries, including the United States, England, France, Maple Leaf Country, etc., members of the Security Council, have come forward and publicly requested clarification on the rumors that JICO, a company owned by Su Jie, is developing and conducting human biochemical experiments." Su Jie chuckled lightly when he heard this, spread his hands, and said, "Slander, this is purely a slander against our JICO Group. Our JICO Group has never conducted relevant human experiments. This is another insult to our JICO Group. Dirty water." The group of reporters below were speechless. Do you think they are all blind? There are super soldiers that are beyond the limits of human beings, and there are steel battalions, and everyone is not deaf or blind. Isn't this biochemical genetic modification? What's going on with your super soldiers? Do you dare to let various countries form a joint investigation team and enter the major laboratories under the name of JICO Group for inspection? The female reporter from Sakura Country gritted her teeth and did not believe the nonsense told by JICO Group at all. Su Jie raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "Our super soldiers are all selected from sports students. As we all know, sports students have good physical development. As for coming in for investigation, our group has many business secrets, which is not convenient for outsiders to enter. Of course, if you really want to come, our JICA Group will not refuse. It's just that where our JICA Group is located, there are a lot of poisonous insects, and the floor is slippery and it's easy to fall. If something unexpected happens, and the hospital here lacks medicine, I'm afraid there may be a life-threatening situation where we won't be able to treat someone." Arrogance? What is top arrogance? Su Jie is definitely a threat. Now whoever dares to come to JICA Group for investigation and enter their territory will not be easy for them to deal with. I'm afraid they will have to come in standing upright and leave lying down. Next question. Su Jie ignored the frustrated female reporter from Sakura Country and approached the next reporter from Bear Country. "May I ask when the war between the JICA Group and the Zen government will really end?" The reporter asked a question that was not on the topic of the press conference, but Su Jie did not choose to refuse to answer. "Regarding this issue, we do not have the right to decide. When the Zen government puts down its persecution of the people, the war will stop. Otherwise, the JICA Group, will definitely liberate all the people who are oppressed by the Zen government." Sujia's tone was powerful and firm. The reporter below quickly recalled that as a large-scale hot war in the current society, there was also a behind-the-scenes manipulation by the beautiful country, and the cherry blossom country personally ended the war. This war has attracted a lot of attention, and then there are several related issues. After Sujia answered some questions, today's press conference ended successfully. The next day, news about JICA Group's response immediately became a hot search topic. The first person to jump out in opposition was neither the beautiful country nor the top 10 pharmaceutical companies, but the ASEAN Kingdom. JICA Group's move ignores international pharmaceutical patent laws, undermines the good order of the pharmaceutical industry, and will cause endless trouble to the global pharmaceutical industry. JICA Group must immediately stop the development of generic drugs, otherwise my country will impose sanctions on JICA Group. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a lot of discussion on the internet. I have no objection to JICA Group's development of generic drugs. After all, it was those pharmaceutical companies that broke the rules first, but why do you, ASEAN, have the right to accuse you? You, ASEAN, are the largest generic drug manufacturers in the world. Hey, isn't this easy to understand? In the past, a competitor came into your exclusive business and took business away from you, affecting your money. Wouldn't you be anxious? Ah, San, I'm knocking you. If you sit at home, disaster will come from the sky. I never thought that among such shameless guys in this world, besides me, the Wulong, there would also be the phoenix of the JICA Group. The internet was amused by Assangua's speech. It was like a vicious murderer accusing another robber, saying that robbery is bad and illegal and criminal. You have to work hard to be a good person. It sounded like an absurd dramatic effect. JICA Group ignored Assangua's madness and ignored it, focusing on the research and development of generic drugs. A week later, the first batch of generic drugs was launched and entered the mass production stage. These generic drugs not only supply more than 10 million people in the areas under the jurisdiction of the JICA Group, but also successfully exported overseas through the smuggling channels of the JICA Group and entered the pharmaceutical markets of European and American countries. Faced with a price difference that was often 10 times, dozens of times or even hundreds of times higher than that of genuine patented drugs, the price war reached a frenzied level. Faced with such prices, almost all patients chose to skip their bills. Now it is the turn of the top 10 pharmaceutical companies to take the lead. They did not expect that JICA Group was so radical and actually came up with such cheats as generic drugs. Aren't they afraid of being sanctioned by the international community? Well, okay, the JICA Group is really not afraid, because now they are under sanctions. It can be said that the counterattack of JICA Group has made the top 10 pharmaceutical companies somewhat confused, regardless of the fact that these pharmaceutical companies allow Assanguo to produce generic drugs. There are many factors that influence it. One of the most important factors is that Western pharmaceutical companies use the citizens of ASEAN as human guinea pigs. In the final stages of development of various patented drugs of Western pharmaceutical companies, they basically go to ASEAN for human trials, verify the effectiveness of patented medicines. Therefore, Western pharmaceutical companies cannot develop their patented drugs without ASEAN state. This is also an important reason why ASEAN state has harmed the interests of these pharmaceutical companies so much, and the two sides have been able to live in peace and harmony so far, but JICA Group is different. For Western pharmaceutical companies, this guy is even more rogue than Assanguo. Not only does it cut the price of generic drugs even more, but it also recklessly smuggles generic drugs into the market, unlike Assanguo, which has a tacit understanding with major pharmaceutical companies and will control the quantity of imported generic drugs. Faced with the rogue behavior of JICA Group, the top 10 pharmaceutical companies can only lobby the government to increase entry inspections and raids on generic drugs. At the same time, the sentencing level for selling generic drugs has been increased, starting from 10 years if caught, which has scared off many smugglers of bulk generic drugs. Relying on the huge influence and various measures of these giant pharmaceutical companies, the situation was barely stabilized, although the generic drugs of JICA Group still caused huge economic losses. After all, as long as there are enough profits, some people who are not afraid of death dare to take risks, but fortunately the situation is still under control. At the same time, the top 10 pharmaceutical companies also realized that these measures they took were only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Only by removing the source of generic drugs from JICA Group can they truly solve the problem once and for all. As a result, after many discussions with each other, the top 10 pharmaceutical companies issued relevant assistance agreements, free supply of medicines for Zen soldiers and Sakura soldiers on the battlefield of Zen, and also sponsored the Zen government's huge aid of $5 billion, which is 1/10 of the Zen government's annual GDP. We hope that the Zen government, if you can work harder, you can eliminate the JICA group as soon as possible. Just when these pharmaceutical companies were trying to suppress JICO group, another counterattack from JICO group came. Mandalay prison. A man with disheveled hair who looked like a zombie was escorted out by JACO's security guards. This person is the Avilson family, Rafael, the son of the former head of the family, Jose Avilson, who was sent to Mandar City to find the secret of Tianyuan hair growth liquid. As a result, together with the elite mercenary team he belonged to, they were either killed or became prisoners of the JICO group, and Rafael has been imprisoned ever since. Seeing the sun that had not been seen for many days, Rafael squinted his eyes. It was not until he adjusted to his sight that he realized that there was a man and a woman standing in front of him. "Remember me?" Rafael. With a smile on his lips, Sujie sat on a chair, crossed his legs and asked the other party with a smile. "Sujie, you damn." After seeing Sujie's face clearly, Rafael's eyes turned red, thinking about when he, as a member of the Avilson family, had ever suffered in such a prison, having been imprisoned in a dark prison for nearly 2 years. Now seeing Sujie as the culprit makes him want to spit on his flesh. Sujie shook his head with a smile and said, "It seems that you remember me. I'm sorry for keeping you in prison for so long. You can be released today." "Let me go, haha. Did my father put pressure on you? You finally understand how terrible our Avilson family is. Now if you want to let me go, just pretend that nothing happened." "You are dreaming." There was excitement in Rafael's eyes. At this time, he didn't know that his father Jose had died long ago, and he thought Sujie was going to let him go. "It seems that after being locked up for too long, my mind is a little unclear, and I can't even distinguish between good and bad words." Sujie stood up from the chair and said to Han Ruyan, "Madam, please." "Wait, what do you want to do?" At this time, Rafael finally reacted belatedly, his pupils contracted violently, and just when he was about to beg for mercy, Han Ruyan stretched out his jade finger and tapped lightly. The next moment, Rafael's entire body was shrouded in bloodlight, and the skin, flesh and bones of his body were directly compressed, turning into a drop of crystal clear blood, which fell on Han Ruyan's fingertips. Han Ruyan closed her eyes slightly, as if sensing something, and slowly said, "Bloodline is the guide, search." 10 minutes later, Han Ruyan opened her eyes again and nodded towards Sujie. There are a total of 226 relatives who are related to this person, including men, women, old and young, and their positions have been determined. "Ha, madam, you have never traveled to the beautiful country, are you interested in going there?" Sujie's smile became brighter and brighter. Usually when he showed such a smile, it often meant that someone was going to be unlucky. When the Civil War counterattack achieved results, Sujie also wanted to launch a military struggle to solve the problem once and for all, provoking the Avilson family of the JICO group several times. End of chapter. Chapter 353, Extermination of the Family, 2 updates, 8,500 words. Beautiful country, California, San Francisco. Mialuan, who was smuggled in through an underground tunnel on the Mexican border, was walking on the streets of the beautiful country as if nothing had happened, carrying a mountaineering backpack. San Francisco has a population of 780,000, of which about 200,000 are Chinese. It is the city with the highest proportion of Chinese Americans in the United States. The face of Mialuan walks here and blends in perfectly. Putting down the peaked cap on his head, Mialuan slowly walked to the high-end villa area. The high-end villa areas in the beautiful country pay more taxes and have more police patrols. They respond quickly to reports of crimes. However, Mialuan's seemingly aimless movements were always able to take a step ahead, avoid the patrolling police officers, and enter from the blind spot of the surveillance camera. Villa 24, Ferry Avenue. The phone buzzed and vibrated. It was the location of a certain map software, marking a private villa. Also sent were 7 or 8 portraits drawn with strokes. The most eye-catching one was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a shiny face. Mullen checked the information of Aster Pharmaceuticals on the internet. This person seemed to be an executive director of Aster Pharmaceuticals. Seeing that the photo was so clear, Mialuan couldn't help but think of the woman in red with a cold aura that he saw in Tijuana, Mexico. Even if he became a genetic warrior, the other party gave him a dangerous feeling, as if he could kill him with just a finger. The woman named Miss Han was the special person who assisted him this time, according to General Su. Her location and photos were provided by the other party. Mialuan crushed the phone into pieces and threw it into the back of a passing pickup truck. Niaoluan tightened his backpack and walked towards Villa number 24. The walking speed is getting faster and faster, and the cadence is almost unclear. However, Niaoluan's upper body does not swing back and forth at all. He calmly takes out the gloves, hood, and mask from the mountaineering bag, and pulls out two short-barreled submachine guns and inserts them into his jacket. The magazine belt was wrapped around his waist. Finally, take out an enchanted jammer, turn it on, restrict the operation of nearby wireless cameras, and try to avoid wired cameras. After doing all this, Niaoluan had already reached the vicinity of Villa number 24. This is an ultra-luxurious private villa. It is more like a manor than a villa. There are horse cellars, gardens, ponds, lawns, etc. inside the villa. When Niaoluan came here, his ears enlarged in size, and ultrasonic waves emitted from his throat continued to spread, feeding back everything that collided into his mind. 3, 5, 8 goals, all completed. Niaoluan put on his hood, pulled the fuse inside the mountaineering bag, and threw it directly to the entrance of the villa. Several tall white bodyguards in suits and ties, wearing headsets, standing guard at the door were stunned, and they alertly pulled out the pistols in their waistbands. They were very well trained, but they were still a little slow. The TNT explosive hidden in the backpack was triggered by the fuse. With a flash of fire, the explosion exploded, and the fence and gates were opened, and human body parts were scattered around. In the light of the fire, Niaoluan rushed directly into the villa like a sharp arrow shot from a powerful crossbow. What happened? Where did the explosion come from? In the master bedroom of the villa, Hisoka Avilson woke up from the bed and ran out in his pajamas. Asiso is the uncle of Pedro, the current head of the Avilson family. He holds 1.6% of the shares of Aster Pharmaceuticals and is also the executive director of Aster Pharmaceuticals. His position in the Avilson family is not low. Hisoka has been deeply uneasy because the Avilson family has recently offended the Jico group. The former head of the family, Jose, died at the hands of that group of lunatics. In order to prevent retaliation from the Jico group, he spent a lot of money to upgrade his security force. So when he heard the explosion, he immediately became nervous. Daddy, Mommy, what's going on? I was training the valet just now. The noise made me unhappy. Husband, what happened? Where did the explosion come from? Son, whoever dares to come to our place to cause trouble will die if you don't want to live. Hisoka's family members also ran out. Some of them were holding whips in their hands, some were wearing facial masks, and some were holding phones and surrounding him aggressively. It may be an assassination by the Jico group. Hisoka stated his speculation with uneasy eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, the family members who had been arrogant just now turned pale. They knew exactly how the previous head of the family died. Don't be afraid. I hired a lot of elite bodyguards and prepared a lot of heavy weapons. The glass and buildings in the villa have been modified. He can't get in. Hisoka comforted his family and took out the remote control to turn off the access security system leading to this floor. Iron coils fell on the glass in the door. Combined with the dozens of elite bodyguards and powerful heavy weapons here, it is like a small fortress with a full sense of security. After ensuring his own safety, Hisoka couldn't help but move to the window, quietly opened an observation window, and suddenly heard the sound of gunfire like fried beans. Looking down, Hisoka saw a scene that stunned him. But they saw a man wearing a hood and mask, who looked like a gangster in a movie, going on a killing spree. The two submachine guns in his hands were spitting bullets, constantly depriving the bodyguards of their lives. Super soldier. Hisoka recognized at a glance that the person with such powerful combat power was definitely a super soldier. The Jico group really launched a bloody revenge on the Avilson family. No, I have so many bodyguards and he doesn't have any armor, so he can't beat my bodyguards. As Hisoka thought this, he saw that the bodyguards who brought heavy weapons did not achieve results. Several bodyguards hid behind the wall and opened a shooting window. There was a machine gun set up here. They wanted to wait for Niaoluan to get close and kill him on the spot, but Niaoluan fought all the way, as if he had foreseen the danger in advance. He inherited the bio-radar ability of the Purple Bat, and the enemy sneak attacks were completely undetectable. Bang! In the shooting window that had just been opened, a grenade was thrown in by Niaoluan. Grenade, lie down. Several bodyguards yelled in fear. Boom! Amidst the wails of shrapnel flying, Niaoluan stepped forward to replenish his guns one by one. He picked up the heavy machine gun at his feet, held it firmly in his hand, and draped the bullet chain over his shoulder. This big guy is still comfortable to use. Miao Luan showed a bloodthirsty and ferocious smile. Because he was lightly dressed, he did not carry heavy armor or a large caliber machine gun. Beautiful country has been very strict in this regard recently. If you are suspicious at all, you will be interrogated. Even if you can kill the interrogator and escape, it will affect the progress of the mission, so you don't bring those inconvenient things. Bang! 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 The bullet chains were beating wildly. In front of Miao Luan, these bodyguards were as fragile as sheep facing a tiger. The so-called confrontation was actually just a one-sided massacre. The heavy machine guns and sniper rifles specially placed in the villa for defense, including various traps, will be sensed by Miao Luan in advance before they show off their power, and their heads will be blown off first, just like turning on the full-picture perspective hook. Similar. Occasionally, some stray bullets from rifles and submachine guns hit him, but Miao Luan seemed unaffected, even though he was not wearing that kind of steel heavy armor with amazing defense. During the battle, Miao Luan was as fast as the wind, and his legs could cover a distance of more than 10 meters in one step. Many bodyguards did not react at all. They lost sight of each other before their eyes, and then their heads were penetrated by bullets. With the heavy machine gun in hand, Miao Luan's killing speed increased to a higher level. Many bodyguards were directly interrupted by 12.7 caliber machine gun bullets, and their waists were broken into two parts. The scene was a bloody mess. His lips were slightly white from fear. Hisoka couldn't believe it when he witnessed this scene. The elite bodyguards he hired were slaughtered like chickens and dogs, and the ground was covered in blood. As expected, the bodyguards were directly killed by Miao Luan, and they fled in panic, but Miao Luan did not let them go easily. With bullets chasing after them, Hisoka hired 50 elite bodyguards, but now he was beaten to the point of running away with his head in his arms. In order to survive, some bodyguards take the opportunity to hide under beds and closets, or simply pretend to be dead. But these little thoughts couldn't be hidden from Miao Luan, who had a bioradar. The machine gun directly shot him to death through the wardrobe and bedboard, and blood dripped from the gap at the bottom of the wardrobe. They were massacred along the way, let alone people. Not a single dog could survive entering the villa today. After dealing with these miscellaneous fish, Miao Luan used the ultrasonic sensor of the bioradar to find that there were no more living people alive, so he walked step by step to the upper floor of the villa. Reinforced concrete and alloy gates are not thick enough. Do you think this will be useful? Miao Luan looked at the steel alloy door blocking the front, and first fired at the same area with a heavy machine gun, causing the steel to twist and deform. Then he grabbed the deformed area with both hands, veins popped out in his arms, and his arms were thick in a circle, secreting a protective insect shell of the exoskeleton, tearing the steel door apart, and then walked in calmly. Clang! 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 Several pistol bullets were fired at Miao Luan's face. The bullets penetrated the mask and bounced off the exoskeleton growing on his face. Hisoka squeezed the trigger tightly, unable to release his finger at all, and even if the firing pin was empty, he did not know how to reload. The few rounds of bullets just now had exhausted all his courage. Miao Luan turned around and stared at the past with cold, nightmare-like eyes. Hisoka and his family were like quails, screaming and crying everywhere. "Daddy, I'm scared. Husband, please speak quickly. I don't want to die, woo-woo, I don't want to die." Hisoka was shaken, knelt on the ground and shouted, "I have money, I have a lot of money. Is $10 million enough? $100 million. I will pay $100 million to buy my life. Please don't kill me. The person who offended you is the owner of the family, Pedro, and has nothing to do with me. Don't worry, we will send Pedro down later. No one can escape. As for your money, keep it and take it to hell to spend." The expression on Miao Luan's face did not change at all. Like an emotionless killer, he pointed the gun directly at Shisuo. "Let my family go." Bang bang bang, bullets tore apart the bodies, and after several rapid screams, a group of people huddled in the corner, having been shot to death. After killing someone, Miao Luan stepped forward to do a last-ditch check to avoid any unexpected survivors. After confirming the result of the battle, Miao Luan looked into Shisuo's dead eyes and said softly, "When your beautiful country bombed the Mande area, you never saw that they would cease fire because of accidental injuries to civilians." After finishing speaking, Miao Luan turned around and walked out of Villa number 24. The whole process seemed complicated, but it actually only took 5 minutes. Until this time, the sirens sounded from far to near. After Miao Luan came out, he met the police car that was catching up quickly. Whoosh whoosh, without any pause, Miao Luan pulled the trigger, and the thick 12.7 machine gun bullets turned the police car into a hornet's nest. 7 or 8 police cars were like rabbits being chased by dogs. They hurriedly turned around and backed away, leaving behind 4 unlucky cars that were smoking black, and the driver and co-pilot were killed. Reinforcement. Call the police headquarters for reinforcement. I am Officer C-14, Pierre. A vicious shooting occurred on Fran Avenue. The murderer used a powerful weapon. Immediately dispatch a helicopter and apply for the deployment of the National Guard. The police officers who were lucky enough to survive the heavy machine gun fire looked pale and kept yelling at the walkie-talkies, calling for reinforcements from the headquarters, saying that they would never dare to get closer again. Mullen did not get too entangled with the police to avoid attracting National Guard tanks and armored vehicles. After temporarily forcing the police back, Miaoluin used his hands and feet to climb over the wall and walk away, when a large number of police officers surrounded the villa. Miaoluin had already taken off his large coat, hood, and gloves, lit a fire and threw it into the trash can. Then he quickly blended into the crowd who heard the noise and watched the excitement, and finally disappeared. After entering the villa, many police officers saw the shocking and tragic scenes in the villa, and some new police officers with poor psychological quality vomited on the spot. The villa was full of broken limbs, internal organs, and splattered blood staining the walls and glass, like a scene from a hell scroll. This is Mr. Hisoka. The murderer must be caught immediately, and the entire city's police force must be mobilized immediately. When the leading police sergeant looked at the bodies of Hisoka's family, his face turned black and his eyes were frightened. He immediately recognized that they were prominent figures in San Francisco. They frequented various high-end social venues and even donated money to their police station. Money and supplies are important to the top brass of the Avilson family. The nearby police officers could not help but whisper, "Crazy, crazy, I heard that Mr. Hisoka is the son-in-law of State Representative Kevin Bradley. Who is this murderer? He dared to massacre the entire villa like this. The whole family was killed. Forget about people, the 2 pit bulls raised in that villa had their necks crushed and trampled to death. Stop chatting and go find the storage of surveillance cameras immediately." No, the surveillance camera was interfered with. Judging from the traces of the battle, there is only one murderer. The one who can have such combat power is probably a super soldier, and he must be a first-class super soldier like the Steel Battalion. Suddenly, a policeman who was good at trace analysis came to a conclusion, which made the policeman's legs weak when he heard this. The super soldiers are ruthless among the ruthless people, unreasonable non-human beings, but they have killed countless people on the battlefield. If they and the police confront them, it will be like delivering food. Jekko Group, Super Soldiers, Avilson Family, Medical Embargo. Some police officers who often follow the news have already sorted out the line of logic and can't help but take a breath. How rampant is the Jekko Group? Just because the Avilson family advocated for a medical embargo, they came to the beautiful country to kill people without restraint. It was simply too deceiving. The Avilson family must be protected immediately. No more deaths can be allowed in the Avilson family. Otherwise, where will the face of our beautiful country be? The news was reported at all levels, and the instructions were given directly from above, but this news came with a delay, because almost at the same time as the Villa massacre, many members of the Avilson family were also experiencing massacres. A large number of members fell in a pool of blood, and they were destined not to receive the official title of beautiful country. Effective protection. End of chapter. Chapter 354 Massacre Los Angeles, Khan's Bar. Danilo Avilson put his arms around a hot blonde girl with an exposed figure and walked out of the bar smelling of alcohol. As the son of the contemporary head of the Avilson family, Danilo is a famous playboy in Los Angeles. He has always liked to pick up girls, especially female celebrities, which will give him an extraordinary sense of accomplishment. For example, the person he is holding in his arms right now is Jillian, who just played the heroine in the last hit movie. Danilo, as promised, you will invest in me to shoot a movie with a female protagonist. Jillian gave him a hot kiss at the door of the hotel and was very satisfied with the kaisi she had caught. This playboy is rich and generous. Such a sponsor is very rare. It's a small thing. The movies I invested in the past have been sold out. I know all the world-renowned directors such as Spear and Kame. I can definitely make you famous. Daniel spoke loudly, but in fact he didn't guarantee anything. He was just playing for fun. He spent tens of millions of dollars to invest in a big-budget movie with a female protagonist for a woman. He is not stupid. He really treats it as money instead of money. As fast as he can change his girlfriend in half a month, he can still do this without ruining his family fortune. Humph, Danilo, do you want to default on your debt? Jillian was not that kind of little actor. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at Danilo, pushed Danilo to stagger, and left angrily while carrying her bag. I like having a temper. Danilo licked his lips, took the keys and got into his Ferrari sports car, driving towards Jillian, who was walking on the roadside. Buzz, the phone vibrated, and Danilo took it out and saw that it was a call from his father. Dad, I have something important to do here. I'll talk about it later. Danilo held his cell phone between his legs, driving his Ferrari and winking at Jillian, who was sulking on the roadside. Are you messing around with those female celebrities outside again? Get back here immediately, or your legs will be broken. On the phone, Pedro's voice was extremely angry. He was currently having a grudge against the Jico Group. As a result, his useless son was unwilling to listen to a word. Dad, you are too cowardly. What can Jico Group do to me when I come out to pick up girls? No more, I will hang up first. Pedro hung up the phone, beeped twice, and smiled at Jillian. Jillian, what I was joking with you just now is just a movie. It only costs a few dollars to invest in that thing. I'll help you. Just get in the car and I'll take you to have fun. Keep your word? Jillian just turned her head and was about to say something when she suddenly saw the traffic light ahead. A dump truck ignored the red light and rushed straight over. There was deep fear in Danilo's eyes, and he wanted to get directions, but before he could make it in time, the dump truck stepped on the accelerator and crashed the Ferrari sports car into a shop on the roadside. Glass and debris were shattered all over the place. That was all. The dump truck slowly reversed out, then stepped on the accelerator, accelerated and hit it again. The Ferrari directly turned into a twisted and deformed thin discus. Come on, the door of the dump truck was opened, and a man wearing a hood stepped out of the truck. The man held a bucket of gasoline in his hand and poured it on the heavy truck and the deformed sports car. He looked at Danilo, who was already lifeless, and threw the lighter. The fire burst into flames and quickly disappeared into the street. Jillian, who witnessed all this, had her mouth wide open, her face turned pale with fright, and she could only scream randomly. Aster Pharmaceutical Experimental R&D Center. The general director of the R&D Center, Luca Vilson, is inspecting various departments. As a genius with a very high IQ in the Vilson family, he manages the core medical laboratory of Aster Pharmaceuticals. Tens of billions of dollars are invested here every year in the research and development of new drugs, and more than 5,000 researchers work here to earn wealth for Aster Pharmaceuticals. Fernando, do you have any clues about Tianyuan myopia pill? Walking into a laboratory, Luke asked about the progress of the research. It's still the same as before. The universal medicine cannot be analyzed and we can't imitate it at all. To be honest, Luke, this experimental project is meaningless. Fernando shrugged. He was also a member of the Vilson family. In a big family, there would always be mediocre people and talented people. If they received elite education and training since childhood, the number of talented people would definitely be greater. Drugs are often accidental products. Keep researching. Maybe God will favor us and let us discover the secret of universal medicine. Luke shook his head and said he would continue to invest money. Relying on luck, it is better to imagine that the Jico Group is not sane and directly disclose its patents. Fernando complained, not having any hope at all. By studying Tianyuan myopia pills, Tianyuan hair growth liquid, and strengthening pills, he has discovered that the chemical structure and properties of these Jico Group products are very different from what he knew in the past. Among them, no matter how much research is done on the unique all-purpose medicinal quality, we are still at a loss. I only know that it is this substance that affects all aspects of the human body that makes these Jico Group drugs have such miraculous effects. We can't expect the Jico Group to take the initiative to make it public. We can dismember the Jico Group, on the one hand through war, and on the other hand, through business war sanctions. When the Jico Group can no longer bear it, we can swallow up the giant that is the Jico Group and fall. Although the legacy will be shared with other pharmaceutical companies, it will be enough for us to have a full meal. I'm not very optimistic about this. If the Jico Group was so easy to deal with, it would have been annexed long ago. How could it survive until now? Fernando put down the reagent in his hand and didn't quite believe Luke's statement. These are the original words of the owner, Pedro. Luke shrugged and said with a smile, this is how he convinced family members and then other giant pharmaceutical companies. The two were chatting here, and a man wearing a white coat and a mask pushed a trolley and placed it at the door outside the laboratory. The man left the cart where he was and walked away quickly without making any stops along the way. After walking a certain distance, the man took out a remote control. Click, boom, a violent explosion shot straight into the sky. The cart was filled with powerful TNT explosives, which raised the laboratory to the ground on the spot. Neither Luke nor Fernando understood what happened, and they were blown to pieces. Not a single intact part could be found. Many people in the laboratory were killed or injured in the explosion, and wailing could be heard everywhere. These researchers working for Aster Pharmaceuticals also became victims of this attack. After the bomb attack, the man in the white coat was calm and walked in the shadow of the building. His body began to reflect a kind of mimic light, just like a chameleon or a color-changing squid. His body blended into the shadow. Those security guards who set up cordons and patrols would ignore him as they ran a few meters past him. This man is naturally also a genetic warrior of the Iron Battalion sent by the Jico Group. He has been injected with a goo insect gene called the Dark Lizard. When he is in the shadow, unless he uses infrared sensors and other instruments, it is difficult for ordinary people to see it. He sensed the lurking mimicry. Aster Pharmaceuticals headquarters building. Aster Pharmaceuticals has more than 30,000 employees. The headquarters building is very busy on weekdays, with more than 2,000 people working here. Similarly, many members of the Avilson family also work here to manage this multinational giant pharmaceutical company. Not far from the headquarters building of Aster Pharmaceuticals, several cars were parked here. The cars were full of men with fierce auras and extremely dangerous eyes. Situang held the watch in his hand, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the steering wheel, and kept scanning his surroundings. As a soldier of the Steel Battalion of the Jico Group, Situang was initially only a second-class super soldier. Later, due to his outstanding performance and suitable physical condition, he was recently transformed by genetic medicine and became a genetic warrior with 3 abilities. Served as company commander of the Iron Battalion, although he is only a company commander, which sounds like a low-level military position, but once his identity as the company commander of the Iron Battalion is revealed, he is even more intimidating than the brigade commander. At 11 o'clock, the action begins. When the time reached 11 o'clock, Situang conveyed the order. Everyone looked at their watches, picked up the evil ghost mask, put it on, opened the door and got out of the car. The group of soldiers split into 2 groups, and Situang led 5 genetic warriors into a gun shop next door. In beautiful countries, gun shops are as common as milk tea shops in China, because the First Amendment to the United States Constitution stipulates, the people have the right to keep and bear arms, which shall not be infringed. The proliferation of shootings in the beautiful country has something to do with these gun shops. They know that they are selling murder weapons and may be used in schools, concerts, etc., but in the face of huge profits, gun shops still spring up like mushrooms after a rain. All over the streets and alleys of the beautiful country. Situang had a clear goal and went straight to the gun store. The door of this gun store opened to the street. The decoration of the facade was quite elegant. Once inside, the walls of the gun store were basically decorated with raw wooden boards. Guns of various sizes were hung on the wall. Pistols, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and machine guns were all on display, leaving everyone looking at them dizzying. The entry of Situang and his group, dressed up in such an image, immediately made the employees in the gun shop feel something was wrong. Some employees want to press the alarm button, and some employees want to draw guns, but Situang had already taken action. He fired 6 times with a revolver in his waist. 2 shots blew up the store's surveillance cameras, and 4 shots shot the store's employees in the head. One of the genetic abilities that Situang possesses is that he inherited a gene called the spiny fly, which gives him extraordinary reaction speed, which is 10 times that of ordinary humans. Here Situang went on a killing spree, while the other 5 genetic warriors turned a blind eye the whole time, holding large luggage bags, each of which filled the backpacks with various firearms. However, the bullets are stored separately from the firearms and will only be delivered after purchase, but this obviously does not trouble Situang. After the surveillance camera was destroyed, he revealed his true form. A steel whip protruded from his tail, with a bone spike at the end. It penetrated an explosion-proof door in and out of the gun store, piercing it through a palm-width hole. Big hole. There were also employees on duty inside the blast door. At this time, they had realized that something was wrong and were on guard with guns. When they saw the blast door being opened in such an outrageous way, several employees opened their eyes wide and pulled the triggers one after another, firing bullets intensively. Puff. 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 The muscles all over Si Tuong's body swelled violently, like the neck muscles of a cobra. The skin of the body was stretched half a meter wide. The bullets hit each other, as if they hit high-strength rubber. They were either bounced away or dented. If it goes down even half an inch, it won't hurt the inside of Si Tuong's body at all. The next moment, Si Tuong's tailbone whip swung, and a gun shop employee was cut off at the waist. Another gun shop employee was stabbed through the brain by the bone whip. The last person was the gun shop owner. He turned around and ran away in fear. He was immediately grabbed by the bone whip and dragged back to Si Tuong as Ichuang hung the man up and walked step by step to a heavy alloy door. The protection level of a large gun shop like this is very high. The alloy door is so thick that Zichuang cannot open it by itself. Fortunately, he didn't use force. His fingers quickly entered a series of numbers on the code disk, which was information previously obtained through a genetic warrior. After the password was entered, the bone whip lifted the gun shop owner up and faced the access camera directly. The gun shop owner's pupils were dilated after being strangled so hard that he couldn't breathe, and his fingers were pressed against the fingerprint sensor by Si Tuong. Ding, the password passed, the fingerprint unlocked, and the pupil scan passed. The alloy door slowly opened. In addition to various firearms, there was the most ammunition of various calibers inside. Click. After crushing the neck of the gun shop owner who had lost his use value, Si Tuong began to lead his genetic warriors to collect ammunition and fill each suitcase. The last group of 6 people walked out of the gun shop, walked across the street in a swagger, and arrived at the Aster Pharmaceuticals headquarters building. Several other genetic warriors here have already taken care of the security guards and took their positions one step ahead. 3 of us stay on the first floor, and the others follow me and fight our way up. Si Tuong threw the luggage bags to the genetic warriors here. Each of the genetic warriors got the bullets and quickly armed themselves. Then Si Tuong began to lead the team and began to walk along the stairs towards the upper floor of Aster Pharmaceuticals. The security here has notified the building of a terrorist attack, and the building was already in panic, and when they saw Si Tuong and his group wearing masks and covered in bullets, they were even more frightened. Into chaos. Bang! Si Tuong pulled the trigger towards the ceiling and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, squat down and face me." Bang bang bang. Some who did not follow the instructions were directly shot in the head and died. The remaining people huddled together and began to do as they were told. Upon seeing this, Si Tuong took out a few photos and gradually began to scan the crowd, checking them one by one. The same goes for other genetic warriors, holding photos to find the target of their mission. Anders Avildsen. Si Tuong saw a target and directly called out the target's name. I don't call this. This man also wanted to disguise himself, but Si Tuong didn't listen to the explanation at all. The bullet penetrated into the eye socket and shot out from the back of the head. The group of people continued to kill all the way up, and when they encountered the target person, they immediately eliminated them. Soon the entire Aster headquarters building was shrouded in blood. Not one of the 40-odd Avildsen family members working here escaped, and all were eliminated. After that, Si Tuong led the people away. The few genetic warriors below suppressed the police who came for support with precise marksmanship, beating them to a rout without causing any obstacles to their departure. They passed easily. He changed his clothes and fled the scene according to the planned retreat route and preparations. There will be another chapter later. End of chapter. Chapter 355 Total Destruction, 2 updates and 8,000 words. On this day, the entire beautiful country was on the verge of war, with vicious attacks happening on the same day like a market. In fact, many attacks have occurred not only in beautiful countries, but also in places as far away as Europe, Sakura country, Africa, and Australia. As long as anyone pays attention, they will find that all these attacks have one thing in common, that is, among the casualties, there are members of the Avildsen family. Coupled with the summary of the investigation into the attack, the truth can easily come to light. In order to retaliate for the medical embargo promoted by the Avildsen family, the Jico Group launched a bloody purge of all members of the Avildsen family. This news could not be concealed at all. Except for ordinary people who were kept in the dark, the news began to spread wildly in the upper-class circles. At the Drake family gathering, Claudio Drake heard the news and spit out a sip of coffee on the spot. He was shocked and said, "Are you kidding me? 200 people died and the Avilson family is about to be exterminated?" The person on the side nodded and said with a panicked look, "Master, we have also imposed a medical blockade on the Gico Group. Do you think they will attack us after finishing dealing with the Avilson family? Their super soldiers are too powerful. Now, if we face each other," Claudio's palms trembled, a look of confusion on his face. He is the head of the Drake family. The Drake family is the largest pharmaceutical oligarch behind the beautiful country. It controls Pfizer, the world's largest pharmaceutical company, and its power is not only in the pharmaceutical industry, but also in the military industry, technology, and shipbuilding industries. It is not a small force, and it is also an important member of the California Consortium. The wealth controlled by his family actually exceeds $1 trillion, which can be said to be a powerful presence in the beautiful country. But even with such an existence, Claudio couldn't hold back after hearing the news, and his face was blank for a while, because the Gica Group's style of doing things is too cruel, and they are completely focused on physical destruction. Although in the past, many companies in beautiful countries also liked this method and hired people to fly on local planes, but after entering the 21st century, people rarely do this anymore, and most of them engage in normal business wars through hostile mergers and acquisitions, acquiring rival stocks, commercial espionage, and price wars. To make a more ugly appearance, frame the opponent or find a place where he broke the law, then bribe the judge, arrest the founder, and sentence the opponent to close down or sell to him at a low price. However, these methods are not as simple and crude as sending the opponent to heaven with a dump truck. Although this kind of physical removal of the body is not uncommon, it is not unheard of. But for someone like the Gico Group to directly exterminate the entire clan, Claudio was ignorant. This was the first time he had seen such an operation. There are more than 200 members of the Alvidson family. By doing this, the Gico Group will make the other party extinct. This is why Claudio is so frightened. "Dad, let's forget about it. Let's lift the blockade on the Gico Group as soon as possible. I don't want to be hit and killed by a dump truck while driving smoothly." A family gathering is being held here, and other members of Claudio's family also heard about the tragedy of the Avilson family. Little Claudio was full of fear. He and Danilo were like-minded friends, and both of them liked to pick up girls. Little Claudio just watched the video of the car accident scene. There was no good piece of Danilo's flesh on the car that was burned into an empty shell. It was first crushed into pulp and then scorched by the fire. Think about that scene. He was terrified. "Husband, we have made enough money. We don't need to offend that lunatic from the Gica Group. Otherwise, no matter how much money we make, our bodies will not be able to withstand a bullet. If we die, we will have nothing." Br Claudio's wife was also short of breath. She took her husband's arm and persuaded him, who cannot be afraid of being assassinated by the super soldiers of the Gico Group. Other tribesmen also spoke one after another. At this time, one by one of these Drake tribesmen, they were all frightened by the brutal methods of the Gico Group, and they just wanted to ease the relationship with the Gico Group as soon as possible. I will discuss this matter with other pharmaceutical companies first, and what are you afraid of? There are still people in the Avilson family, at least the head of the family, Pedro, is still there, and he can give birth to children at any time to make up for it, which means the Gica Group is not so scary. Claudio is still very tough on words, and the profits represented by the Gico Group are too huge. If capital has 300% profit, it dares to trample all laws in the world, and Gica Group represents more than 300% profit. In addition, the Avilson family still exists, which is not enough to make Claudio completely give up, in a cemetery on the outskirts of New York City. The cold rain was falling on the faces of a group of men and women with solemn and sad expressions. Pedro looked at the tombstones in front of him, which were the tombstones of his son, wife, uncle, nephew, etc. There are more than 200 people in the Avilson family, and now only about 20 people have been assassinated by the Gico Group. When he heard the news, Pedro's hair turned completely white overnight. In addition to deep regret, he also felt endless hatred for the Gico Group. "Gica Group, you will not give up until I destroy you." Pedro clenched his fists tightly. Now he was alone. His 3 sons and 2 daughters, as well as the 2 illegitimate children born to his lover and unknown to his wife, also died in the attack that day. Now he felt in his heart here, there is only countless deep-seated hatred for the Gico Group. Woohoo, the living Avilsan tribesmen came forward to lay flowers one by one, and the sound of sobs was heard. Pedro's expression calmed down and he looked around. The seemingly deserted cemetery was actually already full of dangers. In the dark places, there are joint law enforcement action teams from the FBI and CIA, as well as several elite special forces teams dispatched by the military. There are fighter jets on standby at more than 10,000 meters high in the sky, an armored unit and a helicopter unit are waiting in the distance, and there are satellites in the sky monitoring the area in real time. It seemed that Pedro was taking the surviving tribesmen to commemorate the dead, but in fact it was a carefully arranged killing. After receiving the bloody revenge of Avilsan by the Jico group, the beautiful country government began to mobilize forces to participate in protection, but only 1,000 days can catch a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. So in order to lure the snake out of the hole, multiple departments joined forces to specially set up this trap, hoping to lure those super soldiers over. Judging from the behavior of those super soldiers towards Avilsan, the other party will definitely not miss this opportunity. Once the super soldiers show up, they will be surrounded and doomed. Come out quickly, doesn't the Kinjik group want to destroy our Avilsan family? You will be useless if I give you a chance. Pedro kept nagging. Since his family died and his tribe was basically wiped out, his spirit has been greatly affected. He has long been unable to live up to his previous ambition to sanction the Jico group. Now he is filled with only hatred for the Jico group. In order to give the Wilson family's revenge was also the reason why he was willing to actively cooperate and become a bait. Unfortunately, from day to night, there was no movement here at all. The Jeka group seemed to be aware of their ambush and had no intention of jumping into the trap. FBI Deputy Director Yasmin stood next to Pedro, shook his head helplessly, picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "How is it, Sid? Is there anything going on over there?" "Boss, everything is normal. There are no suspicious persons." A voice came from the intercom. In addition to soldiers, there were also various high-tech monitoring equipment to ensure that not even a fly could sneak in to carry out assassinations. Let the brothers prepare to call it a day. The Jeka group is too cunning. Let's go back first. Yes, I let someone. The sound in the walkie-talkie suddenly cut off, which made Dasming immediately realize that something was wrong, turned on the full-frequency communication of the walkie-talkie, and shouted, "Everyone, pay attention, the super soldiers may be coming, prepare to meet the enemy immediately." The intercom was silent, as if no signal was received at all. Electronic shielding interference or something. Dasman thought this, and then heard fierce gunshots and crossfire coming from outside. The sound started out very loud, but soon died down and became silent. Are you kidding? We have so many elite special forces. Cold sweat rolled down Dasman's forehead. He had ignored one issue from beginning to end, that is, he believed that the Jico group could only enter through assassination, and never thought that the Jico group would choose to break in by force. Here we come, Director Dasming, let your people take action quickly, don't let any of them go. Pedro became excited and fanatical, seeing the hope of revenge. Even if it couldn't shake the foundation of the Jico group, it would be good to kill some super soldiers to vent his anger. The rest of the Avilsan family also looked over and looked around nervously. Although they were heavily protected, the shadow brought by the assassination of the Jico group was too great for them to relax at all. Something is wrong. Dasman shouted several times through the walkie-talkie, but there was still no response at all. Thump, thump. At this moment, Dasman heard the sound of a human body falling to the ground. The Delta Force lurking in the woods, the soldiers hiding in the trees fell one after another, but paper figures appeared behind them, piercing their hearts, and their blood fertilized the vegetation beneath them. Susu. The grass and trees automatically separated into a path, and a woman in red walked slowly. The nearby sophisticated high-tech instruments emitted black smoke and burned up. The satellite above the head was also blocked by a dark cloud. This is the effect of the portable array, even if it is synthesized all day long. Whole radar satellites are also difficult to penetrate and can only see blurry conditions. As the woman in red appeared, a strange, cold, and deathly feeling filled the entire place, causing goosebumps to appear on the skin of every living person present. The woman in red was getting closer and closer, and it was only then that Dasman and Pedro saw clearly that the woman was wearing a red wedding dress, with a pearl phoenix crown on her head, and a pair of bright eyes with a deathly color, which made people shudder. Bang! Dasman fired the bullet and penetrated directly into the woman's body. Only then did he truly understand that what he encountered was not a human being, but a ghost. No wonder the soldiers who arranged the ambush died so quickly. Run, run quickly. Da Ming finally roared and turned around to run, but before this action was completed, his body was like broken building blocks. His head, arms, legs, and various internal parts were broken and scattered on the ground. Ghost, ghost. A group of Avilsan tribesmen were in disarray, but no matter whether they wanted to escape or beg for mercy, the next moment their bodies were torn apart and disintegrated. Only Pedro was still alive, staring blankly at the female ghost who appeared in front of him, his expression speechless due to fear, and he was scared out of his mind. After a few seconds, Pedro regained consciousness and stepped back unconsciously. We are good people and have no grievances against you. Why do you want to kill people? Pedro's voice was dry, and his eyes were full of fear and confusion. He was so old and still in the upper class of society, and he had no idea that there were supernatural creatures like ghosts in the world. What was even more unfortunate was that he encountered a ghost. Didn't you just say that you would give me a chance to kill you? Han Ruyan looked at the other party and said without emotion in her voice, as for you saying there is no grievance or enmity, if you offended your husband, then naturally you have a deep hatred for me. Is your husband Su Jie? Pedro's pupils were shaken, and a terrible guess appeared in his mind. Well, that's right. I found all your clan members. My husband said that to cut off the grass, you have to get rid of the roots, so I'm here to get rid of the last roots of yours. Han Ruyan looked calm and downplayed the genocide, as if it was no different than trampling on a nest of ants. When Pedro heard this, his body swayed even more violently. Hearing that the woman in front of him killed his clan members, he didn't know where to feel the courage. He actually picked up Da Ming's pistol on the ground and wanted to kill Han Ruyan. I'm going to kill you, the devil, and let me die. Bullets were fired one after another. Han Ruyan's jade hand seemed to grasp it easily. The next second, her palm opened and bullets fell from her palm. You can't kill me with this kind of weapon. You have to try it with missiles or powerful aerial bombs. Han Ruyan reminded her very kindly, full of sarcasm. Being able to control supernatural power is the biggest secret of your Jiko group. Why do you have such power and deal with us so viciously? Pedro gritted his teeth and looked at Han Ruyan. If they had known that the Jiko group was so powerful, the Avilsan family would not have dared to provoke it. My husband said, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Your Avilsan family has the best dance, and it belongs to the chicken. Han Ruyan raised her jade hand and said calmly, you have a lot of questions. I will send you down as soon as possible to reunite with your tribe. Do you think you really won? Killing our Avilsan family will only make my country want to eradicate you even more. Then the missiles and aerial bombs you talk about will become weapons that will kill you without a burial. The Jiko group will also be completely destroyed and will be. Pedro's shouting stopped suddenly, and his body disintegrated into pieces of flesh, falling on the grass. The accusations of the weak are always so weak. Han Ruyan didn't even look at the body, turned around and left slowly, leaving only the floating paper figures to clean up the traces. When the satellite saw it clearly again, there was no longer a living person in the cemetery. End of chapter. Chapter 356 Deterrence. First update. On the day when the last members of the Avilsan family were wiped out, the news swept through the entire upper-class society of the beautiful country like a storm. In particular, the multinational giant pharmaceutical companies closely related to this matter immediately held secret meetings. The people behind the scenes of these pharmaceutical companies discussed through video conference how to deal with this incident next. Tell me, what do you think? The most powerful among the pharmaceutical companies, the Drake family controls Pfizer Pharmaceuticals. The head of the family, Claudio Drake, was the first to break the silence. How did the Jiko group do it? Under such tight protection, they were able to deal with Pedro and the others. Said a white man, he is the chairman of Qiangxing Pharmaceuticals, Walker Yu. In addition to those super soldiers, Jika Group obviously also has some unknown technologies, such as powerful electronic shielding capabilities. They demonstrated the effectiveness of shielding drones in Jiwei City. This time the shielding is even more powerful. Not only did it not allow any news that comes out, including satellites, is jammed by electronic means. This is the result of the CIA's investigation. An elderly white woman from Bayer Pharmaceuticals spoke up. Her name was Margarita Alichuk, the person behind Bayer Pharmaceuticals. On the surface, the equity of these pharmaceutical companies is very dispersed. In fact, these pharmaceutical companies have equity interests of dozens or hundreds of years. Many shares are held by the families behind the scenes through various secret operations, then through marriage and cross-shareholding, interests are bound and exchanged with other consortiums and families. The question now is, will GEICO Group target us after solving Aster Pharmaceuticals? Does this still need to be analyzed? With the way GEICO Group operates, it will definitely do this. What's the matter? If we have so many pharmaceutical companies joining forces, why would they be so scared that they run away? Do you want to continue fighting with the GEICO Group? We are selling medicines, not arms. We are playing a business war with the GEICO Group. The other party is trying to kill people. Are you not afraid of death? If we can get the panacea from the GEICO Group, why not take a little risk? In video conferences, more and more pharmaceutical groups are beginning to join the discussion faced with GEICO Group's unpretentious high-end business war, which directly attacks competitors at the physical level. The scene was divided into two factions. One faction wants to ease relations with the GEICO Group and stop fighting against the GEICO Group. The other faction wants to continue the confrontation and is willing to take risks in order to gain huge benefits from the GEICO Group. Claudio looked at this chaotic scene, patted the table with a headache, and said, "Please be quiet, what will be the consequences of such a noise? Let's vote by a show of hands." The 9 companies present want to continue to work with GEICO. If the group fights, raise your left hand, if not, raise your right hand. The quarrel gradually quieted down. It was about a decision that might affect the life of the whole family, and everyone calmed down. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Margarita from Bayer Pharmaceuticals slowly raised her left hand. Even after all kinds of maintenance, her face still showed her age and her cheeks were drooping. There was a kind of greed and fanaticism that ordinary people didn't have. We at Bayer Pharmaceuticals cannot give up because of this risk. The human body modification technology of Tianyuan hair growth liquid, Tianyuan myopia pills, and strengthening pills held by GEICO Group, heart parasite transplantation technology, advanced electronic shielding capabilities, virtual AI glasses, underground tunnel digging machines, the interests represented by this, the interests that our pharmaceutical companies want are only part of the GEICO Group. Among those military-industrial complexes, technology upstarts, and various large-scale chaebol, who doesn't want to tear off a piece of meat from the GEICO Group? If we withdraw now, when our country solves the GEICO Group, we will only get some scraps of the benefits. After hearing Margarita's words, many people nodded and started to feel a little shaken. Claudio looked deeply at Margarita and said, "Margarita, you want to find a way to extend your life from the GEICO Group, right? I heard that you are interested in the GEICO Group's bodybuilding pills, and the heart parasite transplantation technology is very exciting, and billions of dollars have been invested in research. When you reach my age, you will know that you will feel sincere fear of the passing of years and the loss of life." Margarita does not deny that she is over 80 years old. No matter how well she takes care of herself, no matter how much medicine she takes to maintain her body functions continue to decline. The doctor has clearly told him that he may only have 3 years left to live, and the current speed of science, technology, and progress is basically unable to solve the problem of death after aging of body functions. Just like a machine that has been used beyond its rated working life, the natural aging of various parts is a general trend and is difficult to repair unless it is replaced as a whole. Margarita wants to live longer, and now she sees hope in the GEICO Group. If she could research and understand the technology of bodybuilding pills and heart parasite transplantation, perhaps she could also strengthen her body as a whole and gain a longer lifespan. Everyone at the scene had different thoughts. Some felt the same way, while others disagreed, but the number of the former is greater, and the people sitting in high positions are very old. The more powerful and wealthy the people are, the more they are afraid of death, because no matter how much wealth and power they will have nothing as long as they die. I can't understand it. I'm afraid that if it continues, I don't know if I can get a longer life. The assassination of the GEICO Group is real. Claudio curled his lips. He was not very old, only in his early 40s, which was when he was in the prime of life. Although he had a tough attitude towards the GEICO Group before, now that he has seen the fate of the Avilson family, he is no longer willing to risk the lives of his entire family to gain wealth. If you are willing to fight against the GEICO Group with me, please raise your hands. We at Bayer have certain connections in the military and can protect everyone's safety to the maximum extent. At worst, we can stay in the nuclear-proof cave for a while and come out when it is safe. Margarita opened her mouth to win over allies. She was weak with Bayer Pharmaceuticals and had to find someone to share the risk. This is the same as an investment company. Everyone works together to unite all parties to make the new company bigger and stronger, and finally go public to harvest wealth. It is basically impossible to bring a company to the stage of listing by relying on one person's investment alone. Only by uniting can they fight against GEICO Company, and by knocking GEICO Company down, they can take advantage of the fall of GEICO Group, the tree that covers the sky. The eyes of many people at the scene were getting brighter and brighter, but just when everyone was about to make a decision, 8 of the 9 video conference participants suddenly opened their eyes wide because during the video conference, behind Margarita, a group of figures wearing devil masks came up. Margarita didn't notice that everyone's eyes were wrong, and she continued to confuse others. Now the military has decided to launch a military operation against the GEICO Group in the near future. They have armed the Zen government army and Sakura country soldiers. It is very important to choose sides at this time, and it will determine how much benefit we can reap in the future. Margarita said, but no one responded for a long time. She also saw people in the video looking weirdly, frequently looking behind her, and even calling for bodyguards. What's wrong with you? Margarita was a little puzzled. She must be very eloquent. Margarita, look behind you. Claudio kindly reminded Margarita after he called dozens of bodyguards to protect him. When Margarita heard this, she subconsciously turned around to look behind her, but just this glance almost scared her to death. On the spot, the clan members, assistant secretaries, and bodyguards behind her all fell in a pool of blood, while a group of guys wearing long windbreakers and devil masks with ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes were quietly watching her speech just now. You are. Margarita was so smart that she had guessed the truth a long time ago, but the fear in her heart made her unable to believe this fact. The GEICO Group, the 2nd Platoon of Steel Battalion 1st Company, has been ordered to come and take your life. A genetic warrior picked up a Gatling gun, and the 6 barrels began to slowly warm up and rotate. No, why are you looking for me? Why are so many people looking for me? The fear in Margarita's eyes almost overflowed the screen. At this time, she no longer had the witty words that had previously inspired her, only the fear and regret of death remained. You shouldn't forget what you have done, right? Each super soldier corpse is worth $3 million. You found a way to make money for the army of the beautiful country. You collected many of our super soldier corpses on the battlefield for research. You said, why should we kill you? With a cold snort, without waiting for Margarita to have any more excuses, countless bullets spurted out from the barrel of the Gatling gun. The terrifying rate of fire of thousands of rounds per minute smashed his entire upper body into pieces on the spot, with splashes everywhere in the room. After killing the people, these well-trained Steel Battalion soldiers turned around and left. Only the man who was carrying Gatling just now looked down at the computer screen that was still playing, and said with a sneer, you should do your own thing. Next time, maybe it's you we're visiting. After saying this, the man dropped Gatling, turned around and disappeared from the screen. After hearing the murderous threat, the video conference fell into silence. Everyone was shocked by the cruel methods of the GEICO Group. Sometimes, hearing about something and witnessing it with your own eyes have completely different impact on people, especially things like murdered. I don't know how long it took, but a trace of color finally returned to Claudio's face. He swallowed and said, everyone, those who want to continue to fight against the GEICO Group now raise their left hands. Those who want to stop here and ease the relationship, raise your right hand. Almost at the same time, each right hand was raised high without any hesitation. It can be said that after witnessing Margarita's tragic situation, these people truly understood the horror of the GEICO Group. The other party never said they would stop after wiping out the Avilson family. If they didn't compromise, what awaited them would definitely be an assassination with no peace, or an assassination carried out by the non-humans of the Steel Battalion, with a death coefficient as high as 90% or more. Who dares to continue to fight against this? To put it bluntly, they are just a group of drug sellers who occasionally conduct illegal new drug experiments. They are different from the arms dealers who are the military-industrial complex who actively create wars, commit countless murders, and sell more weapons. In this case, let me jointly issue a statement. Claudio's face was filled with relief. He could finally get away from the assassination attempt by GEICO's group. Agree. 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 With shouts of approval, the video conference came to an end. With Margarita's death, the remaining multinational pharmaceutical companies chose to be cowardly. Aster Pharmaceuticals has undergone a large-scale power change within the company. Aster Pharmaceuticals fell into bankruptcy. Pfizer Pharmaceuticals and Xianxing Pharmaceutical announced their intention to acquire the development of Aster Pharmaceuticals. Affected by this, the stock prices of the two companies surged yesterday. Such a huge change happened to Aster Pharmaceuticals, which advocated the medical embargo. Is it related to GECA Group? Our reporter invited well-known financial experts to interpret the collapse of Aster Pharmaceuticals for you. Many pharmaceutical groups around the world, including Xianxing Pharmaceuticals, Lahua Pharmaceuticals, Shisha Group, and Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, announced that they would lift the medical embargo on GECA Group for humanitarian reasons. Pfizer Pharmaceuticals issued a statement that in order to rescue civilians injured in the war in East Chin State and G State, it will provide assistance with a batch of medicines worth $200 million, and at the same time send medical teams to treat local people free of charge. Lansha Group donated $100 million to the disaster-stricken people in Jibang to help them rebuild their homes as soon as possible. Within 2 days, a piece of news began to appear on the internet. After being attacked by the GECA Group, these pharmaceutical groups began to do their duty honestly. Not only did they change the aggressive medical embargo and immediately announced the lifting of the blockade, they also announced various public aids to the GECA Group, although he did not dare to directly sponsor GECA Group for fear of being criticized by the beautiful country's government. His attitude has been made clear: that's why we don't want to wield swords and guns. Let's all be friends. This kind of goodwill behavior can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. The people who eat melons are still unclear about the reason for this reversal. They just lament that these pharmaceutical groups talk like farts. The medical embargo that was just agreed is changed day by day. They don't know what thrilling confrontations are happening behind the scenes. Countries that are secretly paying attention to this conflict will naturally not laugh at these pharmaceutical giants. After all, no one will be afraid of GECA Group's unpretentious high-end business war. What everyone laughs at is that the beautiful country cannot even protect its own business, but others rush into the country and kill people wantonly, with a face being slapped. At the United Nations Security Council, when representatives from beautiful countries met representatives from other countries, they often heard cynicism and left the meeting with a dark face on the spot. To make matters worse, GECA Group also added fuel to the fire. Group President Liu Yingying gave a speech. For the sake of major pharmaceutical companies knowing their mistakes and correcting them, GECA Group can forget about it, but I hereby solemnly warn the beautiful country: health and safety cannot be desecrated. If the bad behavior of medical hegemony occurs again, GECA Group will deal with it in its own way. This beautiful country can't help it. Medical hegemony is hegemony, so your dump truck commercial war is legal, right? Damn it, the last time someone dared to slap him in the face like this was the attack by Uncle Bendang, who was wearing a white turban and a beard, which later led to the protracted war on terror in the Imperial Cemetery. This time, the beautiful country cannot remain indifferent to the ridicule of GECA Group. End of chapter. Chapter 357, Biological Reproductive Equipment. First update: in eastern Chin State, at an inland river terminal, a river ferry was approaching, with water spraying from the bow of the boat. A woman in red stood on the bow of the boat. Under the water, she seemed to feel an uneasy atmosphere, and the fish and shrimps fled quickly. Arrived! The captain shouted, and the ferry slowly docked at the pier. Thump thump thump. As soon as the pedal was lowered, men with strong breaths walked out of the cabin. They were the Steel Battalion who had just returned from a mission in the beautiful country. Miss Han, please go first. Miao Luan stepped forward and said respectfully. Originally facing the trap set by Pedro and his group, he planned to break through at the risk of casualties in order to complete the mission. However, after receiving a call from General Su, he gave up this idea. On the contrary, it was the woman in front of him who single-handedly dealt with Pedro's group and escaped unscathed. After learning the news, one can imagine Miao Luan's shock. In Miao Luan's opinion, Han Ruyan must be a more powerful genetic warrior, perhaps with more than a dozen different abilities, to exude such a terrifying aura. It's normal to think this way. The only non-humans currently known to Blue Star are super soldiers and genetic warriors, both of which were developed by the GECA Group. Han Ruyan was a stronger genetic warrior, which was the limit of Miao Luan's imagination. No matter what, he couldn't abdicate the identity of the other party as a fierce ghost. Han Ruyan didn't say anything, but walked elegantly. Sher Shiran walked to the pier, and then made eye contact with a tall man. Welcome everyone to return in triumph. Su Jie came to greet him personally, and behind him was a military band playing exciting music. General Su, the first and second companies of the Iron Battalion successfully completed their mission, and all 226 members of the Avilson family were wiped out. Miao Luan led the Iron Battalion and stepped forward quickly, stood at attention and saluted, and said solemnly, "Thank you for your hard work. Come back to the military camp with me first. I've got a batch of new equipment for you. Let's go and try it together to see if it works." Su Jie patted the shoulders of these Iron Battalion genetic warriors one by one and took photos with them. These genetic warriors were very excited. Su Jie was their idol. Their life experiences had completely changed because of Su Jie. In addition to the propaganda of the Jeka group in the past, everyone thought they were saving this poor and backward country, with the goal of liberating thousands of people. The lofty ideals and beliefs of thousands of poor people are fighting. Therefore, in the eyes of the most loyal genetic warriors in the Steel Battalion, Su Jie, the leader who led the Jiko group, led them to battles and achieved military victories one after another, had a status similar to that of a god. After taking photos with the Jin warriors, Su Jie drove Han Ruyan and asked with a smile, "How was your experience in the beautiful country? I feel like I haven't done much, and I haven't seen what you call the most powerful technological weapon of mankind." Han Ruyan's expression was cold and indifferent. This was her idea. She wanted to see the limits of human beings. Until you are truly invincible, never underestimate technology and wisdom. You cannot withstand a nuclear bomb. Su Jie shook his head. Compared to the humans in the Blue Star world, his identity as a cultivator would definitely be targeted by the whole world once it was exposed, not to mention the secret realm. The Daotai realm couldn't withstand nuclear bombs, and with strategic missiles dozens of times the speed of sound, Su Jie didn't want to overturn in the gutter. Blue Star currently has more than 10,000 nuclear bombs, and nuclear bombs are not difficult to manufacture for big countries and can be produced at high speed at any time. It would be extremely terrifying to engage in nuclear war, use nuclear bombs to bombard practitioners, or even use nuclear bombs to engage in saturation bombing, and when it comes to all-out war, who knows if any weapons specifically targeted at it will be developed. In just a few years of World War II, mankind has been developing military weapons at a rapid pace. Various new weapons designed to adapt to the battlefield have been developed, which is enough to show how terrifying mankind is. "I listen to you." Han Ruyan did not argue and said she would listen to her husband in everything. "Wait until you are strong before you wave." Su Jie held Han Ruyan's hand. Compared to the Tianyuan world, her strength was greatly weakened in an aura-free environment like Blue Star. She was invincible against ordinary armies, but various powerful thermal weapons could still hurt her. Not to mention that all living beings are equal before nuclear bombs. While chatting, the convoy moved forward and arrived at the training location of the Dongchen State Steel Battalion, a special training base located inside a hollowed-out cave. "Bring out the new equipment." Su Jie shouted, and the logistics soldiers started to move, using logistics vehicles to take out the equipment one by one. The first thing that comes into view is a piece of black-style clothing that looks like windproof and warm clothing. "Put on these clothes and show off your grandeur." Su Jie pointed at Miao Luan, and Miao Luan, who quickly changed into this dress, stood in front of Su Jie as Miao Luan roared. His body began to expand, and his height quickly rose to more than 2 meters. His legs were the most muscular, and halberd horns sprouted from his head. In the past, Miao Luan's clothes would have been torn and turned into ragged strips of cloth hanging on his body, but now, as he reveals his victorious genetic warrior form, the clothes on Miao Luan's body are like elastic socks, expanding and contracting simultaneously without giving people a sense of restraint, and they still fit well on the body. Su Jie brought a torch, lit it and put it on the clothes. The flames burned the fabric of the clothes, but there was no tendency to melt at all. Miao Luan's eyes were surprised. He knew that today's firefighters' protective heat-resistant suits can withstand hundreds of degrees of high temperature without being damaged, but the human body cannot bear it. The external heat is transmitted to the human body in the form of thermal convection, thermal radiation, and thermal conduction, which will have harmful effects on the human body. If it causes damage to the human body, even if the fireproof suit is fine, the person inside will be roasted to death. However, the genetic warrior's physique and tolerance to extreme environments are much higher than ordinary people. When the flames burned, it took a while before Miao Luan felt his skin burning and began to instinctively shrink his hands, but this was enough to surprise Miao Luan. The fireproof effect of this thin suit was comparable to that of a firefighter's professional fireproof and heat insulating suit. However, the fireman's clothes are so heavy, but the clothes in front of me are so thin and light, which is simply incomparable. Su Jie also ordered a thermal imaging detector to be fetched. As the instrument irradiated it, it was clear that the human body was a huge heat source, but the instrument could not detect it at all. It could not detect the change in temperature between the human body and the surrounding environment. This kind of clothing is called Tianyuan protective clothing. It is divided into 3 levels. The one you are wearing is of the highest quality. It is fireproof and waterproof, sweat absorbent and heat insulating, and immune to thermal imaging detection. Su Jie introduced this kind of clothing. In fact, the inspiration came from the robes worn by the righteous disciples during the sect war, because the Ghost Ridge Palasku Master's insect controlling field method has great advantages in detection. The Zheng Dao sect specially refines the corresponding covering robe, which can suppress the practitioner's own breath and disguise it like vegetation to avoid the scent perception of detecting insects. Thermal sensing, bioradar sensing, and other detection, and even actively release special pheromones to blur the perception of insects, causing them to misjudge. Su Jie killed many righteous disciples in the sect war. This kind of robe was his regular trophy. He gave it to the weapon refining hall, disassembled it, reorganized it, and remade it into the style Su Jie needed. This new style of Tianyuan protective clothing does not require so many functions. Besides, the genetic warriors cannot use it well without spiritual power. The most important thing is that it is so cheap. Su Jie is not as wealthy as those of the righteous sects who can supply it to all the soldiers. In addition to the most advanced Tianyuan protective clothing produced by the refining hall, there are also second-level protective clothing for super soldiers and third-level protective clothing for ordinary soldiers. Those are all factories of the Jieka Group. According to Su Jie, the materials are woven by oneself, and the effect is naturally getting worse and worse. The lowest-end ones only have the basic function of avoiding thermal imaging sensors. General Su, are these rationed to us? Miao Luan and the surrounding genetic warriors' eyes lit up. Such Tianyuan protective clothing was in line with their wishes. Everyone has one. Su Jie smiled and nodded, then introduced other new equipment. This is called eyeworm. You can use it as a personal drone, but it's biological. Su Jie picked up a small palm-sized meat insect. This meat insect looked like a common beetle, with 6 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings and 4 large compound eyes. Hand out. Su Jie motioned to Miao Luan to extend his palm, and Miao Luan did as he was told. Su Jie placed the eyeworm in Miao Luan's palm. A mosquito-like needle was inserted into the gap in Miao Luan's skin. Through the translucent needle, you could see that blood was being drawn, and Miao Luan looked at it curiously and did not stop him. As the euglena absorbs enough blood, its entire body becomes blood red, like a crystal clear red amber. Buzz, the euglena took off from Miao Luan's palm, and at the same time, a strange feeling surged into Miao Luan's heart. Try commanding it. Su Jie patted Miao Luan on the shoulder and pointed at the eyeworm that was continuing to fly high. Miao Luan blinked, and the next moment, following that wonderful connection, he suddenly felt his vision change. My field of vision is increasing, turning into a perspective looking down on the earth, as if I am flying in the sky. This is the perspective of euglena. His field of vision is semi-fused with that of euglena. He can conduct intelligence reconnaissance through the ultra-wide perspective of euglena's compound eyes. Moreover, this eyeworm can also move according to his wishes, whether it is flying at low altitude or hovering at high altitude, or even zooming in and out of the viewing angle. It actually overlaps with the insect's perspective. Miao Luan's mouth opened in shock. He had never seen such exaggerated biotechnology. Humans can use brainwaves to control the movement of the mouse on the screen. This is already a very advanced and cutting-edge technology. However, the technology possessed by Jieka Group can control insects through thoughts and establish a sensory link with them. This incredible biotechnology is beyond Miao Luan's understanding, and he has no idea what kind of science and technology it was achieved through. The flight radius that you can control this kind of eyebug is 3 kilometers, and it can fly up to 1,000 meters. With its unique insect compound eyes, it can observe the enemy's movements at extremely far distances, making up for your lack of reconnaissance capabilities when you act alone. Coming missing. Su Jie slowly said that after he was promoted to the secret realm, he had the ability to consume spiritual stones to transform goo insects, like the thousand-handed centipede, and his giant jaws were the result of the transformation. In the same way, Blue Star's insects can also be transformed. Sugia selected a kind of compound-eyed insect from Southeast Asia. After repeated attempts at biological modification and repeated failures, he finally developed the euglena in terms of detection clarity, flight speed, flight height, field of view, etc. A very mature detection insect species in all aspects. Moreover, this kind of eyeworm is not picky about food and is easy to feed. On weekdays, it only needs to be fed some spiritual stone fragments and the blood of the host to maintain production. Once fed, it can maintain activity for half a month, and the standby time is extremely long. All of your genetic warriors and super soldiers will be equipped with this kind of eyeworm as an auxiliary equipment for your investigation. Su Jie opened his mouth and said, which caused the genetic warriors on the scene to be excited. Such a biological reconnaissance aircraft can communicate with individuals, and the convenience it brings is too high. Drone reconnaissance still has to be controlled by people, and then the information is transmitted through radio and narrated by other people's words. It is definitely not as high level as a person who has seen it with his own eyes. Moreover, the detection of eyeworms is so clear and has such a wide range, which is something that many small drones do not have at all. Finally, let's look at this piece of equipment. I named it the Z-Type No. 1 Auxiliary Biological Reproduction Equipment, which is bulletproof, shockproof, and gasproof. Su Jie finally picked up an armor made of creatures and metal. This set of armor is 3 meters tall. Its surface is made of cold, thick matte metal, and the wriggling fascia and metal skeleton can be seen inside. This kind of armor is also Su Jie's latest masterpiece, inspired by the battle puppets in the puppet hall. Su Jie used the powerful transformation ability of goo insects, consulted Tang Peiqing and Qiu Laodao, and asked Puppet Hall to help with the design and planning. He used multiple insects to transform and fuse together, combined with metal armor, and finally finalized it. This set of auxiliary biological reproductive equipment has a higher defensive capability than the previous alloy heavy armor, and it also has a powerful ammunition carrying capacity. In the past, although the Iron Battalion had strong combat capabilities, the ammunition and weapons carried by individuals were limited. For example, Mullen brought a 14.5mm caliber anti-aircraft machine gun. With a small amount of ammunition, there was no extra space. This leads to a very embarrassing situation on the battlefield. Often, the Steel Battalion soldiers will run out of ammunition soon after the battle, and they can only fight with the enemy's weapons on the battlefield. Not to mention whether it is suitable or not, it is often difficult to find a satisfactory weapon. Many Steel Battalion soldiers were killed in the process. So much so that after the Steel Battalion soldiers enter the battlefield, they will instinctively save ammunition, which undoubtedly limits the damage of the super soldiers, but this biological reproductive suit will solve this problem. As Miaoluan stepped forward excitedly, after being bound to the biological reproductive suit through blood, the back of the biological reproductive suit split open, revealing the internal structure. The inside of the costume looked horrifying, with squirming flesh and fascia. Miaoluan stepped forward, placed his hands and feet in the predetermined position, and slowly closed the entire suit. The face of the suit was made of high-strength bulletproof glass and film, allowing him to clearly see the surrounding field of vision. In an instant, a figure of 3 meters tall and covered in metal, resembling a single soldier mecha from a science fiction movie, appeared on the scene. End of chapter. Chapter 358. Chapter 273, Prelude to War, 2 updates in 8,000 words. Click. Miaoluan tried to take a step. This reproductive suit was completely able to synchronize with his own will, like an extension of his own hands and feet, without any discomfort at all. Miaoluan tried to increase the range and intensity of his movements. The flesh and blood inside the suit seemed to grow together with his own skin. How his body muscles moved would be fed back to the suit in real time. The colonial clothing is not made of large alloy metal plates. Instead, it is made of thin scale-like metal pieces spliced together, and its strength is lower than that of a whole piece of alloy, but the flesh and blood behind it is like a buffer spring, which can relieve the force, and the overall defense is better than the previous alloy armor. This also makes it easier to move without any hindrance caused by joint friction. Boom! Miaoluan punched, and amid the explosion, this biological reproductive suit completely transmitted his power. Not only was there no loss of power, but it also enhanced part of Miaoluan's strength. His fist hit a concrete wall hard, making a big hole. If this power falls on a person, his body will be basically destroyed, and there will be no need for rescue. Load weapons. Su Jie gave an order, and the logistics soldiers hummed and brought over various weapons and ammunition. On the right arm, the 14.5mm anti-aircraft machine gun is lifted up. There are various weapon slots on the lower part of the biological suit. The anti-aircraft machine gun is directly stuck here, making it very convenient to lift and hold. On the left arm, there is an RPG-29 rocket launcher with a caliber of 105 mm on the back and shoulders. 2 individual anti-tank missiles are erected, which can not only anti-tank but also anti-helicopter. In addition, there are rows of ammunition chains, rockets, individual soldier rations, grenades, etc., all installed throughout the mecha, and there are concave parts to swallow them. It is also very convenient to take out. The flesh and blood fascia inside will automatically transport bullets and rockets to the hand through peristalsis. Such a set of biological breeding equipment can hold half a ton of excess load. This biological reproductive suit contains 2,014.5mm machine gun bullets of 200 grams each, equivalent to 400 kilograms, and 15 rocket rounds, plus anti-aircraft machine guns and individual anti-tank missiles weighing dozens of kilograms, making Miaoluan look fatter at this time. But the good thing about biological reproductive equipment is that it is like a human belly that can expand, instead of being like metal that can only hold a fixed volume. Although this is slightly inconvenient for Miaoluan is willing to carry such a large amount of ammunition. The increase in combat effectiveness brought by long-term endurance is too great. This time, Miaoluan stood on the same spot, with 2 individual anti-tank missile muzzles exposed on his shoulders, a 14.5mm anti-aircraft machine gun on his right arm, and a 105mm rocket launcher hanging on his left arm. It looked like a human-shaped fort, just standing there. The ferocious and huge appearance makes people tremble with fear. I can't imagine how much psychological impact this image would have on the enemy if it appeared on the battlefield. Miaoluan himself was also very happy. Such a biological breeding suit perfectly met the needs of protection, firepower, and battery life. He simply loved it like crazy. General Su, is this equipment really for us? Miaoluan's voice was trembling. He actually owned the world's first biological mecha. Yes, in Miaoluan's opinion, this was a genuine mecha. All soldiers in the Iron Battalion will be assigned a set. Su Jie felt a little sad in his heart. The price of such a biological reproductive suit was worth a lot of spiritual stones, and spiritual stones had to be invested regularly for maintenance, otherwise the flesh and blood inside would rot and age. But in order to arm his ace troops, Su Jie had no choice but to bear the pain. Long live General Su! Hearing this, the cheers of the genetic warriors suddenly rang out at the scene, and their worries were completely relieved. Such a set of biological reproductive equipment is a huge bonus to combat effectiveness. Who wouldn't want it? You should learn how to use this reproductive equipment as soon as possible. There will be a big battle waiting for you soon. Don't worry, General Su. We will become proficient in using biological reproductive equipment as soon as possible. We will live up to your wishes. If any foreign enemy dares to invade, we will smash them to pieces with our iron fists. Miaoluan led his men to salute with excitement on his face, feeling very emotional in his heart. It was indeed the right choice for me to join the JECA group. With such a world-leading biotechnology, the enemy would never have imagined it. Very impressive. Su Jie nodded and visited here again before turning around and leaving, returning to the headquarters building of the JECA group in Mandar City. Just after returning to the office, Lu Yingying hurriedly greeted her. Su Jie, our intelligence department recently discovered that senior leaders of the Group of 8 are holding frequent talks. In addition, the Zen Kingdom has stopped transporting supplies on a large scale recently. Instead, it has begun to increase wages for soldiers and supplement past back wages. Lu Yingying's tone was urgent. JECA Group has an intelligence department dedicated to external affairs. In addition to bribed informants, there are also specially trained spies. As well as the people who are bribed within the G8. Money means everything, and nothing is impossible if you spend enough money. The war is about to begin. Su Jie sat on the boss's chair and said very confidently that he had also received the news before, and he was just confirming it further at this time. The intelligence department also analyzed it this way. Lu Yingying nodded, and then took out a document. This is our current material reserve situation and troop deployment in various places. We have also completed 75% of the material reserves here, and the rest can only be produced during wartime. Su Jie took the document and read it carefully. After reading it, he said, "That's enough. We can't compete with the Group of 8 in terms of firepower and logistics. We must fight guerrillas with the opponent in this battle. This is our advantage." Su Jie picked up the pen, poked at the map, and clicked on a mountain range. The core of this confrontation is at the Arakan Mountains. This is the gate into and out of G State, and it is also the dividing line between us and the Zen government. If the other party occupies this place, they will be able to penetrate into the plains of our country. Ah, this is exactly what I want. I would still feel sorry if they don't come. We are going to bleed the 8-nation group here and exhaust the effective strength of the Zen government army and Sakura country soldiers. Su Jie's eyes flashed coldly, and Lu Yingying followed Su Jie's line of sight. The Zen kingdom covers an area of approximately 678,500 square kilometers, and its terrain is high in the north and low in the south. The north is a high mountainous area and the east is a plateau. The west and south are separated by the Arakan Mountains. The west is the territory of the Jeka group, and the south is the low-lying alluvial plain. It is also the true essence of the Zen kingdom and the core of the Zen kingdoms controlled by the Zen kingdom. This Arakan Mountain separates the Jiko group and the Zen government, and is also the real focus of this war between the two sides. This war will probably be tragic. Lu Yingying took a deep breath and had this premonition. Su Jie touched Lu Yingying's face and said with a smile, "Oh, what happened this time was just a beautiful state-raised dog. No matter how ferocious the fierce dog is, if it enters our forest territory and encounters jackals, tigers and leopards, it is just a snack. I won't let them go back until one of their legs is broken this time. Yes, we will definitely win." Lu Yingying was infected by Su Jie's confidence and nodded heavily, just like Su Jie's premonition. Less than a week passed. On January 23, President Xi Jinping made a public televised speech on this day. In view of the current rampant illegal forces in the Zen kingdom, 2 amphibious landing ship battle groups will be dispatched from now on to deploy in the southeastern waters to maintain the waterways and waters in the area. Safe sailing. This move by beautiful country is nothing. As the overlord of Blue Star, his fleet is frequently mobilized, but combined with some actions of the Group of 8, this behavior is thought-provoking. The Prime Minister of Sakura Kingdom also spoke at a press conference the next day, saying, "We and our ally the Zen government are working together to contain the extreme radical organization Jiko Group in the northwest of Zen State, in order to protect the people of Zen State from we are ready to fight against the evil done by the Jeka Group." In addition, the other 6 countries of the Group of 8 have unanimously announced that in order to strengthen military cooperation within the group, they will each send a force to hold a joint military exercise in Siam near the border of Zen. Almost immediately after these speeches were announced, in the Zen kingdom, early warning aircraft, electronic reconnaissance aircraft, electronic signal aircraft and battlefield surveillance aircraft around the Cherry Blossom Kingdom base began to take off on a large scale every day, constantly flying over the eastern Qin State and Ji State areas of the Zen kingdom. Conduct high-intensity reconnaissance and surveillance. At the same time, more than 100 fighter planes were deployed to the essential areas in the southern part of the Zen kingdom, patrolling with bombs on the edge of the war zone every day. At the same time, in terms of public opinion, the Group of 8 has also begun to exert its influence. European and American media, which control the world's mainstream discourse, have frequently accused the Jiko Group and poured dirty water on the Jiko Group. A breakdown of the 10 sins of the Jiko Group, including biochemical human experimentation, oppression of freedom, war atrocities, and authoritarian economics. The people of Eastern Qin State and Ji State have been suffocatingly occupied by the Jiko Group, and this area is becoming the largest concentration camp on the surface of Blue Star. A devil's cave that actually performs evil deeds in the name of a company. The children in Eastern Qin State are crying, and the girls in Ji State are crying. This place needs the salvation of freedom and democracy. The oppression and blockade of the areas under its rule by the Jiko Group has led to an extremely serious humanitarian crisis, and the Jiko Group must be banned. These news continue to disseminate various information through newspapers, radio, television, and the internet, relying on the powerful network to stigmatize the Jika Group. Even if there is no evidence, they will deliberately stage the photos to create some videos that are difficult to distinguish between true and false, showing the Jiko Group persecuting people. The mainstream media in the West unceremoniously poured dirty water on the Jiko Group, but remained silent on the atrocities committed by the Zen army. Western online platforms blocked anti-G8 voices, however. With the rise of self-media on the internet, the truth will still be spread through various channels. The paper cannot contain the fire, and people all over the world are still neutral about this. The Group of Eight has made such a series of dangerous speeches in military deployments. Countries and military experts have also smelled a strong smell of gunpowder. It seems that the Zen Kingdom is about to start a war again. Faced with the sudden tense situation, JECA Group also responded. Many ordinary people in eastern Chin and Kyrgyzstan states have received some air defense warning instructions and other educational materials in every household. Air defense fortifications are activated everywhere, and relevant air defense drills are conducted every week. On the border between JECA Group and the Zen government, nearby cities began to enter a second level emergency state, and the frontline cities entered a first-level emergency state. Ordinary people near these cities began to distribute some emergency supplies and conduct a certain degree of evacuation. At the same time, in the Jibang area, all factories here were converted to a wartime system. They no longer produced ordinary civilian products, but all produced military products. In order to protect this important industrial base, multiple sets of anti-aircraft missile positions purchased by JECA Security from Mao Xiong were deployed here. In order to cope with future logistical pressures, transportation systems such as railways, highways, and aircraft transportation are all under control, and material reserves such as steel bars, cement, and grain have further increased the speed of collection. This time, the tit-for-tat confrontation between the JECA Group and the Group of Eight made the whole world understand that a war would inevitably occur here. The previous armistice was due to high-tech warfare and huge consumption that put great pressure on logistical support. During the armistice, both sides were replenishing their logistics. Now that the replenishment is complete, war will naturally spread again. In the northern border of Zen Kingdom, Nibi City, Xinhui Park. CIA High Commissioner Lloyd Irwin entered the park escorted by a group of local warlord soldiers. "Don't hit me, stop hitting me. Help, I really don't know, it's really none of my business. I'm just a little bit close to completing my performance, please let me go this time." Cries and screams were heard, and Lloyd looked over. Many men and women were imprisoned in water prisons. A warlord soldier was holding a pointed iron rod and pounding it into the water. On the ground, there was a warlord soldier holding a machete, forcing it on other people's fingers, and then swung it down. There were also soldiers from warlords holding electric batons and electrocuting people until they cried like ghosts and howled like wolves, causing feces and urine to flow out. TSK, what a barbaric style. Lloyd chuckled. Due to its underdeveloped industry, the northern part of Zen Kingdom is located in the mountains and virgin forests. It has always been a paradise for various warlords. This place is filled with the smell of sin and death. Gambling, fraud, extortion, all the darkness you can imagine exists here, and is performed almost every day. Men and women will be bought and sold as livestock, and any laws here are empty talk. Through the chaos of the campus along the way, Lloyd was taken to a high-rise conference room, where people were already waiting. A total of 6 men are sitting here. Some of them are wearing local national costumes of Zen country, some are in suits and leather shoes, and some are wearing military uniforms with a series of medals. All 6 families are here, it seems I'm late. Lloyd smiled and spoke. The 6 people in front of him were the 6 largest warlords in the northern part of the Zen Kingdom. They had taken root in the Northern Territory for many years and formed family rule. They are the Waxian United Defense Force, the Kagan Alliance Army, the Northern Shan Independence Army, the Turing State Army, the Myanmar Border Guard Army, and the Shan State Liberation Front. The number of troops supported by these 6 warlords varies. The largest Kagan Alliance army has an army of 100,000 people, and the number of other warlords' armies is more than 50,000. Of course, this number should be about the same if half of the water is squeezed out, because these warlords often include military family members, some patrol militiamen, and even police officers. The actual number is highly questionable. Lloyd, if you want us to help you send troops to fight against the JECA Group, you must agree to our conditions. No matter how beautiful your country is, it will not work with us. Wuan Lai, the leader of the Kagan Alliance, was the first to speak. His tone was very arrogant, and he understood the predicament that the beautiful country was in urgent need of power. End of chapter. Chapter 359. The Outbreak of War. First update. Lloyd looked at the group of warlords, pulled up a chair and sat down, crossed his legs and said, "What are the conditions? We can agree to you, but you have to mobilize more than half of the army. Don't fool me with the police and militia. I want soldiers who can fight. When Wu Onlai heard this, a hint of joy flashed on his face. They asked the beautiful country to give them a total of $10 billion in aid, and also asked to participate in the carving up of East Chin State and G State under the rule of the JICO Group, and asked the Zen government not to continue to attack them. The warlords themselves felt that the CIA would not agree to such a series of conditions, but they did not expect that things would be accomplished so easily. Only the number of troops they needed to send gave Wu Onlai and other warlords a headache. After all, where is the combat power of the JICO Group? They originally thought of sending out some troops to fool them, so that they could contain the JICO Group's military strength a little. Everyone, this is your only chance now. If you miss this time, don't talk about occupying the land and sharing the money next time. When JICO Group is free, do you think you can continue to be stable? You don't know what the JICO Group is like, right? Under their rule, they crack down hard on all kinds of illegal crimes. If you fall into the hands of the JICO Group, TSK, the end will be hard to say. I suggest you take a look at what happened to the warlords in East Chin State. The way they died may be able to tell you the answer. Lloyd knocked on the table. Compared with the interests of JICO Group, the interests of only $10 billion were simply the difference between Inghua and Haoyue. For the land, the beautiful country has never cared about this land. There is no oil down here, the mountains are high and the forests are dense, so he wouldn't mind garrisoning him. Only this group of warlords, who are used to living in poverty, are so petty and do not dare to make bigger demands. Of course, $10 billion is not a small amount. But you can repudiate it afterwards. These warlords can still bite themselves. You threaten us. Wu Onlai looked unkind and said in a cold voice, "Believe it or not, I will give you an order and you will not be able to leave this park." Behind me is the world's largest country, with 11 aircraft carrier battle groups and military bases all over the world. Lloyd smiled. Although he did not yell or curse in any angry voice, this contemptuous attitude made him even more arrogant and confident. Wu Onlai was silent. He was not from the JICO Group, and he dared to fight against the #1 overlord of Blue Star. If you want us to send troops according to your request, we have 2 conditions. Wu Onlai whispered to several other warlords for a while, and then spoke again. The first condition is that we need you to give us a guarantee that you will allow us to immigrate to the beautiful country in the future and ensure the safety of our lives and property. Of course, there is no problem. Our beautiful country always likes talents from all over the world to come and settle here. Lloyd agreed without thinking, knowing that the other party was looking for a way out for him. The second condition is that we need the United States to help us build our country. We must be independent in the northern border of Zen. Wu Onlai announced a bold and crazy plan, and several other warlords also had bright eyes. It was obvious that they had already discussed today's move. Lloyd frowned slightly, looked at several people and asked in confusion, "Jiangwo? What do you want to do with this? Only by becoming a nation can we protect our business." Wu Onlai didn't make it too clear, but Lloyd understood immediately after hearing it. This was to help his park business develop and grow. A local warlord is very different from a country in the international community. I can guarantee that the beautiful country will support you when the time comes. In his mind, Lloyd laughed at the whims of this group of warlords. A group of rotten fish and shrimps also wanted to establish a country. However, Lloyd did not refuse, but only said ambiguous words. Supporting your founding of the country can be just verbal. Anyway, you don't have to spend your own money and effort, so this is not a squid person. Anyway, you support me verbally. Whether you can succeed in founding a country is your own business. I need beautiful countries and allies in the United Nations Security Council to vote in favor of our nationhood. Wu Onlai turned up the volume and heard Lloyd's perfunctory attitude. "Yes, but we have to wait until you destroy the JICO Group, and we promise to vote for you." Lloyd actually had no authority to decide this matter, but that didn't stop him from bragging first. Wu Onlai also knew that the beautiful country was unreliable, but he had the idea of fighting with dates and without dates. He would be the best if he could succeed, and he would not suffer any loss if he failed. "It's a pleasure to cooperate." Yuan Lang and Lloyd shook hands and reached an agreement. "When do you need us to send troops?" "After we attract firepower and draw most of the soldiers of the JICO Group to Jibang, you can start from the north, stab the JICO Group in the butt, invade East Chin State from north to south, and go straight to the home base of the JICO Group." Lloyd took out a satellite phone and tapped his ear. "I will contact you at any time to prepare your soldiers." "You can definitely do it." Jekka Group is not easy to mess with. Wuong Lai muttered. The last time the so-called Group of Eight lost the rich G-state in a very embarrassing manner, Lloyd looked very confident and said, "This time is different from the past. You will see our strength." Sakura Country. A secret special Congress was convened without publicity. Hundreds of members of the Senate and the House of Representatives attended the scene together. All the figures in suits and ties looked solemnly at the Prime Minister of Sakura Country, Tsushima Juchi, who was standing on the stage. The day before yesterday, our Group of Eight has made the latest decision to launch a new round of military strikes against the Jiko Group. Our Sakura Army will work with the Zen government to attack and eliminate the cancer of the Jiko Group. Tsushima Juchi's voice was calm and he told what everyone had guessed. Prime Minister, are we ready? The Jiko Group is not easy to deal with. If we lose our troops in the Zen Kingdom, there will be huge opposition in our country. A member of parliament stood up and asked a question. Prime Minister, the benefits promised by the beautiful country have not yet been seen. We continue to rush to intervene. I'm afraid something is not good. The Zengo government army is vulnerable. We in Sakura Country only have 20,000 soldiers, but the Jiko Group is said to have expanded the number of soldiers to hundreds of thousands, and there are also super soldiers. This battle is very risky. There are many voices of opposition. The Sakura Kingdom has been peaceful for a long time and has not fought a war since World War II. The last time they took action, they were severely punished by the Jekka Group. Thousands of soldiers sent were killed and injured, and they were beaten like rats running around. Many soldiers who returned home suffered from psychological shadow. The beautiful country has set a timetable and will sign a historic agreement with us within 3 years to carry out the largest upgrade and unbundling of the security treaty. As long as the Jiko Group is eliminated, our self-defense force will become the self-defense force. At that time, we will reshape our national defense and open a new chapter in Sakura Country, becoming a normal country. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was quiet for a moment. The people who had previously opposed it completely changed their faces, their eyes were wild and excited. Sakura Country has always been seeking to become a normal country. As the fourth largest economy in the world, it has always been labeled as a defeated country and the self-defense force. This is an eternal pain in the hearts of all Sakura Country people. Now that they have seen hope, it is like a dog seeing a bone. Even if there is an owner holding a rope behind them, they still dare to pounce on it and solve the owner's problems so that they can get the bone reward, especially since this bone still contains meat and can participate in the distribution of benefits after the collapse of the Jiko Group. This is even more exciting. Tsushima Juchi looked at this scene with satisfaction. He knew clearly where the interests of the Sakura Country lay. Following the beautiful country was to safeguard the interests of the Sakura Country. Only in this way can the powerful Sakura Country be restored and become a country that attracts the attention of the world. Now, those who agree to send troops, raise your hands. As soon as Tsushima Sho finished speaking, he raised his arms one after another, for 23 people are in favor and 12 are opposed. I announce that from now on, troops will be sent to destroy the dangerous extreme radical organization Jiko Group. When the decision was announced, all the members stood up and applauded enthusiastically, and there was thunderous applause. January 27th. When the time comes this day, the Sakura National Aviation Mixed Group is stationed at Xanan Airport in Zen Country. Facing thousands of members of the Aviation Mixed Group, speakers are hung up on site, and a voice is heard from inside. It was the Emperor of Sakura Kingdom who was broadcasting on Yuin, and his voice traveled thousands of miles and reached the scene. In the open space of the airport, the soldiers of the Aviation Mixed Regiment were standing there, listening to the Emperor's voice with excitement. Although the Emperor no longer has real power and is more like a decoration, all major decisions are made by the Prime Minister, but in the eyes of the Sakura people, as a spiritual symbol, he still cannot be loved and respected by the Sakura people. Our Sakura Country has a glorious history of thousands of years, a long and splendid culture and beautiful moral qualities passed down from ancient times. This war is under the watchful eye of Amaterasu. It is justice wielding the sword against evil, it is wielding the sword to protect the weak, and it is wielding the sword for the thousands of oppressed people. You have reason to be proud. You are practicing the Bushido beliefs of our Sakura Country, abiding by benevolence, justice, propriety, wisdom and trust, bravely moving forward, and breaking the cruel and exploitative rule of the Jiko Group. Don't be afraid of the enemy's swords, guns and bullets. Even if your soul returns to the arms of Amaterasu, hundreds of millions of people can pay homage to you, the warriors of the empire, at Shizukuni Shrine. After a passionate speech, the emperor finally said loudly, "I announce that a large-scale airstrike codenamed Typhoon Plan will be launched from now on. All necessary means can be used to destroy the rule of the Jiko Group, and everyone will return in triumph. Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Long live His Majesty the Emperor! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" Amidst deafening shouts, the pilots rushed towards the fighter planes. Not only this airport, but all the major airports under the Zen government's rule. Fighter planes were dispatched one after another and began to launch large-scale air raids on the areas ruled by the Jiko Group. Atc. Several warships sent by Sakura Country are also launching sea-based cruise missiles to carry out targeted attacks and blasts on important facilities and bases. In just half a month, the governments of Sakura Kingdom and Zen Kingdom dispatched thousands of fighter planes, dropped 30,000 tons of bombs, and cooperated with cruise missiles to attack a large number of power stations, electronic communication facilities, railway bridges, military bases, and supplies within the Jeka Group. The warehouse caused devastating damage. This time, East Chin State and G State under the rule of the Jiko Group were like a small boat in the wind and rain. Many places were bombed into ruins, and the entire Jeka Group was under the rule of smoke everywhere. Through the real-time reconnaissance of multiple military satellites, it can be seen that there are not many large-scale soldiers gathering in the military facilities and military bases of the Jeka Group. Many material warehouses were on fire all night, and they seem to have lost their resistance. Faced with such a situation, Sakura Country stood up immediately and announced this gratifying result. In Yanchang, the capital of the Zen Kingdom, the commander-in-chief of the Sakura Kingdom, Yuichi Yoshimura, faced countless media reporters from around the world and said happily, after a week of large-scale attacks, "Our attack on the extreme radical organization Jiko Group has made a perfect start. We have now destroyed most of the Jiko Group's bases and eliminated a large number of the opponent's effective forces and strategic reserves. We are confident that within the next week, we will send ground troops through the Rakhine Mountains and into Ket State and East Chin State to completely destroy the rule of the Jeko Group in this region and remove these two states from the clutches of the Jeko Group." Rescued. The spotlights of the reporters and the audience kept flashing and the shutters were pressed frantically. Many reporters could not believe that the military progress of the Group of Eight would be so smooth. Is the news true? A reporter immediately raised his hand to ask, wanting to find out the truth. In the last war, the Jeka Group stole the show, destroying air supremacy in a short period of time, and later annihilated tens of thousands of Zen and Sakura troops in Jiban. Could it be that this time the tide has turned, and it is Jeka Group's turn to be preemptively attacked, so it cannot bear this kind of loss? These are photos taken by our satellites and high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. Each media will send a copy later. Our results are conclusive. Everyone has overestimated the Jiko Group. They are what they are today, not because of how powerful they are, but because of their despicable sneak attacks. In a real high-tech war, their vulnerability is immediately exposed and they become ridiculous clowns. Yoshimura Yuichi's words were contemptuous, saying that the Jiko Group was vulnerable. Reporters saw the photos displayed by Yuichi Yoshimura, which showed various destroyed military bases. There was a video projection of the destruction on the large screen behind him. You could even see scenes of human bodies flying around, which looked very real. This time, the reporters truly believed what Yuichi Yoshimura said was true. Finally, Yoshimura Yuichi faced all the reporters and held out 3 fingers. "I advise the Jiko Group to put down its arms as soon as possible and give you 3 days. If you surrender now, you can still get a decent result and accept the trial of the International Court of Justice. Otherwise, after 3 days, the Sakura Kingdom's heavenly soldiers have arrived, and what awaits your Jiko Group is complete destruction." End of chapter. Chapter 360, The Hell of Sakura Country Soldiers, 2 updates, 9,000 words, please vote for me. The press conference ended with Yoshimura Yuichi's harsh words. As soon as the news of this press conference was released, it immediately caused an uproar. In particular, the rare lack of response from Jeka Group further confirmed the news and caused a lot of discussion on the internet. The Jiko Group is withering now. Where are the strongest special forces soldiers on the surface that we promised? This is fake news, right? Those Sakura Kingdom likes to brag and exaggerate their achievements. If they are so powerful, why were they beaten so badly last time? You are frightened by the aura of the Jiko Group. They are only a regional armed force from the beginning to the end. This time, facing the military attack of the Group of Eight, the Zen Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom have received strong support from the beautiful country. Head to fight. Super soldiers can't withstand missiles and bombings. Don't make it a myth. As long as it is flesh and blood, it cannot withstand the bomb. When the beautiful country used this precise surgical strike against Iraq, in less than 2 months, it wiped out the self-proclaimed third military power in the world, with 6,000 tanks, 4,000 artillery pieces. The Middle East Tigers have 7,000 armored vehicles, 800 fighter planes, and millions of troops. Modern society is already in the era of technology. Stop believing that flesh and blood and spiritual can fight against missiles and artillery. The Jiko Group was able to win the last war mainly because their sneak attack destroyed the Zen army and the air supremacy of the Sakura Kingdom. This time, there was no such good luck. Sure enough, if you have control of the air, you will conquer the world. The internet is full of bad news about the experience of Jiko Group. The governments of Sakura Kingdom and Zen Kingdom, which have air supremacy in various long-range firepower strikes, simply unilaterally crushed Jiko Group, G-State, Ji-Weicheng. This city with a population of more than 1 million has been experiencing many disasters recently. Not long ago, it was repeatedly contested by the Jiko Group and the Zen government, and suffered severe war trauma. In the half-month since the war began, the city has experienced multiple rounds of air raids. Many civilian facilities in the city were bombed, and nearby military bases also suffered the most brutal blows. Just because Ji-Weicheng is the provincial capital of Kyrgyzstan, it is too close to the border with the Zen government, and not far away is the Arakan Mountains. In order to prevent Ji-Weicheng from becoming a logistics supply station for the Jiko Group, it will naturally be attacked in turn. Judging from the appearance, the entire Jiwei city is extremely miserable, with collapsed buildings. Everywhere and abandoned cars abandoned on the roadside. There were almost no people in the whole city, and everyone went to the air raid shelters to avoid the air raids. And located next to Jiwei City, the military base of the Jiko Group was almost razed to the ground from the map, and no intact building could be found. Judging from the appearance, Ji-Weicheng has lost its qualifications as a war supply, but in fact, things are sometimes not as simple as they seem. Just underground in Jiwei City, here is another world. Train B-23 is about to enter the station. Prepare supplies. Deep in the brightly lit underground, there is a track that is tens of meters wide and 10 meters high, with no end in sight. There are 4 railway tracks in the middle, concrete asphalt roads on both sides, and underground bases of various internal buildings. Here it is. Soldiers in green military uniforms are loading and unloading goods here. There is a constant flow of heavy trucks on those concrete roads. No one would have thought that deep underground in Jiwei City, separated by thick granite, there would be such an unknown large underground base. The entire base covers an extremely large area and has independent energy and communication systems. Not only can it prevent floods and earthquakes, but it can also be divided into command posts, power stations, hospitals, ammunition depots, food warehouses, kitchens, and other facilities. And even small factories that can make and repair some weapons and equipment. On the wall, there are large words for underground base number 5, indicating that there are at least 4 such bases. Woo! Amidst the long whistle, a train made a loud noise and slowly stopped on the platform. Thousands of soldiers filed out of the train, carrying backpacks, rifles, and various light and heavy weapons. Soldiers are gathered here. They will be used as a reserve force to undergo training here. Once there are changes on the front line, they will immediately go to support. After the soldiers got off the train, the logistics staff at the underground base gave them hot food and hot showers to wash in. Because water from the underground river was pumped, there was no shortage of water at all. Thousands of soldiers were not crowded at all in this huge underground base. As the soldiers dispersed, they were quickly arranged. Logistics soldiers then drove forklifts to transport boxes of arms and ammunition onto the train. When everything was ready, the train started slowly and moved forward again, heading for the next stop. Queue up. Suddenly, the commander of this underground base seemed to have received some news and hurriedly asked the soldiers to line up on the platform. On the concrete road, a motorcade drove over. When the convoy came to a stop, all those who stepped off the car were elite soldiers with fierce auras, cold eyes, and terrifying looks. A man and a woman stepped out of the car. The nearby soldiers saw them and quickly stood at attention and saluted. "Hello, General Su." It was Su Jia and Lu Yingying who came here to inspect. Su Jia waved his hand and said with a smile, "Well done to you all, thank you for your hard work." Serving General Su is not hard work. After chatting with the soldiers, Su Jia pointed to this huge underground base and asked Lu Yingying what she thought. After inspecting all the way, how is our Earth dome system? Incredible human miracle. Luang Ying's eyes widened and she did not hide her shock. It is very difficult to construct underground, let alone such a large and complex underground project. Su Jie laughed and said, the group of 8 thinks that they can destroy our military power through airstrikes. Whatever they can think of, we will naturally consider how to deal with it. The underground base in front of us is naturally Su Jie's masterpiece. To be precise, it is the result of Xiao Qian's hard work. The so-called dome system is to create an underground transportation and military network. The Thousand-Hand Centipede excavates underground, while other engineers carry out repairs. Originally, this project was a bit difficult to complete on time. Later, Su Jie strengthened the Thousand-Hand Centipede's jaws, which can snap off high-grade magic weapons. The jaws were not used for fighting. Instead, they were used to dig soil first, allowing the Thousand-Hand Centipede to dig. Efficiency is greatly increased. The entire dome system is composed of 12 large underground bases as the skeleton, which can be connected to each other through underground tunnels, and the underground railway network and underground highway network are used to complete the transportation of materials and troops. These underground bases include factory bases located in the rear that specialize in the production of military weapons, warehouse bases specially used for ammunition storage, and special soldier training bases. In addition to these large underground bases, there are also medium and small bases of various sizes spread across Cathay State and eastern Qin State, extending to the edge of the Arakan Mountains. When the war broke out, the army of the Jiko Group had been broken into pieces and entered the underground from the ground along with various strategic material warehouses. Most of the ones built on the ground are just fake goods, which are used for bombing by the Group of 8. The really important material warehouses have long been transferred underground through this Earth dome system. The Jiko Group suffered minimal losses in troops and materials during the large-scale bombing of Sakura Country. It was not the numerous casualties they claimed. With the existence of the Earth dome system, the Jiko Group can also completely hide and protect itself. Otherwise, they would normally be marching on the ground and transporting supplies. With the Sakura Kingdom controlling the air and conducting satellite reconnaissance, the soldiers of the Jiko Group would not know how many bombs they would suffer and how much supplies they would lose. 10% of the troops are considered good if half can be sent to the front line. The commander of Sakura Country also promised us to surrender within 3 days. Luang Ying pursed her lips and looked at the endless flow of cars, trains, and soldiers in the underground base. If the commander named Yoshimura Yuichi saw the scene here, she didn't know what she would think. If we don't let them see the opportunity, how can they dare to easily enter the Rakhine Mountains? If we don't enter there, how can we bleed them? Su Jie's eyes were sharp, looking at the rows of vehicles carrying soldiers and supplies, and mockingly said, they call this Operation Typhoon, but typhoons can't destroy the Arakan Mountains. Immediately, the Jiko Group will kill all those who break into the Arakan Mountains. The soldiers of Sakura Country understand whose territory this is. The Sakura Kingdom did not break its promise. When the air raid made brilliant progress, it united with the Zen Kingdom government forces to send a large number of ground troops. In the Arakan Mountains, at the artillery positions that arrived here, countless heavy artillery began to roar like gods. In conjunction with the airstrikes, the artillery shells fell like raindrops, indiscriminately bombing the possible posts, military camps, and fortresses of the Jiko Group. With the beautiful country as material backing, the wealthy Sakura and Zen governments didn't care about this ammunition at all. In the Arakan Mountains, there is a road leading to Jibang, called Xinfan Avenue, which is also a real choke point. If you want the army to enter Jibang, it is the fastest from here. Although this road is in tatters, it is still a road. Otherwise, it can only enter through the virgin forest of the mountains. That is not the first choice of the Group of 8. This Xinfan Avenue is at the front of the Arakan Mountains, with peaks called Twin Peaks. Xinfan Avenue passes between the 2 peaks. These twin peaks are like 2 door gods, guarding the passage of Xinfan Avenue. This place was also occupied by the Jiko Group during the last capture of Jibang. If you want to enter Jibang, the best choice is to take Xinfan Avenue, and if you want to take Xinfan Avenue, you must pull out the Twin Peaks. In order to capture the Twin Peaks, the Group of 8 carried out the most violent bombings here. In just 1 week, more than 50,000 tons of ammunition were bombed on the Twin Peaks. The tens of thousands of Jiko Group soldiers stationed here were exposed to 5 tons of explosives per person. The mountain peaks were flattened dozens of meters, and not a single plant or tree survived. After a week of bombing, as the ground shook, a large number of armored personnel carriers and tanks drove to the foot of the Twin Peaks. These vehicles cannot go up the mountain and can only be captured by infantry. Those bastards from the Jiko group should all be dead. Koichiro Matsumoto was sitting on the upper floor of a tank, swaying with the ups and downs of the vehicle, looking at the Twin Peaks in the distance that had been blown into pieces of scorched earth, and said with great excitement, "With such ferocious fire coverage, even the Iron Man was blown to pieces. We probably went up to collect the corpses of the soldiers of the Jiko group, if they still have intact corpses, haha. Isn't that better? They only deserve to enjoy such treatment. They are lucky if there are no bones left. At least they die quickly. Otherwise, if they are caught by me, I will definitely let them understand my methods." Not only the Twin Peaks, our fighter planes also bombed the entire territory under the control of the Jiko group. Their military power has been defeated. I hope the Jiko group will not surrender so quickly, otherwise it will be like we are just out for tourism. Credit it was all earned by those guys in the Air Force. The soldiers sitting together on the tank were laughing and joking, and there was no tension at all as several fighter jets flew over at low altitude, causing cheers and howls from the soldiers below. There was no aura of war on the faces of the Sakura Country soldiers with high morale, and they all thought they had a chance to win. Looking at the fighter planes that were still dropping bombs, Matsumoto Koichiro couldn't help laughing and scolding, "Baga, there were too many bombs. No one can survive such bombings. Does this mean that you don't want to leave any military exploits to us infantry?" Amid laughter and curses, more than 50,000 Zen and Sakura soldiers soon arrived at the foot of Twin Peaks. There were only 10,000 soldiers of the Jiko group stationed at the Twin Peaks, and even their bodies had been bombed long ago. All the soldiers of the Zen Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom thought that this was a battle without any suspense. However, some soldiers who had dealt with the Jeka group did not dare to be careless and ordered the ground troops to start searching up the mountain. There were no attacks on the way up the mountain. Gradually, the soldiers became more and more courageous. In order to seize the first place, the soldiers of Sakura Country did not even look for bunkers. They rushed forward and wanted to reach the top of the mountain as soon as possible. They planted their national flag on the top of the mountain. Sovereignty was sworn there, but these Sakura Country soldiers didn't know that their every move was being watched. Inside the Twin Peaks, there are intricate tunnels and caves, like natural trenches, which are extremely strong, reinforced with various steel bars and concrete. Stationed here is the 6th Mountain Division of the Jeka Group, with a total of 11,000 people. Relying on the tunnels dug in advance, they avoided the horrific bombing outside. Although there would inevitably be losses, they were still within the acceptable range. "Division Commander, the enemy has crossed the foot of the mountain, can we open fire?" In a secret observation port, the commander of the 6th Mountain Division, Liuchi, was holding a telescope and looking at the movement down the mountain. The staff officer beside him couldn't help but remind him, "No rush." The expression on Liuchi's face remained unchanged. As a talent selected by the Jeka group, although he was a native of Zen, he had received formal military education and graduated from the Shijiazhuang Army Command Academy in China. However, after returning to China, because of his upright style, he could not get used to the corruption and depravity in the Zen government army, so he resigned from the military in anger. He originally planned not to engage in this career, but the emergence of the Jiko group gave him hope of saving the country. After an on-site inspection under the leadership of the Jiko group, he took the initiative to join the Jiko group and was promoted to the position of division commander based on his excellent standards. "The enemy has occupied the foot of the mountain," the staff officer reminded again. "Then let them occupy it and let them go up the mountain." Liuchi's face remained calm and composed. When the Sakura Kingdom soldiers crossed halfway up the mountain and headed towards the top of the mountain, Liuchi finally waved his hand. "Instructions, prepare firepower." This order was quickly conveyed. Under the hidden caves, the floating soil shook, the shooting window was pushed open from the inside, and countless light and heavy machine guns quietly poked out. All readied out on the upper half of the mountain, there is a cannon muzzle sticking out, slowly aiming at the soldiers of the Sakura Kingdom who are climbing the mountain. At this moment, all the hidden firepower points were ready for massacre. Liuchi watched all this, and saw more and more troops and supplies piled up at the foot of the mountain, as well as the Sakura Nation soldiers shouting excitedly. He slowly put down his telescope and said in a cold voice, "Give the order and fire." Orders were conveyed layer by layer, and light and heavy firepower from all hidden points were fired at the same time. Bang! 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 At a crypt shooting window, a 12.7 mm caliber heavy machine gun sprayed out a tongue of flame nearly half a meter long. As the bullet chain jumped rapidly, the bullets continued to harvest lives. In particular, the person who controls this machine gun is a third-class super soldier. After swallowing the strengthening pill, he has stronger reaction and ability to capture fighter planes. The Sakura Country soldiers standing straight up the mountain in front of them were like harvested wheat, being lowered down in rows. More than 20 people were shot to death in just a few seconds, and the remaining Sakura Kingdom soldiers lay down on the ground, screaming and looking for various bunkers. Boom, heavy artillery bombardment began at the top of the mountain. The areas where materials and troops were piled up at the foot of the mountain were baptized by heavy artillery. Human body parts flew around along with twisted metal parts and landed dozens of meters away. Large streams of blood seeped into the soil, fertilizing the place. Of vegetation, almost in a short time, the soldiers of Sakura Kingdom and Zen Kingdom, who were as proud as roosters before, were given a slap in the face. The sudden blow caught them off guard, and the entire mountaineering team fell into chaos. Oshima, cheer up, don't die, hey, don't die. Koichiro Matsumoto held his friend's stomach tightly, trying to stuff the bulging intestines back in, but it was to no avail. Taka. Koichiro, I seem to see the cherry blossoms in my hometown. The cherry blossoms are in full bloom, so beautiful. My friend was dying and had a hallucination. He looked straight at the white clouds in the sky and seemed to see the beauty of the cherry blossoms in his hometown. Just wake up, you won't die. Come back alive, medics, come here quickly, I have seriously injured people here. Koichiro Matsumoto yelled like crazy, but no one paid any attention to him, because Twin Peaks was already full of mourners. The moment Koichiro Matsumoto raised his head, he saw a soldier whose upper body was crawling desperately on the ground after being interrupted by a machine gun. A soldier was shot through the head with a bullet, and his brains were sprayed out several meters away. A soldier's body was ignited by the flames. He screamed and ran back and forth, and finally fell to the ground, curled up and burned into a charred corpse. Several soldiers were directly hit by heavy artillery, leaving a large scorched earth crater on the spot, with no trace of them in it. There were soldiers who were so frightened by this tragic scene that they stood still and muttered words that you couldn't understand at all. Within 2 seconds, they were killed by machine gun bullets. A tight feeling in his hands woke up Matsumoto Koichiro. He looked down and saw that his friend was holding him tightly with both hands. A large stream of blood gushed out of his mouth, his eyes were wide open, and he had stopped breathing. No! Koichiro Matsumoto yelled unwillingly and angrily. Before that, he thought he had a chance to win, but he never imagined that after repeated bombings with tens of thousands of tons of ammunition, there would actually be so many soldiers from the Jiko group in the Twin Peaks, and they would even secretly hide underground and use various underground bunkers to massacre them. Now these mountaineering troops have almost become living targets on the Twin Peaks, which have been almost blasted into bareness, and it is difficult to find many places to hide. They could only withstand the unscrupulous bullets and artillery shells of the Jika group, which caused heavy casualties to the soldiers of Sakura Kingdom and Zen Kingdom. Corpses and broken limbs were scattered on the mountain peaks, and the smell of blood was extremely pungent. It can be said that the Twin Peaks at this moment are as scary as hell to the soldiers of Sakura Country. End of chapter. Chapter 361 Offense and Defense. The entire Twin Peaks is now in chaos, with bullets and artillery shells flying everywhere. The artillery units located in the distant Sakura Kingdom had difficulty hitting their targets. These Jika group's artillery are buried deep in concave tunnels, and their howitzers fire straight from high points, making it difficult to hit the artillery hidden in the concave tunnel. They could only blast randomly at the upper levels of the mountain, but they could not effectively kill the soldiers of the Jika group hidden deep in the tunnels, located at the waist of the Twin Peaks. After a week of bombing here, the bare stone walls below were exposed. The entire stone wall was densely packed with hidden fire points. The soldiers of Jika's security opened the shooting window, lifted off the camouflaged rocks and scorched earth outside, stuck their deadly machine guns out of the shooting window, and wildly killed the Sakura Country soldiers who were climbing the mountain. Further away, those armored vehicles and tanks want to come up, but the mountain road is not easy for these steel behemoths to travel. They can only withstand the indiscriminate bombing of the Jika group while using various machine guns, and tank cannons to support the mountains as much as possible. Unfortunately, these bulky guys have not escaped the sanctions of the Jika group. Various anti-tank missiles flew down the mountain. These giant steel beasts moving with difficulty on the mountain road were like prey pierced by hunters' spears. Many of them were destroyed on the mountain road, and even blocked the passage of vehicles behind them. The only ones who can truly fight flexibly on the Twin Peaks are infantry, but the infantry are all suppressed on the mountain peaks and cannot raise their heads to fight back. Suddenly, under machine gun fire and various light and heavy firepower attacks, the scene was littered with corpses. Countless Sakura Kingdom soldiers and Zen Kingdom government troops could only hide in craters, under slopes and behind rocks, shivering. In this way, they still have to face the covert sniping by the super soldier snipers of the Jiko group, or the precise bombardment of heavy artillery. They are completely unable to organize an effective counterattack. If they rush out and expose themselves to sight, they will only die faster. What's going on? Why didn't you find all the soldiers of the Jiko group hiding underground? Saito Ayamitsu, who commanded this joint force to attack the Twin Peaks, was furious. His heart was bleeding when he looked at the soldiers who were being slaughtered in large numbers. Prior intelligence and investigation methods did not discover that the other party had built intricate tunnels inside the Twin Peaks. How did they complete such a project in such a short period of time, and such a large amount of bombing did not detect it? The army staff officer beside him held up his binoculars with a solemn expression. They still underestimated the tenacity of the Jiko group and originally thought that the Jiko group would abandon Twin Peaks. Before boarding the Twin Peaks, they also used drones, satellites, high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, and even infrared thermal imaging cameras to determine that there were no living people on the Twin Peaks and that the entire mountain had been blasted into scorched earth. The army staff officer couldn't figure it out. In fact, Thousand Hand Centipede had worked hard at Twin Peaks, dug various tunnels, and made targeted disguises on the outside. At the same time, the soldiers are also wearing Tianyuan protective clothing. When the infrared thermal imaging camera shines on the Tianyuan protective clothing, it will be directly isolated by the Tianyuan protective clothing, and the body heat will not spread out at all. Let the fighter planes support you, and the fighters in the rear will change their ammunition and come over with ground-penetrating bombs and thermobaric bombs. Saito Ayamitsu issued the order. Seeing that the infantry were suppressed on the Twin Peaks and unable to advance or retreat, they could only seek air support to break the situation. The speed of the fighter planes was very fast. The fighters that were waiting in the sky used guided bombs to carry out precise bombing. After the infantry revealed the coordinates, amidst the roar of the fighter plane, small black dots fell from the belly and wings of the plane, landing on the Twin Peaks. In an instant, earth and rocks were flying on the Twin Peaks, and guided bombs exploded into deep craters, but they could not really threaten the deep craters. After the shock and tinnitus caused by the explosion disappeared, the sound of gunfire pierced the smoke. However, the situation changed when fighter planes carrying thermobaric bombs and heavy ground-penetrating bombs flew over the Twin Peaks from the rear airport. A thermobaric bomb was dropped from a high altitude and fell into the tunnel. When it exploded, it was like a big firework. It instantly released a large amount of heat energy, forming a high-temperature and high-pressure fireball with a core temperature of more than 2,000 degrees. The Jiko security soldiers in the tunnel were directly torn apart by the impact of the thermobaric bomb, and the expanding fireball rushed along the tunnel toward the interior of the Twin Peaks. Close the fire valve. The commander yelled, and a super soldier rushed forward, pulled down the valve protection bolt, and the fire valve quickly closed. Call. The fireball hit the fire valve with overpressure, and the shock wave caused the fire valve to sway violently. Fortunately, the material used was excellent and strong enough. The soldiers inside finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the damage caused by the thermobaric bomb with lingering fear. Weapons such as thermobaric bombs explode in small spaces such as closed indoors, underground caves, and rock caves. The killing effect is 100% higher than that in open spaces, especially for soft targets. Even if many soldiers in the tunnel escape the flames and shock waves, their respiratory tracts will be burned, resulting in combat attrition. In addition to thermobaric bombs, heavy ground-penetrating bombs also fell. This ground-penetrating bomb is like a nail, penetrating through the thick soil layer. After a delay of a few seconds, you can see the nearby ground shaking violently, and billowing smoke and dust spewing out of the exposed shooting windows and ventilation channels. At the location where the earth-penetrating bomb fell, hundreds of tons of soil and rocks were lifted up, forming a rising mud column tens of meters high, which looked majestic and spectacular. Ground-penetrating bombs can penetrate tens of meters of soil and reinforced concrete. When they explode, they have the ability to couple underground, and the destruction effect is much stronger than simply exploding on the ground. Many JICO soldiers were shocked to death underground by the explosion. This kind of human killer weapon would only lead to death even if the super soldiers encountered it. In order to deal with the JECA group, the group of 8 prepared a large number of thermobaric bombs and ground-penetrating bombs. At this time, facing the strong defense of the Twin Peaks, they dropped them one after another. Even if there were sometimes accidental injuries to friendly forces, they did not care. Reduce the number of outward-facing shooting windows, activate closed-loop independent defense in each tunnel, adopt guerrilla tactics when shooting, and don't stay in one tunnel all the time. On Twin Peaks, Liucci calmly issued orders and changed his tactical thinking. This time, they were suppressed by thermobaric bombs and ground-penetrating bombs. While many helicopters were flying in to suppress the fire, there were even transport and rescue helicopters flying down to rescue the Sakura Kingdom soldiers trapped in the Twin Peaks. Although helicopters were destroyed by anti-tank missiles from time to time, many Zen and Sakura soldiers were also rescued. After Liucci's order was carried out, the firepower of JECA Group began to weaken on Twin Peaks. Many hidden fire points are no longer under continuous fire from heavy machine guns, which greatly reduces the pressure on the Sakura and Zen government forces. In the face of the continuous bombardment of thermobaric bombs and ground-penetrating bombs from outside, the intricate tunnels of Twin Peaks began to have alloy fireproof, shockproof, and explosion-proof doors, making the tunnels independent of each other. In this way, even if a tunnel is hit by thermobaric bombs and ground-penetrating bombs, the flames and shockwaves will not follow the tunnel and kill the soldiers in other connected tunnels. On the Twin Peaks, most of the heavy machine guns and artillery were retracted, leaving some for mobile operations. Those heavy machine gunners would never shoot in the tunnel for more than half a minute. After shooting a shuttle, they would move on the spot. After the artillery fired one shot, it was immediately pulled back. Although the firepower of the JICO group has been greatly weakened as a result, the mortality rate has also been greatly reduced. Many of the fallen thermobaric bombs and ground-penetrating bombs can only blow up and destroy empty tunnels. The war situation reached a stalemate at this moment, and the JICO group took the initiative to retract its fangs and claws, relying on the strong defenses of Twin Peaks to stay in place. The Zen government troops and Sakura country soldiers had no other choice but to rely on various heavy firepower to suppress them. The infantry were still being killed and wounded, but they had no tunnel protection or flexible movement, and eventually had to slowly retreat to the foot of the mountain. This process lasted for several hours, until it got dark, and then they abandoned the corpses scattered all over the mountains and evacuated the outskirts of Twin Peaks in embarrassment. After counting, it was found that the number of dead, injured and missing Zen and Sakura soldiers on the Twin Peaks that day reached an astonishing 9,000, and the losses were extremely huge. Out of a vengeful mentality, in the next few days, the Zen government troops and Sakura country soldiers continued to throw massive amounts of ammunition at the Twin Peaks, but Jacko's security guard was hiding inside the Twin Peaks and could not get out. Even a heavy ground-penetrating bomb cannot reach hundreds of meters inside the mountain. It is absolutely safe for JECA's security soldiers to stay here. Seeing that the bombing failed, the Sakura Kingdom soldiers launched a fire attack on the Twin Peaks through artillery and air force. Napalm bombs were dropped on the Twin Peaks, and fires continued throughout the night, in an attempt to suffocate and kill the JACO security soldiers inside the Twin Peaks. However, JECA Group has already taken precautions against this. It has independent energy sources and oxygen generators, as well as radiation protection and gas protection equipment. Water and food are also stored in sufficient quantities for half a year. The ammunition depot is at the deepest point of the Twin Peaks. The amount of ammunition stored is enough to beat the weapons of the soldiers here until they are useless. After bombing and fire attacks were ineffective, Sakura Kingdom tried to send out elite special forces, hoping to sneak into the Twin Peaks tunnel, open a passage, and then send infantry to occupy it in the deep tunnel. An elite combat company from the Sakura Kingdom Special Operations Group, also known as the Dragon of the Self-Defense Forces, secretly sneaked into an abandoned tunnel. Late at night, under the cover of fighter planes and helicopters, they planned to occupy several tunnels, just like the ancient soldiers who climbed the city wall first, establishing a foothold for the rear troops. At that time, infantry and armored vehicles can continue to encroach inside along the tunnel. Unlike before, I could only be constantly shot by heavy machine guns and bombarded by artillery shells during the climbing process of Twin Peaks. Don't make any noise, be quiet, and try to deal with people with knives and silenced pistols if you encounter them. The commander of this special force, Company Commander Kobayashi Yenpei, did not speak, but used military gestures to convey his command. This special operations company is also silent. As the first special forces created by the Sakura Kingdom 20 years ago, they have received guidance and devilish training from the Delta Force of the beautiful country, and their technical and tactical skills are very good. At this time, in the tunnel, hundreds of special forces were in an orderly manner, covering and guarding each other, and alternately passing through the underground tunnel. There was no word exchange throughout the process, and they relied entirely on silent military gestures on the battlefield for tactical communication. They communicated with each other, as if as a whole, the entire infiltration process is very smooth. Why is there no one? After walking several hundred meters, Kobayashi Yenping drew a map on a simple piece of paper, including the route they took and the forks they encountered along the way. Logically speaking, the quality of the soldiers of the Jiko group should not let down their guard so much. There is not even a single guarding soldier within a few hundred meters. Moreover, many alloy gates along the way were open and not closed, which made their progress very smooth. While Kobayashi Yenping was thinking this, several noises suddenly came from behind the team. The special forces of Sakura Country wearing low-light night vision goggles looked at it and couldn't help shouting, "Why is the alloy door behind closed?" Kobayashi Yenping's expression suddenly changed. He didn't care about alerting the enemy, and shouted, "No, we have fallen into a trap. The enemy let us in deliberately." He said that why it went so smoothly, the traces of himself and others must have been exposed to the eyes of Jekka's security guards. The other party wanted to let him go deep into the underground tunnel and close the door to beat the dog. If to verify his suspicion, almost the next second, dull footsteps came from ahead. Several first-class super soldiers wearing alloy armor and carrying various heavy weapons rushed over quickly. Steel Battalion warriors. With a flash, when the low-light night vision goggles clearly showed the appearance of the enemy, the feet of all Sakura Kingdom soldiers felt a little weak. They could not imagine why the first-class super soldier of the Steel Battalion, the ace among the aces of the Jiko group, would appear here. In the past, treasures like this would only be used by the Jiko group to deal with decisive battles, and would not be put into ordinary frontal battlefields. These Sakura Country soldiers didn't know that the first-class super soldiers had been transferred to ordinary troops and used as elite assault forces. The members of the Steel Battalion have all been replaced by more ferocious genetic warriors. Before these Sakura Kingdom special forces could understand this, the first-class super soldiers opened fire first with their extraordinary reflexes. Zitzi, there was a buzzing sound of continuous rotation. A first-class super soldier held a 6-barrel Gatling gun. Bullets shrouded him like a rain curtain. The Sakura Kingdom special forces faced him. 7 or 8 people were beaten into sieves on the spot. The remaining Sakura Kingdom Special Forces soldiers were so scared that they hurriedly hid in the winding and bifurcated tunnels to avoid direct bullets. Turtle sons, help you warm yourself by the fire. Amidst the ferocious laughter, another first-class super soldier dual-wielded 2 specially modified flamethrowers, and the rolling fire dragon roared out. The air burned by thousands of degrees of heat continued to spread and surge along the narrow tunnel. Many Sakura Kingdom special forces who were hiding in the bend and thought they had temporarily escaped disaster were caught off guard and were directly engulfed by the rolling flames. They were ignited into living beings, rolling around on the ground with howls. End of chapter. Chapter 362, Anti-aircraft guns leveled, military court, 2 updates, 8,000 words. Retreat, retreat quickly. Kobayashi Yenping looked at the ignited comrades and the heavy footsteps gradually approaching, and he had no idea of fighting those first-class super soldiers. Although they are special soldiers, in order to conceal and infiltrate this time, they did not bring any heavy firepower weapons, and it was difficult to compete with the heavy armor of the first-class super soldiers. In fact, they never expected to encounter first-class super soldiers here, and there was no such preparation in the combat plan. The Sakura Kingdom's special forces were also frightened and nodded repeatedly. In the initial battle just now, they lost more than a dozen brothers. This Steel Battalion is really cruel. A group of Sakura Kingdom special forces began to run away, but the tunnels inside the Twin Peaks, which were layered like ant nests, were really complicated. They ran without knowing where they were going, falling into a maze of tunnels. Where should we go? With 3 bifurcated tunnels appearing in front of them, the Sakura Country special forces were confused. They did not want to go deep into the Twin Peaks. They originally planned to establish a foothold on the outside, but the reality was often not what they expected. In this situation, there is no GPS for them to navigate. 3 classes in the 1st platoon, 1 class in the 2nd platoon, and 3 classes in the 3rd platoon. You guys go to explore the road respectively. Xiaolin Yanping took a deep breath and could only let others explore the way. The Sakura Country Special Forces soldier's face was stiff when his name was called. However, the Sakura Country's superior subordinate culture is very strict and orderly hierarchy. Seniors and juniors are respected in schools, and this is even more true in the army. They dare not refute and refuse Kobayashi Yenpei's orders. Amaterasu bless you. A row of soldiers from Class 3 walked into the hole on the left, walked through the winding tunnel, and then saw a figure standing in front of them. The other party was wearing a set of alloy heavy armor and holding a samurai sword in his hand. He grinned at them and said, "This weapon is a trophy captured by me when I killed a senior officer of the Sakura Kingdom on the Jiban battlefield last time. I heard that your Sakura country highly values Bushido dueling, and I'm here to play with you today." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with a knife. The pace was astonishingly fast, like a strong wind. "Shoot him. Baga, if you dare to insult our Bushido spirit, you will not be spared. Go to hell, you bastard." These Sakura Kingdom special forces pulled the triggers frantically, and bullets bounced off the alloy armor. Some soldiers wanted to get the rocket launcher, but the distance between the two sides was too close, and the super soldiers did not give this chance. A cold light flashed, a head rolled down, and the rocket also fell to the ground and was kicked aside. Swish, brush, brush. Just like playing the game of cutting grass, the super soldier wields the katana arbitrarily. With the ferocious strength and speed, a person can be dismembered with one sword, beheading, cutting off legs, cutting off hands, and cutting off waist. Wherever the katana fell, it was cut off. It's not that the katana is sharp, it's difficult for the katana to cut bones. It all depends on the super soldier's brute force. The scene was enveloped in wails, although the killing efficiency of cold weapons was too low compared to the killing efficiency of hot weapons. But this scene of using cold weapons to challenge a heavily armed special forces team, the kind of bloody and fistfighting scene, still makes people feel excited, and there is a kind of unrestrained and violent that hot weapons cannot achieve. After killing 7 people in a row, the katana finally couldn't withstand the continuous slashes and broke directly from the middle. "Bah, it's a bad knife, just like your country, it looks good but is useless." The super soldier dropped the broken knife, uttered arrogant words, grabbed the head of a Sakura Kingdom Special Forces soldier, and smashed it against the concrete wall, breaking most of his skull. Bang, he turned around and struck with an elbow. The sternum of the Sakura Kingdom Special Forces soldier was sunken, and the internal organs in his chest were displaced and shattered. Carrying a Sakura Kingdom Special soldier who was vomiting blood, he took his feet and smashed him directly towards the last soldier. The two bodies collided with blood and flesh, and an unknown number of bones were broken throughout the body. The upper body was folded in half, and more air was coming out than in. For a first-class super soldier, it doesn't make much difference whether he uses cold weapons or not. As long as his fists and feet touch him, the human body cannot withstand it. The second platoon and the first squad entered the hole on the right. This group of Sakura Kingdom Special Forces soon saw a first-class super soldier sitting cross-legged here, seemingly waiting for them for a long time. "I'm finally here, so I can wait." Standing up and moving, the first-class super soldier twirled a revolver in his hand and chuckled. "Does anyone want to have a cowboy showdown with me? Let's see who can draw the gun faster. Run!" Unexpectedly, these special forces were not like playing games with super soldiers, so they turned around and ran away in a panic. What a disappointment! If you like to run away so much, let's see if any of you can escape in my hands. Bang! The next moment, green smoke came out of the super soldier's revolver, and the bullet pierced the head of a Sakura Kingdom Special Forces soldier. The eyes of these Sakura Kingdom Special Forces were extremely frightened and they ran faster. The super soldier followed calmly, blowing off the enemy's head with each shot. In just 10 seconds, there were 10 more bodies on the ground. It's still not enough to run. Shaking his head, leaving this emotion behind, he continued to search for new prey. 3 rows and 3 squads of special forces held their guns tightly and groped their way into the hole in the middle. After walking forward for a while, the winding tunnel suddenly became straight. Is it the exit? Some Sakura Kingdom Special Forces thought this way, thinking that this straight road would lead to the outside of Twin Peaks. Just when they were feeling a little happy, they suddenly heard the sound of the turntable turning in the silence and darkness. The distance was a bit far, and the low-light night vision devices they carried were not powerful enough, so they had to risk turning on the flashlight to illuminate the source of the sound. Just this look made the 12 Sakura Kingdom Special Forces pale on the spot. but at the end of the straight road, there was a 25mm anti-aircraft gun placed here. The person controlling this anti-aircraft gun was also a first-class super soldier. He was sitting behind the anti-aircraft gun with an excited smile on his face. He kept pushing the horizontal turntable, adjusting the up and down elevation of the anti-aircraft gun, and leveling the muzzle of the anti-aircraft gun. Hey, they say the anti-aircraft artillery is flat, military court. I haven't tried what it feels like to hit someone with an anti-aircraft artillery. The super soldier smiled happily and lowered his 4-gun anti-aircraft gun, aiming its black muzzle at the Sakura Kingdom Special Forces. At the same time, his right foot was placed on the firing pedal of the foot-operated trigger. Pass. 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 The sound of anti-aircraft gunfire was distinctive, like dull rolling thunder piercing the night sky. This 1.5-ton, 3-meter-long anti-aircraft gun fired at a speed of 700 rounds per minute, with a muzzle velocity of over 1,000 meters per second. Shells about the size of a beer bottle came out of the barrel and fired straight away. In an instant, the entire passage was covered by the deafening sound of shooting. The length of the gun barrel's flame was nearly 2 meters, illuminating a large area. On the opposite side, the bodies of the 12 Sakura Kingdom Special Forces soldiers had been smashed into pieces of flesh and limbs, with no intact parts to be found. Anti-aircraft guns used to hit armored vehicles and helicopters were used to hit people, just like cannons hitting mosquitoes. They were severely overpowered, leaving the scene covered with blood and making it difficult to clean up. This power is so enjoyable. The super soldier smiled and pushed the anti-aircraft cannon, and wanted to continue going out to shoot other Sakura Kingdom Special Forces. However, he did not dare but was stopped by other super soldiers who appeared. It's time for us to have some fun. That's right, just 100 or so people are not enough to distribute. These first-class super soldiers joked that because they had been staying in the Twin Peaks, they, the Aces, were not ordered to participate in the war and were recuperating inside the Twin Peaks. As a result, when I was bored, I heard that Sakura Kingdom's special forces had infiltrated. They were like a group of sharks smelling blood. They took the initiative to ask the division commander Liuchi to deal with this group of Sakura Kingdom's special forces as a toy to pass the boring time. In the eyes of these first-class super soldiers, the special forces of Sakura Kingdom who dared to come here to play with infiltration without carrying heavy weapons were really no different from playthings that would break at the touch of a touch. As a result, the fate of those Sakura Kingdom Special Forces soldiers was miserable. They became like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In the complex and changeable tunnels, these hunters who became first-class super soldiers killed their prey in various ways. The number of Sakura Kingdom's special forces continued to decrease. When all the surviving Sakura Kingdom's special forces ran into a slightly larger space, they saw 7 or 8 first-class super soldiers approaching from all directions. The pupils of Sakura Kingdom's special forces widened. During their escape, they had understood that these super soldiers were deliberately playing tricks on them. I surrender, we demand to enjoy the treatment of prisoners of war according to international conventions. Shaolin Yinping was very decisive. He knew that his group had failed today, but he still wanted to save his life. Sorry, Sakura country does not allow surrender here. The super soldiers looked at each other, raised their weapons in unison, and completed the final cleaning amidst screams. After one night, every one of the special soldiers who sneaked into Twin Peaks stayed inside forever. The super soldier used his record to defend his reputation as Blue Star's strongest special operations soldier. When the infiltration operation also failed, a full 10 days passed. Fully 150,000 Zen government troops and Sakura country soldiers were trapped in front of the small Twin Peaks. Unable to move forward, the 6th Mountain Division of JICA security stationed at Twin Peaks became famous in the first battle. It is like a standing iron tower. It is true that here in Twin Peaks, one man can guard the gate and no one can open it. Twin Peaks, how can you single-handedly trap an army of 150,000 people? Sakura country is exaggerated, but the resilience of the soldiers of the JICO group is breathtaking. Having control of the air but fighting so ugly, does Sakura country really understand how the war is going to be fought? News after news came out, and the battle between Twin Peaks attracted the attention of the world. Especially not long ago, Yoshimura Yuichi, the commander of the Sakura Kingdom, also said that most of the military power of the JICO group has been eliminated. The Group of 8 will completely destroy the Jiko Group within a month and liberate Eastern Chin State and G State, but a small Twin Peaks stopped the Zen government army and the Sakura Kingdom's 150,000 troops for 10 days and 10 nights, beating them to shame. After the relevant news came out, it attracted a lot of ridicule, and the Western media and the government were unable to ban it. Is this the so-called prospect of victory in Sakura country? An army of 150,000 people cannot take down a mountain with 10,000 people stationed there. How dare they brazenly say that they will destroy the rule of the Jiko Group within a month? Who gave them the courage to say such things? Telling lies is the tradition of the Sakura Kingdom. They were like this in the past, and they are still like this now. They obviously overestimated their own combat effectiveness and underestimated the strength of the Jiko Group. The Jeka Group is really capable of poaching. I guess these Twin Peaks were built to the specifications of nuclear defense projects. They were still as stable as rocks even after being bombed for so many days. The only thing left for the Jiko Group is to be a coward. Even if they defend the Twin Peaks, so what? The East Chin State and G State behind have been bombed into ruins, and there is no resistance. As long as the Zen government troops and Sakura country soldiers bypass the Twin Peaks, they can take G State directly and destroy the evil force of the Jiko Group. Faced with the difficult situation on the Twin Peaks side, the real big shots in the Group of 8 are very dissatisfied. Saito Ayamitsu, who commanded the Battle of Twin Peaks, was dismissed from his post overnight. Yoshimura Yuichi, the commander-in-chief of Sakura country's troops in Zen Kingdom, was also held accountable. If his family in Sakura country had not been able to operate with energy, he would have ended up like Saito Ayamitsu. Hey! I understand. Give me another half month, and I will definitely cross the Arakan Mountains and invade the hinterland of the Jeka Group. In Yangcheng, inside the Sakura Kingdom headquarters, after hanging up the phone while sweating profusely, Yoshimura Yui sat on a chair with an ugly expression. Just now, the Prime Minister of Sakura country opened the phone and yelled at him, ordering him to immediately come up with a solution to the situation in Zen country. But if he still can't break into the Eastern Chin and G states under the rule of the Jiko Group, he will have to take off this clothes and return to his country to attend a military court. Go ahead and execute Plan Number 3 and start Operation Oasis. Yoshimura Yuichi took a few minutes to calm down, seemed to have made up his mind, and said to the staff group next to him, General, although we have deduced the actions of the Oasis plan and made many perfect measures and preparations, this move is still too risky. Some staff members objected. The so-called Oasis operation meant that the troops would cross the Arakan Mountains instead of advancing along the Shinfan Avenue, but since ancient times, armies have avoided the complex virgin forest environment when marching. There are similar proverbs in many countries about the principle of staying out of the woods, not to mention that their Sakura country soldiers are not adapted to the tropical rainforest environment. Now we only have this one way. Who knows when we can knock off the Iron Turtle of Twin Peaks? We don't have that much time. Yoshimura Yu looked at the staff officer with a cold look. Of course he knew that such an action was dangerous, but if the troops were not brought under the rule of the Jiko Group as soon as possible, his career would basically be over. Hey, let's do it. Seeing the dangerous look in Yoshimura Yuichi's eyes, the staff could only bite the bullet and go down to carry out Operation Oasis. End of chapter. Chapter 363 Action on February 2nd, the combined forces of the Zen government forces and the Sakura state began to change their offensive route after leaving some of the troops who had been trapped in Twin Peaks for a long time to continue to surround Twin Peaks. More than 120,000 troops began to bypass Twin Peaks. The Twin Peaks are stationed by the Jeko Group, and their artillery can easily cover a radius of tens of kilometers. The combined forces of Sakura and Zen had no choice but to take a long detour to avoid being bombarded by artillery on Twin Peaks and threatening their logistics. It is very complicated and dangerous to send out a large army and still travel through the virgin forest. Operation Oasis, executed by Yuichi Yoshimura, planned to advance along the Seiden River in the Arakan Mountains. After bypassing the Twin Peaks, make a big circle and return to Shinfan Avenue behind the Twin Peaks. Otherwise, the armored units will not be able to get through the forest, and it will be a huge disadvantage if there are no armored units in a large plain environment like Jibang. The Seiden River runs from west to south, with its source in Kaibang and running through the Arakan Mountains. It is more than 600 kilometers long and has a drainage area of 59,000 square kilometers. Because of its many twists and turns, the river has a large drop, fast flow, and various there is a waterfall, so boating is not possible. Before the army actually set off, satellites, reconnaissance aircraft, and helicopters in the sky had already explored the detailed route, and by taking advantage of helicopter airdrops in advance, dozens of material reserve stations and outposts were set up along the Sidon River. This will not only provide some logistical supplies to the troops along the way, but also scout the nearby situation in advance to prevent someone from using the dense forest to conduct a sneak attack. After everything was ready, the army brought a group of local experienced hunters to act as guides and began to march along the Sidon River. The mighty army of hundreds of thousands did not advance in a swarm, but set off in batches, with engineers and soldiers opening the waypoint one after another. Professional heavy-duty construction vehicles began to build bridges and pave roads, knocking down towering trees or just blow it up with explosives. No one cares about environmental protection issues at this time. Although the environment of the virgin forest made many vehicles squat, the coalition forces with air superiority in the beautiful country urgently supported a large number of Chinook helicopters from major military bases around the world. This twin-propeller helicopter has an amazing carrying capacity. It once had a record of hoisting 6 105mm Mi-20 howitzers at one time. These Chinook transport planes travel to and from the Arakan Mountains every day, lifting up a large number of engineering trucks, and then lifting the engineering trucks behind them into the forest. This kind of overbearing logistical support capability can amaze most countries in the world. In order to advance faster, the Zen government also captured a large number of coolies from the local area and forced them to help the engineers and soldiers work. This kind of progress is naturally not fast, only advancing more than 10 kilometers every day, but it is better than steady. Otherwise, if the entire army is really allowed to pass through the Arakan Mountains, with various mountains, rivers, and dense jungles along the way, the number of non-combat casualties will be unknown. This is not a small group of guerrillas that can run around in the forest, but an army of hundreds of thousands, especially considering the combat advantages of super soldiers in the forest. The coalition staff team is not just for nothing, and they try their best to avoid this happening. At the same time, the Zen government once again mobilized 50,000 soldiers from the rear. It can be said that in order to deal with the Jeka group, more than half of the Zen government troops were mobilized. These 50,000 soldiers served as a reserve force and surrounded the Twin Peaks at the same time. Now the Twin Peaks are like a nail. If they are not guarded, the soldiers of the Jiko group in the Twin Peaks will rush out and occupy the forest passage they have worked so hard to open. When they enter the forest, their hundreds of thousands of troops will be cut off from their retreat. Thinking about that kind of end is terrifying. So 50,000 troops surrounded the Twin Peaks just to avoid any surprises. As time passed, the war in the Zen kingdom seemed to have subsided. Only engineers opened roads every day, and even fighter jets could not find any valuable targets to bomb, flying idle in the Arakan Mountains to protect the passage of the troops below. This kind of opening lasted for more than half a month. Thanks to the hard work of a large number of engineers and coolies, this road opened in the primeval forest, finally connected with the Shinfan Avenue behind the Twin Peaks, avoiding the fire coverage of the Twin Peaks. This also means that those armored units can enter Shinfan Avenue through here and drive into Jibang territory, and the infantry can also use this to move quickly, successfully bypass Twin Peaks. Yanchang, the capital of the Zen Kingdom, in the headquarters of the Sakura Kingdom. After learning the news, Yoshimura Yuichi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no accident. We are very lucky. Almost as soon as we successfully opened the channel, the Arakan Mountains began to rain heavily for several days. If we had been slower, we would not have been able to complete the construction under the heavy rain. The staff officer next to him also smiled and said happily, "What's the response from Jeka Group?" Yoshimura Yuichi asked, and several staff officers shook their heads. No, the Jeka Group has not seen large-scale military mobilization, but there are some sporadic soldiers. Oh, it seems they don't have much troops left. Twin Peaks is their last stand. When the army reaches Jibang, all that's left is the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Yoshimura Yuichi nodded with satisfaction, and then issued an order. Pass the order the 9th Mechanized Brigade, the 5th Armored Brigade, and the 8th Infantry Division to pass through the Arakan Mountains in advance and arrive in G State to establish stable footholds and bases. The rest of the army then set off, passing through the Rakhine Mountains and following me into G State, completely annihilating the rule of the Jiko Group. Hi! Several staff officers set off one after another and went down to arrange work. Yoshimura Yuichi took out a phone from his pocket and called the CIA in beautiful country. "I am Yoshimura Yuichi. Please be ready to implement the sandwich cookie plan. My manpower here is urging those warlords to mobilize. As long as there are no mistakes on your side, stop playing the exaggerated record of Twin Peaks." On the other end of the phone was CIA Deputy Director Judith. He, the deputy director, is now fully responsible for the affairs related to the JICO group. Yoshimura-Yu's face turned dark, but he couldn't refute, because Twin Peaks had really embarrassed him, and he was bragging a little too early. Twin Peaks is different. We have successfully bypassed this nail now. The JICO group cannot stop our advancement. Their end is coming soon. Yoshimura Yuichi is very confident. Once his army of hundreds of thousands crosses the natural barrier of the Arakan Mountains, what will the JICO group's military strength, which was destroyed by airstrikes, be able to stop his army of hundreds of thousands? It's impossible to rely on super soldiers. Heavy weapons can blast them to nothing. What's more, with the sandwich biscuit plan he just mentioned, when he attacks G-State, the warlord coalition in the northern border of the Zen Kingdom will also move south at the same time. To attack the core of the hinterland of the JICO group in East Chin State, let the JICO group be attacked from both sides and not give it any chance to struggle and resist. Don't underestimate the JICO group, you have to be careful about their backup tactics. Judith warned unhappily when he heard Yuichi Yoshimura's arrogant tone. He has had many dealings with the JICO group and is very aware of the cunning and cruelty of this force. Countless CIA members have died at his hands, and any force that underestimates him will pay the price. Super soldiers, I will pay attention. Our fighter planes, missiles and tanks are already waiting for their desperate charge. When the time comes, I will take a video and please enjoy their death struggle. Yoshimura Yuichi was very angry and said that he could handle it. General Yoshimura, please don't open the champagne at halftime until you win the final victory. Judith's voice on the phone was already mixed with dissatisfaction, almost pointing at Yoshimura Yuichi's nose and scolding him. I'm just stating the facts. Director Judian is too worried. Just wait for the good news from my side. Yoshimura Yuichi didn't want to listen to Judith, mainly because he didn't dare to get angry at Judith. When the JICO group is destroyed, I must see if that Su Jia is so tall that he could scare the CIA deputy director of the beautiful country into a coward. With a sneer, Yoshimura Yuichi was amused by Judith's timidity, but far across the ocean, Judith put down her phone with a look of helplessness. Although he is the deputy director of the CIA in the beautiful country, he is in charge of intelligence work and is not a soldier who is actually responsible for the war. Moreover, he also knows that the Group of 8 no longer wants to delay any longer and wants to solve the JICO group as soon as possible. Many powerful people are frightened by the JICO group's dump truck business war. They are afraid that if the other party jumps over the wall in a hurry, they can settle down earlier and enjoy the benefits brought by swallowing up the JICO group. In the end, the Group of 8 also agreed to Yoshimura Yuichi's action plan. The 9th Mechanized Brigade, the 5th Armored Brigade, and the 8th Infantry Division were the first to set off. They followed the road opened by the Sidon River and entered Xinfan Avenue. After traveling hundreds of kilometers, a full 30,000 soldiers successfully arrived in Jibang. There was almost no harassment during the entire process, which made Yoshimura Yuichi even more certain that the JICO group's military strength was not much left. Otherwise, how could the 9th Mechanized Brigade, the 5th Armored Brigade, and the 8th Infantry Division enter Jibang so smoothly? You must know that there are many armored units here. In Jibang in the plains and with air superiority, the advantage is infinite. If he were the commander of the JICO group, he would definitely let his soldiers act as guerrillas and enter the forest to interfere with the advance of this unit, because only the complex environment of the Arakan Mountains can restrict this armor-based force. If it is dealt with on the plains, it will only be asking for trouble. It was the inaction response of the JICO group that made Yoshimura Yuichi really feel relieved, and immediately ordered the subsequent 100,000 troops to march along the Sidon River into the Arakan Mountains, and set off towards the territory of G-State Jiban. The number 5 underground base is located under Jiwei City. A train pulled into the station, with the whistle blowing, and a group of unique soldiers got out of the open door. This group of soldiers was small, only more than 100 people, but there were more than 500 support personnel accompanying this group of soldiers. The soldiers who were training and patrolling in the underground base looked curiously and saw more than 100 soldiers wearing a light blue coat. Although the style was the same as their Tianyuan protective clothing, the material seemed to be different. Small difference. On the shoulders of these soldiers, there was a fleshy insect lying on each shoulder, with 6 pairs of wings attached to the body, seeming to be sleeping soundly. More importantly, this group of people have a cold temperament and ferocious eyes. Just one look can make many soldiers shiver and feel as if they have encountered a natural enemy. It's the Steel Battalion. I've seen someone there. He's from the Steel Battalion. I don't know who among the soldiers said something, and the atmosphere suddenly became heated. In the military, the strong are always respected, and ordinary people will chase stars. So in the JECA group, the Steel Battalion is the star that all JECA security soldiers pursue. Since its establishment, this unit has been the most mysterious and powerful core ace of the JECO group. It has carried out countless important missions with a 100% completion rate. It is the world's strongest individual unit that countless soldiers admire and yearn for. Far from being comparable to the special forces of other countries, it seems more fierce than before. These are the soldiers of the Steel Battalion. This is the first time I see them with my own eyes. It would be great if I could join. I don't know what the conditions are to enter the Steel camp. The soldiers gathered together more and more, not much different from chasing stars. All of them, wearing armor. Miao Luan was used to this kind of scene. In the past, when he went to guide the brothers' troops, he would always be surrounded by people. Under Miao Luan's order, the logistics soldiers brought a crane, hoisted large iron boxes from the back of the train platform, and quickly opened them from all sides. Click. 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 Inside the opened box, there were individual reproductive equipment. As a batch of nutrient spiritual liquid was poured into the body, the flesh and blood inside squirmed and fused together. The alloy metal on the outside was also painted with the camouflage of the forest environment, forming each individual body. A 3-meter-tall steel mecha. One by one, the soldiers of the Steel Battalion stepped forward and put their bodies into the biological clothing. The rear part of the clothing grew and closed again, making it look like one whole body. The logistics soldiers also obtained various weapons, including rocket launchers, anti-tank missiles, flamethrowers, Gatling, anti-material sniper rifles, large-caliber air defense machines, and a large amount of ammunition, and incorporated them into the biological equipment one by one to use them. It has become a bit bloated, but because of the mounting of various weapons, it looks more powerful and gives people a stronger sense of oppression. The mouths of the nearby soldiers gradually opened into an O shape, and they could only feel their hearts beating wildly. The excitement and instinctive fear in their hearts made them feel like flowers and plants facing the storm in front of these Steel Battalion soldiers wearing biological reproduction suits. Will be torn into pieces at any time. Get in the car. Without staying too long, Miao Luan and his men began to board the trucks that had been waiting here for a long time. The number 5 underground base is closest to the Arakan Mountains on the front line. They will take a truck, pass through an underground tunnel, and land directly on the Arakan Mountains. The heavy truck carrying the Steel Battalion disappeared, but this was not the end, because in the next few days, underground base number 5 began to become extremely busy. Trains filled with soldiers and supplies arrived here, and tens of thousands of soldiers rushed to the front line from here. The war machine of the JECO group has finally begun to truly operate. There will be another update later. It will be very late. Everyone should go to bed early and watch it tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 364 Landslide, 2 updates in 8,000 words. Arakan Mountains. The rain continued to fall, and the dirt road that had just been built along the Sidon River became as soft as a cake after several days of rain. Bo Kudo Hiroki used all his strength to pull out his left foot that was stuck in the mud. As a result, he used too much force, and his body became unstable and he threw himself forward. He fell down and gnawed in the mud, and his whole body was covered with mud. Ha ha! Kudo, you idiot! If you hadn't brought your mobile phone, I would have taken a photo of your stupidity. You are really hungry, Kudo. Why do you even want to eat dirt? The comrades who were traveling with him couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Bah, this broken road, broken forest, broken country. Kudo Hiroki spat out the mud in his mouth with a look of dismay on his face, and looked at the team moving slowly in the mud speechlessly. They were the last unit to set off, belonging to the 7th Division of the Sakura Country Self-Defense Force, with a strength of 8000. When they set out, they were unlucky enough to encounter heavy rain. The first batch of hundreds of thousands of troops that set out a few days ago is said to be less than 100 kilometers away from G State, and at the end of their side, they were still stuck on the dirt road of the Sidon River, struggling with the muddy road. As for the accompanying logistics convoy, they have long been tortured by the thick mud, and their tires can only slip in the mud. Let alone carrying people, they are already unable to protect themselves, and now all of them can only carry backpacks, ponchos, food and tents for several days, and trek on their legs. After passing Siayun Mountain, there is a material storage station not far ahead. Let's go there to take a rest and eat some hot food. The company commander's voice came over the intercom, and everyone became excited, but the speed still couldn't be increased. 2 hours later, everyone arrived at Siayun Mountain. The peak of Siayun Mountain is very high, and there is a canyon at the foot of the mountain that you can walk through. When you look down from the height, it looks like a scorpion tail, hence the name. 8,000 people walked in the canyon and pulled out a long dragon. It's coming soon. We'll have hot meals and dishes right away. I don't want to touch those cold dry foods anymore. Kudo Hiroki complained, rubbed his aching legs, and could already vaguely see the supply station at the exit of the canyon. It was built by helicopter transport and could provide hot food. Because the logistics support vehicle was lying down, he had not eaten hot food for 2 days. In his mind, he imagined delicious sushi, miso soup, tonkatsu ramen, beef dishes, etc., and his saliva flowed out of his mouth unconsciously. Wind. I don't know if he missed the food so much that he hallucinated, as if he heard a cold voice. Where did the sound come from? Who is talking? I don't see any loudspeakers around here. Strange, my communication equipment doesn't seem to be working. The soldiers were surprised and turned around to look around at the long queue marching in the canyon. Only then did Kudoyuki realize that what he heard was not an illusion, but that someone was really listening, and the voice was heard by thousands of people in the entire team. Is the sound so loud because of the reverberation in the canyon? Kudoyushi was thinking secretly, wondering if it was his imagination. He felt that the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Rain. The voice sounded again, and this time Kudoyushi heard it clearly. The voice seemed to come from high in Siayun Mountain. He picked up the telescope hanging around his neck and looked towards Siayun Mountain. He vaguely saw a protruding rock platform on the mountain peak, where a tribute table was placed, and a man was standing there. However, the rain caused poor visibility, so he could not see clearly. The heavy rain became heavier, and the heavy rainwater was blown sideways by the strong wind, hitting my face painfully. The sky seems to be connected to the Milky Way, and the rainwater is connected into sheets. The man Kudo Hiroki discovered through the telescope just now has been completely covered by the rain. Mountain. The voice continued to come, with an inexplicable pressure and panic that made Kudoyushi feel uneasy. It's like the despair caused by the inability of small animals to cope with natural disasters. Kudo Hiroki heard a loud noise. The soil under his feet was shaking slightly. The muddy water splashed in circles. He smelled an unusual odor in his nose. The water level in the creek dropped sharply. There were falling rocks on both sides of the canyon. Debris fell. Should it be, shouldn't it be? Kudo Hiroki's face turned pale. The island country of Sakura Country was in an earthquake zone and natural disasters occurred frequently. At this time, there was a panic in his mind that a disaster was imminent. It's not just Kudo Hiroki. Many people in this 1,000-strong Sakura Country self-defense force feel the same panic and uneasiness as Kudo Hiroki. On top of Scorpion Cloud Mountain, Sujia looked coldly at the helpless Sakura army below, with an indifferent smile on his lips. You, Sakura Country, have been experiencing natural disasters. This way of dying according to the customs of my hometown can be considered as a blessing. I am so kind. At this time, Sujia had a formation disc placed in front of him, and his soul was submerged into the Siayun Mountain at his feet. His soul has grown several times and is now 1 meter tall. Especially the two-soul contract bound to the wedding ghost Han Ruyan gave Sujia's soul the power to arouse a hint of divine power. At this moment, Sujia used his soul and formation diagram to arouse the power of heaven in Siayun Mountain that was ready to go. Collapse. Seeing that the time had come, Sujia activated the magic weapon and detonated the formation, shaking the heavenly power brewing in Siayun Mountain itself. At the next moment, the countless soft earth and stones under Sujia's feet began to slide slowly. In the canyon, Kudoyushi's eyes widened, because he saw that the trees and vegetation were moving rapidly on the slopes of Siayun Mountain, and there was a loud rumbling sound in his ears. The entire Siayun Mountain is like a coat falling off, with Countless earth and rocks mixed with trees, like a big river rushing down from a high place. An unprecedented huge mudslide is rushing towards the canyon. Mudslide, it's a mudslide. The screams and cries of collapse were heard endlessly, and all Sakura Country soldiers, whether they were officers or ordinary soldiers, collapsed facing the mudslides rolling down the mountain. All their weapons looked as ridiculous as toys in front of them, unstoppable and unable to resist. We can only escape from the scope of the mudslide. Kudo Yuki was at the front of the team. He spread his legs and started running crazily with a ferocious expression on his face, trying to break out of the death canyon. There were many soldiers like Kudo Hiroki nearby, and this time everyone was completely devoid of gentleness and humility, not to mention the camaraderie of comrades. Many people harassed or even shot their own people blocking the road in front, just wanting to leave the canyon that was destined to be flooded. I can live, I will definitely live. Kudo Yushu saw that the exit was imminent, and his face showed the excitement of surviving the disaster, but before he could keep his smile for a second, his head felt like it hit a steel plate, causing him a bloody head. Many Sakura Kingdom soldiers encountered the same situation as him. A translucent light curtain appeared in a place that was clearly open to air, making them feel as if they had hit a copper wall. What is this? Why can't I get out? We hit a ghost. Fire to break it, hurry up. A large number of soldiers opened fire and fired with rocket launchers. Under the bombardment of a large number of rockets, the light curtain lasted for half a minute and then shattered. But time no longer belonged to them, because the mudslides rolling down from Seiyun Mountain would not give them another chance. These Sakura Kingdom soldiers had just broken their formation, and the mudslides flowing down rumbled into the canyon and spread in all directions. In the long and narrow canyon, countless Sakura Kingdom soldiers could only watch in despair as the natural disaster came, and their bodies were crushed and buried by countless earth and rocks. No, don't. Kudo Hiroki sat slumped on the ground, trembling as he looked at the roaring mudslide rolling down like a tsunami of mud, but nature would not listen to human begging for mercy, and mercilessly swallowed up his body, burying it under tens of millions of tons of earth and rocks. Under the interference of Sujia's secret realm, the power of the debris flow in Seiyun Mountain greatly increased, completely submerging the canyon. The overflowing mudslides rolled down from both sides, swallowing up the supply station and the Sakura Country soldiers outside who had not yet entered the canyon, making it too late to escape. The entire area around Seiyun Mountain was covered with rolling earth and rocks, as if a human child poured mortar into an ant nest, submerging it and solidifying it. The 7th division of the Sakura Kingdom is no different from ants in front of the power of nature. All 8,000 soldiers of the Sakura Kingdom became the grave goods of this mudslide and natural disaster. Su Jia watched all of this quietly and shook his head with emotion. There is no love for natural disasters. Forget it, I can't bear that you become lonely ghosts, so you might as well settle down in my 10,000 souls flag. At the feet, a 10,000 souls flag roared, and a large number of human souls were absorbed. After death, even the soul will be played with by Su Jia. If these Sakura Kingdom soldiers knew better, they would definitely want to cut Su Jia into pieces. Of course, with their souls enslaved, they naturally cannot achieve Azumi Izzy because they have all been refined into the Inhun of the 10,000 soul banner. The true power of God is so terrifying. Su Jia admired his masterpiece. Only in the Daotai realm can one have some exposure to Tianwei, and not much. Su Jia's current spirit can only trigger some small-scale rainfall, cause some first-level small earthquakes, or set off a low-intensity tornado storm, covering a very small area. The reason why Seiyun Mountain caused such a large-scale mudslide this time was because the Arakan Mountains itself experienced heavy rains for many days, which caused the soil and rocks in Seiyun Mountain to be soft, and a large mudslide would erupt on its own. Su Jia just used the formation diagram in Yuanshan to take advantage of the situation, control the time when the debris flow broke out and maximize the power of the debris flow, and used the power of nature to destroy the 8,000 people of the 7th division of the Sakura Kingdom. After the mudslide entered the flat ground and slowly lost momentum and stopped, Su Jia put away the 10,000 soul flags in several array diagrams, and said with satisfaction, although it cost a lot of spiritual stones, the result is good. Who said you want to block it? The retreat of the hundreds of thousands of troops must be dispatched from the Twin Peaks, and nature will help me do this. At this time, the terrain near Seiyun Mountain was completely changed, and the roads that the engineers had worked hard to build were destroyed. Massive amounts of earth and rocks collapsed, completely blocking the main transportation road, and blocking the access to the Arakan Mountains from the Zen Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom. The retreat of tens of thousands of troops. The next step is to close the door and beat the dog. Su Jie's eyes were sharp, he chuckled, turned and left the place. What did you say? The entire 7th Division was wiped out. In the Sakura Kingdom headquarters, Yoshimura Yuichi looked at the news reported from the front line with a dull expression on his face, his whole head buzzing. The staff officer next to him had a complex expression, and his sadness and grief were beyond words. He said solemnly, "The news has been confirmed. Our 7th Division encountered a huge mudslide in Xiayun Mountain. This is a photo taken by a satellite, a search and rescue helicopter and a rescue convoy. Already rushed to the past, but no survivors have been found. Baga, how could we be so unlucky? We have encountered such natural disasters." Yoshimura Yui was furious and felt that he had been in bad luck recently. Since he came to Zen country, he had hardly encountered a single good thing. The news has begun to spread to the outside world, and I'm afraid the Prime Minister will be held accountable. What does this have to do with me? This kind of natural disaster is not something I can predict. Yuichi Yoshimura said this, but he actually knew in his heart that no matter what the reason was, he, the commander-in-chief, would definitely not be able to escape responsibility. General, there is one more thing. The landslide in Xiayun Mountain is very serious, causing the Seiden River dirt road we built to temporarily cut off traffic. Should we consider letting the troops in the Arakan Mountains stay where they are or withdraw first, and wait until they can resume their operations? Open traffic moving forward. The staff officer said that the logistics needs of an army of more than 100,000 people are huge. If transportation and supplies cannot be opened, an army of more than 100,000 people will be in great danger. After hearing the advice from his staff, Yoshimura refused without even thinking about it. No, now is the time to race against time. Our team is about to arrive in Jibang, and the supplies carried with the army are enough to cope with the war for 10 days and a half. What's more, the Jekka group does not have much resistance. As long as we urgently need to do so within half a month, once the roads are repaired, everything will be no problem. Yoshimura Yuichi's tone was firm. No joke, he himself was in a precarious position due to the unfavorable outcome of the Twin Peaks War. Although he thought he had nothing to do with the losses caused by Xiayun Mountain this time, the country might not necessarily listen to his explanation that if you want to avoid being dismissed, you can only make achievements as soon as possible to wipe away the dirty water on your body, make up for your mistakes, and let the country see your strength. In this case, this can only be achieved by advancing the ground army into Jibang and occupying the territory. On the contrary, if the army stays put, he will only be dismissed and lose his official position. The Prime Minister may not understand military affairs, but he certainly knows how to deal with his own officers who are unfavorable and fearful of the enemy. Pass my order, the team will continue to move forward and pass through the Arakan Mountains as soon as possible. At the same time, mobilize all the forces for me, contact the Zen government, and urgently repair the congested Xiayun Mountain to restore traffic. The soldiers are very quick. Taking advantage of the losses of the Jekka group, it was so heavy that it was impossible to mobilize the army on a large scale to destroy it. Yoshimura Yuichi gave the order. As the saying goes, wealth can be gained from danger. In his eyes, the Jiko group has no resistance. He will not scare himself and give the Jiko group a chance to breathe just because of an accident caused by a natural disaster. End of chapter. Chapter 365. The Iron Battalion attacks. First update. On Xinfan Avenue, an army is marching. Tanks and armored vehicles rolled over the broken roads, with large numbers of soldiers walking on both sides, and behind them followed many heavy trucks carrying logistics supplies. Xinfan Avenue is just a simple paved dirt road. After being crushed by these steel giants and the constant heavy rain, the road has become more and more dilapidated. Even though most of their armor is based on caterpillar tracks, it is very difficult to pass on mud roads. The failure rate is extremely high, and there are many people lying down. This force is a mixed team of the Zen Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom. The entire force has more than 15,000 people and is divided into an armored regiment, a mechanized brigade, an artillery regiment, and 2 infantry regiments. They are the troops closest to Jibang among the hundreds of thousands of troops marching in the Arakan Mountains. This time, there are only 80 kilometers away from Hibang. In a command vehicle, Yasukura Isaka is sitting here with a map in front of him. The map shows the route of travel through the Kidang and Arakan Mountains, as well as the terrain along the way. Let the team speed up and try to get out of the Arakan Mountains and arrive in Jibang tomorrow afternoon. Yusukura Isaka looked at the heavy rain outside the window. The news from the rear command center that the collapse of Scorpion Cloud Mountain caused traffic to be cut off made him feel uneasy. Modern warfare consumes too much ammunition. Not to mention other things, the steel behemoths in his team consume astronomical amounts of fuel every day, which requires comprehensive logistics to keep up. Pushing open the door of the command vehicle, Yusukura Isaka got out of the command vehicle, seeing another tank sinking into the mud ahead. The logistics and engineers were working hard, constantly adding gravel and wood underneath so that the tracks could use as much strength as possible in the slippery mud. 200 meters away, a heavy truck overturned and fell to the ground, with the food cans loaded on it scattered on the ground. Further ahead, engineers were reinforcing and repairing a bridge. Due to continuous heavy rains, the water level of the river had swollen and the current was turbulent. Without reinforcement, it would be impossible to cross. Similar situations happen from time to time. Although the first half of the march went smoothly, the second half of the march was tortured by continuous heavy rain. Sometimes the armored troops could not walk as fast as the infantry every day. The tropical rainforest on the Arakan Mountains side of the Zen Kingdom, coupled with heavy rains and basically zero infrastructure, is a nightmare for any armored force. A distance of just tens of kilometers can be passed by normal armored troops in 3 or 2 hours, but in the Arakan Mountains, this is a double test of the physical strength and mental will of the soldiers, and it takes a day to pass, coupled with the humid and hot air in the forest after the heavy rain. Even the local Zen soldiers were exhausted from the torture, let alone the Sakura soldiers who had experienced this kind of battle for the first time. The team had no energy at this time. God. The meteorological department said that there will be thunderstorms in the next week. The staff officer held an umbrella for Isaka Yusukura and said, "With this damn weather, luckily we only have the last 80 kilometers left, and we will be able to escape from this quagmire hell immediately, but it will be a pain for the brothers behind us." Isaka Yusukura shook his head. When a war breaks out, there is no way to choose the weather. You can't just stop fighting if the weather is bad. The rear headquarters didn't let them stop and rest where they were. Let the brothers work harder. Once we pass through the Arakan Mountains, it will be really easy for us. Hi. Just as this mixed army of Sakura and Zen was marching hard on Shinfan Avenue, they didn't know that a terrifying opponent was already targeting them. In the leafy primitive jungle on both sides of Shinfan Avenue, the genetic warriors of the Iron Battalion, wearing biological reproduction suits, were scattered and ambushing here. The rain pattered on the biological reproductive equipment, but it could not extinguish their hot and warlike hearts, and their desire to fight was rising. Miaoluman picked up the walkie-talkie and said coldly, "Artillery department, reconfirm the enemy's position and decide the timing of firing." Ziying Chang, I have no problem. Battalion commander, the enemy has entered our ambush position and can open fire at any time. After a few seconds, some noisy and distorted sounds came from the intercom. Dense vegetation in the jungle greatly reduces the range of sensors and traffic equipment. Coupled with the heavy rain, the thick and wet vegetation seriously attenuated the radio signal. In some places in the rainforest, the artillery units mentioned by Mullen are not artillery in the traditional sense. They are all steel battalion soldiers. In addition to conventional weapons, each of them carries a special 120mm caliber heavy mortar on his back. Generally speaking, this kind of heavy mortar weighs 200 kilograms and requires several strong soldiers to carry it separately. It usually requires 4 or 5 people to operate it. When moving over long distances, wheels will be installed underneath, and the maneuvering method is generally towed by wheeled jeeps and armored personnel carriers, but the mortars of these genetic warriors are different. They are completely buckled on the warrior's back, as if they are integrated with the biological reproductive equipment. Wuwa is the commander of this artillery unit and manages more than 20 artillery units. There are more than 120 people in the entire steel battalion. Usually 3 people form a combat team, 3 teams plus a platoon leader form a combat platoon, and 3 platoons form a combat company. The entire steel battalion has a total of 4 companies. Genetic warriors perform differently in using weapons based on the fusion of different insect genes. For example, the artillery unit commanded by Wuwo is the best at artillery in the Iron Battalion. It's not that other genetic warriors can't fight, it's mainly because they can't fight as accurately. In addition to cannon shooting, they can also use various weapons to fight at medium and close ranges. Almost every genetic warrior is an all-rounder. This time, more than 20 artillerymen have all released their Euglena. With a radius of 3 kilometers and a height of 1,000 meters, the Yublina can observe targets within 15 kilometers. Yublina fly into the sky one by one. The palm-sized Yublina are inconspicuous. The field of view data they observe is completely shared with the genetic warrior's mind. All distances, heights, and numbers will be calculated by the Yublina, just like a personal information terminal. There is absolutely no information loss or deviation caused by the transmission process. 1.5 minutes to cover the shot. Wu saw that the time had come and all the enemies had entered the ambush circle, so he decisively issued the order. The artillerymen of the Steel Battalion were scatteredly. They received the firing information from the walkie-talkie and crouched down. Click. Wu himself was squatting on the ground, his head slightly lowered, the muzzle of the 120mm mortar protruding from his neck, and ammunition boxes stacked in front of him. Generally speaking, traditional heavy mortars need to build a firing position, complete the mortar erection and manual aiming, and the preparation takes about half an hour. But Wu completely omitted these steps. He was the gun mount himself. He grabbed a mortar with one hand and stuffed it directly into the barrel behind him. The 18-kilogram shell fell freely from the bottom of the barrel due to gravity, collided with the firing pin, and triggered the primer. The air from the muzzle raised a shock wave, and the recoil force was transmitted to the body. Wu's body was shaken. Ordinary people would have been shattered if they did this. But with the protection of the biological reproductive suit and his modified physique, he could withstand the shock. Kind of shock and vibration. Within milliseconds, artillery shells with a maximum range of 8 kilometers quickly emerged from the muzzle and fell in a curve towards the enemy on Xinfan Avenue. Boom, the shell exploded on the side of the road. The terrifying shock wave and shrapnel shattered the human body more than 10 meters away. The remaining limbs and arms flew everywhere, leaving a huge mud pit in place. A large number of the surrounding Sakura and Zen soldiers fell instantly. Many soldiers further away were pierced by shrapnel, covering their wounds and wailing in pain. Even if you were lucky enough not to be injured, you will be shocked by the huge explosion, and your energy and blood will surge, and your internal organs will be extremely uncomfortable. This 120mm heavy mortar is extremely powerful. When used against soft targets such as infantry, it is almost certain to die within a radius of 25 meters, and will be injured within a radius of 50 meters. Even if you stand more than 100 meters away, you are not guaranteed to be absolutely safe. Where is the sex going? Yasuke Isaka was suddenly startled when he heard the explosion, but his mind was not confused and he issued combat orders through the command vehicle. If there is an enemy ambush, the infantry will immediately hide and look for bunkers. Anti-artillery radar will capture the enemy's movements, fly reconnaissance drones, contact the Army Aviation and Air Force, and report to the headquarters. But Yasuke Isaka underestimated the intensity of the attack. Just as his order was conveyed, a violent storm of artillery shells continued to rain down, causing the advancing team to turn upside down. It's so cool. I'm going to blow up these idiots. Wu's face was full of excitement, and his left and right hands alternated back and forth. He grabbed a mortar shell with his left hand and just stuffed it into the barrel and fired it. Before the smoke from the muzzle dissipated, the mortar shell held in his right hand had already fallen into the barrel without any unnecessary or empty movements. I saw that Wu's hands were so fast that he could see the afterimage, and he fired the 120mm mortar at an astonishing rate of fire. In just 1 minute, at least 30 rounds of artillery shells flew out, so that the sound of shelling from the muzzle continued without any pause. The 120mm vehicle-mounted mortar has an advanced fire control system and automatic ammunition loading system, and its rate of fire is only about 10 rounds per minute. As for traditional heavy mortars that rely on human control, the sustained firing rate is even slower, generally only 6 or 7 rounds per minute, because people will be tired, their physical strength is limited, and their movements are not as fast, precise, and stable as machines. But in front of these genetic warriors of the Steel Battalion, they fired at a terrifying rate of fire that far exceeded that of vehicle-mounted heavy mortars. 30 rounds per minute. This is the rate of fire of a 60mm light mortar, but it is reflected in the 120mm heavy mortar. The mortar was played out by the genetic warriors with super strength, speed, and reaction. Wu's movements are not only fast but also stable. 2 deep depressions had been created under his feet due to the recoil, and his body was shaken every time a cannonball impacted, but he was able to adapt completely. After each shelling, he would actually adjust his body slightly to ensure the stability of the mortar's aim. The results of the bombardment were also constantly observed through eyeworms in the sky. When the enemy is escaping and looking for cover, he will directly use the ups and downs and turns of his body to re-aim the muzzle in less than a second. Switching to other traditional mortars requires soldiers to calculate the shooting parameters themselves, use a triangular gun mount turntable, and adjust the height of the gun barrel with a height machine. The process is cumbersome and can easily delay the fighter plane, but Wuwa can easily do it with just a physical change. Arrive like Wuwa, each of the more than 20 genetic warriors working part-time as artillery has an average rate of fire of more than 30 rounds per minute. There were more than 20 people, the barrels roared like angry beasts, and the shells were like locusts. They fired 600 to 700 shells towards Xinfan Avenue in 1 minute. Such a terrifying amount of artillery shells are still powerful 120mm caliber artillery shells, and the damage caused is extremely terrifying. Under the bombardment, Xinfan Avenue was filled with wailing sounds. Boom, a shell landed in a dense crowd, directly blasting a 2-meter deep crater. More than a dozen soldiers' body parts flew everywhere on the spot. There was not a single living person left on the spot. Various stumps and internal organs were mixed with the flying scorched earth to cover the ground. Together, the earth is glowing dark. Our ED.AN incoming armored vehicle was hit by a mortar. The mortar's muzzle speed was not high, the shell speed was below the speed of sound, and its armor-breaking ability was poor. But this was a direct hit, and it was a 120mm caliber heavy artillery. The artillery shell hit directly from the top, destroying the armored vehicle on the spot. All the crew members inside were not spared, and all died on the spot. A tank was also hit by the initiation. Although the shell did not penetrate the armor, the external equipment of the tank was destroyed, the onboard equipment failed, and all the crew inside were stunned. Several mortars fell one after another, knocking off the tank's tracks. One of them luckily hit the engine compartment behind the turret, causing the engine to catch fire. The stunned crew members inside were unable to save themselves and died in the burning tank. Boom, an ammunition transport truck got stuck in a mud pit and became an artillery target. When the mortar shell hit, a huge fireball flew into the sky. All the surrounding soldiers were hit by the fish pond and died in the explosion of a large amount of ammunition. In just 1.5 minutes of covering artillery fire, thousands of shells fell, and Xinfan Avenue turned into a meat grinder. Countless soldiers were shaken by the roar of the explosion, their bodies were torn apart, and the ground was stained red with blood and internal organs fragments. Because the shelling gave priority to the dense infantry, the soft infantry was extremely seriously injured, and at least thousands of them fell in a pool of blood. Although a lot of the mortar shells brought have been consumed, the results are undoubtedly very gratifying. After a minute and a half of rapid coverage and shooting, Wuwu immediately ordered, "Everyone conduct mobile artillery fire, don't get bombed." After saying that, Wuwa picked up the ammunition box at his feet and quickly moved his position, because the enemy's counterattack, through the reconnaissance of Uglina, is coming soon. Almost 10 seconds before Wuwa walked, a self-propelled howitzer counterattacked. The 50-kilogram shell landed near where he was just now. If he was still there, he would have been blown away along with his biological equipment. Wuwa ran hundreds of meters away, so the shells naturally did not threaten him. If replaced by an ordinary mortar, it would be impossible to move the position at all, not even a vehicle-mounted one. In a forest environment, it is impossible to run fast. Only genetic warriors can walk quickly in this environment, carrying hundreds of kilograms of mortars and ammunition. End of chapter. Chapter 366 Tracer, 2 updates in 8,000 words. The movement paused, and the self-propelled howitzer that was returning fire was locked through the eye bug. After finding that it was within the range, Wuwa squatted down, opened the ammunition box, and stuffed the shell into the barrel. Bang! 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 3 shells flew out rapidly, and Wuwa picked up the ammunition box again and ran away, because the enemy's anti-battery radar once again locked onto the movement of his firing. Artillery shells from other places attacked, not only self-propelled howitzers, but also rocket launchers covering the shooting, and even missiles flying over, making it impossible to escape. 3 mortar shells fell, and the self-propelled howitzer was also maneuvering. This self-propelled howitzer was lucky that the mortar did not hit him, but due to maneuvering, he panicked and fell down. His front wheel got stuck in a mud pit. "Let you fight with me." Wuwa couldn't help but laugh when he saw this, and decisively squatted down and fired again. This time the 3 rapid-fire rounds were successful, and 1 mortar successfully hit the self-propelled howitzer, directly destroying it. "This thing is not a tank, and it cannot defend against 120 mm mortar bombardment. More than 20 artillerymen continued to show their power, and they used their flexibility to the limit, fight when they stop, and run away when they hit. The dense forest environment makes them like elusive assassins, playing tricks on the soldiers of Sakura Kingdom and Zen Kingdom. The more than 20 artillery units were not as violent as the rapid fire before, but Sakura Country was unable to deal with them at all, because their counterattacks could not hit the flexible steel battalion artillery at all. But their armor and artillery appeared to be extremely dull in the forest, stuck in the quagmire and difficult to move. Armored vehicles and tanks couldn't rush into the virgin forest. They could only act like headless flies, not knowing what to do. Rocket launchers, self-propelled howitzers, towed artillery and mortars, short-range missile launchers, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, armored vehicles and tanks are all among the targets of the Iron Battalion artillery. At this time, these armored and firepower units could only crowd on Shinfan Avenue. The artillery of the Iron Battalion deliberately blasted the dirt road into potholes, making it more difficult for these heavy steel behemoths to maneuver. The big guys, each weighing more than 10 tons or even dozens of tons, could only be beaten unilaterally, but they were unable to target the artillerymen of the Iron Battalion, who ran away with just one shot. After firing a wave of artillery shells they carry with them, the Iron Battalion artillerymen will quickly find the artillery shells stored nearby in advance, replenish ammunition and continue the artillery bombardment. Others usually use guns to engage in guerrilla warfare. The guerrilla warfare here at the Iron Battalion is carried out with 120 mm heavy mortars, and the effect is extremely significant. Those goose-like armored units and artillery were blown away by the mortars. They couldn't figure out how the enemy's artillery jumped so fast in the dense forest and why they couldn't destroy it. However, high-altitude satellites cannot clearly see the ground in the forest, which is blocked by the leafy trees in the sky. As soon as the low-altitude drone took off, trying to guide its own artillery to fire, its work was disrupted by a signal jammer. In addition, the signal in the forest itself is severely attenuated, making it unsuitable for drones to operate. The drones that took off fell one after another after flying very far. This has also led to the soldiers of Zen Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom still not discovering the true appearance of their opponents. It can be said that with only more than 20 cannons, the artillery of the Iron Battalion was able to defeat tens of thousands of people from the combined forces of the Sakura Kingdom and the Zen Kingdom and almost collapsed. A large number of infantry were killed and wounded, fire units were destroyed, one after another, and the battle was almost one-sided. However, modern warfare is a three-dimensional war. In addition to the ground, there are naturally the participation of skyfighters, especially the party that controls the air. The artillery of the Iron Battalion was in full swing here, wiping out the armor and firepower units of the more than 10,000 troops, killing 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers. But at this moment, fighter planes and helicopters roared in from the sky. These are all planes that carry out daily bombing cruises. After receiving the news from here, they came over quickly to provide support. Although it is raining heavily now, modern military aircraft can basically operate around the clock. Whether it is at night or in thunderstorms, it does not affect their attendance. Wu did not continue to be arrogant. The fighter plane was condescending and too fast. Even if it was swept with a machine gun, it could still penetrate the biological reproductive suit. They restrained themselves a little. Our fighter planes are coming. Finally we are saved. Hurry and destroy the enemy's artillery and avenge your dead comrades. Fight back, warriors of Sakura Kingdom, follow me and find the enemy's artillery. On Shinfan Avenue, the Sakura Nation troops, whose morale was on the verge of collapse, instantly boosted their morale and howled fanatically. Miaoluan looked at the fighter jets in the sky, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Prepare the anti-aircraft missiles to drive them away." On several hills, the camouflage vehicle-mounted radar was turned on, and the radar began to illuminate and lock on the fighter jets. Matched with radar vehicles, anti-aircraft missile vehicles were erected one after another. The tails of the 6 to 7 meter long anti-aircraft missiles were ignited and launched into the air. The infrared imaging tracking system was turned on, locking the heat of the tail flame of the fighter aircraft and quickly closing the distance towards the fighter aircraft. These anti-aircraft missiles purchased from the Bear Country were not used in urban defense in the past because it was difficult to withstand the consumption of the wealthy Group of 8, so they could only be used in key battle situations. For example, 2 anti-aircraft missile battalions are deployed here. In addition to guidance radar vehicles and low-altitude search radar vehicles, there are also a total of 24 anti-aircraft missile launch vehicles. Missiles are coming. The expressions of the fighter pilots who came to support changed greatly. They were used to running rampant in the airspace of the JICO group. They had almost forgotten the threat of anti-aircraft missiles when they had the air superiority. At this time, the JICO group finally helped them remember it. Decoy bombs continued to be thrown, and fighter planes began to make emergency maneuvers to avoid anti-aircraft missiles. Some succeeded in deceiving anti-aircraft missiles by using decoy bombs, or successfully avoided anti-aircraft missiles by maneuvering, but there are also many examples of failure. After locking onto a fighter jet, the anti-aircraft missiles purchased by the JICO group will begin to accelerate, reaching several times Mach, far exceeding the speed of the fighter jet and crashing into it. There is no need for a real collision. When the fighter reaches a certain range, the radio proximity fuse is triggered when the fighter is detected, and the anti-aircraft missile explodes in the air. It is specially designed to deal with the explosive bombs of the fighter. The shockwave carries the fragments and flies wildly. Fighters will be killed by it as long as they are within a radius of tens of meters. Modern fighter planes are too sophisticated, with various precision instruments inside. A little damage will make the fighter difficult to control, or even cause it to lose balance and fall. A fighter jet had half its wing broken off by an anti-aircraft missile, and it rolled and fell like a big bird with broken wings. Some pilots were pierced by anti-aircraft missile shrapnel and died in the cockpit. The aircraft crashed into the ground without control, exploding into a huge fireball while attacking fighter jets. These anti-aircraft missile vehicles and radar vehicles also withstood missile attacks from fighter jets, and some missile launch vehicles were blown up. Unfortunately, the number of deployed anti-aircraft missiles greatly exceeded that of fighter jets, constantly threatening the fighter jets in the sky. After losing 5 or 6 fighter jets, the remaining few fighter jets had no choice but to stay away from the war zone. Buzz, in addition to fighter jets, helicopters from the Army Aviation Group also came to provide support. When the fighting broke out on the fighter side, Nyaluan locked an armed helicopter through the eyeworm and moved quickly in the forest with his legs. He laid an ambush in the direction of the armed helicopter in advance and raised his 14.5mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Bang! 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 When the armed helicopter approached, Nyaluan decisively pulled the trigger, and the machine gun continuously hit the armed helicopter. Although the armed helicopters are all armored, Nyaluan relies on the powerful reaction and strength of the genetic warriors to make his gun very stable. The armor-piercing incendiary bombs with pointed tips, cone bottoms, and steel cores filled with incendiary agents kept chasing the armed helicopter and smashed the helicopter's tail rotor, the most vulnerable part of the helicopter. BW-78 fighter plane is out of balance and we need to make an emergency landing. The 2 pilots of the armed helicopter were sweating profusely and shouted to remind their comrades. As the tail rotor is damaged, the lateral thrust of the helicopter's tail disappears, the center of gravity shifts, the entire fuselage vibrates at high frequency, and the nose begins to deflect automatically, producing a roll effect. If this was a flat plane, there was a slight chance that the helicopter could make an emergency landing successfully. However, in the virgin forest full of jungles, the helicopter crashed into a big tree during the emergency landing. The fuselage twisted and disintegrated, and fell into a ball of rotten metal. The pilot was naturally not spared. Nyaluan was not the only one who hunted armed helicopters. A genetic warrior climbed up a thick tree and decisively picked up a 105mm rocket launcher when the helicopter flew nearby. The rocket hit the belly of the helicopter and directly killed it. Black smoke erupted from the blow and plummeted to the ground. Some genetic warriors had individual anti-tank missiles hanging from their shoulders, shooting out and blasting the hovering armed helicopters in the air. The genetic warriors were at home in the forest. It was difficult for the helicopter's sighting equipment to locate them through the layers of tree canopy, and the thermal imaging sensors would be blocked by the Tianyuan protective suit. On the contrary, their own huge targets and noise are just like living targets, not to mention the genetic warriors and Uglina as reconnaissance aids. After more than a dozen helicopters crashed in succession, these helicopters were equally dismal and fled like fighter jets. Their only effect was to pour cold water on the newly boosted morale of the Sakura Kingdom soldiers, making them even more desperate than before. When the air support was driven away, the artillery of the Steel Battalion, which had been silent just now, attacked again. The dull sound of the artillery boomed, causing the scorched earth to fly and the human body to shatter. Retreat, everyone into the forest. Armored units try to break out and open a way out for us. Seeing this situation, Isaka Yusuke could only issue this order to have all troops withdraw into the forest to avoid being bombarded on Shinfan Avenue. The prey has entered the mountain. Miaoluan discovered this situation through eyeworms, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face for a long time. The artillery unit continues to bombard, and cooperates with the 4th Company to deal with those armored units. The remaining people follow me to hunt prey, and deal with these guys before the enemy's next round of air support arrives. Demonic shadows shook in the forest, and the Steel Battalion soldiers set off one after another, heading from all directions towards the Sakura Kingdom soldiers who entered the forest to avoid the bombardment. Miaoluan stepped forward, with the wide webbed feet under his feet, similar to duck paws, providing strong support. Inheriting the power of the halberd magic beetle and the speed of the wind-feathered springtail, Miaoluan could jump more than 10 meters in the mud without being affected too. Much locking the position of an infantry battalion through eyeworm, Miaoluan held an anti-aircraft machine gun in his right hand and quickly approached it. The lush trees and shrubs in the forest hid his figure very well, and Miaoluan deliberately walked slowly. No one noticed his presence until he was more than 50 meters away. "What is that?" A Sakura Country soldier looked horrified as he looked at a 3-meter-tall metal mecha with camouflage coating on the surface. Bang! The next moment, the body of the Sakura Kingdom soldier was cut off by a machine gun. "Long time no see, you bastards of Sakura Country." Miaoluan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked at the alarmed infantry battalion without any fear on his face and went straight in. Bang bang bang. 14.5 mm bullets can hit armored vehicles, and if they hit people, they will directly dismember the human body, blowing out the head, breaking the limbs, and shattering the chest. This time, Miaoluan let go of his hands and feet, and the bullets almost never stopped. The 2,000 rounds of machine gun ammunition carried by the biological reproductive equipment meant that he no longer had to save ammunition and limit his output like in the past. The 30,000 joules of 14.5 mm machine gun bullets weighing 200 grams, coupled with Miaoluan's increasingly powerful physique, especially the induction brought by the purple light bat, made him almost never miss a shot. As soon as he appeared, dozens of Sakura Kingdom soldiers didn't even react, and were directly beaten to death by Miaoluan. "What the hell is this? Baga, shoot, shoot, shoot." When the Sakura Country soldiers reacted, countless bullets were fired at them. Even if Miaoluan can run at a high speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour, he can't avoid so many bullets. Even Miaoluan himself had no intention of hiding, because those rifle bullets would be bounced away directly if they landed on the biological reproductive equipment. "You're tickling me." Miaoluan continued to fight back with anti-aircraft machine guns. The Sakura Nation soldiers soon understood what kind of opponent they were facing. They had heard of the famous name of the Steel Battalion for a long time, and had made special training and preparations for this. White teeth, bullets can't penetrate them. These are the monsters from the Steel Battalion. Get heavy weapons quickly. Amid the roars of Sakura Nation officers, Barrett's anti-material sniper rifle was set up, and the 12.7 mm Browning heavy machine gun with a bullet chain attached was aimed at Mullen. There are also rocket launchers, recoilless guns, anti-tank rifles, anti-tank missiles, and other weapons with armor-breaking effects, which are all used by the infantry to deal with Miaoluan. Bang! An armor-piercing incendiary bomb fired from a Barrett sniper rifle hit Miaoluan's chest. The bullet, which could penetrate more than 20 mm of steel plate, failed to completely penetrate the biological reproductive suit. After the bullet penetrated the surface alloy metal scales, it was tightly clamped by the layer of flesh and blood inside the biological reproductive suit. This layer of flesh and blood has properties like high-strength special rubber. Bullets hitting it are like hitting the solid bulletproof wheels of wheeled armored vehicles and cannot penetrate it. Bang bang bang, the 12.7 mm Browning heavy machine gun opened fire, and a dense rain of bullets fell on the biological equipment. But it was also resisted. It wasn't until an armor-piercing bullet fired from a 14.5 mm anti-tank rifle that it actually penetrated the biological suit, but it was blocked by the exoskeleton secreted by Miaoluan's body, the halberd magic armor insect gene. He inherited is not inferior to the biological reproductive armor in terms of defensive power alone, and the 14.5 mm bullet cannot penetrate 2 layers of protection in a row. How is it possible? Why can't this defeat him? Why is the defense of his armor so high? Seeing all this, the soldiers of Sakura Country were dumbfounded. Based on the special training they conducted based on intelligence, the alloy armor worn by the Steel Battalion was absolutely unable to protect against 12.7 mm bullets. These Sakura Nation soldiers didn't know that the Steel Battalion had been updated a long time ago. The alloy armor that could defend against ordinary rifle bullets was retired and replaced by biological armor that could defend against 12.7mm heavy machine gun fire. Such powerful equipment greatly increases the survivability of the Iron Battalion on the battlefield, and also provides the confidence for hundreds of people to challenge a modern army of more than 10,000 people. End of chapter. Chapter 367. The entire army was wiped out. First update: use rocket launchers and anti-tank missiles. I don't believe you can't hit him. The Sakura Kingdom officer did not believe in evil and called the soldiers to prepare more individual heavy firepower. However, Miaoluin is not a piece of wood, so how could he stand there and let the other party shoot him? Die to me, monster. A Sakura country soldier had just pointed a rocket launcher at Miaoluin. Before he could pull the trigger, Miaoluin's bullet hit him first, blowing his head open. Hundreds of meters away, a Sakura country soldier launched an anti-tank missile. This small individual missile is specially used to anti-tank and attack helicopters. The warhead usually uses a hollow charge to break armor, with a penetration depth of about 1,400 millimeters. Being able to easily penetrate tank armor is not something that Mullen's defensive and biological reproductive equipment can withstand. However, anti-tank missiles do not fly very fast, and after the missile is launched, the shooter needs to continue to aim and illuminate the target with a laser before the missile can conduct a tracking attack. Unlike anti-tank missiles, there is no need to do anything after being launched. Just as the anti-tank missile shooter controlled the missile to fly towards Mullen by observing the eye-catching red light at the tail of the missile. Mullen's bullets had destroyed the sight shooter and laser. The flying anti-tank missile lost its aiming guidance and fell to the ground, killing two of his own soldiers. More armor-piercing weapons were aimed at him. There were more than 300 people in this battalion-level unit. After ordinary firearms were ineffective against Miaoluin, they could only rely on rocket launchers, recoilless rifles, and anti-tank missiles to threaten Miaoluin. Miaoluin was not a reckless man. Seeing the reaction of the Sakura Kingdom soldiers, he changed his steps and quickly disappeared into the dense woods. The Sakura Kingdom soldiers holding various armor-piercing weapons looked around blankly, and Miaoluin could no longer be seen. Try flying the drone and contact the reconnaissance satellite. Some soldiers released a 4-rotor reconnaissance drone, but it was still within the signal interference range, and the takeoff reconnaissance failed. As for reconnaissance satellites, they cannot penetrate the virgin forest and find a human who wants to hide his traces. The greatest value of the jungle, in war, is that it provides unparalleled concealment. Modern technology is all about discovering first and striking first. Now in the vast Arakan Mountains, these Sakura Kingdom soldiers had no weapons, but in front of Miaoluin, they were like blind men. This time, Miaoluin used his hands and feet to climb up a big tree where several people were hugging each other, where a 14.5mm anti-aircraft machine gun was mounted. He was 300 meters away from the Sakura Country Infantry Battalion. This distance was still within the range of small arms fire on the plains, but in the forest, no one can be seen in this field of view. As far as the eye can see, there are lush branches and shrubs. The vines are intertwined with each other, as if covered with layers of large nets, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. The eyeworm released by Miaoluin gently flapped its 6 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings, observing the situation within a few kilometers and monitoring the firepower units still on Xinfan Avenue. The remaining rocket launchers and howitzers over there could threaten Miaoluin if called for attack by the infantry, but if they want to call for a strike, they must know Miaoluin's location. Miaoluin lay down, aiming the muzzle of the anti-aircraft machine gun weighing dozens of kilograms forward. Although he can't see anyone in his field of vision, his fusion of the genes of the purple light bat allows him to locate enemies without using his eyes. Gulu, the throat emits inaudible ultrasonic waves, spreading out like ripples. All objects that the ultrasonic waves collide with will be fed back to Miaoluin's mind, just like a biological detection radar, replacing the roll of the eyes. Bang bang bang, his finger pulled the trigger, and in a short burst of fire, more than a dozen 14.5 by 114mm machine gun bullets flew out of the muzzle. The anti-aircraft machine gun, which can hit aircraft 2,000 meters in the sky, has strong penetrating power and displays great power in jungle warfare. The small trees and shrubs that blocked the view were directly penetrated by bullets. The 5 Sakura Country soldiers were groping forward cautiously, when a machine gun bullet came unexpectedly. 5 people had their limbs and arms flying around, 3 died on the spot, 1 had a huge gap in his waist, and his intestines kept pouring out, and 1 had his legs broken, and he cried out in despair and pain while holding his broken legs. Miaoluin was unmoved at all, like a ruthless killing machine. He turned the muzzle slightly and fired again in short bursts. Before an infantry squad could understand what was happening, more than half of the soldiers had already fallen into a pool of blood. After the fight, Nyaluan put away his gun and jumped to the big tree next door, looking for a better shooting angle. The 14.5mm bullets kept firing, bit by bit, harvesting the lives of these Sakura Kingdom soldiers. Where is the enemy? Where is the Steel Battalion soldier? The bullets are coming from here, fire back quickly. No, there's no one in sight. The soldiers of Sakura country were driven crazy by this kind of attack without seeing the enemy. Many soldiers didn't care whether they could see or not, and fired randomly in the direction where the bullets were flying. Most of the bullets were absorbed by the layers of tropical rainforest. Nyaluan's eyes never changed, and the anti-aircraft machine gun in his hand kept firing. The soldiers carrying rocket launchers wanted to run up to find Nyaluan, but they were killed by Nyaluan halfway, and the rocket launchers fell into the muddy water on the ground. As for anti-tank missiles, no one can see them, let alone guide them. Under the massacre of Nyaluan, the number of people in this Sakura country infantry battalion was visibly reduced, especially those holding various armor. Piercing weapons were slaughtered by Nyaluan. When the enemy no longer threatened, Nyaluan finally stopped carrying and broke into the crowd directly, killing everyone on sight with an anti-aircraft machine gun. All the Sakura Kingdom soldiers collapsed, could no longer organize themselves, and fled in all directions, and their behavior did not save their lives. No matter where the enemy is hiding, he or she cannot escape the detection of bioradar. Nyaluan's speed in the forest was beyond what these Sakura country soldiers could compare to. Coupled with the long range of the anti-aircraft machine gun, the battle lasted not long, and the infantry battalion was basically killed by Nyaluan. Similar scenes are not only happening here, but also happening in other places simultaneously. Ever since the Sakura Kingdom troops entered the forest, they had become prey on the chopping block of the Iron Battalion. When Nyaluan attacked, other Steel Battalion soldiers also attacked the Sakura Kingdom and Zen Kingdom troops in groups of 3. Bang 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 bang, Gatling gun flames gushed out. A genetic warrior held an M134 Gatling gun in each hand. The huge ammunition box on his back was connected by a bullet chain. The thrown 7.62 shells fell to the ground with a clanking sound, which could drown people. Half of the powerful recoil of this Gatling gun, which has a maximum rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute, could not make his body shake. He inherited the schizophrenia gene and was strong and powerful. Opposite it, the soldiers of the Sakura Kingdom had their bodies torn apart, and the rest could only hide behind the towering trees, or lie in the pits on the slopes, shivering in fear. Occasionally, someone wanted to show his head and took out a rocket launcher, anti-tank rifle, and anti-tank missile to fight back, but his head exploded as soon as he showed his head. Because right behind the double-gun Gatling warrior, there is a genetic warrior with sharp eagle eyes. He wears a multi-barreled sniper-type biological breeding suit. The suit has 6 continuous sniper rifles, which can pass through this sniper-type biological suit. Colonial equipment control 6 sniper rifles at the same time to shoot in different directions. This genetic warrior inherited the gene of a wasp, and his eyes now turned into insect-like compound eyes, with a wide field of vision covering almost the entire field. With its ultra-high dynamic visual response, the enemy's head will explode before his hand even pulls the trigger. Even if the enemy used bunkers and smoke bombs to attack at the same time, they would not succeed. In front of the two of them, there was a genetic warrior carrying a modified flamethrower. The biological reproduction suit he wears is specially modified and is called arson-type biological reproduction suit. The interior is not filled with ammunition like other biological equipment. Instead, it has been transformed into a fuel depot, which stores thousands of liters of special fuel. It is like a heavy fire-breathing tank, capable of spraying fire with a maximum range of 200 meters. The flames are far beyond the range of tens of meters of ordinary individual flamethrowers. They should be called flamethrowers. Ordinary fire-breathing soldiers cannot withstand the temperature of such a powerful flamethrower and will be scorched. However, the fire plasma insect genes inherited by this genetic warrior will not cause any discomfort to the body under high temperatures. Under the control of this genetic warrior, the thick flame cannon continuously sprayed out fire snakes, and the flames roared and rolled. The Sakura Kingdom soldiers who could not hide were directly engulfed by the fire with a temperature of thousands of degrees, crying. He ran away from the bunker and was beaten into pieces by Gatling. The 3 gene warriors cooperated with each other, and the insect genetic characteristics they inherited were well matched. Coupled with the protection and powerful ammunition load provided by the biological reproductive equipment, this team was able to run rampant. The three of them fought against hundreds of people and killed them quickly. The so-called defensive counterattack of the Sakura Kingdom soldiers was as fragile as a castle on the beach in front of these three genetic warriors, collapsing at the first touch. The only thing Sakura country soldiers rely on is artillery and air force, but the artillery force itself cannot protect itself now. On Shinfan Avenue, the armored units and firepower units here have been destroyed. There are tanks and armored vehicles emitting black smoke everywhere. Rocket launchers and self-propelled howitzers have been blown into scrap metal. Those tanks with rough skin and thick flesh were also dealt with by the genetic warriors using anti-tank missiles, or they quickly approached and used rocket launchers to sneak attack on the tank's weak tail armor, killing the members inside. As for the Air Force, they were beaten away just now, and those anti-aircraft missiles are not for show. Now we can only rely on the ground troops themselves. How can we stop the genetic warriors wearing biological reproductive equipment from attacking and killing them? Hundreds of genetic warriors formed dozens of teams. These teams, in groups of 3, fought against tens of thousands of Sakura Kingdom soldiers in the primeval forests of the Arakan Mountains. The blood of the Sakura Kingdom soldiers they killed was like rivers of blood, and corpses littered the fields. It was more like a massacre than a war. In just half an hour, the battle had come to an end. The remaining soldiers gathered around Isaka Yasuke, looking fearfully at the approaching Steel Battalion soldiers. Long live the Emperor! On board! Fight them, kill them! There are fanatical soldiers from the Sakura Kingdom holding explosives, guns and rocket launchers, launching a desperate assault on the genetic warriors, but this kind of death-like behavior did not cause any trouble to the genetic warriors, and they were easily destroyed. Isaka Yasuke did not commit seppuku, but instead took out a pistol and stuffed the muzzle into his mouth. It's not unfair for me to lose to such a monster. Isaka laughed miserably. He did not expect that the Jiko group would become stronger so quickly, and the Steel Battalion would evolve into this, causing the entire vanguard unit he led to be wiped out. He no longer had the face to face his hometown elders, let alone be a prisoner. Bang! The trigger of the pistol was pulled, and with Isaka's suicide, the battle officially came to an end. With only minor casualties, the battle ended with a complete victory for the Jiko group. 10 minutes after the battle ended, a new batch of air support finally arrived, and the fighter jets also brought special anti-radiation bombs to destroy ground anti-aircraft missile systems, but they were still late. When they arrived again, their team was no longer present. As for the Steel Battalion soldiers, it was naturally impossible for them to see them and receive their guided bombs. This group of fighter planes could only hover in the sky for a while. After the reconnaissance plane took photos of the scene, it left full of reluctance. In the forest that smelled of blood, Niaoluan watched the fighter planes in the sky leave and slowly lowered his head. 3 brothers died and 6 were injured. Niaoluan looked at several corpses and raised his hands in salute, as did the genetic warriors behind him. There will always be various accidents on the battlefield. No matter how powerful the genetic warriors are, it is impossible to cover everything. There will also be casualties, which is inevitable. Fortunately, it is in the forest and has a geographical advantage. If it were in the plains, the Steel Battalion would not be able to resist the steel torrent of tens of thousands of people. Batal Commander, we have annihilated about 15,000 enemies, including a large number of armored troops and long-range fire strike units. The specific results will be counted later by the soldiers who cleaned the battlefield. Send a report to headquarters. The second phase of Operation Green Cage is completed. Niaoluan nodded and gave new instructions to the others. Destroy the roads and bridges on Shinfan Avenue and move the bombed armored vehicles and tanks to block the road. Under the command of Niaoluan, the soldiers of the Steel Battalion began to cooperate with each other and stack the bombed military vehicles on Shinfan Avenue to block the road so that vehicles from behind could not pass. At the same time, many bridges were blown up along the way, leaving the Sakura Kingdom and Zen soldiers in the Arakan Mountains with no way to go. Looking at the vast mountains, Niaoluan's eyes gradually became excited, and he murmured to himself, "This time, I can kill well." What they eliminated was only a vanguard force in the Arakan Mountains, as well as hundreds of thousands of troops from the Sakura Kingdom and the Zen Kingdom marching in the Arakan Mountains. Now the rear path of this army is blocked by the mudslide in Xieyun Mountain, and the front is also blocked. This mighty army of hundreds of thousands has been unknowingly trapped in the Arakan Mountains. While the Steel Battalion was still busy, this attack had begun to alarm the entire group of 8. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that the hundreds of thousands of our own troops in the Arakan Mountains are now trapped in a tight siege and are in danger of being annihilated. End of chapter. Chapter 368 Backstab, 2 updates in 8,000 words. Deep siege, 150,000 troops were besieged in the Rakhine Mountains, and the Group of 8 was in danger. Xinfan Avenue, a road of death, where tens of thousands of coalition troops died, the JICO Group Steel Battalion dispatched mysterious troops. Individual mecha? How strong is the technological strength of JICO Group? New military innovation, from biochemical warriors to individual mechas, where will mankind go in the future? It will give you an in-depth analysis of the civil war situation in Zen, the Group of 8 and the JICO Group, who can win the final victory between the two major organizations. After the appearance of the Steel Camp, related news suddenly became popular, because all countries are paying attention to this war. When the Steel Battalion is dispatched, it will naturally be detected by satellites, although the forest is not easy to detect. When fighting on Xinfan Avenue, genetic warriors will appear in the satellite view. What really sparked this news was the video shot and uploaded by a surviving soldier during the battle. In this video, you can see a 3-meter-tall forest. Camouflage genetic warrior with all kinds of heavy firepower covering his body. He holds a flamethrower in his left hand and a heavy machine gun in his right hand, killing crazily in the crowd. Seen, countless bullets that landed on the biological reproductive equipment would be bounced away instantly. Their movements were astonishingly fast, like an agile cheetah. The bullets continuously penetrated the soldiers' bodies and flew across with blood and residual limbs. When encountering an enemy hiding in a bunker, use the left-hand flamethrower to roast them, forcing them out like roasting rats, and then use the heavy machine gun to harvest them. The clip of this video lasted very short because the photographer himself did not dare to stop in order to escape for his life. As soon as this video was uploaded to the internet, it immediately caused an uproar across the internet, because it was clearly captured in the video that bullets from some heavy machine guns and sniper rifles were unable to penetrate the 3-meter-tall metal mecha. The 12.7mm Barrett equipped with armor-piercing incendiary bombs can penetrate armored vehicles. This scene was filmed, and the shock it caused can be imagined. This video isn't synthetic, is it? Does JICO Group really have such a terrifying combat-oriented mecha? How did they develop it? This mecha is too handsome. Is the JICO Group willing to sell it? I am personally willing to pay 100 million to buy one. Hundreds of Steel Battalion soldiers destroyed more than 10,000 troops, including many armored units. Is the era of individual mechas really coming? When will our country's soldiers be able to completely change their uniforms? What if millions of soldiers had the same uniform? It made me laugh. Sakura Country said before that the JICO Group was unable to resist, but someone else came back with a big backhand and wiped out 15,000 soldiers in one battle. More than 100,000 troops are trapped in the Rakhine Mountains. This is obviously a plan of the JICO Group. All the previous preparations were probably just for today. Today's battle is the true strength of the JICO Group. I wonder why the JICO Group, which was so powerful before, would be so incompetent in this war. They want to eat all they can and want to wipe out 150,000 people in one fell swoop. The elite troops of Zen Fruit and Sakura Country. In addition to the heated discussions among netizens, various countries have convened military-industrial meetings one after another to discuss the development and application of individual mechas. Soon, countries around the world have launched relevant mecha development plans and preparations, because the performance of the Steel Battalion in this battle was so outstanding. Hundreds of soldiers wearing biological reproductive suits were able to fight and annihilate more than 10,000 modern troops. This shock to the world is no less than that of the information warfare carried out by the beautiful country in the Middle East. It is an unprecedented military innovation and war shock for all countries around the world, especially the big countries are eager to do this. If they do not keep up with this military innovation, they are afraid that they will be eliminated in the future, and they will be beaten if they fall behind. This is an eternal truth, including the sworn enemy of the beautiful country. They are all contacting the major military-industrial complexes in the country to order the emergency development of individual mechas. At the same time, they are trying their best to obtain a set of individual mechas from the JICO Group. It can be said that the dispatch of the Steel Battalion stirred up the world situation, but these countries don't know that the Iron Battalion can have such combat effectiveness. In addition to biological reproductive equipment, it also has advanced Tianyuan protective clothing, eyeworms, and the strong physical fitness of the genetic warriors themselves. Even if they develop a mecha with the same defense as biological reproductive equipment, it is impossible to achieve the combat effectiveness of the Iron Battalion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 100 people can defeat 15,000 people. Are you talking about any more myths? At the Sakura Country headquarters, when the Commander-in-Chief Yuichi Yoshimura learned about the situation on the front line, he was completely absent-minded. He was unwilling to believe this fact for a long time. General, this is the intelligence we obtained by combining information from all parties. The error will not be too big. 150,000 troops are now trapped in the Rakhine Mountains. The Jiko group must want to attack them. We must prepare early. We need more support, otherwise our troops in the Arakan Mountains will be very dangerous. The staff group came up with suggestions. 150,000 troops were trapped in the Arakan Mountains. Just eating, drinking and eating every day was a huge consumption. With the logistics cut off, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were in danger. Bang! Yoshimura Yuichi suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth and said, "Inform the troops to turn around and return. We can't continue to move forward. Let people open the mudslide in Xieyun Mountain as soon as possible. In addition, I will contact the group of 8, and there will be a Zen meeting. The warlords in the north of the country help attract the attention of the Jiko group with the help of the warlords behind us. The Jiko group will definitely not be able to devote all its strength to the battle in the Arakan Mountains. It will also be attacked from both sides by us. Who will surround us is uncertain." Hearing this, the scene immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With the warlords in the northern border of the Zen Kingdom taking action, this backup plan will definitely involve a lot of energy from the Jiko group, allowing them to rescue the 150,000 troops trapped in the Arakan Mountains. Although the strength of those warlords is doubtful, they do not need to defeat the Jeka group. As long as they buy time to safely withdraw their own troops from the Arakan Mountains, their merits will be considered complete. When the meeting ended, this order was conveyed quickly. It was related to the life and death of 150,000 troops, and there was no room for delay. In the northern border of Zen Kingdom, Wu Onglai received a notice to send troops. He looked at the computer video of the actual battlefield video of the Iron Battalion genetic warriors, and he already regretted that he had agreed to the CIA too quickly before, and now he was riding a tiger with difficulty. The Jiko group is not without resistance in this war. If the 6 northern warlords take action now, they are likely to become the Jiko group's primary target, attracting firepower for the governments of Sakura Country and Zen Country. This kind of thing Wu Onglai saw clearly. This battle cannot be fought. It is better to wait and see what happens and let the group of 8 and the Jiko group fight to the death. We cannot end it now. Wu Onglai murmured to himself that their warlords were just wallflowers and did not want to be scapegoats for others. Just when Wu Onglai made up his mind and was about to convey his thoughts to his subordinates, his cell phone suddenly buzzed and vibrated. The screen of his phone turned on, and photos were sent to his phone. They were all photos of his family. His son, daughter, wife, mother, all have photos. Immediately afterwards, a phone call came, and it was the mobile phone number left by CIA agent Lloyd. "Lloyd, what do you CIA want to do?" As soon as the call was connected, Wu Onglai roared angrily. If Lloyd stood in front of him now, he would definitely order his execution directly. "Mr. Wu, this is our sincerity. If you carry out the stipulated military mission well, we will ensure the safety of your family. But if you want to go back on your word, let alone your family, do you think our missiles are not accurate enough? Believe it or not, if I give the order now, the cruise missile will take off from the destroyer at sea and hit your residence." On the other end of the phone, Lloyd's tone was sinister, and he made an unabashed threat. Wu Onglai's face was ashen and he said, "When did I say that I would regret it? You guys let my family go immediately, or else Mr. Wu, what do you think our CIA's intelligence does? Don't think we don't know what you said to those warlords last night. Oh, I forgot to mention that we also invited other warlords. Their families are here as guests, so you don't have to worry about them." Hearing what Lloyd said, Wu Onglai was shocked at first, and then looked at his mobile phone, the most famous mobile phone brand in the world, and took a bite of the Apple icon. "You planted a backdoor in my phone to monitor me?" Wu Onglai understood what went wrong and that he had been under surveillance by the CIA. This is a necessary means. Mr. Wu, tell me your answer now. Will you choose to cooperate with the largest country in Blue Star, or reject our friendship and become our enemy? You are a smart man, don't do anything you regret. A lifelong decision. Lloyd smiled and threw the choice directly to Wu Onlang, because he was confident that Wu Onlang would make the right choice. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, Wu Onlang gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you that I will send troops to attack the Jekka group." Having said this, Wu Onglai added, "In addition, I now request to go to Yangcheng, the capital of the Zen Kingdom, immediately. You must protect my safety and bring my family with me. Stay here. I am afraid if Jekka the group is not good for us." Originally, Yuan Lang wanted to sit back and watch the fight between tigers and tigers, but the CIA's move gave him no choice. At the same time, he is also afraid that the Jiko group will decapitate him. The Jiko group's methods are not inferior to the CIA. Not long ago, the Avilson family was the best example. Sov wanted to move to the capital of the Zen Kingdom, and the war would be carried out remotely from his henchmen. Okay, now order the troops to attack and let us see your sincerity. The safety of you and your family will be protected by our CIA. Lloyd's tone became more relaxed. A hostage asked to come to the door, but he still couldn't ask for it. At the request of the CIA, 6 northern warlords united and issued a public statement. The Jiko group must cease fire immediately and restore peace to the Zen Kingdom. The Zen Kingdom belongs to all our people, not the private product of your Jiko group. All the people of the Zen Kingdom, please stand up together and resist the tyranny of the Jekka group, otherwise this war will sweep across the entire Zen Kingdom. This statement was released, and I don't know how many people were surprised. Isn't the civil war in Zen so far caused by the separatist rule of warlords like you? Talking about peace now is like a lion turning vegetarian. People who listen to it are very laughable. However, the 6 warlords in the north obviously did not care about public opinion. On the day when the statement was issued, the 6 warlords chose the same day to brazenly send troops to invade the eastern Qin state under the rule of the Jiko group from the north. The war has escalated again. From the competition with the Zen government in Sakura country, there are several more warlords who are doing all kinds of evil. At this moment, looking at the map, the territory under the control of the warring parties has covered most of the Zen kingdom. It can be said that the entire Zen kingdom was basically involved in the flames of war. Eastern Qin state. Su Jie watched Wu Ongling's speech on TV, shook his head and said with a smile, "He is just a puppet controlled by the CIA. He dares to talk about peace without shame. He simply does not know how to live or die." Lu Ying was sitting in Su Jie's arms and said softly, "Su Jie, we have completed the arrangement according to the plan. 6 mountain infantry divisions and 1 mechanized infantry division will be responsible for occupying the northern territory. The number of regular soldiers of the Jiko group is 240,000. The number of soldiers mobilized this time has exceeded 80,000. It can be regarded as very high regard for these 6 warlords. These 6 warlords are nothing to worry about. The troops in the Arakan Mountains are our primary target." Su Jie was very aware of the qualities of the warlord soldiers. The fact that they were able to fight the Zen government was not due to how strong these warlord soldiers were, but that both sides were just noobs at each other's throats. The Zen government forces have equipment advantages, and these warlords have geographical advantages. They rely on their familiarity with the terrain to engage in guerrilla warfare with the Zen government. Naturally, the Zen government has nothing to do with the other side, but in front of the Jiko group, you may not be awake from playing guerrilla warfare with super soldiers. Su Jie, I also received news here that the Vice President of the United States visited Siam yesterday and met with the King of Siam. There is news that the beautiful country wants to encourage Siam to send troops and enter the Zen country to participate in the war against us. Why do you think this beautiful country is so hateful, provoking wars against us everywhere? Lu Ying mentioned another new news. After the situation in the Arakan Mountains deteriorated, the beautiful country could no longer sit still, afraid that the Zen government would not be able to withstand it. It wanted to summon Siam, which was close to Zen and was also a member of the Group of 8, to formally send troops into the territory of Zen to fight against the Jiko group. The reason is very simple. The beautiful country continues to interfere and create wars because war is profitable, destruction and death are profitable, and it values profits more than human lives. Su Jie's face was dull. The interests represented by Jekka Group made the Blue Star overlord of beautiful country drool. A war can be waged for oil interests. In the same way, a war can be waged against the Jiko group. Siam probably won't send troops. We are not bordering their territory now, and the negotiation for sending troops is not that simple. By the time they come up with a plan, the war on our side may be over. Br Su Jie made his own analysis. Siam is a country with a strong economy in Southeast Asia, and its economy is still on the rise. Although they are pro-Western countries and are members of the Group of Eight, they will definitely not agree easily if they are rashly asked to participate in a war with an unknown outcome. This is different from simply providing supplies and ammunition. People will die in a war. He comforted Liu Yingying and told her not to worry too much. After watching the news on TV, Su Jie sneered and said, "If you want to use the northern warlords to encircle Wei and rescue Zhao, then I'll eat it together without mercy. Anyway, my appetite is very good." End of chapter.